What's up? What's up? How is everybody doing? Welcome to RossonARI TV. It is another day, another gloomy day in the world of AC Milan. Yes, I have not digested the news yet. Yes, I am bitter. Yes, I am pissed off. I don't like what is happening, and I'm going to be quite honest about it. Anyway, listen, we're going to get into it. Let me say hi to chat first. What's up, Desna? How you doing? Uh, Ricky M, what's up, brother? How's it going? Hey, Roy, looking forward to hearing your options. I wanted to know how can I get involved in the panel conversation you'll have sometimes. Just send me your number on my socials. I'm gonna put it right here. I'll get you in the WhatsApp chat. That's the best way to be involved with the panels and so forth. Yeah, you can find me on Instagram right here. Just send me your phone number and I'll get you in the WhatsApp chat, and that's the best way to get involved. Yes, what's good? Hey, Montana, how you doing, brother? Milan'S, Forza Milan, Forza Milan. How you doing? Kangu, what's up, bro? Ooh, number countdown with epic music. That's right. It's coming. It's coming. Senior Green, how you doing, sir? Forza Milan, hope all is well. Giordano Facca, how you doing, sir? Hey, buddy. I want to be on a call today. Calls are tomorrow, guys. Today, I have an open live with WhatsApp members only today, guys. The calls are tomorrow, so you're more than welcome to do the calls tomorrow. 35 million. Crazy. Let's see if that is true. We will talk about it. We'll see. Still bitter. Yeah, me too. Very bitter. So excited. 35 million budget. We could buy some new soccer balls. That's right. Hello, Milan fans. What's up? Thank you. All right. Let's get into it. First order of the day. We have a guest. What's up, Nathan? How you doing, my man? Can you hear me?
Good. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. All right, so we're going to get into the news today, and we're going to talk about everything that is happening, and it's going to be an interesting news day, guys. Today we are starting early. Unfortunately, I can't go as long as we usually do today, so we're going to take care of it right away. So, as everybody knows, out of the blue, Maldini was fired because of essentially disagreements in how the club should be run, and this is what we're going to be talking about. All right, Nathan. Listen, everybody knows how I feel about it. I think this is a terrible move. I think we're going in a terrible direction. I think that Milan is going to be a second-tier team coming up in the future. I don't see any good in all of this. I know that you, Nathan, kind of look at it differently. So let's just get right into it. Let's not waste any time. Go ahead. What do you think about the situation?
As much as it sucked that Maldini was leaving, um, I mean, business was going to continue as usual. But now that I was thinking, okay, well, now they're going to be forced to getting, younger players between the ages of like 16 to 20, 21, 22, things like that. Which I'm all for, as well as getting older players on loan to help these younger players grow, because that's what we were doing with Maldini anyway. So I thought it was going to be business as usual. But now I'm seeing there's reports of like 35 million, and it's like, man, these guys are just fucking everything up right now. Like, this is a joke. You can't do shit. Like, you can barely do shit with 50 million, and like now we're seeing 35 plus, sales or whatever. Like, come on, man, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, that is correct. What's up, Rock? How you doing, my man? How's it going?
What's up, guys? How are you? How's what stage of depression are you in? Are you in the acceptance stage? Where are you?
I am full in deep, deep, deep. He's I don't see anything positive coming out of this, guys. I just it's getting worse and worse every day. So let's get into the first article of the day, and then let's have you guys' thoughts. I want to hear what you guys think. Giorgio Furlani informed Paolo Maldini of the summer transfer budget last week, and it is highly likely that it did not go down well, the report claims. In recent weeks, there has been a lot of talk about the budget for Milan's summer transfer window. La Repubblica writes that the CEO Furlani was tasked with informing Maldini of the funds he has to work with. Last week, he announced to the now former technical director that the summer budget would be 35 million plus any revenue derived from sales. Quantifying the budget available is always a complicated process, but it was probably expected by Maldini to be higher than last summer, which produced a 42 million euro net spend and 56 million total spent on signings. Therefore, the news that there would be even less margin to operate within this summer is likely to have not been received well by the director and perhaps raised tensions further. Before we get into the opinions and what you guys think about this and what this means for the summer, let's remember, guys, that this might not be true. Yeah, let's keep that in mind. That this could be just a report that without, you know, without solid sources. But this is the report of the day, so let's opine on this. How do you guys feel about this? What are you seeing? What do you think? Let's go Rock first.
So I believe this report 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that the budget this summer is going to be 35 million. I'm fairly confident that that is the budget this summer, and then plus any sales. So the 5 stages of grief are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. I was in the bargaining phase. Obviously, I was denying it and saying no official reports have come out. Milan has not made an official statement. The social media channels haven't posted anything about Maldini's departure. I was still very much in denial. Then I was angry. A little post from my channel went viral on Twitter, mini viral. Writing poor reviews for RedBird Capital Partners, which you can find on Google, and you can easily write a negative review. So I was in the anger phase, just raging. And then I was in the bargaining phase up until this report. I was essentially bargaining, like, okay, Moncada has a proven track record of identifying talent. Forlani was instrumental in securing Leao's renewal. So maybe the combination of these two guys can do a decent job of identifying and acquiring talent for Milan going forward, right? I was in the bargaining phase. But then this report comes out, and I think it's accurate. I think our budget this summer is going to be 35 million. I don't know what makes our player sales any more likely than they were under the previous management. These are completely undesirable players. Who wants Origi? Who wants Rebic? Who wants CDK? Who wants these? Who's going to pay real money for these guys? They produce nothing on the field. They're undesirable. Whether Maldini's in charge, whether Forlani's selling, it doesn't matter who's selling. Who wants to buy these guys? So I'm starting to go into the depression phase. It's starting to dawn on me that we had a really bright future ahead of us with Maldini at the helm. And that light at the end of the tunnel is fading. It's fading. I think we're going deeper into a dark tunnel. The light is getting further away. It's really unfortunate. I think there's still light at the end of the tunnel. I just think we're further away from reaching that light than we were with Maldini in charge. So I'm in that depression phase. And then I'm going to get to acceptance. That's the final stage of grief. I'm going to get to the acceptance phase, but I'm slowly accepting that a semifinal of the Champions League, a Scudetto victory, those things are very much in the rearview mirror, and they're not likely to happen again for a longer period of time than they would have been likely to happen again with Maldini still here. It's clear to me that with Maldini here, maybe we could have gone that far in both competitions in the next year or two. Without him here, we're definitely taking 3 steps backwards and looking at a long-term play, like a 5-year, 10-year play.
Yeah, yeah. And
So
before I go to Tix just joined us. Yeah, listen, we know for a fact if this is true, this 35 million budget is true, and let's say we do want to spend money on the market, everybody is intelligent enough to understand how they're going to raise the funds, right?
yeah.
We're going to start selling our big players.
hmm
The era of the projection towards a glorious Milan has ended. Has ended. We're not going to be retaining our big players. We're going to sell them to raise funds in order to buy unknown players, cheap players, then grow them and then sell them all over again to fund the market. This is going to be the way we're going to be run. It is really disgusting. Really disgusting. Tick size, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hi, Roy. Good afternoon to you, or good morning to you. I'm at the stage where I've raged, I've had my anger, I've tweeted, I've had my conversations. I'm at the stage of acceptance now. I've accepted it. Maldini's gone. The hope that we had under him is now gone. And now we're down to this new regime, and we have to wait and see. But if you
With Tick
want to
size,
know,
it's literally getting worse and worse and worse. Like,
yeah, but
like
let me just finish. If you want to know how Jerry Cardinale wishes to operate, there is an interview, a 2-minute interview. Well, it's just a segment. You can find it on Twitter where he sets out his philosophy. We are now at best a mid-table squad. We will grow players, we will sell players, and that's how we will proceed. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 100% clear. It is 100% clear. Guys, and now I'm going to go to Nathan, then I'm going to go to Bilal. Listen, guys, let's not fool ourselves, because some people, I think, are fooling themselves. When Berlusconi bought Milan, he said he wanted to make Milan the greatest team on the fucking planet. That's why all of us today are Milan fans. All of us. Okay? Well, some of us were fans even before Berlusconi. But when Berlusconi bought Milan, those were his ambitions. Okay? Those were his ambitions. Cardinale did not buy Milan to make Milan the greatest club in the world. Cardinale bought Milan to see if this Moneyball thing that he wants to do works. It's an experiment. And remember, Cardinale just wants to keep Milan's head above water for a few years, build a stadium, and then sell the club. There's no ambition of trophies. There's no ambition of anything. The ambition is keep the balance sheets good and make some profit. That's it. That is the ambition. Okay, and let's not get fooled. Okay, because I'm hearing some people saying that Moncada, Furlani, these people are geniuses of football and they're going to revolutionize football. No, the only reason why these people are still working at the club is clearly because they're yes men, and that's all it is. Nathan, go ahead.
you can still hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear.
Okay. This is one of the things that we were talking about before when Rock was saying, or not Rock, but Clint was saying about like the economics of football. You can't be profitable in the top 4. You literally need to be a mid-table team in order for you to actually return a real profit. So these guys, this is what this 35 mil tells me, that they don't care about getting top 4. They don't care about trophies, because that means you got to spend more money on wages of players. So if you have to do that, you're essentially losing money technically. So they don't care if we get top 4. I'm telling you, they don't care at all.
I would say that they care if we get top 4 because of the revenues in the Champions League. But I think that they don't care about winning the Scudetto or Coppa Italia or the Champions League. I
But
really,
Rock,
I don't think lifting
that
a trophy is really calculated into their budget or their analysis of of
But
who we should sell, who we should
that's the
buy.
thing, Rock.
Yeah.
Top 4 means you got to pay your players more. You got to get more players to come in. If you're a mid-table team, your expectations are just to stay in the league. So you can pay your players less. You can get the cheapest player options possible.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. A lot of the reports are basically suggesting that here's the list of names that Maldini signed, and then here's the list of names that the people who are currently now in charge wanted to sign. Want to do a cross comparison between the list of players. Who do you think would have been more successful? We chose Moncada and Forlani, who wanted the following players. Maldini signed these players instead, and basically just trying to show like the difference in strategy. And the only thing is, it's really hard to predict if one strategy would have worked over the other. And also, it cherry picks all of the worst signings and completely ignores the fact that Maldini signed and renewed the spine of our team, the most valuable players who won us a Scudetto, who are going to help us achieve top 4. Like, it just completely ignores all of his achievements, cherry picks the few signings that didn't work out, some of which could still work out, like CDK, and then says, "Oh, look at Kolomani," and then dangles a carrot of like, "But what if we signed Kolomani? What if we signed this guy? What if we signed that guy that Moncada suggested?" But you can't say for certain if any of those guys would have succeeded in Serie A. You can't say that. Look at some of the players who have been signed in the Premier League, some of these young up-and-coming talents. Look at Enzo Fernandez. The guy is a total ghost. He's doing horrible at Chelsea. And, you know, it's just an unfair comparison to do it that way. I think it's a disgusting way of trying to smear a legend who accomplished so much in such a short period of time. It's disgusting. He signed Mike, he signed Teo, he signed Leao, he signed Benessa. He renewed those guys. He won a Scudetto with those guys, and you're gonna go point out CDK and Origi to try and to besmirch him, to smear his image, to justify bringing in these 2 young guys who will never ever hold even a candle light to Maldini. These guys can't even tie his shoes. It's just,
yeah. No, listen, I'm super glad you brought that up. I'm going to go to Bilal next, but I'm super glad you brought that up because that is the spell. That is the spell they're using to convince you that they did the right thing. CDK, Origi, that is the spell they're using, okay? Don't fall for that crap, guys. Do not fall for that crap. That is just that is politics right there, and they're trying to convince you that they're doing, that's.
Don't fall for it. Do not fall for it.
Hey, Roy.
Maldini is the witch, and this is the witch hunt, and we have to go and burn the witch. Do not fall for that stuff. Antonio, what's up, brother? Let me go to Bilal because he's been waiting for a while before I get to you, Antonio.
I'm on my lunch break, so I can't stay for that long. But yeah,
okay.
Antonio, you can go. I'll wait for you.
Yeah. You want to, okay, then go ahead.
No, I just have one. I'm really short thing. I just want to say hi to you guys. Maybe I'll come back later if you're still on. I wanted to say I agree with pretty much everything Rock said, except one myth is Enzo Fernandez is not playing badly. Like, that's just a myth for people who don't watch Chelsea and just see that they're doing bad. Enzo Fernandez is actually one of their only good players, and every game I watch Chelsea, he makes he makes 1 or 2 super key passes. Their people up front are just not clinical at all. But anyways, that's all. I just wanted to point that out. And also, I'm pretty pessimistic about the future. I'm just going to say that 35 million budget is really, really concerning. And yeah, hopefully we somehow don't lose all our best players. This is chaos. All right, peace out, guys.
Peace out.
All right, Bilal, go ahead. What's up?
Hi there, Roy. Hi, Nathan and Rock. Yeah, I've been listening in.
Good, and yourself?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. Past the shock and the stages of grief. I think where we're at the moment, if you look at things chronologically, Maldini had a plan with Elliot when he came on board. And that plan was to steadily grow the club, get it out of debt. And then if you remember that interview that Maldini did with CBS, where he said, now's the time to invest. You know, we've climbed out of the hole. We've gone beyond expectation. But next season, we need to invest. And then you had that banner up on the Curve Sword saying we need investment. I think what's clear is Maldini wanted to take the club to the next level, which is to compete at the higher stages, the Scudettos, the Champions Leagues. And the new ownership don't want that. What the new ownership want to do is replicate a model similar to what Tottenham did before they built their new stadium. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Mr. Levy at Tottenham and what he plans to do or what he has been doing for the last decade. What happened is they had a shit stadium and they wanted to build a new stadium to generate revenue and income. So they told all of their fans that don't expect anything from us for the next 5 years because we're going to be paying off the debt of buying this new stadium. And that's exactly what Jerry's doing here. He's got a 10-year project. There's a 28-minute interview that he did with the Italian press after he bought Milan. And in that, he basically refers to the ecosystem of European football. He says there's 3 parts that he wants to invest in: Milan, Serie A, and ultimately European football. And his plan to do that starts with building the infrastructure at Milan. So that's a stadium. Let's say a stadium costs us anywhere between 500,000 and 700 million. We're going to be spending the next 5 to 7 years paying that off. And what he means by here's 35 million for the transfer window is every season what he's planning on doing is buying really young talent, watching them grow, watching them get us from 6th position to 4th in the Champions League and then cashing in on them. So what's inevitably going to happen is your stars like Leao, Theo Hernandez, Tomori, Mike Maignan, they're going to look at this next season and go, fuck, we finished 4th or 5th. Juventus have gone better, Inter have gone better. Everyone's investing hundreds of millions in their squad. And we're going to only be falling behind and back to banter era. So we're going to lose all our star players, but Jerry's not going to be asked because he'll have a 18, 19-year-old, a 21-year-old talent that, that may refresh the side. And then he'll sell him on in a couple of years. But he's banking on this stadium because if that stadium happens, let's say it's even a 60,000 capacity stadium, the amount of revenue that you'll get from that stadium will trump whatever you get for the Scudetto anyway. So he's happy in just finishing top 4th and getting in the Champions League and getting in the money from the stadium.
Yeah, no, listen, I 100%. This is he has been extremely transparent about it. That's what he wants to do.
There's no secret, Roy. He's got a business model, and I just feel sorry for Maldini because, he's come here, he's taken us out of the banter era. He's gone over. I mean, right now he's just signed Leao. Leao must be thinking, "What the fuck?" Maldini has Maldini known about this? Well, I don't think it's that, but I would be flipping pissed off if I've signed a 5-year deal and the person I really signed it for, who told me this club's going to be built around me and we're going to win the Champions League, that's not going to happen now. So if I'm Leao, I'm thinking I'm going to see how it goes for 6 months and I'll be putting in a transfer request in the winter.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of painful moments for sure. I find it very difficult that we're going to be able to keep our best players with this model because we see it around Europe, and this model does not sustain a club that keeps its best players. So, of course, hopefully that doesn't happen, but it does look like that's where it's going to go. Listen, the only good thing that Cardinale is going to bring to Milan is the stadium. And once the stadium is built, hopefully the club gets sold to an ambitious owner, and then he can use the stadium to achieve his ambition.
Roy, here's my plan. My plan is for the Curve Sword to go against Jerry's plans, be vocal about it to the point where Jerry goes, "Fuck this." And the Qataris who are trying to buy United, if they don't land Manchester United, for example, let's say the billionaire in the UK ends up buying him instead. I would much rather the Qataris or someone in the Middle East to buy Milan, because you know what you're getting with that. So, Roy, I live in Manchester. I'll tell you what Manchester City have done, their ownership. I don't know if you remember City before the Saudis bought the.
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
Okay, City were like relegated 5 years before, you know, they got this massive investment. They then went through a series of finishing 10th, 13th, 8th, 9th. They were mid-table side. What I live in Manchester. What the money injected did, they didn't just buy Man City. They bought all of the land around Manchester City. They've made a university, a sports college, a private a medical institute for sports science. They've built a college. They've built housing. They've made jobs. They've made. If you look, there's about a 3 to 4 mile radius of all owned by Manchester City, from the grass level 7-8-year-olds all the way up to their first team. They've got everything there, from colleges, state of the art sciences, hospitals, advanced technology. They've got a lab. It's absolutely fantastic, and that's what we need at Milan. You don't need someone to come in and go, I'm going to put a business model in. You need someone to literally make Milan, the whole city, focused around football, and I just can't see it happening with this ownership.
No. It's not going to happen. This ownership is not it, guys. It's not it. It's this ownership is not it. This ownership is going to treat Milan like a second-tier club, and it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
The last point I'll make just before I go, Roy, is do you know Manchester United and City? There was a commentator in the UK who said that Manchester United as a brand is a Ferrari, and City are like Red Bull. Both of them are really good competitive F1 cars, but one's got the brand Ferrari and the other one's got Red Bull. That's the same with Milan. Milan are like a Ferrari in terms of brand. They've got the fashion capital of the world. You've got all of this infrastructure around media and all of that, and that's what Jerry wants to capitalize on. He's not buying Milan the football club. He's buying Milan the name, and that's why you have stuff like Rock Nation and the other, I think, franchises that he's got in America jumping on board Milan. He's going to use the stadium as like rock concerts and stuff. He's not interested about the football.
Yeah. It is clear. It is clear. Listen, guys, let's be clear about something. Cardinale had no idea that this club even existed a few years ago. And again, we've said this a million times. When he bought this club, he didn't even know that Milan was the second most decorated club in the Champions League, you know, in Europe. Like, that is incredible. That means that when I was 10-year-olds that have been following football since they were 5 know more about Milan than Cardinale does. That is incredible. And the other thing is that I was thinking that when Cardinale was in that room, in that museum, right, the trophy museum, and he had no idea what he was looking at. He was looking at all these trophies. He had no idea what he was looking at. What pisses me off the most is that 70% of those fucking trophies were won with Maldini on the fucking pitch. If there's anybody that knows how to not just win a Scudetto, but how to build a museum full of fucking trophies, what it takes, it is Maldini. And to fire him the way they did and just have a two-line sentence on the website is absolutely disgraceful. It is disgusting. It does not represent the values of his club, and it shows how low and how downgraded we're going.
You're absolutely right, Roy. Not only the statement, but now the campaign to blacken his name is disgraceful. This is not befitting of Milan.
Exactly. So I urge all of you that are listening to this, whenever people come at you and they say, oh, but look at CDK, look at Origi, look at Ali, look at us losing 4 derbies, and they want to put all of that Maldini, tell him to fuck off. Tell him to fuck off.
Yeah. Roy,
tell him, you know what? Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
You know Maldini? He's probably the closest thing you can get to Maldini for a club is probably Sir Alex Ferguson for Manchester United. And if a new ownership did that to Alex Ferguson, because
There'd
Alex
be an
Ferguson,
uproar.
No, what would happen? There would be marches in Manchester and fire blazes going off left, right, and centre. Because back in the day, certainly in England, what happened is the fans had a 51% ownership and stake in the club. So when there were key decisions being made, the fans were involved. You don't get that now because it's all a business and it's all about profits and market share. Just think about that, because people don't understand. I'm sure that the general supporters for AC Milan don't know who Maldini is, but outside of Milan and Italy and England, everyone knows Maldini the defender, but they don't know what he represents for the club, i.e. like his father lifted the European Cup, his son plays for AC Milan, it's 3 generations, he's come back as a sporting director. It's just beyond comprehension that you can sack someone like him with 2 sentences and nothing it can be done or said. It's just bizarre.
And guys, and that is why, if I don't know if you have noticed, let me take this comment out. I put Jerry Cardinale's face right there, peeking from the bottom, because this man has no integrity. He has no balls, and he's hiding. He, at least, the minimum he could have done is go in front of the media and give us a statement from his own words. But no, this guy is hiding behind the circus that now is Milan. And that's why you can see Jerry Cardinale's forehead right there in the bottom, watching, scared.
There's a 28-minute video where someone says, in that interview, I'll share it. I think it's on the WhatsApp group, Roy. It's a 28-minute video, which I encourage everyone to listen to, because Jerry's questioned by an Italian sports journalist, and he says, "Oh, you're not around at all the games, and you don't come to Champions League games or anything like that." And his response, honestly, was shocking. He goes, "I don't need to be because I've got people there." I've been and a CFO, and they know what they're doing, and they report to me.
This guy's a wannabe mob boss.
I'll send you the link for that interview. It was only done. It was done 7 months into his ownership into Milan, so it would have been around about December, January time when he did this interview.
Yeah.
Can I quickly just comment on his on his business acumen? Because I was expecting at least 2 things from Gary Cardinale and this ownership. One, that they understand sports and competition to a certain extent, because they have investments in various sports teams and leagues around the world.
Yep.
And then 2, I was expecting them to have a high business acumen and understand like the value of your highest performing employees, etc. Right? That they could put short-term profit margins. They wouldn't put that before long-term profit potential, which is what you have when you have really high-performing employees like Maldini. So I'm really upset by the fact that those 2 things have now been proven false. I don't think this guy totally understands sports and competition at all. The fact that you spent 1.2 billion on a club and you didn't know that they were the 2nd most accomplished European football club in the world after Real Madrid 6 months into your ownership, that you had just found that out, tells me that you are not a diligent, thorough businessman whatsoever. You don't understand the sport that you're investing in at all. If you don't know that, at least 6 months into your ownership, what the fuck is wrong with you? Second of all, the business acumen. I run a business. I'm an executive director. I have over 130 employees. I have a leadership team of 12. And I would never consider firing my highest performing employee with the most value to my asset. Maldini brings the most value to the club in an admin role, in that director role, than any other director at Milan. He provides validity, value. He increases, he improves perception. He has global reach. You see CBS, Paramount, all these people, they want to interview him. They want to hear his voice. They want to shake his hand. They just want to be in his orbit, in his presence. You do not fire an employee like that from your business if you have a high business acumen. So to me, this looks like a guy who's in over his head, completely in over his head, listening to guys who are sitting behind computer screens running spreadsheets, and doesn't have good instincts, business instincts at all, does not have good sporting instincts at all. And I'm fearful of the future with this guy.
And Ross,
Anthony,
you know
sorry
what?
to
One other thing that's really interesting is that I think a lot of us kind of bought in to the, oh well, they brought Toulouse back to, back to League One or whatever. But I think some of us had concerns even before then because that's a small team, so you can kind of get away with being frugal. But these guys don't understand that AC Milan is just, we're too big to be ran in this type of way.
Yeah, just a couple of points, Anthony, on your analysis of his business acumen. First of all, he's got about 20, 25 years at Goldman Sachs. He knows business. There's no doubt about that. He understands business. He's got several corporations under this RedBird banner. What the problem is that not everyone that's astute in business is often very successful in business. If you look at the Elliott Group, he was very complimentary of Elliott because Elliott is what you call a proper business, because they brought us out of bankruptcy and steadied the ship all in the period of 3-4 years. And Elliott had never worked with RedBird before. So when he was in this interview, he was saying, Elliott's a really good organization. Look what they did with Milan. It's the first time that we're working together. And I told him that I want to build the club. Why Elliott sold it to RedBird as opposed to anyone else is because RedBird had the most financially secure and safe project going forward. What his project was is, we're not going to spend big. We're going to keep the finances level. And what happened is RedBird, when they took over, they also took Elliott's 2 leading CEOs with them. So it's all a bit of a dodgy, I'll give you this club, but here's my 2 guys who will run it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I think they just wanted to keep it American owned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
because InvestCorp had more than enough money, and they didn't need to take out a loan from Elliott to get the club. I honestly think they just wanted to keep it American owned.
Well, according to RedBird, Jerry said he wanted to offer a minority stake to Elliott to retain in the club so that they can be invested and involved in the decision making. And what they did instead is say, no, here's our 2 guys. We'll just send these 2 guys. Basically, the whole model going forward is based on efficiency and squeezing the most money you can out of the club. He's not once mentioned, I'm going to bring a title to Milan. And this is why I would much rather have like a Saudi owner or a Middle Eastern owner who doesn't know shit all about football, and the only thing he wants is the glory story of I brought this club from ruins into champions, because that's what Berlusconi did. He looked at Milan and said, I'm going to transform this team and make it the best in the world, and I'm going to fill all of our trophy cabinets. That's what any Middle Eastern investor will do, because they're not going to be shy throwing 200-300 million every season in the Mercato. So I think we've just got 10 years of doom now until Jerry goes.
Yeah. I think Jerry is not fully capturing the context that he's working in. Like, it's one thing to be a banking institution. It's one thing to bankroll accounting firms. It's another thing to work with private equity firms, vulture funds, all that stuff. It's a totally separate thing to work with a historic institution and culture that is Milan, that is funded in large part by passionate fans who have been following and supporting the club for many, many, many years, of which the Maldini family has been a huge part of. I don't think he's fully comprehending that spreadsheets and data analytics can only get you so far. It might get you to the finish line in different institutions, right? In different business models with different types of companies. But for me, and maybe with Toulouse, maybe with a mid-table team, you can accomplish more than what's expected of you to accomplish as a mid-table team in Ligue 1. Maybe. But Milan is a totally different beast. It's a totally different animal. I don't think he understands it. I don't think he realizes that these fans who have been suffering for so many years in banter era as a mid-table club, who just experienced a Champions League semifinal, who just lifted a Scudetto after many, many, many years of suffering, are not going to accept a team that is investing 35 million every window and just barely sneaking into the European places every season. The fans are your money. Like, the money's going to come from your fans. We're the ones buying the tickets. We're the one purchasing the merchandise. We're the ones spreading the word of mouth about this amazing club that people should support and spend their money on. If you don't keep us happy, you are going to fail. And by investing 35 million in a summer mercato, after we just tasted what glory tastes like and what the potential is for us, having taken these huge steps in our development, we're not going to be satisfied with you running us like we're Toulouse, the club. We're not going to be satisfied with that. And I don't think he realizes that what kind of reaction he's going to get if this, whatever their model is, this sustainability, low spending, identifying talents, if it does not work out, if we don't qualify for Champions League next season, if we don't finish top 4 comfortably, this management is going to be under fire like you would not believe, dude. And you're going to have this young guy Furlani, and very young guy Moncada, who's his first time in a director role. They are going to be under fire from millions of fans around the world.
If they do not hit
Rock,
the
this
ground,
is why I can't understand why the. No, go ahead, TikTok. Go ahead.
Yeah,
if they do not hit the ground running, and I'm talking about the first 10 games, the first casualty will be Pioli.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
as simple as that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
They have to hit the ground running, because this fan base will not tolerate this. Jerry has bought a business, but he has not realized what he's bought. He has bought history and he has bought culture. He has no appreciation for these things.
And millions of fans. Yeah, millions of fans.
You know?
Yeah.
When we won the Scudetto last year, and you saw the celebration around the world, as a Milan fan of nearly 40 years, that brought me to tears to see so many fans awakened from their slumber for all that suffering that we've been through. And we came to that moment. Yes, this was a very disappointing season. Yes, Maldini and Massara made mistakes, but he had more than enough credit in the bank to be given another opportunity. And
Absolutely.
Put it this way.
And you know what? It's
There's
crazy. It's not even giving them another opportunity. Everything that they've done, yes, there's been mistakes, but those mistakes only happened when the budget was ridiculously stupid. When they were given a proper amount of money, everything they did moved us further and further ahead of our goals, actually, ahead of schedule. And then the moment that they give them a bullshit market and money, we struggle to make top 4. That's not a coincidence. So the proof is in the pudding. If you allow Maldini and Co to do what they're doing and properly help them, the trajectory is up every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How can you imagine firing your highest performing employee because they exceeded your goals that you set out for them? It's unfathomable. Like, what kind of business acumen is this? If Maldini did not bring in these pillars of our squad, if he did not renew their contracts, if he was not present at Milanello on a consistent basis, the way he was, him and Masada, we would not have won the Scudetto. We would not have gotten to the Champions League semifinals. Neither of those things would have happened. You went leaps and bounds above the goals that you set out at the start of the season for your team. How do you fire that team for exceeding your expectations? It makes no sense.
The human aspect is completely not being considered here. And what pisses me off, there are people that are not considering that either. Listen, and we can even talk about the Curva Sud. The Curva Sud, guys, right now is really disappointing. There's many Italians that are just being corporate yes men bendovers in this current moment, and they're going along with this bullshit. And you know what? I'm going to predict that, I mean, hopefully I want things to go well. Hopefully they will go well. But I think that things are not going to be as rosy as some of these bendovers want them. I think they're going to be. You know what they're going to do? This is what I predict. That if things go really sour, they're going to still blame Maldini. It is because of Maldini's work, and it is because of what Maldini did that we're in this situation. These guys are going to keep on bending over for Jerry Cardinale until who knows when. And this pisses me off.
Roy, I'll make a quick point because Antonio was talking about the fans. When Jerry Cardinale was asked about the fans and how he wants to reach out to the fans, what he identified is that outside of Italy, one of the biggest countries of Milan supporters is Indonesia. So he wanted to target Indonesia and Asia as a growth for Milan's fan base. That's what he wants. So that's going to basically mean, these international friendlies that you may have one in Indonesia or Singapore or whatever. It doesn't mean anything about growing the club in terms of its table. And the other point about Maldini, it's very clear. If he was an owner not happy with the performance of the club, then the most logical reaction would be to sack the manager, Pioli. That would have made more sense if Jerry came in and sacked Pioli after this season. But what he did is he quickly identified that Maldini's goals don't fall in line with what Jerry wants to do. Maldini wants to improve performances by investing in the squad, and Jerry quickly realized that's not what I want. I want a bigger net profit at the end of the year, and that's why he sacked Maldini and not Pioli.
Yeah. They do not listen. This marriage would have never happened. It would have never worked. Maldini and Cardinale would have never been able to work together. So this was going to happen sooner or later. The only reason why they didn't do it was, I think we spoke about it the other day, is because, of course, you can't fire Paolo Maldini the moment he wins your damn Scudetto. But they were ready to do that last year already, because Jerry already knew last year, Elliot, Jerry, everybody that is running this team already knew that Maldini does not give a shit about this Moneyball, data analytics garbage, no budget, and run Milan as if it is Atalanta. Maldini, as we said earlier, is one of the people that contributed to that fucking museum of trophies. He knows what it takes to be a glorious team. He knows what it takes to be a top level team. That's what Maldini wanted, because Maldini is a Milan fan. None of us here wants Milan to be a fucking Atalanta, right? We are Milan fans. All of us fans want Milan to be, a Champions League winning team. Maldini is the first Milan fan. So what do you think he wants?
That's right.
When he listens to fucking Jerry Cardinale, this Maldini is killing himself inside. Killing himself inside.
I think that's a really great point that you made, Roy, and it has really stuck with me over the last 48 hours. Nobody wants Milan to succeed more than Maldini. No one wants us to lift an 8th Champions League trophy more than Maldini. So if this split is based on vision for the future of the club, you should be alarmed. You should be alarmed that they don't share the same vision. One thing we can say for certain is that Maldini wants Milan to succeed. Maldini wants Milan to lift an 8th Champions League trophy just as much, if not more, than all of us. Okay? So if he's being fired on the basis of vision, that is a huge cause for concern for fans. That means Gary doesn't share that vision.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep. And
That's why I
listen,
said that's why I said he doesn't care about making Milan like the best. Making Milan the best is not going to save him money. It's going to cost him money. So he's going to do everything he can to spend the least amount of money possible, regardless of the results. And he's just going to pretty much do musical chairs with people in charge because no one's going to be able to accomplish what he wants.
yeah.
He thinks we're Toulouse, Nathan. He thinks we're Toulouse and Ligue 1. He thinks we're a mid-table team that he can bring into European places. We're not a mid-table team that you can bring into European places. We are a Champions League semi-final team. We're not the same. You can't apply the exact same one-size-fits-all business model to a historic institution like AC Milan. It's not the same thing. This is what he's doing. He's looking at the profit margins. How can I reduce our admin payroll? Okay, which a lot of companies do. Even my company looks at that stuff. How can I reduce how can I increase our profit margins as much as possible by reducing our payroll? That's the first thing he did, which many companies do when they take over a new company. It's usually the first thing they do. Second thing is, how can I install people who are going to say yes to me, who are going to answer to me always and defer to me for all decisions? So the first thing you do is you reduce payroll and then increase your profit margins by doing that. Then you install yes men who are going to keep your admin payroll low because they're not going to request more money. They're not going to go against you. They're not going to push back. But here's the issue with that, okay? Here's the issue with doing that with AC Milan versus doing that with Toulouse, okay? With AC Milan, you have now inherited an extremely passionate fan base with very high expectations and a dormant sense of desire for victory and trophies that has since been awakened in the last couple of years. So what's going to happen to you, because you're applying that exact same business model to AC Milan, which is a totally different beast, your profit margins are going to go down if you do not achieve sporting results immediately, okay? Your admin payroll is going to go up because you're going to have to fire Pioli and hire another coach and continue to pay Pioli. You're going to have to fire another admin and go recruit another admin who's going to cost you more in payroll costs. It is so short-sighted. It is showing me why RedBird Capital Partners has less than 100 clients, why they had a less than 2-star reviews on Google Reviews, why they have less than 10 followers on Twitter, why their LinkedIn page looks like a middle schooler put it together. I do not think we are being owned and operated by a legitimate company.
Entity.
Entity. I think these guys are flying by the seat of their pants. They've bitten off more than they can chew. They don't even know what they're chewing on. They can't even comprehend what they've inherited. And they're applying a business model that used to work in the 80s, okay, with small, mid-sized level companies. They're applying the exact same takeover business model that businesses did in the 80s for mid-sized businesses, for fucking AC Milan.
And you know what? I guess two things. Number one, Pioli. Man, I think right now I've also lost some respect for Pioli because he should have stood behind Maldini and said, "No, we need better." And the fact that Pioli stayed quiet it's super disappointing because Maldini stood behind him in everything. So for Pioli to be a bitch at that moment is really disappointing. That goes for the Curva as well. And then if RedBird can't pay off this 300 million, does it default back to Elliott again?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sure, but I think the debt obviously defaults to someone, and then that someone will own the club. So we'll probably go. We're basically back in the era of Yonggong Lee. Essentially, we're basically the cycle is about to restart all over again. Yeah,
without the big spend.
yeah. This time without
Right.
the big spending. Yeah.
We basically we're being run by a series of formulas and algorithms thought up by people who don't understand the sport at all, don't understand the magnitude of AC Milan as a historical institution and club either, and essentially just AI and Chat GPT. Guys, that official statement from the club of Maldini and Masada's departure is one of the most cold-blooded, just disgusting displays of corporate America that I have ever witnessed. I have personally written more heartfelt departure messages for fucking interns at my company than what they put out for a club legend who won you a Scudetto way ahead of schedule, who got you to the semifinals of the Champions League way ahead of schedule, who signed you Mike, Teo, and Leao, the pillars of your team, and renewed their contracts. It is the most disgusting display of corporate America I have ever seen. I am beside myself with that statement. And the lack of social media posts, nothing. I've posted heartfelt montage videos of 20-year-olds who have interned with my company. And that's what they put out for fucking Maldini? I'm disgusted.
Yeah.
I'm disgusted.
This club has no class, has no soul, has no values. This club is a robot. The ownership of this club is going to turn us into a fucking meme. We're going to be turned into a fucking meme. Yeah, I agree. What happened and the way Maldini was fired was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
I have a point I'd like to raise.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're in the stage of the propaganda now. Maldini didn't do this. Maldini didn't do this. This person did it. And one of the things that they're pushing is that Friulani was the one that solely handled the Leao renewal. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's I don't care. But one thing that Friulani has said is that any incoming player has to stick to the wage structure, right? So they're clearly paying Leao outside of the wage structure. So does that mean he's a player that's up for sale?
I think
it does not fit their model.
Listen, if they're going to get rid of Maldini the way they did, these guys they don't care about the players anymore. The human aspect has gone outside the window. Yes, Leao will probably be on sale. Magnan, all of these players. These players right now are not human beings. They're just assets.
They're all for sale. Guys, they are all for sale. Do you understand? Mike Mignon is for sale. If an offer comes in of 60 million from Chelsea or slightly more, he's gone. If an offer comes in for Teo, he's gone. If an offer comes in, if Leao's is activated, his release clause, he's gone. These guys are all gone. One of the only things keeping these guys at the club was the presence of Maldini. And if you don't believe that, you're naive and you're basically succumbing to media propaganda from this ownership. I promise you, the human element exists. It's real, it's prevalent, and it's felt every single day by these players when Maldini is walking around the Milanello training pitch. I promise you it's there. And if you don't think it's there, you're a fool.
Yeah.
You're a complete fool.
Absolutely. And I can't believe people are not even considering that. They're not even considering that. They don't want to understand that.
Look at the posts from every single one of Maldini's signings. Go look at their social media posts. These messages are extremely cryptic. The message that they are sending is Maldini is a huge reason why A, I joined the club, B, why I renewed with the club, and C, why I want to stay at the club. And they're not happy with this. They're extremely upset with this. I don't think Gary took into consideration the human element whatsoever, the potential consequences. The funny thing about all of this is that this move was made because this ownership believed that it would be the most risk-averse decision that they could make, meaning it would incur the least amount of risk financially to the club, right? But the exact opposite could happen. Honestly, the opposite is more likely to happen. They took a huge risk firing Maldini, huge. If it doesn't pay off, we could easily slide back into the banter era twice as fast as we were able to crawl out of the banter era if this goes sideways.
Yeah. And you know, obviously, whoever the DS is going to be, Moncada or whatever, Furlani, they're going to make mistakes too. Every DS every year makes mistakes. Okay, only one DS every year gets it right. Out of 20, only one gets it right. Okay, so Moncada and fucking Furlani are not going to win the Scudetto next year. I don't even know if we can make top four. We'll see. Hopefully, we can make top four. But they're going to get players wrong too. So how do we treat them when they get players wrong? I'm very curious to see how the people are going to treat them. Are they going to demand for them to be fired? Like a lot of these spineless Milan fans around the world are happy that Maldini got fired. Are they going to do the same thing? Because Moncada is not fucking perfect. Moncada is a 36-year-old that he's going to make
first time. It's his first time in this role. Guys, Moncada is going to spend less money and probably and bring in some exciting talent, right? But some of those talents are going to fail. Some of those talents are going to fail miserably because you get what you pay for. When you sign a player for $5 million, you get what you pay for. You're taking a big risk. There is a higher likelihood and risk involved with lower cost purchases. And they add up. They add up. Guys, let's say over the next 3 transfer campaigns, Moncada signs 10 players in the 5 to 12 million range. Do you think all 10 of those players are going to succeed? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would say maybe 50% or more are not going to succeed. Then you're going to be forced into having to sell them. You're going to have disgruntled current starting 11 players who are not satisfied with the level of quality being added to the club, to the squad. They're not going to be satisfied with the lack of ambition for trophies. Like, you have to take all of those things into consideration. You cannot just look at, well, the net spend is going to be this versus what it was last summer. Dude, when you just look at numbers like a fucking robot, AI can run a successful financial firm, an accounting firm, a private equity firm. You can rely on AI and algorithms for those types of businesses a solid amount of the time. But even then, you still need people who make good decisions, who have good instincts, to make the decisions that the AI cannot make, to look into the future a bit more and the human element and assess the risk associated with decisions that the AI might be making in the current tense that is going to benefit you the next few payroll cycles. You need people to make those decisions, especially when you're running a football club and a historical institution like Milan. Like, how can you not consider all of those factors? This is a way bigger risk. Firing Maldini and installing these guys is a way bigger risk than keeping Maldini and just having a conversation about listening to Moncada a little bit more about the signings that he's recommending. You could have easily resolved this internally with great communication in a same page meeting. and just talking and discussing it. That did not happen. The legend was fired in a 3-minute meeting, cold-blooded. A statement 1 to 2 sentences long was put out. Dude, this is a way bigger risk. Way, way, way bigger. The way that they went about this is a much greater risk that they are taking than the alternative ways that they could have went about this, in my opinion.
Yeah, and listen, everybody now, I'm sure the people that are positive about it now, they're happy, because, they were angry with how the season went. But I want to see you as soon as the season starts again. I want to see you as soon as the emotions of a match start again, and then we start to lose points to these teams that we're not supposed to lose. And it was like, oh, shit, I guess... Well, it was Maldini's fault that we fucking lost. We couldn't beat Cremonese and so on, but it's still happening. So who are you going to blame now?
Yeah, so I don't want to be all doom and gloom. Clearly, I'm still pretty upset by the decision, but I do want to begin to pivot and transition into our expectations and evaluations of the future under this new tutelage. Like, I do think it's worthwhile for us to start discussing what the future looks like and what the club needs and what we're expecting from this new management team. But yeah, I mean, the wound is still open. Like, I'm still pretty upset by the decision and the way that it was handled. Unfortunately, this is corporate America and how it operates. And
yeah,
you make a good point, but I feel it's far too early to. We're all Milan fans. We all want the best, regardless how we feel about Maldini. We want the best for the club. We want to be successful, but it's until we see what product they're going to put out on the field, it's impossible to say what's going to happen. It's going to go one or two ways. It's going to be successful or it's going to be absolute shite.
Well, I'm 100% sure we're not going to be a team that can even compete to get close to winning the Champions League. I already know this. I don't need to wait 3 months. I already know this. Because the team is not being set up to do that. So there's no point in me. No offense, but there's no point in me waiting to see what's going. I already know this. I'm pissed off today because I already know that this team
all that other stuff works.
Can I also just quickly comment?
I don't see.
Can I just reply to this comment from NSM? Maldini lost us 80 to 100 million. Any owners wouldn't be happy with that. Do you know how much fucking money Maldini made Milan in the last 3 years? Sorry, Nate, I think your connection is in and out. Do you know how much money Maldini made this club in the last 3 seasons?
Okay. All right, yeah. I'll see if I can put some.
Mute yourself, Nate. Can you mute, Nate?
Yeah.
Okay. Maldini has signed players who have tripled in value. He has renewed players who have tripled in value. All of that goes into our cost assessment and cost analysis, our revenue analysis, our P&L. The value of our assets goes into our P&L analysis and calculus, okay? Also, where we have finished in the league domestically, winning the Scudetto, going to the Champions League semifinal, the 120 million euros that came with going to the Champions League semifinal. Maldini has made this club so much more fucking money than he has lost it. It's not even comparable. Also, the prestige, the global reach, the eyeballs that are all on Milan now, thanks to Maldini. These are also values that are being brought to your asset. Okay? These are intangible, priceless value that is being brought to your asset. You guys need to calculate all of that stuff. You can't say, oh, CDK, we spent 35 million, he failed. Or Rigi, we paid 4.5 million and he didn't produce a lot. That is fucking peanuts. You're talking about peanuts compared to how much value this guy brought to your club. Not just in terms of euros. which also he's brought far more than he's lost, but intrinsic, intangible value globally, the respect, the prestige, the perception, all that stuff adds up. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, listen,
You guys are moving like Gary. You're moving like corporate America, which, as someone who lives in America and works in corporate America, it's not as healthy as you think. It's not as profitable as you think. And believe me, a lot more firms fail and file for bankruptcy a year than firms that succeed with their assets that they purchase. Trust me, way more firms like RedBird Capital Partners fail than succeed with these types of business models.
100%. 100%. I want to address David. First of all, David, you need to have a little bit more respect because I have no obligation to invite anybody here. Okay. If I want to not put you on the live, it's the way it is. If you want to come to the live, first of all, you ask please. Okay. So don't fucking come here and expect that you are to be given the privilege of coming to the live. Are you going to add differing opinions to the live, or this is just an echo chamber of disgruntled doomsday doomers? This live does not fucking belong to you, David. Okay? So if you want to come on the live, you fucking ask, please, may I join the live? I have a differing opinion, and I would like to challenge your guys' opinion. But don't fucking expect me to just open the live for you because you demand it. All right, David? If I see another comment like this, you'll be fucking banned from this channel. You'll never fucking see the daylight of this channel again. Okay? So if you want to join the live, this is a channel that we invite people. This is a channel where we have differing opinions all the time. So if you want to join the live, ask, hey, can I join the live, please? Don't fucking expect to be given a link to join the live. All right? Now, I'm going to give you a chance to join the live, but fucking ask please first, David. You understand me? This motherfucker fucking comes here and thinks that I'm his fucking bitch and I'm just supposed to give him a link.
Yeah. Guys, we're going to talk about the flip side of this coin and what a positive
ask
vision.
Please, and I will give you a fucking link. And if you want to challenge us, you're welcome to do so.
Yeah, and guys, this is not a commiseration party. It's a reality party, and if you don't like reality, then I don't know what else to tell you. You can be delusional. But also, we will discuss the flip side of this and what a positive future under this new tutelage looks like. Obviously, we're going to have to transition into that and look at what are some things that could go our way under this new team. But we need to discuss the truth and the reality of what's happening. We're still very much in the early stages of one of the biggest, most massive slaps in the faces to Milanisti around the world. So to just be basically sound like an entitled asshole and prick, like just being honest. And you might not be an asshole or a prick or entitled for that matter, but just there's a time and a place, right? Clearly, we're still in the wake of a very emotional period for Milan fans, losing Maldini. Some of us are not fully ready to pivot to, I don't know what you want us to do. You want us to say Gary's a genius and he made such a great decision. If that's what you want, I'm probably not going to give you that. But I am going to be discussing what a positive future for Milan could look like under this tutelage if they make certain decisions and if certain things fall in our favor. But yeah, just don't act like an entitled prick, though. Like, there's no need for that. But yeah, just hop on, man. Well, we can discuss it. I definitely want to discuss positives as well.
Paul, this is not about beef. It's about respect, okay? I don't go to people's lives when they're fucking having a podcast and demand them to give me a link. All right? Doesn't work like that. Have some fucking respect. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
You guys know that here, this is the only fucking podcast that invites people from the chat. You're not going to get this anywhere else. Okay? So don't fucking take advantage of it and just take it for granted. Because you're not going to get what you get here anywhere else. There's no other fucking podcast that just a Milan podcast, but invites people from the chat.
True. Yeah.
So
And
don't
Roy,
take it for granted.
and Roy, he said he could have worded it differently. I'm sure he didn't really mean it that way. So David,
no, listen, don't worry.
all good, man. If you want to hop in, dude, emotions run high here at RossonARI TV all the time. So if you want to come in and bash everything I've said and offer the alternative arguments to it, you're more than welcome to. We can discuss it.
The link is for David only, guys. David only right now. I don't want to have a million people here. This is for David only. He wants to challenge, the notions. He has different opinions. We welcome differing opinions here. But one more time, don't fucking take it for granted that we give you guys a voice here, because we are happy to give everybody a voice here. I don't come here and fucking demand a link anymore. I don't want to. I don't want to hear that shit anymore, guys.
Yeah. And then Roy, just on a personal note, like, you guys have to recognize RossonARI TV provides an extremely unique opportunity to the Milan community. Roy and Lair and these guys, Antonio, like, they could easily make a scripted show that could exponentially increase their following, their engagement. They could be like all these other Milan channels, keep it closed, stick to a script. They could do that. They choose not to, because running an authentic channel is more important to them than being famous and rich on YouTube. It would be nice to be famous and rich on YouTube, because I think that they deserve it. But just, have a little bit of respect for what these guys are providing Milan fans around the world, because it's unique and it's not being offered by any other channel. So we need to really treat it that way and hold it, because it's precious.
I agree with that, Antonio. Well said. Just if we are going to flip the conversation,
it's all good. It's rock. But I also am an American that went to a similar school who lives in Pennsylvania, so that's why I sound like Antonio.
All right. Okay. So David is here. Let's hear what David has got to say.
What's up, David?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are a few things. So I just took down some notes. The first thing was essentially the saying that.
David, can I just stop you? Can I just stop?
What'd you say?
Can you get closer to the mic?
Oh, okay. I don't know where my mic is, which is the issue. Let me see. It's like a desktop, so.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, David, do you understand why I'm not happy with how you come here and just?
Oh yeah, I could have worded it better, but I mean, you are putting words in my mouth, because I didn't say any of that. Like I didn't demand anything. So.
David, do you want to see what you wrote? Because I didn't put any words in your mouth. I just showed the comment that you put here.
That was also the third time I commented.
It doesn't matter how many times you asked, David.
David. So when you enter, anyways, David, before you go, when you enter a live for the first time and there was a heated exchange, let me just tell you this as someone who is a leader that leads others, runs a successful business. Have a sense of humility. The first thing you should do is probably just say, hey, my bad. Didn't mean to come off that way. Just wanted to join the live and offer an alternative narrative. Didn't mean to say that this is just a doomsdayer, like circle jerk. My bad. Thanks for having me on. So I just want to teach you that you sound like a young guy. I want you to be successful. So communication is extremely key to having success in life. And I just wanted to give you that advice. Not to
No, what I mean? The wording was a bit harsh. It's just that I didn't demand. Like that's the only thing I'm contesting. Like you're right. I shouldn't have been like a little bit rude with the wording, but I was wrong for the wording, and yeah.
All good.
Is that okay?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, so basically the first thing was that I feel like people are overstating the trajectory of the club right now. I think that we have to look at the track record since Maldini was signed in June of 2019. And essentially look through all of his transfers, which I have them pulled up, and we can go through them. And then we need to also compare that to what the current management would look like, which would be Billy Bean, which would be Moncada, and which would be Forlani, right? So if we look at those, and this is the first point. There are other ones, but the first point is this. If we look through all of his transfers, so in summer of 2019, he signed Krunic, Hernandez, Theo, Leao, Benacer, Rebic. Then 2020, January 2020, he took Ibrahimovic, Salamakers, Begovic, Kier. 2020 summer, Kalulu, Diaz, Tonali, Tatrusanu, Hao, Dalo. 2021 January, Mate, Tamori, Mandzukic. 2021 summer, Manyan, Florenzi, Giroud, Balotelli, Bakayov, Macias. Then Pellegrini, Ranti Lazitic. And then this summer, which is the worst one, Adli, Origi, CDK, Chiao, Bronx, Justin Vasquez. So here's what we have to. What I've deduced from this is that Maldini is very good at defensive signings. So he's gotten Chiao, Tamori, Theo, Benacer, Krunic, all those pretty much right. But the issue is, and it's been way before he came to the club, the issue has almost always been an attack. We still have not found a solid striker to replace, and Giroud is like a band-aid solution, same with Zlatan. We also haven't addressed the right wing. So he's good in that, and I don't think he should have left. Let me make that clear. But I think it was necessary because there's essentially, and this gets into my other point, but there's essentially a power imbalance. Maldini, the reason why he didn't join before, like under Yang Hung Lee, for example, or other managements, is because he wanted power. And power is, I'm not saying it's a bad thing if he can do what he wants, but I'm saying that if there's a clash between Moncada and other directors and Maldini, in order for the business to run effectively, there needs to be someone who has the last say. He, at this moment, had the last say until he was fired. So Moncada is now getting that, and also I think Moncada, Forlani, and this other guy is now getting greater responsibility, Moncada in specific, because he's the one that suggested a lot of good names. So what I'm getting from this is, one, that he's very good at defensive signings. I don't think he should have left, but I think that it's kind of even like if for example, let's say Jerry Cardinelli, he asked him like, how about you stay, but you your authority is lesser. I don't think he would accept that, because that was the main reason why he didn't join before. And in addition to that, you can see that the offensive signings which he did get right, and this is assuming that it was his call to get these players, is Leao, Theo, and Giroud. And I think I think everyone would agree with that. Obviously, the ones that from this transfer market is way worse. And I will agree that he does have good pull. Of course, being a legend helps in terms of like negotiating. But at the same time, if you look at the signings that he made, a lot of these signings, they weren't players that were contested, in the sense that, like, for example, when Leao signed for Milan, he wasn't a contested player. And when Theo signed to Milan, he wasn't a contested player. In order to sign superstars, that's when the pull matters. But if you have like young talents, and
do you know that, David? Just real quick,
yeah.
Do you know that? You know that other proposals and clubs were not in for Leao and Theo, or are you just assuming that?
You can look at the reports. You can go back on like take away back machine. For example,
we know that Inter was trying to get Leao. We know that Inter was trying to get Giroud too.
That's fine.
That's also Tonali.
My point is this,
every single player is being contested, David. Every single player.
No. Listen. Because I only mentioned 3 players. Let me make this clear. I mentioned 3 players.
I would just assume that every player that we've signed, other clubs were also interested in signing them, because that's the nature. That's a better assumption than nobody is interested in Leao. No club is interested in Leao. That's not a better assumption.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: when superstars, they have many options. They also have many good options. I'm talking about players that are young. They may have other options, but Milan in itself is already pretty appealing. So my point, and again, let me make this clear. I'm talking about 3 specific players: Leao, Theo, and Giroud. Because other players, I agree, Maldini was good for. He got a lot of good defensive reinforcements. Again, Tonali, Benacer, Krunic, Theo, Tamori, Chao, Kalulu, Manyan. All those were good. Okay. So, and again, I agree that he should have like stayed, because he obviously has that in him, like, in terms of like he has value. That's true. But I think that this gets to my other point. How exactly do you really think that Maldini would accept like a lowering in authority? Like, I don't think he would accept that. And I think that if Cardinelli asked him to do that, that would be even more disrespectful than telling him like I don't like, you're fired. You know what I mean? Like, that's the other thing that I'm concerned.
So I think the failed signings have nothing. I mean, everyone makes mistakes, but are you considering at all what the budget was that Maldini had to work with?
I agree. The budget is not.
I'm gonna say this. Wait, David. Wait, David. What's up, guys? I hope everyone's fine.
What's up, Saif?
David, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Just give me a yes or no answer. When you want to get an attacker, who's gonna be more expensive? If you want to get attacking players or defensive players?
Attacking.
That make the attacking. So if you get a 50 million, name me a sporting director who has a 50 to 70 million budget for the whole summer and buys great attacking players. Name me one sporting director.
I can't name one off the top of my head.
Exactly, because it doesn't happen.
Okay, so this is like a gotcha question, right? Like, let me finish my point. So my point is this: like, of course, the budget isn't ideal. Like, we all agree that it's more likely when you have, especially in soccer or football, whatever, that the prices are high, the market's inflated, so you should have bigger budgets ideally. But the fact is that Maldini didn't adapt, and he also made a lot of bad calls over the course of.
Maldini
again,
didn't
I'm not
adapt.
Saying, listen. Of course, he made good calls. I already mentioned them. I already mentioned the good calls he made. But I'm specifically talking about the attack. Okay, he made consistent errors in the attack. The players that he did get, Theo and Leao, were very good, but they did cost money. They were 30 million and 20 million. And Giroud was like a band-aid solution. Also, Zlatan was also very good. But those were band-aid solutions. We haven't really addressed the right wing for a long time, the striker and the cam position.
Hold on.
If the ownership is giving you less than 5 million
how you gonna get a good attack
to sign a right winger, what was we see a 6?
You cannot call Giroud a band-aid solution when the budget
Giroud
is
is not a band-aid solution. Giroud brought
every single person on this.
So how can you blame Maldini for a lack of a top right wing and the lack of a top striker when he's given no budget?
Zlatan completely.
All right, one at a time, guys. One at a time, please.
Zlatan completely transformed the football club. That's not a band-aid solution.
Okay, how long did he last for? Like, how many seasons?
I don't care if he lasted one season.
That's literally the
Zlatan
definition
is the
of a
one that
band-aid solution. It's temporary.
Without Zlatan, you wouldn't have seen Milan won a Scudetto.
That's
Zlatan
great. I
came
agree.
because of Maldini.
I agree.
Without Giroud, you would also haven't seen a Scudetto.
And without Teo, Tomori, Kalulu, Tonali, Leao, Benacer, and Krunic, you would not have won a Scudetto. Maldini got all of those players with no budget.
You realize
listen, you cannot accept.
That's the first thing I said.
You cannot accept Maldini to accept something from a Cardinale who doesn't know even football how it works, and to say, listen, Maldini, you're gonna have less power. Cardinale doesn't even know how football works.
David, those were not band-aid solutions. Those were key solutions.
They were key, but they were also temporary. You cannot claim that these were long-term signings that fixed this position. They weren't. Giroud is 38, 36, 37. Zlatan already retired. And so, like, I don't
because if you want to buy Osimhen, you have to spend 70 million, David.
So, David, are you placing the blame on the lack of good attacking signings on Maldini, or the budget that he was given?
It's not even about blame. Like,
so what is your qualm?
Let me finish. The point is that it's a comparison. So right now we have Moncada, we have Forlani, and this Billy Bean guy. Okay, so I don't really know what this Billy Bean guy does. I mean, he's done good in other sports, but regardless, Moncada is the one that's gonna have greater authority. So the comparison is, and I don't blame Maldini at all. I think he did very good with what he had. It's like, for example, getting a 90 versus 100 on an exam. Like, it's not wrong to get a 90. It's better to do better. So what I'm saying is that Moncada, he has a much higher proven track record, especially when it comes to attackers, and I think that that's where we really need to address everything. I also think that I do agree with the fact that the ambitions don't seem to align, because I mean it seems to be that he wants to get as much money as possible, and to get as much money as possible, he basically want to become a feeder club like Ajax or Benfica. So, but at the same time, there is some history for Milan, and I think that there's also some figureheads in the team that instill sort of ambition, that even if we like bring players in, that like I don't think we'd be mid-table. I don't think that's I mean, I could be wrong again, but we also anyone that says we're not going to be that we are going to be mid-table, like they also like have just as much information as I do. So, and we also haven't even started the market yet. So let's see a few transfers come in, and then we might be able to evaluate it better. Because let's see,
what transfers are you expecting if this report is true at 35
So these three positions that I think needs to be filled are striker, right wing, and the center attacking mid.
Okay. And how are you
35 million?
How are you going to get them with 35?
What are you doing with 35?
Well, that's assuming the 35 million is correct.
Let's assume.
Let's assume it is.
Yes. Okay. Let's assume it is. In that case, we'll have to see what Moncada has to cook up. Like, I don't know what the names he's looking at, but we have to. What I'm trying to get at basically is that these positions were not filled, and you also have to remind yourself this, that he was given a budget, even if it wasn't a lot. He was given 35 million for CDK. He was given Yassin Adli, which didn't work. I don't know if it's his fault. Not even it's his fault. It's like it was mainly Pioli that didn't play him. That was 10 million. Origi, I mean, he was free, so I don't really blame him for that. And then go back. Lazic was 5 million, and he did literally nothing. Macias was 6, and I think that was an average signing. Bakayoko was alone, so it doesn't matter. Druid was, I think, okay. Mina was good. Mandzukic was free transfer, but he did nothing. So there's like a consistent pattern here.
No. Hold on, Rock. Hold on,
Go ahead, Roy.
David. I do not accept that answer because you're here cherry picking these players. What about the other players? What about the
I
players
told you,
that
Leao, Theo, and Drew. Those are
The only thing consistent. Hold on, David. Real quick, before I actually do want to address those cherry pick signings. The only thing consistent with all of those names, apart from CDK, who's an outlier, is that Maldini was forced into nearly free transfers because he was given no budget. You're gonna blame a guy for making signings where you gave him zero euros to spend?
Well, that's not really true.
10 million is zero. 10 million to spend is 0 euros.
Sorry.
Even you didn't count all the players that Maldini came. You mentioned 3, but it's not just 3. It's Mike, it's Tomori, it's Kalulu, it's Theo, it's Tonali, it's Benacer, it's Leao, it's Giroud, it's Kjaer.
Well, the issue with David is we're listening, right? And you're cherry picking poor signings that were forced because Maldini was given no budget for an actual productive attacking player.
David.
Let me finish because both 3 people talk. Let me just finish. The point is, yes, the budget is restrictive, but there's documented evidence and from BTLO that just came out, and also I think it's pretty obvious, being that Maldini is a higher up, in authority position, that he has the final say. Now he doesn't anymore. The fact is that he was clashing on suggestions and going for players that ultimately turned out to be much better. Moncada has a much higher proven track record.
Okay, David. I get it. I get where you're going. Now, can you prove to me that if those players came to Milan, they would have performed?
Yes, I don't need to prove.
How do you know? How do you know?
Wait, let me make this clear.
How do you know if it would have come to Milan, they would have performed?
May I just address this point? Even if you get those players, you're not winning anything with kids. You need experience. We don't need kids now. We are a serious team. We went past that phase to build team with kids and fight for a 4th place.
Kids too.
How do you know that Dybala, who has a proven injury record in history and has been injured various times throughout the season with Roma, how do you know Dybala, with Pioli's training methods and our playing style where the cam has to run ragged, how do you know that he would have played 36 games and contributed goals and assists? How can you say that for a fact?
Just a second. Diaz has the same stats that Dybala has at Roma. They have the completely same stats.
He only performs against the bottom team. He never performs when it's a big game.
He didn't score the game-winning goal against Tottenham in the Champions League quarterfinals.
What about
Juventus?
You are cherry picking, David.
Against the big team. Watch Milan.
If you want to come here and give us a solid argument, you don't fucking cherry pick. You put it all together. No. Now I fucking finish, David. You stay quiet right now. I finish. You don't come here and tell us what to fucking do, first of all. If you want to give us a solid argument.
To me, and then I won't say anything, sure. That's fine.
But you're talking like.
But you've been talking for a long time. Come on, man. You've been given.
No, now you're mute.
Don't act like
if you want to come here and give us an argument, do not cherry pick.
You can't say let me finish after 10-minute monologues. We can't just let you talk for an hour. You have to let people reply. Just don't forget your thought. Don't lose your train of thought. Let people reply, and then keep going. Do you know how a conversation works?
Yeah.
Okay. This guy is a fucking entitled little brat, and he thinks he has no respect for it.
Who's being disrespectful now?
No, I'm going to be disrespectful to you because you deserve David, if you want to come here and give us an argument, do not cherry pick. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, no problem. If I finish it completely, I won't.
But you're talking for 20 minutes and you still haven't finished.
Okay.
You're talking 20 minutes.
It's a nuanced point, so it does require.
And you haven't finished.
Just how about this? I don't mean that I wasn't able to finish. I did talk for a long time, but the reason is because right after I have 3 people talking at the same time, so I can't.
Go ahead, David. Just go. We don't need. We know what's happening. We're aware.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the point being, let's see. Let me get the list of players up. So we have Brahim, CDK, and those actually no. Brahim was alone, so that doesn't really matter, and he got renegotiated with a small price. So Brahim and CDK was fine. Now, let me go to your point about the Dybala thing. There are no guarantees in life. Any player that you sign, no matter how good, there's a chance they'll mess up. That's fine. There's always going to be a chance. The point is about the probability of it happening. Now, the reason why I'm saying that Moncada has a better proven track record is because, one, it's factually true for like his entire career. It's what he's dedicated to. Second of all,
better proven track record of what though?
What the hell, bro? Of finding good players, like players that will.
The thing is, I want to let you. I want to let you speak, but also you can't just make shit up. He does not have a proven track record of acquiring players, signing them, and then renewing their contracts. He has no track record because he's never done that. Okay, just be specific. Say he has a proven track record of identifying talent. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. Keep going.
So Dybala, no matter which season he's been, of course he does have injury problems. That's true, but he always performs. Like when he has to say that like he has a less chance of performing than CDK is like stupid. And the second thing is like for the other players, the players that we didn't sign, we missed out on that ended up balling at. So Colombonia, Eintracht. I know the Bundesliga is less, but still, I'd rather have him over Rebic. I'd rather have him over Origi. And the same thing goes for Enzo. Enzo, of course, he is in a bad Chelsea team. But the fact is that we would have gotten him for a very cut price fee if we had gone for him. He was at Benfica before his price exploded before the World Cup. I think those three are good enough actually because those, like again, even if we didn't sign them,
he completely flopped at Chelsea. So what's your point?
He did not.
You understand, David, that this is going to happen next year too.
He didn't do anything. 12.
Wait, no. I have to say this, guys. Let me. No. Hold on, safe, and then you can go next. David, you understand this is going to happen next year. Moncada and Pugliani are going to choose players, and then we're going to discover that these other players that they didn't choose instead are doing better somewhere else. This is a cycle. This is going to happen every year, every single time. This is what you're talking about is just anti-Maldini propaganda. That's all it is. There's no DS that is going to be perfect.
Hold on. Sorry if your connection's out. Keep going.
Right, you know what would have happened? In Dybala instead of CDK, we would have people came here still making excuses and being like, Dybala's injury prone. CDK is a young player. We should have went for CDK. So listen, either way, it's a losing debate.
And safe. And what they would have said is this. No, what they would have said is this, because CDK the year before joining Milan scored 14 goals and 9 assists. Right
in the Belgian league,
like Koulibaly in Frankfurt. Scoring a shitload of goals.
Are you saying they would have said the Bundesliga are the same?
So real quick, I have a meeting and I have to hop off just real quick. The fact is Maldini and his signings and his key renewals, by the way, he renewed all of those key signings, won you a Scudetto way ahead of schedule and got you to the semifinals of the Champions League way ahead of schedule. So to cherry pick bad signings, bad decisions, whatever, it doesn't matter who we signed, to be quite honest with you, because at the end of the day, we qualified for Champions League, we won a Scudetto, we went to the semifinals of a Champions League. And if you think we would have accomplished the same by signing 3 or 4 kids who may or may not work out, you're delusional if you think we would have achieved those accomplishments with those signings. 2, after you make those signings, you would not have renewed them either. This management would go and sell those kids because they've appreciated in value and they want to make a profit. So you would have never lifted that Scudetto trophy. You would have never made it to the Champions League semifinals. So if you are fine with a more sustainable model of signing young talents who might or may not do well, not being able to renew them because under this tutelage you can't do that without Maldini, but let's say you are able to renew them, but the majority you sign on for higher fees. Are you happier with that model and not lifting trophies? Or are you happier with Maldini making, for the most part, 90%, you said 90% out of 100 on his test. Are you more satisfied with having Maldini in your institution, getting a 90 out of 100 on his test, and your team that you support lifting trophies? Or are you willing to take a risk on 94% out of 100, but now you can't renew those players because you don't have Maldini in those negotiations, and you sell those players on, and there's the chance that you don't lift trophies. Because one thing we know for a fact, if we're speaking on the basis of fact, is that you lifted a Scudetto last season, and you got to Champions League semifinals this season with Maldini. With Maldini.
And you qualified for the Champions League 3 years on the trot.
So do you want me to answer that, or I don't know what I'm supposed to say that because I agree with everything you said, but that wasn't my point. My point is the comparative. So Maldini, yes, he did great things, and again, I said I would have preferred him to stay, especially for defensive reinforcements. I just don't think that's realistic. Maldini is not the type of person that will go for a demotion in authority. Like he's gonna defer his authority to Moncada. So again, I agree. Maldini, it would have been ideal for Maldini to stay. My point is that I don't think it's as bad as most of the fan base, not only here on Twitter, on Reddit. I don't think most of the fan base understands, or I think that they're over exaggerating essentially, which is my point.
Wait.
We'll have this conversation again next year. Let's see.
No. We are not over exaggerating. We are Milan. We are not a team to be built to fight for fourth place. We are built team to fight for Scudettos. Maldini was battling for that, and because that asshole Jerry didn't agree with that, he sacked him. Because
how do you know that we're still not going to fight for those?
How he's gonna fight with a 35 million budget?
Exactly.
You realize Leao costed like 30, Theo costed 22. Like you can get superstars for cheaper, right? You don't necessarily need to bend ball out.
And
one per market.
Leao became
Leao took 3 seasons.
3 seasons.
Okay.
David,
listen, my point
get some context because we signed young
the
players
time.
back then for that Milan. The young players had time to develop. This Milan, it's different. Get some context in.
Some players adapt quicker than others. That's the fact. Some players they need more time. Like CDK, for example, he hasn't even learned the language yet. So there's some players that are just better than others at adapting. So I don't think you can make like a wholesale generalization of everything.
And Moncada knows who these players are, right? He's got the magic
ball. How do you know with the 35 million budget you won't fight for trophies? What team in the world with 35 million budget fights for trophies? Tell me one team.
Bayern doesn't spend that much.
Bayern doesn't spend that much.
What are you talking about, bro?
Bayern doesn't spend that much.
Bayern just spent 80 million on a defender.
And look at their fucking wage bill. Look at Bayern's wage bill.
They spent 80 million on the league. They spent 70 million on Mane.
I say one word,
and you're gonna say Bayern does that.
I say 4. Okay, my point is that the De Ligt signing is an anomaly because that's their highest ever. Before that, it was 40 million for Tolisso. Before this is like, let's say 2017. Before that, they never spent more than 40 million. All of their transfers were very keen. And again, let me say this again. I do believe in more investment. More investment is ideal. Okay, but it is not the end of the road. Like I don't. You guys.
Yes,
my point is this.
You want to
it is not
for titles, yes.
You guys
but if you're satisfied for the team to be for 5th, 6th place, and you're satisfied,
I never said I was. Who said I was satisfied with that?
When you say players, some players are better than others at adapting. If they're young players under the 35 mil range, who are you referring to? Because Leao took 3 seasons. Who are you referring to? Who hits the ground running right away in AC Milan in Serie A? Who?
I don't need.
Who are you referring to?
You're
because they don't exist.
The top of my head.
They don't. No. I already know the answer. I'll give you the answer. None.
Actually, not true.
I'll give you the answer. None.
Okay, Pedri, Gavi, these are young players that immediately got into the first team and did immediately.
Those are people that grew up in Barca's academy. Those are not players that they signed from a foreign league.
Who cares? Why does that matter? The point is that some players are better. Some players just have a better mentality.
Okay, Pedri and Gavi are 18, right? 18 and 19 years old. Maybe Pedri's 20 now. How much do they cost? Are you going to get them with a 35 mil budget?
Did I say that we were going to get them? No, I didn't say that.
So who are you saying that we're going to get with a 35 mil budget who's going to immediately hit the ground running in Serie A with Milan?
Listen. I'm not the scout here. You have to understand this. I'm deferring the responsibility of that to Moncada. I'm trusting him for that. Okay, you're asking me to give you names off the top of my head, which is very
Moncada did scout players. He scouted Leao. He scouted Leao, right? Leao took 3 seasons. That's all I'm telling you. If you want to win right now, if you want your club to lift trophies right now, if you want your club to lift trophies now, and you're not willing to wait 3 or 4 years, then it made more sense to have Maldini's method and strategy on the market. But if you're happier with Moncada's method on the market, you're essentially saying that you're happier waiting to lift more trophies, correct? You're happier just to wait?
No, I never said that. I'm just saying that you cannot make a wholesale generalization. It's not necessarily true. That especially another thing you have to consider is that when Leao joined, there was no structure yet. We did not have a solid management. And again, I know
guys, real quick, I have a meeting. David, I'm not cutting you off. I have a meeting, so I have to hop off, but I'll hop back on. All right, keep going.
Guys, please mute. I think that's you, Andon. David, if you're going to bring up examples, but then you don't have concrete examples, like what's the point of bringing up these conversations? What's the point of bringing up? You can get players that can hit the ground right away, but I don't know any. No, if you're going to bring up these conversations, then you have to bring evidence, right?
That's true, but I'm also not a scout. Maybe we should wait. Like, let's say a few weeks from now, we'll probably see different reports, and we should also maybe see 1 or 2 signings. Not even, maybe just 1. I don't know. But my point is that we should see more reports, more evidence that comes out. You're right. I think there's one person on this live that like does like spreadsheets or whatever. I'm not like that dedicated yet. But my point is that like Moncada, he's better at identifying talents, and I think that we should just wait to see what we cook up. Because remember, when the transfer market started, we were linked to players like Arnautovic. Like that's more of the same thing, and that doesn't solve our issue.
Okay, now we're linked to Marcus Thuram and Pulisic.
Yeah, that's better. Thuram is better. Thuram is way better.
Thuram is better than and according to what metric? Thuram is second in the national team.
You're telling
Giroud
me
plays
Thuram.
Listen to me. Yeah. I'm talking now, bro. Thuram in the national team sits on the bench while Giroud plays.
Okay, so what? Giroud has been there for a long time. Thuram is not Arnautovic is not better than Thuram. Not only like now, but also the fact that Arnautovic is very old. He's gonna retire pretty soon. So
yeah, that's the only thing. It's the age. But how do you know that Arnautovic is better than Thuram? How do you know that one is going to be better than the other? And what about Pulisic?
I don't know about the Pulisic. I don't think that's concrete yet. So I don't know about that yet.
Well, that's what we're being linked to.
Pulisic earns 13 million at Chelsea a year. There's no chance that we're getting Pulisic. Yeah. None.
Is it net or gross?
I think that's gross.
Okay, cool.
Still no chance. Still no chance. Still way out of our. If Jerry is sticking to his wage structure, there is not a chance in hell we're getting Pulisic. Listen, not that I want him.
Listen, guys. You guys know me. I do these calculations. Yeah, sometimes I get it wrong. Sometimes I get it right. I don't see Milan at all being anywhere near being a contender for trophies in these upcoming years. With this structure, with this idea, with these people. Because people make the difference. The human element makes the difference. Leao wouldn't have become Leao without the tutelage of Maldini being there every day at Milanello. Because the one person that understands what it's like and what it takes to compete for Milan, to compete and win those trophies that are in that museum is Maldini. Moncada can't teach that to fucking Leao. Furlani can't teach that to Leao. And Jerry can't fucking teach that to Leao. Okay, so these are also other elements that need to be taken in consideration.
Yeah, I agree.
So David, since you are optimistic, what do you tell me why you think that Milan is going to maintain its status of being a club that is going to elevate to fight for the Champions League and the Scudetto? Okay, give me your reasoning.
Okay, sure. So there was one thing I was going to say, but regardless, I'll just answer your question first. So if I'm being honest right now, I don't think it's the best time right now. Maybe like in a month, I'd be able to go based off of like the reports of like what we're looking at. But for right now, I think that we'll definitely every year we will, or at least at the very least, we will fight for top 4. I think we'll try to get to the at least quarterfinal stages of the Champions League. And, with some luck, it could go farther than that. I'm not sure yet if we're going to go for the Scudetto, but if you actually look at the competing teams, they are also not as I don't think they're as stable or as like favorites. I don't think there's like a clear favorite for next year. Maybe Inter, but also at the same time they have their own issues. So what I think is it depends on who the personnel that comes in. Let's say at the end of the transfer market we get like a really promising striker and we don't fill the right wing or even the camp. I still think that's good enough because if you have a promising striker, we have to understand Milan had the most big chances missed this season in Serie A. That's a huge thing. It was like 66. Right, so that makes a big difference. If you can have a striker that gets onto those chances, big chances meaning that they were very likely. They just needed like they just needed like a little tap or something. Obviously, it's not easy like that, but the point being that a good striker would finish those. So I think that even if we get one of those positions like a solid, because again we have Leao. If the right wing, if we had a similar or even like half as much as Leao on the right wing, that gives us more options. It gives us more what's it called? like it gives us a greater amount of not only more options, it makes us more unpredictable. So our sets of plays could be more unpredictable. Our it just gives us more options essentially, and I think that will help. So even if one of those, even if one of the camp, let's say CDK, let's say he comes good, right? That could be a new signing. Basically, that's basically a new signing because we don't expect anything from him.
All right, and are you going to give Maldini the credit if CDK does come
I
good?
said yes. If he comes good, of course I'll give Maldini the credit. My point is this: I agree, Maldini should have stayed. I just don't think I don't think he would agree to having like his authority demoted. What I'm saying is, I would have liked Maldini to stay. I think that Moncada should have been listened to more. I think Maldini maybe as long as he kept his authority, honestly, and he just like listened to Moncada a little bit more. I think I would prefer that. And I also think that the human element. I already said before, it's true. The human element is there, but at the same time, I think we're over exaggerating it because a lot of the key figureheads in that team, a lot of the not even figureheads, just the inherent history of Milan is already kind of. I know that having a player like Maldini, a legend, instill that into new signings is like ideal. But even if you don't have that figurehead, Milan inherently is still a very historic club.
No, yeah, but it doesn't achieve the results. It does not achieve the results you wanted to achieve. Those things matter more than you think. More than you think.
What are you saying?
Without people like that, without even Ibrahim, you called it a bandit. Even with look at Ibrahimovic and how he turned around that locker room. The mentality.
Well, I do agree. Again, those.
And do you think Maldini does not contribute to the mentality and the fighting spirit of the player?
The very first thing I said was that the human element is there. I agree with you.
It's important. It's not there. It's important.
It is. Yes, it is also very important.
Where was that? What about during the Fassone Mirabelli era?
Yeah, they're clowns. Like they don't know what to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think Moncada and Furlani are going to be
also we didn't have a good coach back. Again, we have key figureheads, players. The more experienced players. So Zlatan, Maldini. Maldini's not a player, but Giroud, Pioli. Again, I know that we lost Zlatan and Maldini. I think there were reports of like. Did you see the report from I don't know exactly who, but you saw the report that was like they want to bring in like a figurehead essentially. Did you see that or no?
Ibrahimovic.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's that. So my point being that you can have remember during the banter era, we didn't have any of that. None of the coaches had a good mentality. None of the players inherited a good mentality. There was no actual team leaders. At this point, we have lost a few, but at the same time, I don't think the mentality goes back to that banter era, which is the sentiment that I'm hearing online. So my point is that yes, the human element is important, but I don't think we lose it completely if we lose Maldini.
Okay, let me ask you something. So you were saying in the banter we didn't have that. So when did we start having that?
When Maldini came back, when Zlatan
Thank you. When Maldini came back, and who brought Zlatan back to add on?
Maldini.
Okay. And you know that this management is never going to sign anybody like Zlatan. And they don't want people like Maldini. They don't want people like Maldini that are bigger than them. They want yes men with no personality that just say, yes, Jerry, we'll do this for you and do that for you. How do you think this is going to translate to the sporting side of things?
Roy, can I just say something? I just think with regards to Ibrahimovic leaving, Maldini's sacking is, first of all, very poor timing, because if you look at Ibrahimovic and Maldini, they are the two spearheads, the central figures that enhanced Milan's performance and got them to 3 back-to-back Champions League qualifications, a Scudetto, and a semi-final position. So when you take away Ibrahimovic's influence, and don't get me wrong, and I don't think anyone would disagree, Maldini doesn't just sit in an office upstairs somewhere. He's on that training pitch every day. Tomori speaks about it, and Theo as well. Maldini's constantly talking to us. He tells us what to do. He gives us advice. And he's not giving advice just about what to do in your positions. He's given them life advice, how to behave on and off the pitch. And that's what improves the squad. That's why he took a group of kids with Ibrahimovic to go and win the league and be champions. That's why people think that are saying, oh, Maldini, oh, he was just, there for transfers. He's so much more. And when you lose all of that, your whole foundation goes. So, Roy, I'm with you. Next season, we've got no hope of top 4, because the other teams are going to improve. They're going to have a budget far in excess of 35 million, and they're going to have managers who are going to demand more. Pioli's not going to demand more because he'll be out the door.
Yeah, there's no more space for demands. There's no more space for other ideas. This club has been. It's clear how this club is going to work. There's only one idea, and if you don't go along with it, you are fired. Okay, doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter who you are. And so here Chunk is saying, Roy, his point is that the mentality is already there, and the players who Maldini transmitted to, along with the same leading figures like Giroud and Pioli, who can pass it on to the new guys. Now, I have said that this team is going to pretty much run on the fumes of what these players have learned from Maldini.
Yeah, but that fuse is going to run out, Roy.
That fume is going to run out because there's no intention of keeping these players anymore.
Because you know what's going to happen is them players that were 2 out of 10 are now 4 or 5 out of 10. And they're looking at Milan going, hold on a second, I'm 5 out of 10. I don't belong finishing 5th in the league. I'm going to go to Chelsea, or I'll go to a Premier League team, because at least there I'll improve further. Because what's going to happen with this current Milan team? Jerry's not once mentioned I'm going to bring silverware back to this club. He's not once mentioned that I'm going to focus my team around Leao and I'm going to build a new squad for the years to come. He's not mentioned anything like that because he doesn't want that. And as soon as the players realise that, they'll jump ship, because their careers are, 10, 12 years maximum? They're not going to stick around.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of appealing projects outside of Europe. Milan is not the only team that exists, guys. There's a lot of appealing projects out there that are structured very well and that are very ambitious. One thing that I learned working in football is that players, especially good players, they want to win. Good players stick around when the winning is good.
Look,
and that's a fact.
How many cups has Hakan Çalhanoğlu won at Inter since leaving Milan? Yes, he missed out on the Scudetto.
4 so far.
He's won 4 cups. People in Milan only have to look across the road to realise, hold on a second, Inter have got to the final of the Champions League. Çalhanoğlu's gone. Kessie has gone to Barcelona and won the league. Why the fuck are we here? Tomori, if I was Tomori, I'd be like, I've fucking done what Maldini brought me here to do. I'm going back to England and I'm going to go and fight for my England base, because he's not going to get an England call-up whilst playing in an Italian league with Milan finishing 5th and 6th. So I can already see what's going to happen. The only reason these players were there, Theo Hernandez moving from Real Madrid to Milan, the only reason he's there is because Maldini picked him up from Ibiza. People forget these things.
Give it a year or two, and the stars of the team like Leao, Tomori are all going to be gone, and we're going to replace them with nobodies, and we're going to fall down fighting for top 4 once again. It's clear, man. What's going to happen? And the whole thing about Moncada, people also have to realize that Moncada worked in Monaco. Monaco does not have the pressure of AC Milan. You can have time to scout guys like Mbappe, like Bernardo Silva, like the players like these who have time to develop. If Monaco finishes 5th, 6th, 7th in the Liga, it doesn't matter. I know their fam. I know how shit works in France. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Well,
Milan is different. You need. I'm not saying go and buy Nkunku and Haaland, but fucking hell, you know.
Yeah, but sorry, is that Nathan? I thought we're at
Safe.
Oh, because Maldini said, look, for 3 years, I've given you a Champions winning team. I've given you a team 3 years on the trot in Champions League with those finances. I've given you 120 million this year for the Champions League. You've got last year's Scudetto. Give me 70 million so I can go buy you that striker that's going to get you 25 goals a season. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the last person who scored over 20 goals for Milan is back in, Kaká's era, was it? Probably before that.
Ibra and before that it was Shevchenko.
Yeah, so
in the league.
What Maldini wanted was, look, I've given you a stabilised defence, and I've given you some structure to the midfield, and I've given you a goalie. The snake that left us for PSG, he replaced it in an instant. No one's even... This goalkeeper, Donnarumma, was supposed to be Italian's heir to Buffon. Everyone was saying he's going to be the best in the world. Maldini made us forget him in a split of a second. No one is mentioning Donnarumma's name right now. And when he gives you that squad, he accomplishes what he has and then says, just give me 70 million. Let me get you that attacker, just like City did and got Haaland. if you give Maldini 70 million for a striker and a winger, I promise you, we would have been in the Champions League final. We would have done back-to-back Scudettos, because you would have had a striker that scored 20 plus goals a season, like Lautaro Martinez, like Lukaku and Dzeko, and who's the chap for Lazio, who's Immobile, who constantly scores 20 goals a season. We need someone like that.
Can I just say something? A few things. So I do agree. I said it at the very beginning. I'm repeating this for like the fifth, sixth time, that yes, Maldini was very good at defensive signings, and I agree that he should have stayed. Ideally. The other thing is this, that about the leaders point, like Pioli, Giroud, Maignan, I think all of these, they are essentially passing it on. And again, I don't necessarily think it's a guarantee that we know that they're going to sell high or sell all the best assets, because the only indication we have of that is like other clubs, like Monaco, for example, or like Dortmund.
David,
wait, let me finish. Okay. What do you want to say?
David, just let me interrupt you very quickly. There's a 28-minute clip of an interview with Jerry. I'm going to send. I've posted it on the WhatsApp. You need to listen to that, because he explains why he bought Milan, what his model is, and what he plans to do. And you need to listen to that, because we're not just saying these things because out of thin air. We're specifically referring to what Jerry's saying in his business model.
Right, I have seen it, but correct me if I'm wrong, but he didn't specify like figures. Like he was very vague in terms of.
No, he was very clear. Do you know what it is?
No. What I mean is, did he specify figures for the market?
No, he's very astute. He doesn't need to mention figures. There's ways of saying things.
Well, then it's up to interpretation.
No, it's not. It's very clear. He gave a clear plan. There's three areas he wants to focus on: the fans, the Serie A, and Europe as a overall competition to compete against the Premier League. He says there's three ecosystems that he needs to target. It's very clear what he was saying. If you listen to that clip, just because he doesn't say the word pennies and pounds, it doesn't mean that he's not talking about money. He's talking here about the Serie A. He's saying we are not up to the standards of the Premier League. I want to build not only AC Milan, but also the other clubs to generate as much money as possible, so that they can end up being in a position, well, the long term, to refocus our attention on the Super League. The reason why he's so for the Super League is because he wants to increase the profitability in Milan. He doesn't want us to win the league and win Champions Leagues. That's not what he wants. He's trying to cut costs and make the club profitable so that we can buy a stadium and that can generate inland revenue. Like he mentioned, one of the key areas of building the stadium right now, he can't, for example, have Rock Nation concerts at San Siro because the council own it. And he goes, Milan doesn't have an asset. We've got this massive brand. We're in the fashion capital of the world, but we can't do anything in our stadium. So the reason why he wants to make that stadium, so he can host boxing events, sports events, basketball events, fashion shows, that's all money. But he's not going to plow that money back into the squad. That's money in his pockets. He's making it into a franchise. He's not making it into the world's best football club.
Okay, so let me just quickly address something. I think one of the big things that's being missed out here is that Cardinale bought this club on a high interest loan of around 200 to 300 million at a 6 to 7% interest rate, which means that no matter what, he is literally like forced essentially economically, financially to address that first. So that's always going to be his main priority until that's paid off. Okay, that's like, and that gives him, I'm not saying it's right, but it gives him, like, if I was in his position, I would do the same thing, because you have to address the loan first, or else, like, you just have to, like, there's no debate about that. And so what I'm trying to get at here is that I don't know how long it'll take for this loan to be paid back, because, you know, it's a huge loan. But I also think that there's like a bit of like confusion about what his motivations are, because earlier in the live we said that he wants to create the stadium, get profitable, and then sell it big for like a profit, a big profit.
No.
But then here you're wait. Okay, you maybe you're right about the Super League. I don't know which one it is. Let's say you are right about the Super League, and that's like his end goal, to, like, you know, fully own Milan for all this time and whatever. I don't think he necessarily has the political clout, like, for example, Nasser Al-Khelaifi does, to like influence that. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But you know, if the Super League happens, I mean, I don't really have anything to say about that, because I can't really tell if it will be better than the current model. But it will be more profitable, yes. But like, I don't forget how that gets to the point about like the the selling players that are good assets at very high prices. I don't think that's a guarantee per se, because there's a trade-off. So if, for example, again, we have to understand that Moncada is in this role for like sporting director or whatever. What this indicates is that if we have very good players, let's say Leao, Maignan,
okay,
if we sell one of those, that's a key piece of the team that's leaving. And I don't think Moncada is that stupid
David,
enough to think that.
let me just address that point very clearly. So Leao's on a 5-year contract. Let's say in 2.5 years' time he attracts interest and offers. We've got a release cost of 175 million. Do you reckon he's going to want an updated contract? And do you reckon he's going to still want to be on 5 million net, or is he going to demand 10 million? Because Jerry's got a limit of 5 million and he's got a wage bill limit. So when these players start to perform and they start hitting their peak, when Leao starts turning 25, 26, he's not going to be on 5 million. He's going to want 10. And if he doesn't get 10, he's going. Jerry's not going to give him 10. That's why I said he's going to flip the players as soon as he makes a profit on them, because he's not going to be able to sustain them. And they're not going to stay because they're not going to get trophies. And it's so that whole point that you said, it's not certain of whether or not they're going to flip players, it's evidently clear because of his plan. He doesn't want to keep them. He wants to improve them. That's it.
Well, I understand that line of thinking. I just don't think it's that clear. I just don't think the evidence is that if he does it, yes, you're right. Okay, but I'm just saying from what I know right now.
Okay, let's answer it more directly. Okay, right now, would he sign a player that for £7 million a year wages?
No, I don't think so.
Right. So how is he going to be able to sustain a player who then attracts that sort of...
The missing nuance is that right now he has a high interest loan to pay off, and he's doing that.
Yeah. So what he's going to do is he's going to invest into things that are going to generate him profit to pay off that loan. He's not going to invest his money into things that are going to not give him any benefit back by return.
Understand this.
So the two things. No, just very quickly. The two things that he's going to invest heavily on is banking on low prospect players turning profitable and buying a stadium which will generate income over the years. If he banks on those two things, he's going to pay off that loan sooner and make a profit over his overall purchase. That's the plan.
I understand the line of thinking that you want to maximize money. I'm saying that there are two different routes. People will differ on this. Certain investors will think, okay, there's a trade-off essentially. So yes, there are immediate gains that you can make from like selling players, but that also comes with the cost of what's going to happen with this season, right? These are two immediate things. If you sell Leao right now, what will the impact that have on the season? That also has its own economic disadvantages. So what that means is that it's not as clear as you're making it out to be, because yes, in theory you can make money on like these big players and selling them, but again, the context of the high interest loan is really important. If you're saying he's here for the long term, then I mean his goal, that changes his like goal, because if he was trying to sell it and just make a quick profit of like, I don't know, a few billion or whatever, a few hundred million, then that changes things, because then he doesn't necessarily need to I just think that changes his strategy essentially in terms of how he approaches the market. I don't think he's going to go for that long-term Super League thing. I just don't think because he's like soccer is not, or maybe it is, but I shouldn't be able to speculate here because I don't know what his motivations are. But again, the main thing is the context. He has a high interest loan to pay off, and it's about how he approaches the how he sees what is most effective, because there's risk involved. If I sell a really good player, one person will say that there's no risk involved because we have a really good team, but another person will say no, Leao's integral.
David, let's just focus on this point about the risk of selling a high-value player. If your objective is to merely get top 4 to qualify for the Champions League, getting rid of a Leao and banking on a CDK to replace him or equivalent isn't any risk at all, because he will bank 100 million, and if he doesn't get Champions League one season but gets it the next, he's fine. So there's no risk.
I don't think that's the case. CDK, listen, Leao is a super important part to our team. And again, Cardinale is not the only one that's calling the shots. He's working with Bean, Moncada, and Forlani. Okay, so even if he doesn't have the expertise himself, I don't think all of these three are that stupid enough to like not call him out on that. Because even if you sell Leao for like 175 million, right? Now that one, okay, that's like a rare instance where I could see what you're saying is right. But for all the but one, I don't think he's gonna sell him right away. And two, I don't think other players have that same release clause like situation. So what that indicates is that if you let a key player leave, he does not necessarily know the sporting impact. So let's say you get like a very high, like a very big purchase, or you sell a very big player, let's say 60, 70 million. Now what happens? Okay, what if you don't get Champions League? What if you don't like have good revenues? What cascading effect does that have for not only that one season, but the next season as well? So again, you could be right. I'm not sure exactly what his motivations are, and if it's true, then again, I don't like that.
The
But I
evidence
just don't think
right before your eyes. The last transfer window, we had 30-odd million to play with, right? We bought CDK and didn't have anything further for anyone else, right?
We had no. We had
Adley, yes,
no.
But that's about 40 million. You want to say 40 million?
50, because it was 10 million plus 32 plus 5, and then another like 0.5, so it's like 48 million.
Okay.
0.5 was for Davis. Yeah.
If you are banking on, let's assume the 35 million is correct, because Maldini was asking for 70 plus the.
No, it's 48. I'm literally reading out it's 10, 32, 5.
No, but for next
0.5.
season, for this summer transfer window, we're
okay, sorry.
For 35.
Okay, yeah.
So let's say we have that to work with. This season, by sheer luck, we got top 4 because of Juventus's ban. So if you adopt that to the season going forward with a lesser sum to play with, it means, because that's also assuming that the other teams won't be investing, which they will, then we would be in the same conundrum. We would be fighting for 5th spot because we haven't improved to the extent that we did the last transfer window, and the other teams have improved. So we aren't going to finish top 4 at this rate. We need the injection at this point, what Maldini was asking for, to solidify our top 4 and contendership for the Scudetto. And this 35 million, which is being talked about, is going to replicate, if not worsen, what we've seen this season. Because make no mistake, we finished 5th this season. We've got lucky because of the points deduction. And that's what people are failing to realize. It's not just about Maldini here and everyone being passionate and upset because he's left. It's the bigger picture. The bigger picture is when you strip away the funds of this club going forward and others around you are exceeding and spending more than you, inevitably you're going to fall behind. It's common sense.
Well, I do agree with what you said about. One second, let me just get this up. Sorry. So, I do agree with. Sorry, what was the last thing you said actually?
If we don't reinvest in this squad to the tune that Maldini wanted, and the other teams inevitably will improve their squad because teams like Lazio that made the top 4 now have an additional surplus of income, and Napoli are only going to get stronger.
Okay, I get it. So I just wanted to make sure I got that right. So I do agree that other teams will likely invest, especially. I mean, Lazio are not necessarily very ambitious, but yes, they will invest. I think Napoli. I think they should invest. I don't know if other teams are going to pick off their players, like, for example, Kim. I don't know if he's going to United, but yes, we should expect. We should basically just assume that other teams will improve. But you have to understand, the first thing I said when I entered the live was that Maldini lacks attacking. He got Leao Drew, but the main issues that we didn't address, even past Maldini, even before him, was wait.
I know that point, David, but the point
let me finish.
is
just one thing.
I want to address that as well. Yeah. So go ahead.
Okay, you can
finish that. Then Bilal. Then I want to address what you just said.
Okay, sure. So let's say the budget is 35 million. Again, I don't know how true that is, but let's say it is. Even if you address one of those positions, striker, cam, or right wing, that makes a huge difference. And yes, we were lucky that Juventus dropped points, but if we had even one of those positions covered, then it would have given Pioli much more flexibility. It would have given the team much more options. And I think that you can get that on one of the budgets. So yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, my response to that is we're talking at this stage about a striker. We don't even have a compact midfield. Our midfield isn't better than Inter's, Juventus. It's not even better than Napoli's. It's probably not even better than Roma's. Our midfield is Benacer and Tonali. After that, it's dog shit.
Okay, but most of our losses and most of the points that were dropped were not against big teams. And our midfield generally. Wait.
That means that we don't have enough depth in our team.
The depth that's lacking. Listen, the midfield isn't the issue there, because when you're going against low.
Yeah, it is. It's the midfield why we're conceding goals.
It's
because the defense
listen, let me finish. A lot of the teams that we dropped points to and that could have easily got us into like second place, for example, were lower table teams that just sat back. We had midfield dominance. We just didn't finish chances.
No, we didn't.
And whose fault is that?
Wait, let me throw out one statistic.
Fault is that? How much money we invested? Wait.
One statistic. Milan.
How much money we invested in the winter mercato? Tell me. How much money we invested in the winter mercato?
We give like a random question. Like, can you like at least just wait to talk? Like, my point is this.
But you're speaking for half an hour saying the same shit, and then somebody asks you a legit question.
All right, after this, I'll just leave, okay? Because
David, you don't need to leave, but just be a little bit more respectful, my man. Okay?
Yeah, but I mean, he literally just
I'm asking you a simple question. You're speaking about me dropping.
I know. Let him finish. It's right that he finishes, and then
last thing I'll say, because I do agree. I am repeating myself. Maybe it's because I'm not communicating it well, but. The last thing I want to say, Milan had the most big chances missed in Serie A. I think it was 66. That indicates, and again, these are big chances. That indicates the main issue is the striker and the attack, mainly the striker. Even if one of the striker, cam, or right wing was just marginally better, maybe 20, 30, 50, 40% better than what we have now, that would make a big difference. And most of the points that we dropped were against bottom table teams. We actually did. And yeah, that's basically it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay, now address Andon's question.
What was his question?
Go ahead.
How much money we invested in the winter mercato?
Which winter mercato?
This winter mercato. This one.
We like 500K for Davis.
And what does that say you? Every team that is struggling at the start of the season and have those problems, they intervene in the winter mercato to fix those problems. In the winter mercato, we didn't do shit. We didn't do anything because Cardinale didn't give a single penny. He didn't give a single penny to buy some players and improve the squad. And that's why in the second half of the season, we continue to struggle because it wasn't intervened. That's not a Maldini problem. That's not a problem that Maldini didn't get better attacking solution. That's Cardinale's problem. They didn't invest a single euro. When you're buying a football club and you want to compete with top of the Europe, with Europe's elite, or even in the domestic competitions, you have to be more. You have to be more willing to put some money. This is not baseball. This is not NBA. This is not NFL. This is not hockey. You cannot play with European football with salary cap. That stupid shit works only in American sports. In European football, that doesn't work. And that's the thing that Cardinale doesn't even understand. The fucking idiot moron didn't even know how many Champions League trophies we have.
Okay, Roy, sorry, Roy, I'm just going to make one very quick point to David, and I'm going to go because I need to go. But David, I think to isolate Milan's problems to an attacking problem is naive. If you look at the midfield depth, the lack of depth on the wings, the lack of depth in defence, because we are up there with the most conceded goals. If you look at the post-January to now, the team that has struggled the most were down in the relegation team contention. The problem is the lack of depth. We only have two real strikers. That's Ibrahimovic and Giroud. Ibrahimovic has been sidelined for the most part. Giroud, after him, there's no one. I just think overall, the bigger picture is that the owners don't want to invest. Maldini has very little to play with, and because he had ambitions that far exceed the owners quickly realised that he's not going to be fan flavour here, and he's probably going to be more disruptive if he still wants ambitions, sort of Champions Leagues and league titles back to back. Let's get rid of him. That's essentially what's happened, and that's why all the fans are upset, because they could see Maldini's vision, and we were all on board with that. Sadly, the owners weren't, and that's why it's only right to assume that they're not going to take us to success, because it was inevitably clear that Maldini was going to take us to success. Just look at that interview at the CBS when he said we need to invest now. We're fortunate to be in the semi-finals, but if we want to be in the top leagues and in this contention, we need to invest. That's over and out from me. Thanks, Roy. David, nice speaking to you. And yeah.
All right, thank you, Bilal.
Yeah. Again, that's the issue. We didn't intervene in the winter market. And now Cardinal is blaming Maldini for the failed transfer period. Of course, he's going to fail. When you're setting somebody up for failure, he's going to fail. First of all, we became champions. We became champions of Italy. And what does he does? He gives a fucking 50 million budget to the champions of Italy. First of all. Second of all, winter mercato comes, he gives zero money. Zero. He didn't even get 10 million. Not even 10, 20, which is nothing. And we could have improved 20 million with one signing in midfield. Because the bigger issue we had this season is not the attack. It's the midfield. We were missing Kessie. That's the missing link that we didn't have this season. And that's why we conceded so many goals. And that's why even we make so many mistakes in attack. Because Kessie was a huge contributor in defense and in attack. And without a proper replacement for Kessie, we failed. We completely, utterly failed. And that's not Maldini's fault. That's Jerry's fault. There is not a single positive sign that Jerry would do something good. Maldini was sacked because he wanted Milan to be great again. He wanted Milan to be at top of Europe. And he knows to do that, you need to spend a little. Cardinale didn't even have to spend an enormous amount of money. Maldini, with 80 million plus player sales, he would have made this team a lot better. With 80 million and player sales, which is nothing in today's market. With 80 million, you cannot even get one good player. But Maldini would have done that.
Andon, they keep on saying if he got fired because he didn't do a good job. No, he got fired because he would have exposed the owner and he would have had big demands. Cardinal did all of this because he wants to run the club like he wants. It's not like Maldini did a bad job, because Maldini's positives massively outweigh the negatives. Let's be honest.
And of course, he did have a bad mercato, but that's allowed. Not every single manager or sporting director in his history has every single good mercato. That's not existent. That's not existent. And yeah, I see people in the chat saying that Napoli got Quicho for 10 and 20, but that is 1 in a million to happen, to get a player for 10 million and explode like that. And that's not up to the sporting director.
And also, not only was 1 in a million, but that is also tied to the situation with Russia and Ukraine and the league. So that's a 1 in a billion situation.
That's 1 in a million. You cannot take Quicha for an example. Plus, Quicha was a player that we had a position in for him. We would have gotten Quicha if Leao didn't explode. But there was no need to get Quicha because we have Leao. So you cannot take that kind of examples when somebody got lucky with a 10 million transfer. And by the way, Quicha disappeared in the last 13-14 round. He didn't even had a single goal or assist. That's another point, but that doesn't matter. He still was one of the best transfers for low value money. But remember how many missed transfer Napoli had over the years. Because Napoli invested a lot more money than Milan invested in the last 10 years. A lot more. And they had more and more misses than good things. And eventually now they got one season right, and everybody's saying, oh, Giuntoli is a genius, oh, Napoli are geniuses, while they are blaming Maldini for the bad mercato he had. And also, just to remind you, CDK was first scouted by Moncada. It wasn't like Maldini scouted CDK. It's not like Maldini scouting. Maldini is looking at a player based on the suggestion from Moncada. So if you want to put blame for CDK on Maldini, you should put also blame to Moncada as well. Because every player we got, how does that work? Scout finds your players and he gives a list of suggestions and you decide who to sign. But without the scout suggesting, it's not like Maldini woke up one day, oh, I want to get CDK. So before you put the blame on Maldini, and saying, oh, Moncada is a genius, take that in consideration.
And Roy, let me make something very clear, yeah? I'm not anti-Moncada. I actually love Moncada. He has a good, not great, a good track record. What I fear is that the fans are going to turn on him and shit on him instead of focusing on the owner. That's my fear. I'm not going to do that. Remember this clip. I'm never going to shit on Moncada because I know it's an impossible job to do well. unless you're Maldini and you have respect of the other teams, it's impossible to do well when you have 50 million or 60 million in the budget. So I'm gonna only shit on the owner, and I hope Moncada the best, honestly.
I think there's no doubt in the minds of a reasonable fan, if things do not go well, where the blame lies. It lies with one person and one person only, and that's the man at the top.
Yep.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all Milan fans. We all want the team to be successful. I've accepted Maldini's gone. He's not coming back. We're in a new regime. I want this new regime to be successful. Will it be? I'm not going to say I don't think it's going to be. I want it to be successful. So let's see.
Yeah, and I want to address something that David wrote here. Moncada is a 1 in a million scout. You're setting up yourself for a trap, because now Moncada's work is going to be transparent. It's going to be visible. Right now, all you know about Moncada is the propaganda, the anti-Maldini propaganda that came out. It's kind of like highlights. When you watch your football highlights of a player, you only see the good moments. But then when that player comes to play for your team and you see him every game, 90 minutes, then you see, okay, but he makes all these mistakes. But he has all this other stuff to learn. So putting all your trust in Moncada is definitely, you're setting up yourself for emotional damage, and also it's a trap, because Moncada is going to make mistakes as well.
Roy, again, even if Moncada is a good scout, he doesn't know how to negotiate. Again, that's another thing. People forget how good at negotiating Maldini is. He got everybody's contract renewed to keep players to a very minimum obligations with wages. He even
it's even bigger than that. Maldini himself is the final piece. Like, if Maldini comes to you, that's all it is. You're gonna do what Maldini asks because it's Maldini.
That's what we are missing. Nobody's gonna look at Moncada and say, "Oh, you're a legend. I'm gonna come to play for Milan because you are a legend." But they did that for Maldini. Theo accepted our offer because of Maldini. Everybody accepted our offer because of Maldini. They didn't accept because Moncada scouted them. No. They accepted even for Tonali. He managed to get Tonali to a lower salary than firstly agreed. Why? Because Tonali loves Milan and he has huge respect for Maldini. And now we are missing that power in negotiation. Nobody's gonna look at Moncada and Forlani and say, "Oh, you're serious." Yeah, they probably can scout a few good kids and get them for 5 million. But for that, you need to wait 3 seasons for them to get good, and 3 seasons to show the reward for that. And what you're gonna do in the other 3 seasons? You're gonna stay mediocre, fight for 4th place? Is that what you want from Milan? Is that the vision for Milan? For us to barely get Champions League football, rather than now we have a very solid team that is missing a couple of pieces. We're missing 3 or 4 players to make this team complete, to make it complete and compete in Europe with the top side. But now Cardinale woke up and decided to fuck everything up. Why? Because he didn't like Maldini being upfront and speak the truth in his face. Maldini said it multiple times in the match. Now is the time to react. Now is the time to improve the team, and now is the time, because there's a small window of opportunity right now. This won't last forever, because what else this does? Players will want to leave now because they stayed because of Maldini's vision. They didn't stay because of Cardinale's vision. They didn't stay because of Moncada vision. They didn't stay because of Forlani vision. They didn't stay because of RedBird visions. They stayed because of Maldini's vision. I guarantee you now, 100%, everybody regrets re-signing their contracts. Because nobody... Another thing. How disrespectful was the press releases they put for Maldini and Mansara? For Maldini especially, that's not even how you sack your janitor. That's not how you sack and take the janitor. Not a legend.
Andon, so that's not a surprise. This team has always disrespected their legends. Sidorf, Inzaghi, the list is long.
Yeah, but that shows you this management doesn't even know how football works.
I agree. Yeah, I fully agree. I agree.
But the one thing you guys are forgetting still is that y'all gotta understand how American business operates. They don't care about that type of sentimentalism. And in the United States, they literally cut you and give the smallest statements possible down to the lowest level. Like for me, how Maldini was treated and how this whole thing went is completely unsurprising because I called it last summer as to what was going to happen. That is how American business operates. Like it's they don't do things as how a normal human being thinks it should be done. And when you're at the highest level that these guys are at, they don't give heartfelt messages, especially the people that they don't even know. They knew Maldini for 9 months. So just imagine like how it was gonna be. They're not gonna sit there and fucking give a fucking three-page paragraph thing. Like I agree with what you're saying. I agree 100% with what you're saying.
I understand how Americans work businesses. I understand completely that. But this is not the business. This is a football club. Fans love and die for.
But that's the problem, Andon. You're thinking, and everybody else here is rightfully thinking of what you just said. But that is not how American business people think. They don't care about that. What you just said is right. Is 100% correct. But they don't care.
Those people should stay away from football. They shouldn't touch football. They should stay away completely.
No,
I agree.
No, you know what? We shouldn't be blaming the Americans. We should be blaming the Kurva Sud for acting like bitches.
Listen,
I agree as well.
are like that for their whole history. Those same Kurva Sud whistled Maldini and booed when he retired. What the fuck do you expect more for them? Those are the same people.
Anton, they just wanna go and act like idiots and make banners of Donnarumma. You're not welcome in our city. But then don't not say. But maybe they're paid by the club. These fucking assholes.
Yeah, they are definitely. They need the club to be on their side because they need the finances for others fucking people. And they have sold their soul essentially for to keep on doing what they're doing. I want to address this question here from David. What would be a respectful way to fire Maldini? Do a fucking press conference. Put your face in front of the TV. Be transparent
and be a man. Be a fucking man.
Tell the people why it happened and that it happened. Do a press conference, not a fucking 2-sentence official statement when it comes to Maldini. And I think this is kind of comical, but it's not only comical. It's a reality, guys. Did you see when Maldini came on not Parliament Sports, Paramount
BT.
Sports? How Henry and Mika Richards acted in front of him. Maldini is these
even
guys.
Henry was like,
and this piece of shit didn't even have the decency to fire properly. He just told to him, "You're not longer required." They didn't even have a meeting to discuss it. He just told to him, "You're fired," in his face.
And going back to the human element when it comes to acquiring players, if Henry, a legend of the sport, acts like that in front of Maldini, how do you think a young player that is, getting into the sport, how do you think he was going to act when he sees that Maldini wants to buy him? When he has the opportunity to be under the tutelage of Maldini.
Man, I don't even know how Moncada fucking looks like.
Yeah, compare that to a Moncada, a Furilani, or anybody else.
Well, think of it like this too, Roy. Think of it because we can use, even though I don't care about CDK, we can use CDK as an example. CDK probably never in his wildest dreams would he ever think that he would be able to get a call from Maldini, speak to him in person, and shake his hand. Just think of that. Players wouldn't even dream of something like that happening. So if you do get a call like that,
and another thing, listen,
that's big, man. That's really big.
Listen, another thing that is very worrying that came up to the press is an interview from 2020. This is before Cardinale bought us. He was looking to buy a mid-table club. A mid-table club, because he knows for that you don't need much money to invest. Yeah. And he's acting to Milan like a mid-table club. And you're gonna say Oh, with 35 million, we can still compete. We can do shit with 35 million.
And Laird said it perfectly the other day. He looked at the revenues of Leeds. He looked at the revenues of I don't know, whatever, Leicester or whatever, these bottom teams in England, and then saw that Milan has the same kind of revenue, and he probably thought that that's what Milan was. He probably thought that. Remember, he just recently found out that
Roy,
Milan is
even those teams have bigger revenues than us. We don't have the TV rights that TPL has. They have stadiums. We don't have a stadium. Even that is that. Even if he thought that, he was wrong. He didn't do his research at all for Milan. He just saw an unavailable football club. Although I still think he was called by Elliot. He wasn't like, yeah, I want to buy a club. He was called by Elliot and do that.
You're right.
Guys, we got breaking news. Hold on, guys. We got breaking news here. It looks like it's regarding Ibrahimovic. I don't. Hold on. I'm not seeing anything on Sempre Milan. Let me go to get. Where is this breaking news?
They said that's the zone. The zone. They say.
I mean, they're considering offering Ibra managerial or some consultant type of role because we lost Maldini and we don't have a proper, a proper face.
You know what?
Of the team.
It's a nice attempt by Cardinale to make the fans feel less like vulgar towards him, but it's a failed attempt.
Ibra won't accept now that. Ibra won't accept after what happened now.
I don't think Ibra will.
Ibra won't accept that. Ibra is very smart.
Yeah.
If Maldini stayed and he was offered that role, he would have accepted. But now, after seeing how they treated Maldini, why the fuck he would do that?
Well, they're talking about a coaching here.
Yeah, I think it's probably just. I think Zlatan, if he does join Pioli's staff, it's literally just to get his toes wet. It's not to be like actually in charge of anything. It's kind of like a Arteta under Pep Guardiola type situation. And then once he gets the knowledge, he'll move on somewhere else.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go. Okay, it was nice speaking to you all. Hopefully, I'll join soon.
Send some more gifts in the chat, say. Send some more gifts.
For sure.
Listen, David. Yeah, obviously, David today started with a heat, but David, he had to go. David, you're welcome to join us anytime you want, guys. On this channel, heated debates is the norm. It's the way.
So I kind of missed what happened. What was like what did he say that was controversial?
He tried to justify Cardinale's behavior.
Well, that's not what pissed me off. That's not what pissed me off.
What did he say?
No, what pissed me off was like he demanded to come into the live, and it's like, yo, chill out. You know, be a little bit, ask please, or be a little bit more respectful on how you do it. Don't be entitled. Don't feel like you're entitled.
Yeah, and another thing is you cannot just point the few bad transfer that Maldini does. You cannot just cherry pick, oh, he did this bad, so he has to go. While Maldini built the whole team that won a Scudetto.
Yeah, and that's his opinion, and that's fine, guys. Listen, I'm not here to tell anybody they can have different opinions. I'm happy to fight your opinions, but everybody has their own opinions at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's no excuse for any of this right now. Like, clubs are literally billions of dollars. We are only at, I guess he's 300 million in debt, but that's like, for a billionaire, 300 million is like, it's like chump change. There's no reason to only give us 35 to 50 million like that. That's just ridiculous.
Guys, right now, I want to invite on the channel only people that are pro Cardinale, anti Maldini. If you're pro Maldini, just join the channel when we do the call-ins, because let's just get a different point of views. So Zion Train, join the channel. Let us know why you. I've been debating with you on comments. So Zion Train, join the live, and let me know why you are so convinced, why you support Cardinale. I find that crazy because you're like a traditional Milan fan. You're like a Berlusconian Milan fan. From Berlusconi to Cardinale is crazy.
So Roy, I can like if I were to play devil's advocate, I can see why Cardinale fired Maldini based on the parameters, the impossible parameters that he was expecting Maldini to fulfill, because it wasn't fulfilled right or to a proper expectation. He was within his right to fire him any which way, because that's the stipulation that he set up. So I get why Cardinale did it. It's just shady as fuck the way he went about it, because he literally was asking him to do something impossible.
Yeah, of course. Listen, guys. Let's stop. Okay. Going back to the whole David thing. Yeah, David. Don't take anything personal. You're more than welcome to come back if you're still listening. Yeah, but let's stop pretending that everything is going to be great now that Maldini is gone, because Maldini fucked up this guy and that guy and the other guy. Guys, open your eyes. That this management did not buy Milan to uphold Milan's glorious pedigree. They did not buy it for that reason. The motivation for buying Milan is not to maintain its pedigree. Guys, I'm not making this shit up. It's a fact. He told you in his face. So don't expect that everything is going to be great now that we have the greatest scout in the world. We're going to get an unknown player. He's going to come to the San Siro first year and he's going to score 20 goals. Like,
And
you
Roy,
guys,
what's really annoying is that you would think Elliot would be pissed off. Like, look at the work that Elliot put in. Because it's not like Elliot was penny pinching. Yeah, they didn't give us like 100 million or anything, but Elliot was steadily giving us more and more money each transfer market. So that's progress. So look at all the work that Elliot did, and it's being undone in one year. He's in it. Like,
yeah, and
I
listen,
would rather
and-
Elliot come back. Like, if I was Elliot, I'd be like, give me the 300 million now. If you can't do it, give me my fucking club back, because you're literally all the work I did. You're just shitting on it. Like, I would be pissed off.
Elliot used Maldini to fucking make this club profitable. And then once it was profitable, they sold it. And now Elliot has a big, they made their profits. So they're happy. And now Maldini, but they sold it to a person who has complete different ambitions.
What did I miss, guys?
No, listen, guys. I just want to say it's been a pleasure as usual, and getting ready to watch the match a bit later on. And well, as always, Forza Milan. So
Oh yeah, Fiorentina, West Ham, right?
Yeah.
And Chick Size, man, it's great to hear from you again too, man. Like, it's
I'm
been
still
such a long
alive.
time since.
Yeah, it's been about a
I've
year.
got this. I've been able to speak to you such a long time. It's great to hear you for sure, bro.
But it's always great to hear you, Nathan. And it's great to speak to the Milan family all over the world. And I just want this club to be successful. It's a rough time at the moment, but we just got to hope and pray, and that next season things kick on. You know what I mean? We cannot lose hope, because if we lose hope, then we're fucked. As simple as that.
Yeah, for
All right,
sure.
good night, guys.
Thank you, Six Eyes, for joining
night,
us.
Six Eyes.
Bye.
I don't believe Jerry is stupid enough to spend 3 years on Toulouse project and take 600 million in debt to run his asset into the ground. Listen, I agree with Laird. Jerry is going to get fired from RedBird. He's going to get fired. Milan is a whole different beast. It's not the same. It is not the same.
I still don't think he will, though. I don't think he will. As long as the club can show that it's actually being in the green, it's not going to matter. Because if money is all they care about, spending the least amount of money while getting in the green, despite whatever position, that's what they care about. They don't care if we're successful. They care if the revenue is going up.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean that you're right about. That's all they care about. By the way, Zion Train has been following us for a really long time. Always in the chats. It's a pleasure to see you, my man. Good to have you on. I don't know. I think this is your second time here, but listen, you are totally in favor of what's happening. So go ahead, give us your reasons why, and yeah, tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. Is my audio coming in fine? I'm on Bluetooth, so I'm not sure if you guys can hear me okay.
No, you're loud and clear, bro.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so thanks for having me, Roy. I like your channel. You guys are doing a great job, and I do enjoy the discussion here. So I want to say kudos to you guys for bringing this channel, around, so we can just chime in and give our opinions on what's going on in Milan. So here's the thing. My take on it is this: we have to understand first the business perspective of RedBird, right? When they took over the club from Elliott Management, the goal was to make sure that there's two aspects of the club that they need to manage, and they need to do that based on what they promised the investors that they were going to do. One, they need to manage the financial aspect of the club, and the other part is to manage the football aspect of the club. Now, RedBird has been working with different clubs such as Toulouse for the past, I think, more than 5 years now, and they've used a model that works. Right now, we don't know if that's going to translate into success at Milan yet, but I think it's a good model. And model is that they use data analytics to determine how to select players based on certain factors that they're given. And within that constraint, they don't have to spend a lot of money to get a lot of success. Liverpool have used this type of methodology before, even though Liverpool has more spending power. The data analytics work. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is if you look at teams like Lens in France, Lens has one of the best teams currently in Europe, and I can't wait to see them in the Champions League. And they don't spend a lot of money on players. They recruit smartly. And that's what Milan is going to have to do in order to keep the balance sheet healthy, and also to keep the club running successful. What Maldini wants to see, and what a lot of fans want to see, is Milan throwing a lot of money on transfers and spending 200 million on transfer market, and that does not automatically equate to success, right? So we kind of have to take a step back and see, okay, are we signing the right type of players? Are we using the right methodology to take the club forward, to keep the club physically healthy? Or are we just going to throw caution to the wind and bring in players that we think, or the management think, is going to work? And, it's either a bust or a win. Cardinale made it very clear when he came into Maldini that this is a strategy that they're going to use. And for some odd reason, Maldini has been going against that since the very beginning of the takeover from RedBird. Why, I don't know, but it is clear that both Maldini and Cardinale are not on the same terms as far as how they're going to move forward with taking the club to the level that they need to get it to, within the constraints of the financial power that they have to compete with English clubs, which we really can't do. Serie A can't compete with English clubs when it comes to the transfer market. So we have to take a completely different approach.
Okay, and do you think? But the question is, where is this approach going to take us, though?
Well, for one, if you look at the kind of players that, and I'm going to use this as an example, when Giuntoli got rid of all the top players at Napoli, a lot of people were saying, even Napoli fans were saying, that this is it's going to be a disaster. They're going to fail. But he was able to find players at very low cost, very low budget. As a matter of fact, they spent less than Milan, and they were able to transform the team into a Scudetto winning team that literally blew everyone away this season, right? So again, it's also showing that you don't need to spend a lot of money to get success. You have to, however, get the right type of players. Now, where Maldini is falling short is that he's not, I respect him as a player, don't get me wrong. I've been a Milan fan since 1986, 87. So I started following Milan right around the Berlusconi takeover era. And what I can tell you is that I respect Maldini as a player, right? For me, he's a legend, and he will always be a legend. But when it comes to the managerial side of the club, as far as transfer goes, he has had some wins, and he has a lot of failures as well. If you look at the players that he signed during the Elliott management era under Gazidis, he had a lot of restraint put on him, and Gazidis was the one who was really pulling the strings as far as which players we're going to sign and who we're not going to sign, right? Because pretty much Maldini was shadowing Gazidis as far as who they're going to bring in and who they're not going to bring in. Maldini asked for more power to manage the budget, and he was given that power. And when you look at the players that he brought in, when given that power, he's making bad decisions. For one, he could have went for Dybala on a free transfer and used the money that was spent on CDK to replace Kessie. That would have been a more intelligent move. That would have been a smarter move. And Ferlani, Milan'S CEO, wanted that. They sanctioned that. They said that they would have paid the wages for Dybala because it made more sense, because he could upgrade the team and take the team to a different level instead of taking a risk on CDK. So you have to look at decisions like that. Origi stats weren't good in the Premier League. I think he scored like 10 goals in 4 seasons in the EPL. Now, Milan was short on strikers and had injury problems with Ibrahimovic, and had Giroud, who was 36 or thereabout, 35 or 36, thereabout. And you're going to sign another injury-prone striker that doesn't have a good statistics on scoring in the league. So it's no surprise that Origi came to Serie A and did not perform. The numbers don't lie. You could have seen that in his data analytics if they were examining that. But the real problem comes in is where Maldini is not taking the advice of Moncada, because a lot of players Moncada are recommending to Maldini, and he's vetoing it. Moncada recommended Enzo. He didn't go for that. Moncada said to him, we can get Colomuyani, I think his name is, that went to the Bundesliga. Maldini and Massara said Origi is a better fit, right? So there's a disconnect between what the chief scouting is choosing and what Maldini wants. Also, you have to look at how Pioli is using the players. You have to ask the question, is Pioli on the same page? Is Maldini on the same page as Pioli? Because apparently the players that Maldini is bringing in, Pioli either he doesn't regard them or he doesn't want them. If you look at how Adley was treated, we spent like 10 million the season before getting Adley. He barely plays. He gets no time. They brought in Ranks. They brought in Des. They got Bakayoko again for a second term. Why, I don't know, because he was a flop at Napoli. And since his time at Gattuso, he has never played well. That was another big mistake. They bought out Messias' contract for like $7 or $8 million, which was another bad mistake, to buy his contract out and make him permanent. And you look at the players that, how Pioli utilized the players, and you have to ask the question, is Maldini taking into consideration what Pioli wants, the system that he wants to play, and the players that he feels would be the right fit for his team and the style that he wants to play? And I have to say, it is apparent that he's not doing that.
Well, I disagree with that, Zam, because CDK is what Pioli needed to do as far as the cam role. Because Dybala, we look at how Pioli has been playing the cam, he's not been using a Dybala-esque kind of player, right? The way he adopted the cam is this Çalhanoğlu kind of cam, a player that can do both midfield and attacking midfield. CDK was identified supposedly as a player that had these qualities in his baggage, that scored goals, got assists, but also was able to do the midfield work. So
okay, so let's talk about that, right? Let's talk about that. If you look at CDK heat map when he is at in Belgium, you would see, just like Diaz, that they play mostly on the wing. And anyone can look up CDK heat map and see that he does not play through the middle.
Yeah, it looked equal on the right and the left. I remember.
If you look at Kamada, the new player that we're linked with, it's identical to the heat map that Çalhanoğlu plays, right? So I have to ask the question: if Pioli wanted CDK, and they're looking at the player data analytics, why are they choosing a player that is more fitting for the wing? Because based on CDK heat map, he would be a better fit for either the right wing or the left wing. So when I see CDK come into the team and they're using him as a cam, it does not make any sense. Something is off between the players that are being selected, the players that the coach want, and the players that the chief scout manager wants in the team. And I think this is where Maldini was going rogue and doing his own thing based on what he wanted.
Well, to be clear regarding CDK did not play in the wing at Bruges. His heat map was there because that's where he transitioned and that's where he shifted. CDK mostly played as a false nine at Bruges. He played, if you look at his lineups, he's always the center forward, but he played it as a false nine.
Right.
He played on the wing though a lot though. He did play on the wing a lot.
But that's not where he was positioned on the pitch. He went there because that's where he naturally
I can show you on Transfer Market where they say that he played on the wing a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm saying he did also, but
and I remember when he made his debut, like in the Champions League, when he was playing against Dortmund, he was playing like a wing back role against the Dortmund attackers.
He scored 14 goals. He scored 14 goals. Most of those goals were tap-ins. You're not going to score all those tap-ins if you're a winger, guys.
If you look at his heat map, you would see that if Milan is looking for a cam, he would not have been the right fit. Dybala would have been a better fit if that's what we're looking for, right? If Pioli's saying I need an attacking midfielder, CDK would not have been a good choice based on how he plays and how he was playing in Club Brugge. He would have never been a good choice. If you look at Diaz, how Diaz plays, he plays more towards the right wing. So you have to ask these questions. Is Maldini and Pioli on the same page? Is Maldini and Moncada on the same page? Because I don't get the impression that there is. And this is where Cardinale has the falling out, because Cardinale is saying, hey, this is the approach that we're going to take to bring this team forward. Yes, we won the Scudetto. Yeah, there was a little bit of luck involved in that, but Ibrahimovic played a big role in motivating players that we got the best out of. Leao, Kessie, they all stepped up at the right time, right? But we can't rely on that and say, okay, even though we won the Scudetto, yeah, we're successful with the approach that we're taking, because it's not working. They should have replaced Kessie. They should have used that money that they've used to get CDK, replace Kessie with a player like Amrabat, bring in Dybala on a free transfer, right? And then they could have looked at other players that they could have used to fix the right wing position. They could have pushed Diaz onto the right wing, right, to alternate between Diaz and Salamakers. And that team would have been a lot more competitive and probably finished around, if not second, we would have finished above Inter Milan if they had made those two moves, which they did not. And Maldini made it very clear that that's not what he wanted to do.
Well, listen. First of all, let's speaking about the market. On this channel, we were one of the first to say that the market, did not look great, and that when we compared our market to the market of other teams, especially me, when I looked at Napoli's market, I was 100% sure already in August that Napoli was going to win the Scudetto easily, and Milan was going to struggle. But okay, so now in hindsight, right? In hindsight, Maldini, you can argue, has made these mistakes, etc., etc. But are you expecting now that the next guy that comes in is not going to make any mistakes and he's always going to be perfect every season? Are we going to have to change every time someone makes a mistake?
No, I don't agree with that. But here's the thing: I'm a project manager by profession, right? And I can tell you, when you have a team of people that are good, the problem with Maldini is he's new to the role. And I would think that as someone who's new to the role, it would be better to surround yourself with people that you can get great advice from, that you can learn from, and grow into that role, right? So maybe the next 5-10 years, Maldini would be a guru in the position that he's in if he took that approach. But my impression of Maldini is that he was chosen for that role because of his history with the club, his father history with the club, his reputation with the club, and he was put into that role. Okay, fair enough. He got into that role. But when you look at having someone like Moncada and Pioli, who is a good coach, by the way, if he gets the right players, he can do wonders for Milan. But he's not taking the advice of the people around him. He's doing whatever he wants to do. Now, with the approach that they're taking with Furlani and Moncada. I don't know if they're going to replace. There's rumors that they might bring in Tari as sporting director, and I think someone else from Monza. I forgot his name, as a technical director.
Okay.
If they do that and they stick with the strategy that they're trying to use, you will see a lot of gems come out of what they're going to do. Because Moncada is an awesome chief sport scout. He's
there's no doubt
amazing.
about his scout.
This is the guy. This is the guy who found Mbappe. By the way,
I understand. But listen, for every Mbappe he found, I'm sure there's a lot of others that didn't even make it into the first division. So that's one thing that we have to be aware of. Moncada is not perfect. If Maldini is not perfect, trust me, nobody is perfect. But the thing is, like you say, we can bring in Tare, we can bring in these guys. Tell me another DS in Italy that has a better record than Maldini. Tell me how many.
Giuntoli has a better record.
And when did
Giuntoli from Napoli?
Okay, and no, he doesn't have a better record. He has the exact same record. Tell me someone who has a better record.
No, I'm telling you, Giuntoli has a better record. There's two people in Italy right now I could name offhand that has a better record than Maldini. Giuntoli at Napoli is one. Inter sporting director is another. He was a former director of sport in Juventus. He has a very good. Look at the budget.
Marotta.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the amount. Look at what Marotta did with Inter and the money that he spent.
That's a huge money, though. That's huge money. Ready-made players.
Marotta is one of the best in the world at this, and he's been doing it for many years. What I'm saying is, there's not many other people. Even though, yes, you're right, Maldini is new at this, but Maldini has won. Maybe not more. Maybe there's some guys that have won more Coppa Italias or Super Coppa Italias or Super Coppas than. But Maldini, even though he's so new, he has won more Scudettis, just one, than 95%, or maybe let's say 98% of all the DSs in Italy right now.
And Roy, I respect that point of view, but you have to understand, being a player and being a director is two different roles. It doesn't normally.
I'm talking about the director. I'm talking about him being as a director. As a director, he won a Scudetto in 3 years. He's won a Scudetto in 3 years.
But the Scudetto that he won, we can't overreact. I mean, I'm for one who's very happy that we won the Scudetto, right? And I called it long before it happened, right? But we can't overreact on that and say Maldini is a guru because we won the Scudetto. Let me
good at his job, though.
I don't think he is, even though we won a Scudetto. A lot of factors came into play why we won that Scudetto. One, Ibrahimovic had played a major role in that.
Yeah, Ibrahimovic was brought in by Maldini.
Ibrahimovic played in a major role in that, and we had key players that stepped up at the right time.
Sorry, Zion. Okay, Nathan, there's a crazy echo coming from your. I'm going to have to mute you, my man. Go ahead, Zion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the thing that I look at that makes a sporting director great is how do you transition a team from player to player, from season to season, right? I know the English model is a lot different from Serie A, where in England, the EPL, the manager handles all the players that are coming in and coming out, right? But if you look at how teams stay competitive, you have to look at how they transition from player to player, season to season. And that's what you have to really grade them on. Like, for example, if Maldini had replaced the same way Maldini replaced Donnarumma with Mike Megan, if he had taken the same approach to replace Calhanoglu, to replace Kessie, and also...
sorry, guys. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, it's good.
And also to replace Romagnoli with the same level of quality, I would say, yes, he's a great director, but he has failed at that. He's not properly replaced these players. And we went from a Scudetto winning team to really a fifth place team. Had it not been for the point deduction with Juventus, we would be in fifth place. So my question is this: how can we went from a championship winning team to now finishing fifth in the league? And the reason for that is because they're not transitioning the team to keep the team competitive, and that's really not about money. It's about the choices that's being made by the director.
No, and I think that there is no director in the world that will get it right every year. As a matter of fact, the greatest director, maybe in the history of the sport that is alive today, is actually in Italy, Serie A, and we've seen him have some atrocious years. Right? We're talking about Galliani with Milan.
Well,
so I think that. So yeah, go ahead. It's your fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Galliani, but I think the man behind the scenes that really made Milan successful was not Galliani. I can't remember his name. He had went.
Are you talking about Breda?
Breda is the man.
Also Breda.
Breda was the one pulling the. He was the one pulling the strings, right?
Breda with the brains.
I think what happened is that when Berlusconi had the spending power, he was heavily involved also in the players that came in and came out. He was very vocal about who he wanted in his team, right? So there's we can't really give all the credit to Galliani there.
No, but when I say Galliani, it was his team. Obviously, when we talk about Maldini, it's not just Maldini. We know this. It's Maldini, it's Massara, and it's also Fruliani, but we're talking about who is at the head of it all. Yeah, Breda was there advising. Breda brought in the players too, but he wasn't the head, right? Galliani is
right,
the head.
But what made it work for Galliani, though, was that there were other people that were providing their input.
Okay,
right?
Hold on, Zion. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm not talking about what made it work. I'm talking about the seasons where it didn't work, where Milan finished 11th, right? You probably remember.
I remember that era because I think it was 93, 94 we won the Scudetto, and then I think the following year we are 94, 95, and the following year we finished 11th, something to that effect.
Exactly.
And,
so what did we do? We didn't fire the DS. You know, we thought, okay, let's fix what we got wrong. Let's keep continuity and let's keep on going. That was the solution back then.
No, I agree with that. And I don't expect Moncada and Fulani to get everything right? But the point that I'm making is this. We have a limited budget. The club made it very clear when RedBird came in, they made it very clear that they're not going to be competing with teams on the transfer market. They made that very clear. So they have a business model that they have tried and tested with Toulouse in France that worked. They got them from the second division to the first division, and they won the French Cup this season, right? They have a methodology that works, and that's what they're trying to implement.
What place did Toulouse get this year?
And the point that I'm making is you're looking at a team that just came up from the second division, right? So you have to put that in perspective, right?
Yes. What place did Toulouse get this year?
I think they finished in the top 10, which is good.
So they're Toulouse. I can guarantee you, Toulouse.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But this is the problem. This is the problem that you're making. Okay, they finished in the top 10. They're around mid-table. You can get away with that because there's no expectations at Toulouse. At Milan, there's expectations for you to actually make top 4. In order for you to make top 4, you gotta have more than 50 million to spend. If you do 50 million, your market has to be 100% perfect. No margin for error.
No,
if you want your club to actually run in the green all year, you actually need to be a mid-table team. If you're a top 4 team, you're not going to be running green like that because you have to spend money in order to stay at the top. His business model is to make money, not to win.
Nathan, let's talk in perspective here, right? They took Toulouse from second division to the first division, and they finished in the top 10 in the first. It's a growing process, right? Now, keep in mind, I understand Toulouse and Milan have different objectives, right? I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is that
it's not even objectives, man. It's not even objectives.
Well,
It's not objective because Toulouse's objective is never.
Try
But
to speak over each other, guys.
Yeah, that's my bad. Go ahead, Zion. That's my bad.
Yeah, no worries, Nathan. The point that I'm making is this, right? It's a matter of the perspective that we have to look at, right? Toulouse came up from the second division. They came into the first division, finished top 10. They won the French Cup. It's a gradual process for them. Now, Milan, on the other hand, Milan is a well-established club with a history that's only second to Real Madrid. If I should rank the top 3 teams in Europe, it would be Real Madrid, Milan, and Bayern Munich, right? If you look at the history of the clubs, right? Now, if in Milan's case, Milan went from a Banta era where they were in a lot of debt. Elliott management came in, said, you know what, we have to first clean this up or else the club is going to be relegated and go bankrupt. They came in, they cleaned it up, they got the club to a healthy financial state. The next step now is to transition the team into a top competitive team. Now, you have to keep in mind that we cannot compete financially with the clubs in the EPL. We can't compete with them financially. So it's a gradual process, but it has to be something implemented that works. And guys, even though we won a Scudetto last year, we have to be realistic and take things in strides. Now, I'm 100% in agreement with what Cardinale is doing because he has a proven track record. My point is that we can't get nostalgic because Maldini is a legendary player at the club, and we all love Maldini. I for one, respect Maldini to the maximum. But if the club is going in a direction that Maldini is not going in, we have to take a step back and say, these guys are going to do what's in the best interest of the club to take the club forward, and we have to trust that because they've proven that success.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Zion. Okay, I get what you're saying. If Toulouse fails 5 years in a row, nobody gives a shit. If Milan fails for 3 months, it's a fucking disaster and shit needs to get done. That's the difference. It's not about objectives. It's about expectations. At Toulouse, you're happy to get to the top 10. If you get top 4 1 year, fantastic. Then the next 5 years, you're not going to be in the top 4. It's expectations versus objectives are 2 entirely different things. And then you're talking about a proven track record. If I work at the dollar store and I'm a good manager, do you think I'm going to be a good manager at Louis Vuitton because I have a good track record? No, he has a club the size of Monza. I'm sorry, that literally means absolutely nothing to me.
And Nathan, also, when you're trying to achieve those objectives like we are, trying to win the Scudetto, the amount of players, I think, the player pool that you can take from and go into the market for transfers is a lot smaller than what Toulouse goes into.
Exactly.
It's a lot smaller.
Toulouse, you're 100% correct.
High quality, it's a lot smaller.
Even mid-quality, Hans, even mid-quality.
I know.
Guys, this is where I'm saying
it's a pyramid. It's a pyramid, you know.
But guys, this is where I'm saying we have to put it into perspective, right? We have to take a step back and look at the perspective here. Milan, when Elliott took over Milan, they were in terrible financial state. Milan could have been playing in Serie C right now if Elliott didn't come in and clean this mess up, right? It's a gradual process. Now, Toulouse is not at the same level as Milan, but the process works, and it's a gradual process that we have to trust, and it takes time.
The process works with a small team. The process only works for teams like Toulouse because you can do the bare minimum, and people are not going to get upset.
So Nathan,
I hope that we can.
So
all right, sorry.
This point. No, you're fine. I'm going to make this point, Nathan. How much money did Chelsea spend, and what is it giving? Where did Chelsea finish in the Premier League?
Chelsea's problem, Chelsea overspent, but Chelsea is spending on players that don't. That's their biggest problem. If Chelsea establishes a system and gets players that actually fit their system, then they'll be successful. But Chelsea's problem is they're blindly spending. We're not saying to just blindly spend money. We're saying spend money on players that actually fit the system. Those are 2 totally different things.
Not only that, but they lack continuity. I think a lot of continuity at Chelsea. They're changing managers all the time, and they're changing their tactics all the time. a lot.
The point that I'm making, it's not about spending power, guys. It's not about how much money we spend on
Yeah,
players.
we all know
actually,
that.
but
At this channel,
to an
channel,
extent,
we all know that, except for Red John.
But no,
Red John's
but
the
that
only one.
but that's to an extent. That's to an extent.
Nathan,
35 to 50 million means you have to be 35. You can't do shit with 35. At 50,
Nathan,
you have to be clutch, 100% clutch.
But Nathan, we spent more money than Napoli, and Napoli are champions, and they blew Serie A out of the water. We spent more money.
Napoli already had this, but Napoli's team was already.
Are you sure about that?
And they spent around the same money. They spent the same money
last summer, but you have to realize they bought Osimhen for like, what was it, like 80 million, 75
I'm
million?
talking about the last transfer market.
They spent the same amount, man. They spent the same amount
in place.
One at a time.
Hold on, Nathan. They had put in place a really, I think, solid base. You know, with the midfield especially, and with all.
Keep in mind, they got rid of a lot of top quality players.
Yeah, they let their contracts run down. Yeah.
I mean,
yes, but the players that they got.
Mertens,
It is possible for Lightning to strike, but I don't know if it can strike twice.
Honestly,
but listen,
I don't think that was Lightning. I think
they hit
was.
the jackpot with Vicha. They hit the jackpot with Vicha for 10 million.
Sorry, Hans.
Yeah.
Vicha was 11 million, right? Raspadori is 36 million.
They didn't even pay that for Raspadori. It was like a loan.
A loan, but now they're going to pay for
it.
Right?
It was like 10. It was like 10 million though. It was like 10 million.
So,
I think
the money
the
they put in for the guarantee, just those two players, is what Milan ended up spending.
And then what they spent for Kim? You forgot about Kim as well.
Nobody, I think that was the.
They spent the same amount of money, man.
Kim.
No, they didn't.
I think
they spent this.
They spent less, Nathan. They spent less last summer. They did spend less. Because they sold. You have to realize they sold Koulibaly.
5 million?
Guys, please do not talk over each other, guys. Please.
My point is, gentlemen.
Okay, go
I was gonna say they sold a lot of players, Nathan. They sold Koulibaly. They let a lot of people go off the wage. You know, Bill. Like
that's fine. But in terms of spending, though.
Yeah, so Nathan is saying, regardless of the players going out, and I know we balance those two things together, and then they spent more. I think they spent, I don't know, maybe. But listen, I want to ask, I want to go in a little bit of a different direction here with Zion. Zion, so you are saying that, yeah, of course, Maldini and Jerry, they don't see eye to eye. There's no point in continuing this. But one thing is for sure, that Maldini, whether he makes mistakes or not, he wants Milan to be on the top of the world. There's nothing that Jerry's plans or Jerry's even ambitions suggest that that's what he wants to do. So are you going to be satisfied with what this club is going to become?
Well, I can tell you that I'm very optimistic that we will become a great club under Cardinale. I can tell you that. That's my confidence level, and I can tell you why. When you have a group of investors, they want to make sure that they're investing in a product that is going to make them money, and it's going to grow. It's going to grow as a very successful brand. If Milan is not successful on the pitch, Milan is going to be losing money. They're going to lose. They're not going to be able to give the returns that they guarantee their investors on. It's simple. So Milan has to be successful on the pitch in order for them to make the money that they want to make by investing in the club.
Okay, and what is your definition of success?
Success meaning that they're winning titles, then they're doing it at a budget that is maintainable and manageable. A lot of clubs are spending a lot of money, going into a lot of debt, and they're not winning anything.
Okay, Zach, can I ask you? You said we didn't
titles.
We didn't replace key players like Kessie. How are you going to replace Kessie with 35 million, and then replace Diaz, because Diaz, we have no Cam right now, by the way. So you need to replace Diaz. So that's going to be another 25 million. We still need a striker. If you're gonna buy a striker, right? Well, I'm talking about if you want that 20 because 20 is difficult, to be honest. 15 goal striker. That's
Nathan,
another. Hold on. Yeah, but that's another 30 million. We still need a right wing, even if you wanted to go the cheapest one with the most quality, which is probably Zaniolo. That's another 25 million. So you're talking about being successful in the field. How are you going to be successful if you can't even replace players with equal quality or better?
Well, I'm going to answer that question, Nathan. What the problem that Milan is in right now is that because we have not taken advantage of the last couple transfer markets, now we're in a situation where we have a lot of holes to fill. Right now, if Maldini was doing this strategically, what he would have done, he would have spent that 35 million on getting Amrabat from Fiorentina. He would have brought in Dybala for the camp role, and he could have easily the deal that
he tried for Dybala.
No, he didn't. He made it clear that Dybala was not in his plans. Ferlani was the one who wanted Dybala, which is insane. Ferlani wanted Dybala, and he approved the salary for Dybala, and Maldini vetoed it, which is crazy to me. Because if you look at the quality that Dybala is bringing to Roma, I mean, it's bizarre that anyone would pass on that opportunity.
Zion, what makes you so confident that Dybala in this Roma squad would have replicated exactly the same with our current Milan squad?
Because Dybala is a winner. Let's face it. He's a winner and he's a game changer. If you look at the players that can change or have an impact on a game, Dybala is one of those players. I've been watching him since his time with Palermo, with Cavani at Palermo. And it's bizarre to me that Milan didn't even try to go for him during those times. He is a game changer.
Zion, real quick. Real quick. Dybala.
Sorry, just to correct the record, they did try to get to Dybala, but Juventus what nuts.
And then also, just real quick, Dybala was out this season for 18 games due to injury. 18 games.
How many goals did he score?
His role in Roma is to do whatever he wants. He doesn't need to track back. He doesn't need to defend. He doesn't need to do anything like that. Pioli demands all of those qualities from his center attacking mid. So what makes you so confident that in the Roma squad, barely having to run, he's out for 18 games, but in the Milan squad, in the way we play, having to cover twice as many kilometers, you expected him to have an equal or greater impact?
So let me first say this.
Also, Diaz and him have the same exact stats. Just a heads up. Keep going.
Players don't have their own autonomy to do whatever they want in a club or on a team. Coach determines that. If Dybala is doing that in Roma, that is because Mourinho give him the autonomy to do that in Roma. So to say that he would come to Milan and not track back is a nonsensical argument.
No, I'm saying he will. I'm saying Dybala. I am telling you that Dybala, exactly your logic, I'm using your same logic. Dybala would have to listen to his coach and do what his coach wants, correct? We agree on that? Correct. Pioli wants his center attacking mids covering twice as many kilometers as he currently covers in this Roma team, where he has been injured for 18 games this season.
Okay,
his body wouldn't be able to keep up, is what Rock is saying.
But you're bringing up 2 points here, right? You're talking about his injury record and you're talking about his ability to track back and play in Pioli's system.
Our playing style,
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the injury record first, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many players do Milan have out on injury during the season? Milan has been successful through a lot of injured players. Well, we won the Scudetto last season with players being injured. That didn't stop us from winning. Milan.
Zion, I think you're deflecting from the question, bro.
No, I'm going to answer the question. I'm just saying that if you're going to say injury-prone players, injury-prone, Milan had a bad injury record last season when we won the Scudetto. Now, if you
but we had better. We had.
So let's talk about let's talk about this season. Let's talk about this. Diaz missed 3 games due to injury. Our cam. If we sign Dybala missed 18 injuries as a camp.
In a less demanding
18 games due to injury.
In a less physically demanding setup at Roma, he was injured 18 games.
Guys,
Physically, we're more demanding Milan. So with the more stress on his body, Dybala technically would get more injured.
Also, all of us wanted Dybala, by the way. So they tried to go for him. Larry, go ahead.
We're talking in hypothetical here. We don't know.
I just want to say hi to Zion or Zion.
Yeah.
It's your first time on the live, yeah?
Yeah.
Is it your first time on the live?
Yeah. My very first
welcome
time,
to RossonARI. I know you're always on the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
What is the conversation? The main topic?
We're talking about Dybala at the moment.
Well, the main conversation is that Zion is pro what is happening. So he's
confident that.
Cardinale.
Sorry, Rory, you were going out.
He's 100% certain that if you apply the Toulouse business model, the exactly same thing Jerry did with that team, with this current Milan team, that we will win lots of trophies.
Okay, but why is pro Dybala? Because that goes against that system. So that's why I was confused.
Well, because
Ferrari wanted Dybala and Maldini didn't get him. The data analytics said Dybala, and we didn't get Dybala.
I honestly, guys, wouldn't take this report too seriously, because until Maldini talks and Massara talks on an interview, we cannot believe whatever report comes out. Or Fulani wanted Dybala, Maldini wanted CDK. I think because Maldini on interview says we asked for operation like Dybala, but the management wants operation like CDK. So should I believe on Fulani or Maldini? So I think talking about these things is a bit like pointless. And anyway, you will never know. Maybe we get Dybala and he gets injured 20 games and we never use him, or you get him and he scores 20 goals. It's a bit pointless to have this conversation. Going to the Jerry Cardinale and the way he wants to run Milan, I don't think even that is a problem. My problem is that he treated a club legend like an intern, basically. That's my only big problem. He can run Milan the way he wants. Fuck it, I don't care. But he should have treated Maldini better. He should have just told Maldini.
Injuries are going to be.
Maldini,
so if you're injury prone, Dybala.
Whoa, Nathan.
I disagree with that. I care, because the way he's going to run the Milan, he's going to run Milan like Atalanta. Milan is on the verge of
No, but listen to me. We can disagree on that. The problem is we don't own Milan. This motherfucker bought Milan. So the problem is that one. If you want to disagree with him, you just need to go and buy Milan and change our destiny. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. So at the end, he owns Milan, and again, if he wants to run it in that way, he can do that, because Italy is a free country. Just don't treat Maldini in the way he treated Maldini, basically. You can just say to Maldini, listen, we have different opinions. I know you want to manage this club in a different way, but I cannot do that because I don't have the money, I don't have the finance to do it. So are you going to stay and do it in a way I think to do it, or are you going to leave? So I wouldn't prefer him to give the opportunity to Maldini to make a decision. If Maldini says, I'll stay and we run it in this way, I'm happy. If Maldini says, no, I'm leaving, I'm not going to run Milan in this way, I will respect Cardinale more, because at least he gave clear. But he just told Maldini, fuck you. I don't like that.
Let me respond to that really quick. So I get your point, Laird, and what you have to consider is this. When Maldini renewed his contract during the takeover, RedBird takeover, it was made clear to Maldini the approach that they're going to use to run the club. It was made very clear. Cardinale has been upfront about that since day one, that they're not going to be spending a lot of money on the transfer. They're not going to have a huge budget, and they're going to go with the approach that they've used at Toulouse. Cardinale made that very clear before Maldini renewed his contract. So that tells me if Maldini renewed his contract knowing that when RedBird took over, why is it a problem when Cardinale is trying to tell him you're going the wrong way about how you're buying players, the approach that you're taking to recruit players, when I've already told you up front when we bought this club how we're going to run this business.
Well, he completely completely exceeded all of the expectations in that original agreement, Zion. He said we're gonna run it like this to qualify top 4. That's not what Maldini did. He won the Scudetto and he went to the semifinal of the Champions League.
It doesn't matter. When you're running a business, you have the responsibility to report to the shareholders, and if you have a business
Really? Because when one of my employees exceeds the expectations outlined in their agreement, I give them a raise.
That's different, but you don't give them autonomy to do whatever they want in your business, and that's the point. Cardinale gave Maldini clear directives on how.
Go ahead.
Well, your business is going to fail. I can tell you that as a project manager. Your business is going to fail if you do that.
I don't agree with that.
You have to maintain a certain level of autonomy when it comes to the structure of how you're going to run your business. And if Maldini has been told by Cardinale when RedBird took over that this is the approach that we're going to take, he knew that before he renewed his contract.
I disagree.
So
I disagree.
You actually don't micromanage your highest performing employees at all. That's horrible project management.
You don't micromanage them, but they can't go rogue either and do whatever they want.
So Maldini's going rogue by winning us a Scudetto and taking us to the semifinals of Champions League. He's going rogue.
He's going rogue by how he's recruiting players, and that's what
because he doesn't want to have a 35 mil transfer budget where he can only sign kids who may or may not adapt to the league, who will need years to adjust to the league before they're ready to lift any trophies, and renew players who are now world stars, tripled in value, and you need to renew them on higher wages, right? Because he doesn't want to operate under those conditions, he's going rogue.
It doesn't matter.
But there
is
an issue here. There is an issue here that there is a lot of people involved. When you Cardinale gives that freedom to Maldini to operate, and in 6 months, Moncada tells Cardinale, look, Chelsea is buying 100 million a guy that I told you to buy for 17 million this summer, and Maldini went to CDK. Look, Botman is the best defender of the Premier League, and Maldini went on both CDK. You break that trust with Maldini, and Jerry Cardinale is not connected the way we are connected with Maldini. He sees Maldini as someone that is running the club. So at one point, Jerry Cardinale is thinking,
he sees someone as a pain in his asshole. That's what he sees it as.
No, forget about the pain in his asshole. It's just Jerry's just business at the end. He sees. So there is some people that they are happy that Maldini is gone because they want to take that place. I think Moncada. I'm not saying he's happy, but he wants to be in that position. I don't think Forlani cares. There is a lot of
Hold on, but guys, this makes no sense because Maldini each year was given a little bit bigger transfer budget, what he can do. The second the transfer budget gets cut drastically, then he has some trouble. So he had to make decisions. We had enough defenders. We only had one center attacking midfielder. So what does he have to do? Do I buy more defenders? Or do I try and shore up a place in the attack that only has one player there? Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But if you're only given 50 million, 25 million,
sorry, Nathan, 1 second, and don't forget what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hello, Antonio, it's you, bro. Check your audio. Come back and come in. Nathan, go ahead.
I was saying, if you're giving somebody 50 million to spend, and you're telling them try and replicate to the best of your ability what happened, it's going to be impossible because you're going to be left with experience, and not just inexperienced players who have to get used to the league. I don't think people understand how different Serie A is compared to other leagues. So he made a decision to shore up the attack a little bit with a promising player, and it didn't work out. Like, you can't fire somebody over something like that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just showing you the picture from the eyes of of Jerry Cardinale. He doesn't see that. He sees that.
Oh no, I explained that earlier. I explained that earlier, Laird.
So,
yeah, no, 100%.
So
I explained that earlier.
Going back to the topic here is that Maldini should have, Jerry Cardinale should have moved on from Maldini in a better way, because now players are pissed off. People want to leave. He's dismantling an entire institution. He needs to do these things more gently and in a better way, not like this, like he did it, firing a guy. You cannot fire Maldini in the way you fire other people.
I don't care about how gentle it was, to be honest. Like, I don't care about that part. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Nathan. Laird, this is what I've been seeing being reported on social media, right? It was reported that Jerry Cardinale asked Maldini to take a different role, right? And he refused. He did not want to vacate the role of a sporting director, and he did not want to compromise on the power that he wants in the team. And it turned into a heated argument, and he was like, okay, if you don't want to move into another role that I'm giving to you, then that's it. We can't do business, because I'm not going to allow you to ruin what I'm trying to build here, because I have to report the shareholders that invested in this club. And that's what it really came down to. Now, I may not agree with it on the face value of how it went down, but that's what's being reported. Maldini was offered a different role. He turned it down. He refused it, and he would not compromise on what Jerry wanted for him to do within the team, which is to not be the key person in this, as far as making transfers.
So Jerry's not building the club, though. That's the whole point. Jerry does not care about that. He only cares about if the club can turn over some sort of profit, and making the top four is actually a disadvantage to making a profit, because you have to spend X amount of money more just to get there. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah. So Zion, quick question
about building the club like that.
Yeah, Nathan, that's exactly the question I was going to ask. So Zion, how is this a positive direction for the club? That's just my direct question for you. How is a $35 million transfer budget, right? Young players who may need time to develop and adapt, of course, and then lowering the wage bill so you can't renew your top players and are forced to sell them. How are X, Y, and Z? How are those three things a positive direction for the club?
Okay, so let me first say this: whenever a company or someone takes over a business, they have a business plan on how they're going to run that business, right? And they can't veer away from that, right? The solution that Jerry Cardinale wants to use, based on the limited budget of the club, is to use the Moneyball approach, right? Now, the Moneyball approach doesn't mean that we're going to get players that we have to develop. The Moneyball approach would choose guys like Kvaratskhelia from Napoli. So what Pioli is saying is that I want guys who have a strong mentality and guys who are intelligent on the pitch, right? Strong mentality means that they have the characteristics to be able to play in a club like Milan, right? So in terms of CDK, he needs more time, because he doesn't have the mental fortitude to come in and have a good impact. And we have to be careful, because we have to be very patient with CDK, because Tonali didn't hit the ground running. Leao didn't hit the ground running. There's a lot of players that are top players now in the team that Benacer didn't hit the ground running when he just came into the.
They did better than this.
As a matter, on their first season, no. I remember Benacer.
Yes, they did. Their first season, they did better than that.
No, they did not. Benacer gave up 2 penalties.
They did.
I remember in one game. He was that horrible. He gave up 2 penalties in one game in the same half.
So real quick, Zion, Nathan.
But they
Nathan,
had games. They had games.
I accept your first point.
That were good.
I'm actually going to accept your first point. So I said X, Y, Z. I accept your first point. Looking for really talented young players before they explode, who have the mindset and quality to immediately make a positive impact on the current Milan squad. I'll take that point. Next one, lowering the wage bill and restricting your ability to renew your best players. How is that a positive direction for the club?
Well,
first of all, I'm totally against that, by the way. I'm totally against about that. You should find a way to keep your best player. Always.
Yeah.
That is the road to success.
So how is that a positive
Keep your
direction
best
for the
player.
club, Zion?
Well, Milan has shown that there's an exception to the rule when they did Leao's renewal. If there wasn't an exception to the rule, they would have sold him. So we can't.
But that's
we
against
can't say-
Cardinale's philosophy, though.
No, Cardinale has to sanction that. Forlani and Cardinale has to approve that, or else Leao would have been sold this summer. I can 100% guarantee you
Sorry,
that.
Zion. Sorry, Zion. First of all, Leao's gross is just as much as Benacer because of the tax decree. It's only 6 million point something, and then net it becomes to 5 million. And this just means that the depth players are going to get what Kalulu is getting. That's what it means.
Well, Roy, we have to understand something here when it comes to these contract renewals, right? How much did they offer Zlatan Ibrahimovic his first contract and his second contract? What I'm saying is that there's exceptions, and the exceptions are made by Forlani and Cardinale. If they feel the need to keep this player, they will make an exception to give him a higher salary increase. So what they're basically saying is that, no, we're not going to have a blank check for everybody to get a salary increase. It has to be merited on the pitch. Leao merited that salary on the pitch. They said, okay, he's a proven winner. He was instrumental in us getting the Scudetto, the 19th Scudetto. Yes, we will raise the bar and give him the salary that he wants to keep. They will make exceptions to the rule.
You really think that?
But he only had
Well,
1
they
year
did-
left.
they
So
did that with-
if they want to sell Leao, they have to renew him first because he only had 1 year left.
Well, if that's the case,
they
then
had no
Leao-
choice,
if
honestly.
that's the case, then Leao will be sold this summer, and that's not going to happen.
And I repeat, listen, if you have
No, I
to
don't think
renew
so either.
Kessie's contract to 5 million, you're paying that 10 million gross. But because of Leao's situation, it's only 6 million gross or
The
6.
real problem with Kessie contract was his agent's fee. Nobody talks about that. The problem with Kessie contract was not the amount that he was getting; it's the amount that his agent wanted.
Yeah, we addressed
that's
that.
Why,
We addressed
that's
that, yeah, we know.
that's why he's in Barcelona and not in Milan, because Milan was like, no, we're not going to pay your agent. Your agent is not going to get the commission.
And what will
This current management?
What will this current management do when they face those similar situations? And what
Then the smartest thing for them to do is to sell the player and rebuild the team. Listen, I would not have a problem if Milan. I would not have a problem if Milan runs into that situation, even with Leao, and said, you know what, let's get the highest price for him, 120 mil, and use that money and rebuild the team. Because a team cannot exist around one player, so you can't have one player holding the team hostage. Kessie was.
I guarantee we would not use that money.
Yeah. So Zion, real quick. So we did X, we did Y. On the Y, I disagree. I don't fully accept the wage limit. I don't think that's a positive direction. I don't think they're going to make a lot of exceptions. I think Leao will probably be the last one that they make. I don't even think that they'll make an exception for Mike Maignan. I think they're more than likely to accept a bid for him from Chelsea or anyone else that makes an offer.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so we'll agree to disagree on that one. For Z, selling our best players. It sounds like this new management wants to sell our best players when they have 2 years left on their contract and they're not 100% confident that they'll renew or accept the wage cap that's imposed on their renewal agreement. Do you think that's a positive direction?
I think it's a smart direction, because if a player is not going to renew, might as well you sell him other than having him walk for free.
But the reason that player doesn't renew is because you're not willing to offer them the contract that they've earned.
Well, I can't say that, because I've seen them make exceptions with Leao's contract. The only reason why they didn't do that with Kessie's contract is because of Kessie's agent fee that he wanted from the renewal. So I can't say that. That's hypothetical. The point that I'm making is this. They have shown that they're willing to do what it takes to keep the player under the right conditions, and it has to be merited on the pitch. And I totally agree with that. Now, I don't think Mike Maignan is going to walk. They're not going to let him go, because the money that they could have got for Leao, they could have easily sold Leao, renewed Mike Maignan's contract at the salary that he wanted, and used that money to rebuild the team. Now, Forlani made it clear in a statement that the money that they're going to use for transfer has to come from also player sales, and we have not done a good job at selling players. So if we know that we're having a problem with a player renewing his contract, and it's a player that we can get a lot of money for, yes, it is. It makes more sense to sell that player.
So we're Dortmund.
No, that's not. That Dortmund model is
sell
completely
more.
different. Dortmund model is completely different. Dortmund is not a team that wants to.
You think this management's going to be able to sell players that have no value better? They're going to sell players with value.
I can tell you this much.
Forlani
was instrumental in the renewal of Leao's contract. Nobody talks about that. He was the one who actually got it across the line.
Do we know that for sure, by the way?
I know that for a fact. He was the one who got that contract across the line. That had nothing to do with Maldini negotiating that contract. Forlani was the one
disagree.
who made sure.
I think Maldini is a huge aspect in all
I'm sorry,
the
Zion.
renewals.
That's just not true.
This
That's
is a
just
little
not
bit
true.
of a propaganda. Now, listen, we
It
know
is.
that Forlani, obviously, that's what probably one of the things he's paid for is to negotiate.
Jesus Christ!
Yo, bro,
This is crazy.
Did you see? I'm so sorry. Did you guys just? Oh shit!
It's not
There's
real.
literally
League.
Baragi's entire head is bleeding. They just pummeled him with like 5 bottles in the head. His whole head is bleeding, gushing blood. Holy shit! Baragi's entire head is bleeding.
That's crazy. Yeah, he's.
Oh my god! So when Roma fans are pushing and everyone's crying, oh my god, look at that! They threw a cup of water at his wife. They threw a cup of water at his wife at a restaurant, and everyone's crying. Italy's horrible. Italian fans are horrible. Look at these fucking West Ham fans. Look at this shit.
This should be a disqualification.
It's in EPL fans.
This is ridiculous, dude. He has a giant cut on his head. Holy shit!
Then that's it. That's it. They're gonna award
Whoa!
to Fiorentina. This is gonna be the first trophy awarded to somebody based on the pitch being abandoned, the game being abandoned.
Yeah. So sorry to cut you off, Zion. That's just crazy that happened.
Fine. You're fine.
My bad.
What I was saying is that yes, Forlani is probably there to negotiate the logistics of a contract, etc., etc.
Leao didn't thank Forlani, Roy. Leao posted Maldini on all his renewals. Look at his social media. Maldini. He didn't thank Forlani.
Maldini has a relationship with the players, gentlemen. We have to understand that. He has a relationship with the players.
But that's important.
That's important. That's part of the renewal. That's part of it.
That's part of running a football club. That's
totally
part of
agree,
running a
but-
football club.
But Raw, you have to understand that there was a problem with the penalty that Lille had to pay to Sporting Lisbon, and Forlani is the one who got that.
And Forlani is hired to take care of those situations. Maldini is not there to take care of the court appeals.
But that's the point that I'm.
But Forlani is not the reason. Forlani is the logistical reason that deal was done, and he gets his credits. But Leao is in Milan because of the relationship, also because of the relationship with Maldini, and that needs to be said. We can't just dismiss that.
Let me address this. It is problematic if players are staying at Milan because of Maldini.
No, it's not problematic. It's normal.
It is
it's
problematic
normal.
because Milan is a bigger club than Maldini. Now, the point that I'm making is this. I highly doubt that anyone in Leao's camp is going to say, well, Maldini is gone, so let's move Leao out of Milan. It would be brainless and ridiculous.
Don't be too sure about that.
I'm 100% sure of that. That's not going to happen.
But
you see,
listen, and that again, what you just said, that it's a problematic, because I've heard other people say this is problematic if people are just there because of Maldini. No, it's not problematic. It's normal. People go to certain clubs because of the people that work in those clubs and because of the direction of certain clubs. Because there's other clubs that are in much better positions than Milan. Leao could have gone to Man City. Leao could have gone to Barcelona. Could have gone to Liverpool. He could have gone to Real Madrid.
Here's why I don't agree with that. Leao is credited purely for his development at the club, and he has also credited Ibrahimovic for helping him grow into the player that he is today. Yes, Maldini has a great relationship with the players, but I can 100% guarantee you that no player is going to walk out of Milan because Maldini is no longer.
But it's not. It's not just that though. It's not that. It's what Maldini represents.
And also that he was instrumental in Teo, Tomori, Kalulu, Tonali, Leao, Benacer,
if you look at their
instrumental in signing and renewing those guys.
If you look at their interviews, They all say the same thing about when Maldini called them. They all said the same thing. If Maldini was not there, those guys do not come, plain and simple.
Also, yes men, employing yes men that are going to accept the conditions and parameters imposed by the ownership is not always a positive thing. These players know that Maldini. These players know that Maldini is going to go into that contract renewal negotiation with their best interests in mind. That he's going to go to bat for them. That he is going to provide a little bit of checks and balances on the ownership. That's what makes these players confident in signing off to stay on the project. When you have people representing you in a contract negotiation who are not providing a check and balance to the ownership, who you know for a fact are going to accept any parameters imposed on them by the ownership, you don't feel as excited about your contract renewal. You don't feel excited about the long-term project goals and what they're going to achieve. I feel much better renewing my contract with Maldini advocating for me than someone who's just a yes man.
Hey guys, let me add something real quick. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but hi to everybody first.
What's up, Clint?
May everybody calm down, right? USA and this bitch. Listen, let me say something. I thought about something yesterday, which scares me a lot, because I'm looking at Cardinale and I'm thinking about, and listen, and I'm thinking about US franchise teams, right? He's thinking in the mode of creating that entertainment. If for people that grew up in the United States, they're in the United States, you know, like, even if your team sucks ass, that you'll go, like, okay, let's go catch a game, let's say for like the 76ers, for example, if you're in Philly, just for entertainment purposes, right? Not for the game. You don't really care. You just want something going distress. I feel like they're using that same mentality, not understanding what football is different. And the reason why I'm saying that, I'm looking at the links. When you're bringing somebody from based on the movie, because he revolutionized the Moneyball, he's going to understand
they didn't
why.
win, by the way, either. Oakland or whatever, they didn't win. They lost each time.
Exactly. And that brings us to my number 2 question. What are the most successful team in football right now, soccer meaning, that use that, or that like bread and butter, and it's helping them win trophies? The only team that I know, they're discovering good players, but they're not winning nothing. When I'm thinking about Brighton,
let me address that.
Go ahead.
This is something that we can't be resistant to change, right?
Hey, Rock. Sorry, 1 second. Rock, when you type, it's really noisy. I'm just gonna mute you, and then when you go ahead.
Yeah, dog, you're gonna get fired, Rock. Stop working on the clock. Stop being on YouTube.
Yeah, so we can't be resistant to change when it comes to progress, right? It's the football. Unfortunately, in football, it is not a fair game, right? You have clubs that can spend 400 million in one transfer window, while clubs can barely spend 50 million, and you have to find a way to be competitive, and you have to find a way to compete. That means that you're gonna have to discover new ways of doing things. You can't think that the only way that you can compete with these teams is to throw money at everything. You have to be smarter with your recruiting. You have to use a different system that provides the same outcome, but without the same spending power. And that's what Milan is going to have to do. Any club that is smart is going to have to take a different approach. Because unless you're...
But this is the problem you're missing. When you're on a top team, if you don't get players that actually inspire confidence, like if you're just continuously getting young players over and over and over again, you're gonna lose your top players because they're not inspired by that. They don't see a future.
Let me say something. Like players aside, whoever spoke right now, I don't know your name, man, but you make good points, and I do not refute what you're saying by any means. You do need change, right? Correct. You do need change. But here's the number one thing that we're taking issue with. When a different sport, which is soccer, like I said, oil money broke the fucking, like they fucked up the market. They broke it. It's because of all of that. Since oil money from the Russians and the Arabs, since it came into the game, we're like this. If this was in the 90s and the 80s, you're making smart buys, you're good because everybody was balanced. There's no more balance. How do you compete to get to that next level, especially with the asset you acquired? right? He did not acquire like a second tier asset. You know, the problem is us as Milan, because that's also what the customer wants, right? It's like you're going into a rich neighborhood, right? And you're gonna put I don't know, you're putting some fucked up shit in there, like a liquor store. They might fucking, you know, get your liquor store the fuck out of there because based on their needs. And relating to football terms, right? I just want to add this. Relating to football terms is this. I'm looking at it. If this is a new initiative that we need to use the other model, show me, right now, show me what's the peak of this, right? What's the ultimate goal? Show me somebody that was successful with that won a lot of trophies. You won't be able to really show me that right now.
Right.
So
Yeah,
let me
have no example to follow at all with this.
Let me address that. So Milan is in a very I would say a great situation in terms of that we have about 7 to 8 core players that are world class talented players, right? You can start with the Mike Megan, the Leao, the Theo. You know, you can start with the Benacer. We have at least 7 to 8 core players that are strong players, the Tonali. So the pieces of the puzzle that we have to fill in, we're not building a team with young players, unknown players that have to build a full team from scratch. All we need to make sure we do is we have to find the right players with the right men. Pioli laid it out very clear. He and this is why I respect Pioli, and I will stand by Pioli. Pioli said that in Milan, you need players that are intelligent and you need players with strong mentality. That's what it takes to play at a big club.
And
like
listen,
Milan or Real Madrid,
and listen
right?
to the word you just said right now. You said strong mentality, right? You know what doesn't account for mentality? You know what doesn't account for mentality? Data analytics. And that's my problem right there.
But no, it does actually. It does actually, because if you look at the whole data analytics, it's not just the statistics on the pitch. There's psychologists that do these things, guys. I'm telling you.
No,
if
they
you guys
do.
research,
But listen, they do.
There's
but
then all of a sudden, guys, and then all of a sudden, you're in front of 70,000 people at the San Siro.
Exactly.
And the
This is not Toulouse where that's acceptable. You have no winning.
Let me say this. My last year of grad school, I just didn't even do the penalties. Like I ran to like different models and different data that was available. Bro, I have not seen data available and related to football on, you know, the mental part of it.
I want to add something.
Yeah.
Do we know how that kid is gonna react when he comes to Milan on his first night out and see a few bitches and how he's gonna train? These are things the data analytics doesn't know how to deal with.
Okay. So Larry, let me answer that question.
How do you put data on pressure? How do you put data on pressure on 70,000 fans in a team that matters?
How do you play data on Chiellini shouting at you in a game in Serie A or another defender shouting at you in Bundesliga? It is so different. Data analytics, in my opinion, works, as everyone is saying, with those teams that need to achieve a broad result, top 4, improve their finances, sell players and buy players. So as a financial system, it works. We will be more healthy and richer using that format, but we're not going to win more trophies. That's the problem.
Well, let me answer that question, Nathan. Okay, let me say this. When you have a team that has a core group of champions in the team, right? Mike Megan is a champion. Giroud is a champion. All these guys have won the Scudetto. They've grown into a championship mentality players, right? Now, if you put in young players that have a strong mentality and are intelligent players like Pioli's asking for,
how much is it going to cost?
Wait a second. These players within the team are going to help these guys adjust. The problem is we're looking at guys like CDK and saying, okay, well, CDK is a flop, he's a failure because he didn't hit the ground running. No, he's not. We have to. If we give CDK one more season, and Pioli gets him into the right role, he's gonna show a vast difference than what we saw this season.
Okay,
I bet he doesn't because
Zion,
you're not accounting for.
I asked this to David. And if the CDK does become vet, will Maldini give a credit for getting him?
Well, here's the thing. Milan didn't need a player that needed time to grow. We won the Scudetto last season. What we needed was ready-made players that could hit the ground running, that we could use to improve the team even more. So you have to take a step back and say, okay, we got out of the banter era.
But that's not Cardinale's way, though.
Yeah, you addressed this. You addressed this already, so you don't need to repeat yourself. But how can you feel guaranteed that with this system of data analytics that we're going to get ready players? A lot of them are going to be young and inexperienced players.
Right. And not only that,
not necessarily.
I know not necessarily, but a lot of them are.
But let me say this. But let me say this. These strong mental players are also going to be courted by the best teams. But strong mental players, they're not going to.
And let me add this though. Let me add this. We wouldn't even question any of this. We wouldn't even question any of this at all if the behaviors we're seeing from the top management were never put into the question. Because the moment I start putting the moment I start putting stuff into the question, because the thing is, like, yes, we want to spend, but we're also rational, right? We're not moving really immaturely or not understanding. It's just for me, especially for us that are Americans that are here, we know how American CEO operate, the links we're seeing, and we know they're capable of doing it. Because, like I said, I went again on RedBird's Capital, and I'm reading everything that they're doing, right? And it's hurting my soul even 8 times as more. In the book of soccer economics, they even tell you straight up, they said it straight up, for a business, for like a business owner to be profitable, is the wages will not increase and he keeps the team afloat. That's what Kroenke did. If you have any history of who Kroenke is, Kroenke owns the Denver Nuggets. They're in the NBA. He owns Arsenal. He owns like the Rams, the LA Rams, and he owns like an NFL team, and he owns other teams. And what did he do to Arsenal? And that's the thing, and that's that mindset. Listen, Americans, like American CEOs, they talk to each other. So Cardinale speaks to Boyle, he speaks to Kroenke. They know each other. Don't think it's a closed world.
Gentlemen, let me say this.
You're seeing a copycat. I'm being serious.
Let me say this. I've seen the growth from. I saw Toulouse from League 2, and I've seen what they've done. Toulouse
is a monster.
I understand.
Use a big team, bro. Use a big team. I want you to find a big team.
Well,
but this is ridiculous. Use a big team so that we can have
respond after Zion is done.
Okay. Nathan, let me explain something here. When you're doing a project, you typically take a case study from something that was already done if you want your project to be successful, right? It doesn't matter how small it is, doesn't matter how big it is. The case study is Toulouse. There's a case study at Toulouse where they were able to use data analytics and they were able to get the results that they wanted, and they won a trophy this season in League 1. It is a case study. I'm not saying we're going to end up like Toulouse, but it is a case study. Every project needs a case study.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah, but Milan is not Toulouse. Milan does not have the same ambition as Toulouse.
Guys, let Anton speak.
You cannot use Toulouse case study to apply for Milan. Those are two totally different things. You can do any data analytics you want. You can do everything. You can expect everything. But you can never do data analytics with player behavior in some psychological situation. You can make data analytics on data, scoring goals and stuff like that. But not on...
Zion, let me add this. All right, nice to meet you, man. You made a good point, but let me tell you what makes the difference in this case. The X factor between Milan and Toulouse is the fans, meaning the demand of the fans plays a big factor on not only the team's performance, but also what's going to bring money into your pocket in terms of, like, what are the expectations. It can work at Toulouse. I look at it as like economic growth. They tell you like countries, like smaller countries, like from a third tier, right? A third-tier country, right? Their economic growth is exponentially high compared to, like, let's say a country that was like, let's say mid-level that wants to go to the next phase. It's really slow, and when it's really slow, you really got to act accordingly. The reason why Toulouse is a perfect case study, Toulouse has always been a small team in France, so it's easier For us, it
No,
becomes harder. Listen, let me add this. For us, it becomes harder because the players now we're not going for players that Toulouse is going to go for. We're going to want to go for players that like at the higher level that we want to reach, like meaning like the sustainable nations, right? Like the big dog. That's the players that we want to get. Therefore, we need more money. The type of output we want, because that's expectations we have, and that's what makes us different. Even if you look at the data analytics, so we're never going to have the same trajectory as a Toulouse, because Toulouse from that the lower level, the expectations are low. They can go and get low, and they get to do the gambles. Where we don't get to really do that.
Let me address your point, right? So Toulouse is just a case study, right? I'm not saying we're going to end up like Toulouse, but keep in mind the plan for that Cardinale has, that he has put in place, is that Milan wants to target players that are 25 and on, right? Now, it doesn't mean that they're going to get a young player all the time like CDK who needs time to develop. There's a lot of players on the market right now that are free agents that are in that age range. You know, a couple of them that we're also linked to that are within that age range, that have vast tons of experience, that have played, you know, in competitive leagues, that are doing well, and they're free agents, right? The point that I'm making is, gentlemen, I understand everyone's concern here. I feel the same way as a fan, right? But we have to stay calm, because what would make me worry is if they don't have a plan and a proven plan that works, right?
Okay.
It worked at Toulouse, and it will work at Milan.
Okay.
And I don't want anyone to get the impression that because we're using data analytics, we're just going to target a bunch of young kids that are wet behind the ears and they need. No, there's a lot of experienced players out there on the market right now.
They're going to do. They're going to do.
Hold on, wait. Let me say something.
Go ahead.
I want you to find me a team that's in the top 6 and has at least one an actual major trophy, i.e., a league or a Champions League or a conference or Europa, whatever, that uses data analytics.
Nathan, let me say this much.
No. I just want a team name. I don't want an explanation. I want a team name.
Well, I have to explain.
I don't need all that. I don't need all that. I need.
Well, Liverpool uses. Okay, I'm going to give you a team. Liverpool used data analytics, and they wanted to.
Liverpool spent millions of. Bro,
no. Listen. Liverpool won the Champions League.
50, 60 million.
I know.
Listen, Nathan. Just listen.
Let each other talk.
Liverpool used data analytics, and they were able to win the Champions League with data analytics.
How much did they spend?
They got to the Champions League final again.
How much
with data
did they
analytics.
spend? How much did they spend?
The point that you see where we can't flip flop on.
Yes, we can.
And then on data.
How much did they spend?
But Zion, he is, and if it is asking a good question, like everybody uses data analytics. Everybody.
Right. Everybody uses.
Man
So
City
how much
uses
did they
data.
spend? How much did they spend? Did they spend 35 million in the transfer
Because
budget?
they have the budget to do that. We don't.
Okay. No.
It doesn't mean that.
But you see what you're saying. But you see what you're saying. You said they had the transfer budget to do stuff. So what you're saying is they didn't. Wait. So did Liverpool do it? Did Liverpool win the Champions League by spending 35 million each summer?
Nathan, let me explain.
Yes or yes or no. Did they do it? Yes or no?
Let me explain something to you. With data analytics, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna spend a ton load of money like Liverpool. You're not gonna get the results like
But
Liverpool.
you use it
No,
as an
it doesn't.
example,
It does. I use it as an example because it works, but we have to keep.
And how much
everything
did they
in-
spend?
Okay, I'm trying to
How
get my
much
point
did they
across,
spend,
right?
bro?
So
You're fumbling around with your answer. The response is Liverpool spent hundreds of millions of dollars to get to the Champions League final. They didn't spend 35. They did not.
No, they did not. As a matter
So
of
they
fact,
spent.
Liverpool,
So they spent 35
if you
to
look,
50 million.
go back to the year that Liverpool won the Champions League, and I can 100% guarantee you that Liverpool spent less than everybody else in the EPL on transfers.
EPL, bro. Did you listen to what you're saying? They spent less money than anyone in the EPL.
Well, I'm comparing it to teams that they have spending powers.
But let me
right?
let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Promoted from in the Premier League, they get 100 million for getting promoted.
And Nathan,
so they have more money to spend than that.
Nathan, listen. Even with Fenway at Liverpool, like you just mentioned, guess what they had to do to win that Champions League you speak about? They had to go get a Leeson for 80 mil. They had to drop money. They understood that doesn't take you far. it does not take you far. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
It doesn't take you
What
far.
you're saying is nonsense because they didn't
Can I
spend
say
35
something? Can I
million.
say something? When you're at the top of the chain food, like Premier League is, they can use data analytics because for them, spending a bit is getting 50 million, the best player of that league. For them, spending good amount of money is 60 million. If Milan could have spent 60 million for one player, I agree with you. Let's do data analytics if that means buy 60 million players. But unfortunately, we're doing data analytics with 10 million players, and that tells me that we are basically the team 30. That basically there is 30 teams that decided not to get that player, and we are the 31 that we're getting that player.
So,
because everything is known in football right now.
So here's the thing, Larry. We have to stay calm, and I have to keep repeating this because I have faith in Cardinale. I do. I really do. And the reason why I have faith in them is because they have a methodology that they're going to use to make this work. If they didn't have a plan and they were continuing with just replacing Maldini with somebody else, and they're saying, okay, we're going to trust that person to do whatever, then I would be worried. I really would be. But they have a plan. They have a methodology that they're going to use to take the club forward, and I'm confident it's going to work.
I'm still waiting for you to tell me, bro.
Maybe I'm saying that because I'm a project manager in my profession and I see things like this in my job.
Guys, please let Zion finish, guys. Please let each other finish. Zion does not interrupt you guys. Please don't interrupt Zion.
Yeah, I'm just saying they have a methodology, Nathan, that if they didn't have, the problem I have with clubs is if they don't have a plan to move forward, right? Okay, look at Bayern Munich, for example. Bayern Munich won the Bundesliga and they fired Oliver Kahn and they fired their sporting director and their technical director, right? They won the cup. They won the league, right? So my point is that when a club has a plan, a proven plan that works, we just have to give it time for them to implement it and trust the process. And that's exactly what I'm encouraging everybody else to do. Trust the process. I am confident that Cardinale and Forlani is going to do Forlani is a Milan fan like us. He's a diehard Milan fan.
Yeah.
He feels the same way all of us feel. And I'm confident under his leadership and with Manqueda skill set and with Tonali being able to coach this team, I'm confident that we're going to be successful.
Can I just quickly just dispel this myth that Bayern is a low spending club? They spent 146 million euros in the transfer market this year. Like, just stop saying Bayern doesn't spend. Stop saying Bayern doesn't spend. It's bullshit.
I didn't say that. No,
they spent 60 million last year. Like,
no, I'm just saying
they spent
their technical director and their sporting director. That's what I'm saying. After they won a trophy, after they won the league title, they fired their technical director and their sporting director.
Because they want to win everything. They want to win everything. Now they're firing Maldini for wanting to win everything.
Zion, we know that those two people or three people that got fired are not the catalyst that brings Bayern trophies. But we know actually that who brings trophies at Milan is Maldini. Because we had a lot of sporting directors, a lot of coaches that were before. We had other ownership as well. Maldini comes in, he convinces a lot of young talent to come at Milan. He gets a lot of things right. He creates an environment that actually is a winning environment. And he gets a trophy. He gets a big trophy.
I agree.
It's a bold decision to get rid of. It's like in my opinion, getting rid of one between Maldini or Pioli is a bold decision. Because
Larry, not only that, Larry, but last year, Elliott we spent what, 70 to 80 million last year, right? Elliott was also trying to balance the books and be proactive in the market. He's spending 80 million. So why is it that Elliott can do it, but Cardinale all of a sudden says, "Oh no, we can't do it. We have to do 35 to 50."
No, I don't, Nathan. I don't think that's the point, though. I think what they're saying.
But that is the point. If Maldini wanted more money to get better players, if Maldini is given 80 million, he wins the league. If you give him 35 to 50 million, then we struggle.
So
I have a quick question.
Let me
Zion, do you think we're going to reinvest money from sales the way that Bayern does? Do you think we'll reinvest money from sales?
That's what Fulani said in a statement.
He said that?
He said that in a statement. Here's the thing, gentlemen. If that's what Maldini wanted, then he should have done a better job selling the players that went for free.
What?
Because there's no way there.
Hold on, but that's past management.
Cardinale made it very clear when they bought Milan how the club is gonna spend going forward. That's not something that was not known to Maldini when he signed his contract. So the point that I'm getting is, if I hire you, and I tell you the terms of the agreement and the business model that we're using, why midway through that you want to change everything? No, it's not going to change.
But
we have to work within the constraint of the business so we can stay fiscally healthy. The
Elliott was fiscally healthy with 80 million. That's the whole problem. Why is it that Elliott is okay with 80 and then Cardinale isn't? Because Elliott shows with 80 million the budget
because Elliott is a $1 billion ball player.
So is Cardinale.
Cardinale is using investors' money to run Milan. That's what they're doing.
Then
they're using investors' money.
The club. And
So it's a different ball game on the RedBird, gentlemen.
I would just say, hey, you're happy with the vision for the club to be fiscally responsible, right? But you're okay with not lifting trophies in the near future.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
No, that's basically what it is.
No, I didn't say that. He thinks that we can win. We can still win trophies.
Oh, you think we could still win trophies with 35 million summer?
Larry, check your WhatsApp.
And now you take it down.
Nathan, real quick, your audio. Hey, Nathan, fix your audio.
Larry, check your WhatsApp.
Hold on, real quick, Zion. I value all the input and your opinion, of course, and I want this new management to succeed because if they succeed, Milan succeeds. But real quick, 35 mil budget and signing young up and coming talents that may or may not hit the ground running in Serie A. Do you think that's enough to win trophies?
Well, here's my thing, gentlemen. I don't think they're gonna look at talent that's just. Pioli made it very clear what he wants, right? So I think this is what I believe. I believe that Manqueda and Fulani, they're going to look at players that are within the age group of 25 years and older that have the mental fortitude and the intelligence to play football. Then they're going to look at the market and say, okay, who is a free agent? Whose contract is expiring? Let's try to get to these guys quicker than the big clubs and try to get these contracts signed and sealed so we can get these players in our team. So you're going to see a lot of better quality. In my opinion, you're going to see a lot of better quality signing that are young, and that team is going to be able to grow together, right? And that's the most important thing. They're going to bring in players that have the mental fortitude, the intelligence, and the experience at a young age and grow that team together. And we're going to win trophies with it. And I'm 100%. We're going to come back to this live stream and have this conversation again because I'm 100% confident of that. I have no doubt about it. We just have to trust the process, gentlemen. I know it's a lot going on, and I for one, didn't like the way in which Maldini left the club. I wish it was done, better for the image of the club, But based on what's being reported, it was not as if they came in and said, Maldini, that's it, you're done. Right? They just did not want him to be in charge of the transfers anymore because they're feeling that they're not going in the using the model that they intend to use to get this club in the right place while maintaining financial health for the club. And I can respect that. If you're spending your own money and someone is in your company and they're trying to do whatever they want with your money, you're gonna have a say in that. You're gonna say, no, that's not how it's gonna work. Gentlemen, we just have to trust the process. Believe me, it's a little, chaotic right now, for the lack of a better word. But I think once things calm down and we see how we're going to approach this with the new team that they're putting together, I 100% believe that it's going to be a successful model for Milan.
So you think Maldini's vision for how Milan can continue to win trophies is not the right vision to win trophies? Cardinale's vision of low spending, low budgets, reducing the wage bill is a more viable solution for winning more trophies.
Yeah, I do believe in their model, because here's the thing with Maldini's model, right?
Oh my God.
With
Maldini's model has already worked.
No. Maldini came in Milan at the right time when that worked.
Bro, the right time, bro. We were banter era, bro.
He signed and renewed the pillars of our squad who won us the Scudetto. Correct.
What I'm saying is that when Maldini came in, these players were developing at the right time. Leao was okay. Stick a pin. If Leao had come in now, as fresh as he was from Lille, right? Do you believe that we would have got the output that we got from Leao last season? It's similar to what's going on with CDK right now.
No, but CDK is scared.
It's not
scared
the
to play at San Siro. It's not the same.
Say that again.
Leao was not scared to play for Milan. Leao was clutch. Leao was providing in big games, even dribbling 5 or 6 players and getting a goal. Leao was getting 6-7 goals a season, and Leao was in a worse Milan. Leao was never shy.
But Leao didn't have. No, I get it, Larry, and this is why Pioli.
And Leao was 19, not 21. Leao came 19. CDK came 21.
I get it, Leao. People have different personalities. They deal with pressure differently, and I totally get it. It's not going to always work for every young player. I totally get it, right? But the point that I'm making is this. I'm going off of what the club is saying, right, and what Pioli is saying, and I like what I'm hearing. Right,
but Pioli is with Maldini, Pioli. You know that. I think Pioli is going to be the next to get fired. Next season, Pioli will get fired. Yeah,
I don't think so, because Cardinale made it very clear that he likes how Pioli conducts himself in the press.
Because
how he handles. No, it's just business, brother. It's just business. Because let me put it to you this way: what Maldini said to the press is unprofessional. You don't say things like that to the press. You just don't. If there's a problem with the budget or the money or the spending, you speak with them in the boardroom meeting about that.
No,
you don't put it out there.
I need to stop you there. The media asked Maldini, what do you think about this Milan playing a semi-final of Champions League? And Maldini tells them, don't get fooled. We're not at this level. It was just something that happened accidentally this season. We are in a great form. But Milan is not at that level. It's not top 4 in the world. Milan needs more quality and needs more investment to be consistently at this level. So that is what what I want to hear from Maldini. Now, Jerry Cardinale doesn't like that, and Maldini gets fired. I agree with that. But that's what Maldini should say.
Here's the thing.
If Maldini says the opposite, if Maldini says, "Oh, we are good. We are actually at the level of top 4 in Europe. We don't need more investment because these are good players."
So
Maldini
what Maldini?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Larry. Go ahead.
No, if Maldini says that, Maldini is lying on all of us and is lying to the media as well.
No, I get it, Larry. But what Maldini did was he literally threw the owners under the bus by doing that. You can't do that. Here's my take on it. Right? Yes, we need more. We need better quality players. We need investment. But the fact that Maldini wants to get a bigger budget, knowing the parameters of what the club is working with when he renewed his contract, he's stepping way out of line saying that in the press, because he knew when he signed his contract that Milan is not going to have a budget that is going to allow him to just buy the players that he wants or get the players that he wants. He knew that when he signed his contract. He knew that when he renewed his contract on the RedBird. Right?
I mean, we don't know what was said in those contracts.
No, I can tell you what was said, because Jerry
Cardinale made it. You're speculating.
No, Jerry Cardinale made it very clear. He made it very clear when he took over Milan. He made it very clear that we're not going to spend.
He also said he hates losing.
Yeah, and I believe him.
Guess what?
I believe him.
But you can't believe him whenever he doesn't want to sign players. If you don't like the lose, you go get better players.
It doesn't. Nathan.
It doesn't what? It doesn't work.
Spending more money does not equate to success, man. We got to take.
But we're not talking. But listen,
we got to fall back on that, man. What we should be talking about. No, Nathan. What we should really be talking about is how we spend the money that we have.
Yes, we know that, but you're conflating. I think you're confusing us saying to spend money as in like spend 200 million. No one here, like we were all saying that we would be fine with 80 million, like what they did last year.
Zion, are you satisfied with a 35 million budget?
Well, that's rumors. I don't know if that's true or not. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're saying we have a 35 million budget, of course, in addition to that, they are saying the additional budget is going to come from players that they sell. So that is clearly indicating that the 35 million is not the limit to what we're going to.
But what about the money that we got from Champions League as well?
Well,
Does that not count for anything?
I'm just going off of what is being reported, right? Whether or not if it's true or factual, I don't know. But let's just use that for the sake of argument, right? They're saying that there's a $35 million budget. In addition to that, the sale of players is going to add to the budget that they're going to have for this transfer market. Okay, fine. Now, if I look at last season's budget and Maldini was given $50 million, why in the world would you blow $35 million on one player that is still young? He's not a world beater. He hasn't proven anything yet. He's coming from a weaker league.
Who are you going to sign that doesn't fit that description for a 35 mil or less budget?
You know who I would have signed? I would have signed Amrabat from Fiorentina. That's who I would have signed.
I don't think they would have accepted the 35.
Oh, they would have. They would have. They would have accepted.
I don't know if they would have.
Because
anyway, guys, he's talking about.
I would have signed him too, but I don't know.
So let's move from the make the point.
The point that I'm making, Lahert, is not how much money you're getting to spend, is how you spend the money that you get to spend.
No. I disagree. I disagree. You can. Somebody can give you $20 and say, feed this family today. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that.
Larry, I can tell you this much: as a project manager, I've been given a budget of 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, and I have to make it work.
No. I know you have to make it work. I know you have to make it work because your end goal is not winning the Serie A or fucking.
No, but my
75.
end goal is a successful project, though.
No, I understand this because I'm a project manager as well on a lot of video games that we do the marketing campaign. But no one is asking me to create a marketing campaign awareness the same level of EA does with FIFA, because I have a budget that cannot achieve that. So you cannot tell me I can achieve that result. Milan, the results Milan is weighted to achieve is top level. Top 4 is top level. So basically, you're competing with Chelsea, Manchester United. Oh, Rock, man, fucking hell, what are you writing? So
no, I get it, Larry.
So
but here's the
level
thing.
It's too high.
I get it, Larry.
Is the budget. No, one second.
Wait,
finish here.
You said Amrabat. Is Amrabat better than Kessie or at the same level as Kessie?
Dude, but who cares about this thing?
No. I know this is the point. No, this is the point because he said he would replace Kessie with Amrabat.
He would have been a better.
Amrabat at the level.
Yeah, he would have.
No. Stop. Not a good replacement. Is he at the level or better?
Yeah, he's at the level.
But who cares about this thing? The conversation is you cannot achieve the results that Milan needs to achieve with 35 million. We are saying it not because we are supporters. I think Jerry Cardinali is an idiot, not because as a Milan fan I want to see better player. I think Jerry Cardinali is an idiot because he does not understand that the business is running needs 50, 60, 70 million to make money. Because the Milan fans, I know the Milan fans. The Milan fans, we're not gonna do the season ticket if you don't bring a name. When you're put 120 million from Champions League, you finish top 4, you're gonna play at the highest level in Europe. You need to bring a name in Serie A or in San Siro, or no one is gonna come at San Siro to watch those games. That is the reality. I know
This is what I think, Lahert. This is what I think is going to happen, right? Because in business, people make exceptions to the rule, right? So I have to keep an open mind to that, right? So with that said, I do believe that they're going to follow the methodology that they have. But if there are exceptions that they can bring in to improve the quality of the team, I believe they will do that as well. You see, the thing is, I can't take the approach that they're going to say, hey, this is what it is, and that's no, because they if that's the case, they would have sold Leao. By them investing in Leao and keeping him in the squad, that tells me that they're serious about winning. Because if they weren't serious about winning, Why not sell Leao to the best the
I'll tell
person
you
with the
why.
highest
I'll tell
bid?
you why. I'll tell you why. Because he has 1 year of contract, and they don't want to sell it with 1 year of contract because it's harder to sell. You never know what's gonna happen.
But they
So
can,
what
they
they
can still
do?
sell him.
They
They can
no,
still
listen
sell
to
him this
me.
summer.
No. But they're gonna sell it with a lower price, and they will be in a risk position because if the transaction doesn't go and the party don't find a solution, Leao enters in his last year without a contract, so you lose it for free. So the risk is too high. So you renew Leao, and now you have 5 years to find the best solution to sell him. That's why they renew Leao. At this moment, I think that is the reason. Maybe I'll change my mind in 6 months.
But Leao,
that is the
they
reason.
can. Yeah, but Larry, they can still sell Leao this summer. If
Yes, but
that's what they're looking at.
Dude, but you
not
listen.
40
You heard
million.
me what I say. You heard me what I say. With 1 year of contract, Leao can go on a negotiation with 5 clubs in Europe, don't find an agreement, and enter in his last year without any contract and walk out for free. If you close him on a 5-year deal, he can go on negotiation this year. Next summer, you're still covered because if it doesn't, nothing happen or you don't sell at the price you want, you're covered. So that's why they renew Leao.
Well, that's what they should do, and I think that's what they should do with every player.
The point that you're making is that the renewal of Leao does not prove they have serious intention on building a good team. That proves that they don't want to lose money, which is different.
Exactly.
No, well,
exactly.
here's the thing. I disagree with that because with Leao, the idea is there's a core group of players at Milan that they're building the project around, and Leao is the focal point of that core group of the players.
Leao, in my opinion, Leao will get sold. At one point, Leao will get sold because Moncada is gonna tell Jerry, if you sell Leao 130 million, you can cash 40. I'm gonna reinvest 90 million. And get you 3 players at the level of Leao.
And that's smart business, and I totally agree.
Yeah, but listen, no. On paper, it's smart business. Now I want to see Moncada how good he's gonna be at doing that. Because saying it is one thing, doing it is another. Let's see if he's gonna do that.
Well, I've seen Moncada work at Monaco, and I am confident in Moncada.
No. It's not the same. We'll see that.
Larry, I am happy that we have Moncada. I swear to God, I am happy that we have him at Milan.
We'll see. We will see that. Listen, we will see that. We'll see that.
I've seen his talent. I've seen what he can do, and every player that he was linked to or he suggested, they're like crazy right now that we didn't buy. So I'm confident.
Let's see.
I get that we have different perspective on it, but I'm optimistic, gentlemen. I really am, because if Milan didn't have a methodology or a good plan to make balance, not just the financial part of it, but the sporting part of it,
we're already balanced. We're already balanced. Elliot showed that we were balanced with 80 million.
Yeah, but you have to maintain that.
If we have to maintain that, then why would Elliot spend 80 million last year instead of 35 or 50 if we have to maintain it? See what you're saying?
I don't understand. I don't understand your point.
Okay, I'll explain. If we were trying to balance the books, be profitable, and all this stuff that Cardinale is saying, and if Cardinale is trying to follow the same method and strategy of Elliot would not have spent 35 million or 80 million. They would have spent 35 like Cardinale is. If Cardinale is trying to
with that, because
but listen, let me finish. Elliot showed that 80 million is perfectly fine in our will be balanced in the book. If we were not going to be balanced in the book, Elliot would not give us that money. So he showed that even with 80 million, that not only will our books be balanced, but we can actually win the league.
I want to add something.
The moment we go with this 35 or 50 million, you see the consequences.
So here's the thing, Nathan. Elliot bought the club at a low price and they sold at a high price. They made a crazy profit off of Milan.
And how they did that? How they did
that? Yeah, how did they do that?
Because the previous owner took out loans.
So did they spend money?
No. How they did the cleaning up? They brought Milan to Champions League. they signed new deals with sponsorships because Milan was a competitive team. How do they do that? Putting money on the squad. Without putting money on the squad, you're not going to achieve those results.
Well, it's like buying
money. Listen, listen to you. Moneyball says you should not. Moneyball says you should not get a 38 years old from MLS. We just come out from a knee injury. Maldini says yes, and that 38 years old Ibrahimovic just come out from an injury knee from the MLS, brings you to top 4 and brings you to win the league because he's doing something that Moneyball cannot calculate. They cannot find it on the Excel spreadsheet. Now, how Moneyball will find a way to make Tonali, Benacer, and all the other guys perform? Moneyball is telling you Ragnick. He's not telling you Pioli. Pioli comes and brings you top 4 and wins the league. So Moneyball has failed because RB Leipzig and Salzburg, they are financially safe and they make a lot of money, but they are not winning anything relevant.
So let me say this, gentlemen, because I think we have to understand one thing here. I get what everybody is saying, but Milan has to find different strategic ways.
Penalty for West
to be a
Ham.
Success. They have to find a better way of being competitive and also at the same time fiscally healthy. Whether they use analytics to do it, whether they use whatever tool that they can use to do it, they're going to have to find a way other than spending a lot of money. Because what they're saying is that we're not EPL teams. We don't have the budget that these teams have, but we're going to have to. I mean, when I see teams like Sevilla winning the Europa League, and you have other teams that are winning cup trophies or even winning the league itself. I mean, Lille won the league a few seasons ago. They didn't spend crazy money. Now,
do you know what
I get it.
I get it.
But the thing is, they change ownership, and the thing is, when you have.
Did you watch Sevilla this year though? Like you're used
I did watch them, but if you did. But it did change leadership.
They changed ownership. But if you watch them did you see their performances on the field?
But Nathan, if they have different ownership, they have different goals, they have different objectives.
But John. But the problem is here that you are assuming that the only reason why Lille won the league is Moneyball. No, because you can say Milan won the league because Moneyball. No, Milan had at one point really important players like Florenzi that contributed, which is not on the Moneyball range, or Zlatan Ibrahimovic again. Milan had a lot of players that were not part of the Moneyball.
No, but Larry, Milan wasn't using Moneyball at that time.
Everyone is using it. Everyone is using it. Everyone is using it.
Larry, he just said a point. He just said a point. Milan was not using Moneyball when we won the league. So if we did something and it actually worked, why would you not get to do it?
Because it's not sustainable, Nathan.
It is sustainable. Elliot proved it. Elliot proved that it's sustainable.
It's not sustainable. It's not
but
sustainable.
Elliot proved it. Elliot proved it.
It's not.
You're saying it's not sustainable.
Can I say something?
Nathan, this is not a conversation. Listen to me, Zion. Jerry Cardinale has a massive debt to pay to buy Milan. That's why he's doing that. Because I tell you for sure, the revenues that Milan is making this year can invest 100 million on the transfer market to keep those revenues. I'm not saying to raise them, to keep them. And he's not doing it. And he will pay the price of that. And he will fire Moncada, and he will fire Forlani and put other two puppets and make the same mistake. And believe me, at the third year, when he wants to sell, he will start buying players to bring Milan again and sell it and get rid of it. That's what he's going to do.
I don't believe that. And then here's the thing that we're just being we don't know that. We're just going off of the rumors that we're hearing that they're gonna have a 35. We don't know that, right? So
even 50 million is not good enough, bro. That's what we're saying.
There's no official statement that have been put out that this is what Milan budget is. We're just making assumptions here, right? My point is that there's two things that I look at in a business that's successful, right? Do they have a plan? Do they have a methodology to put in place to make sure that plan works, right? And I like what they're putting forward, because we whether we like it or not, gentlemen, we cannot financially compete with these clubs that have the money to do it. So we're going to have to be creative, and we're going to have to find different ways to do that. And this is where talent is going to come into play. Like Moncada talent is going to come into play. Forlani talent is going to have to come into play. And I believe they can do it. Pioli talent is going to come into play because now Pioli has more autonomy on which player comes in and who comes out. That's what they're giving Pioli under this leadership.
Pioli will get fired in a year. In a year,
no, I don't believe that.
If we barely made top 4 out of the technicality because of our budget was so low. If we don't make top 4 next year, what you're saying is
no, Nathan.
Shut down.
Nathan, we didn't make top 4. We because Maldini didn't spend that 50 million the right way. Honestly, I mean, if he had spent it differently, we would have easily
So you think Amberback would have got us top 4?
No, brother. What I'm saying is this, right?
But our offense was not scoring goals.
But Nathan, what I'm saying is this: if you look at the gaps in the team, it would have made more logical sense to get someone like Dybala for the camp and find a replacement for Kessie, because what we take for granted is the impact that Kessie had on this team in winning the Scudetto. We just like if Maldini had moved the same way to replace Kessie, the same way he had moved to replace Donnarumma, we would have been in second place this season. I can guarantee you that. You have you can't just have the team and know that there are known gaps and not identify that this is a gap that has to be filled.
You realize we have less goals this year than we even did last year.
I just want to say something.
Kessie scored a lot of goals for the team too. Right?
Okay, let's say Pobega scored the same amount of goals Kessie scored last season. This season.
Pobega, this scored.
Yeah, the same amount of goals that Kessie scored last season.
No, that can't be right.
Man, I know it can be right. I know, but it is. Diaz scored more goals than the season before. He got more contribution. He got 14.
Kessie scored way more goals than that because he was the penalty. He was our penalty.
Yeah, but he missed a lot last season, and Giroud kicked a lot of penalty last season. So Kessie didn't score. I think Kessie scored 5 or 4 goals last season. Pobega scored 5 or 6 goals this season, or 4.
In Serie A.
Yeah, all competition. I'm talking Kessie.
Okay, I'll take you.
I count all competition. Anyway, we've made it to the semi-final without Kessie, and we didn't make it with Kessie last season. That's goal Fiorentina, guys.
No, but the thing is,
Bonaventura scored the goal, man.
Yeah, I just saw it now.
Yeah,
look at that.
Fiorentina, vamos!
Too late, man, Antonio. Too late. Anyway, let's move to something else. Let's move to another topic. Now Maldini is gone. Clearly, I see that 99% of the fans are broken. A good percentage, I would say, 30% of the fans are optimistic that things will go well even without Maldini. 70% of the fans, I would say, are a bit skeptical and don't think things will go well. For me, we will sell. I think Mike Maignan will go this summer, and we will use that money to build a team. We will buy a 20 million goalkeeper, which is not going to be like Mike Maignan, but we'll do the job. And we will use the other money to reinforce other position. Now, my question is, without thinking about the budget, which are the players Moncada needs to take for us to finish comfortably top 4? Because clearly that is the objective of Jerry Cardinale, finish top 4 without any issue. So which are the objectives? Which are the players that Moncada needs to buy? Position, opinion, let's go for it.
Okay, so I think that they're going to look at players like Thuram from Mönchengladbach.
I think it's going to PSG, but no.
Yeah, that's rumors, but I think they're going to target players like Thuram, Pulisic from Chelsea, who's 1 year left in his contract. I think they're going to target a player like that. I think they're going to still get Kamada. I think they're going to go for Ndika, right? They're going to go for Ndika.
Signed for Roma. Ndika signed for Roma.
Did he?
Yeah, official.
Is it's official?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it being officialized today. I just heard that Roma are really pushing, and he's pretty much gonna go there unless he some other club hijacks it.
Yeah, he didn't accept. He didn't accept.
It wasn't.
That contract.
He hasn't agreed to it yet. He's still.
No,
waiting.
he hasn't agreed to that contract yet. But those are the players I think they're going to target, because I think what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to fill some of this gap with some free agent players, and I think that's smart because with the money that they're working with, they're going to have to get really creative.
But I want to know the positions, because I'm going to ask David as well. David is joining. I want to know the position. Tell me which role we need.
We definitely need a center forward, that's for sure. We need a cam now that Diaz has gone back to Real Madrid. We need a right winger, and we need a left back cover for Theo, and we need a defensive midfielder. And I would dare to say we need a new center back too, because Kyer is going to leave. This is
so
his
we're
last
saying
season with Milan.
You're saying 5 players / 6, 5-6 players.
Yeah. Defender.
Or do you think we're gonna get? How many we're gonna get on a free of those 5-6 players? How many do you think we're gonna get on free?
We can at least get 3 to 4.
So you think Moncada will put on the 6 players we need? Around 50% of them will come on a free.
Anywhere from 40 to 50%, maybe. Because here's the thing: if the players that we don't get for free, he's gonna trust me. He's gonna find some players that you guys, when the season starts, you guys are gonna be impressed with this guy. You know, one of the problems that was reported with the rift with Maldini was that he was not taking any of Moncada's advice on the players that he was selecting. That was one of the things that came out, rumors that started coming out, that he wasn't. That's what pissed one of the things that I heard pissed Cardinale off, because here you have a talented scout, and he's presenting players to you, players that we can even sign on a free transfer. And
Can I add something to this?
Considering it. Yeah.
I didn't hear your whole debate because I was just getting off of work when this ended, but I wanted to. Oh my God, what a miss by Montenegro. Anyways, I just want to say this. On that point, the other question I have for Maldini, which, by the way, overall, I disagree with what happened. I'm side, but I do have a question. I mean, if Maldini wasn't agreeing with Moncada, then he wasn't agreeing with Pioli, because obviously Pioli had no input. I mean, who knows because he never got who he wanted, and what's it called? Adli and those players didn't really play at all. The players that we brought in, Origi. So if he's working with Moncada, then what the heck is going on? I know that I like his vision, and I love, I agree with him that I would love for us to spend more, but the bright side is that things should be. I don't think we're going to see 3 weeks, a month to get a transfer done anymore like it was last year, because it sounded like he was it was just them making all the decisions without really caring about the other parts of the management and the team. So that is kind of a point of criticism I think is fair at this point. I don't know. Let's go for us.
Antonio, I want to hear David or David. David, where are you from?
Can you hear me? Hey guys, I'm back.
Son.
I'm back now.
Clint, yeah, let me hear David what he thinks about this situation, the whole Maldini and what Moncada will do.
So I came on the live earlier before, and basically I said everything Zion is saying. So he said it much better than I did. But basically, there's one thing I wanted to add, which was regarding the 35 million number. If you look at the article, it's from La Repubblica, I think, and it says quote, it says 35 million plus any revenues derived from sales, and we have a lot of sales. A lot of our players are dead weight, and they're going to be sold on. So I don't think we should stick to 35. I think it should be somewhere close to 50, maybe a little bit more than that. And as I said before, I said it before when I came on, striker is the most important. The biggest statistic that I think hasn't been stressed enough is that Milan in Serie A had the most number of big chances missed. And so if we had a striker to finish those off, and again, we would easily make maybe even challenge for the title. And I think also the fact that Giroud is aging is really important. Another thing, obviously, is the defense. But again, I would focus more on the attack simply because they've been ignored for so long. And honestly, our midfield wasn't that bad. I think I would have if it was like before the season without Kessie, I would have expected, and I did expect way worse. But honestly, they did pretty well. Krunic stepped up, and I think that I think striker is the most important thing. So yeah.
David, I'll add on to that as well. The first line of defense is your offense. If your offense can score the goals and take pressure off the defense, your record's going to be a lot better because the teams won't play the same way if you put away some of these big chances.
Nathan, you need a better mic, man. What is this? What is this?
Yeah, Nathan, our viewers deserve better, man. Our viewers deserve better.
My mic was working just fine before. I'm not sure what
No,
too soft or what is it?
You think
No, earlier it was fine. I don't know why it's
no,
like that.
it was okay. I would say it was okay. It was like
sounds like you're on JD Cardinale's budget.
Hey, exactly. So how do I sound? Like, is it muffled or am I low? What is it?
It's just a lot of background noise, like scratchy. But yeah, finish.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a bit
that
like
was... Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's a bit. It's not clear, and it goes off and on sometimes.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna try and figure it out.
On the mic, man. Stop saving for that Porsche. You don't need one. You have an 18-wheeler. You don't need a Porsche. Anyway, I'm.
I can't add something. Go ahead, Larry.
No, you Clint wanted to say something. Go for it. Say it.
No. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just. I'm at the beginning. I was optimistic. You can ask the people in the chat because American coming in, but that's the good side of American business owners, right? But the bad side of American business owners, it's what I'm fearing with us because. I look at our teams here, the NBA and all these teams. These owners are okay. Like, I'm telling you, anybody that watch American sports, some of these owners are okay. Their team being shit until, they're okay with that as long as their revenues, they come in. And one thing I want to add that I have a chance to add was it's, per se, and I think I said it yesterday, even if it's the stadium, we're saving up for the stadium, we're saving up for whatever the hell, right? Now I'm starting to realize, being more focused now on this and looking how everything is playing out, I'd rather win in the now because you can get the stadium, you can have your sustainable revenues, and then we can give you 2 case studies now, right? You can look at Arsenal, you can look at Tottenham, right? And Tottenham, even with the Premier League revenue money, they still can't buy as the other counterparts. The stadium is done, everything. You still got to pay that off, right? It's done. You have one of the best modern stadium. Okay, good. But guess what? That doesn't translate to the pitch. So for the owner, it might be good for Levi, for Danny Levy, right? Because Tottenham, I think that stadium is going to be the first stadium to host a F1 like Formula One on the pitch. It's all good for his pockets. But now he's running to another situation where like the fans are really upset. Now you can even secure the best coaches. Now you're gonna leave your star players. So at what time? Maybe it's not in our lifetime where Tottenham decides to go off with throttle, and that's a good case study for us if we want to do the whole stadium thing. Because, and the only reason I'm saying that is just how he's moving financially, the way Jetty's moving financially, data analytics, and all of that seems to me that he's not chasing the glory. And us as Milan fans that have been Milan fans for the longest, we chase the glory in the pitch. There's certain expectations that's been set, especially since we've seen no more can be done. But if it's not aligning that he's thinking that he might go a certain way, yes, it might revolutionize. But at the end of the day, what's most important here from an outsider perspective, even from a fan perspective, right? Is it the satisfactions of the fans as you as the fan? Or is this for your club to become sustainable? What do you value the most? And I think that's the real question that's here at stake. And I'd rather see my team win and go broke when I die. I don't give a fuck. And that's the reality for me.
I think they're trying to achieve both, and I think it's possible. I think they can do it. Financially stable club and a successful club on the pitch. I'm confident they can do it.
But my question to you. Okay, go ahead, Zion. That's what I want to ask. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, what I want to ask you, I'm like, even if it can be achievable, I think the fear now we have is what's the time frame, right? And when I mean what's the time frame, because we got out of a banter era, and that really matters the psychology of the fans because we got out of a certain thing. And the reason why the room is left for speculation is because he won't really give a concrete press conference where we get the insight on who he is as an owner. All we just seen is just some PR BS. So it's leaving room for a lot of speculations and fear. And I think that's the reality of it. And we need timelines. Like we need to know what's the expect. I'm not saying to reveal the secrets, but to put the fans at bay. And that's the reason why people are panicking. And that's the reality of it.
Yeah, I know. I think a lot of people went. I mean, when I saw the news of Maldini being released, I was shocked. Actually, I didn't expect that to happen because my first thing that came to my mind is how are the players going to react to it, right? Because he has a really great relationship with the players, and I think he was the balance and one the key person that kind of balanced everything between the players and Pioli, right? But we can't be resistant to change, and I always say sometimes change don't come at us at a time that we want it or we feel ready for it. I think the idea is to kind of see where they're going with this. One of the rumors that have been circulating is that the Cardinale wants to hire Ibrahimovic in a role within the club, and I'm thinking that it's no different from the role that Maldini would have facilitated if he had moved out of the sporting director role to kind of be that motivational voice or that bridge between the players and the coach as well to kind of keep the enthusiasm and the winning mentality going, right? Because that's one of the rumors circulating now. So I think we just have to kind of watch and see, just be calm and just kind of watch and see how things play out. But based on what I'm seeing so far with the people that he's putting in place, to me, it looks like a winning team that he's putting into place that can even achieve better success.
I'm afraid, hear me out. I'm afraid in the long run because his counterparts, and like I mentioned earlier, American owners speak among themselves, especially people here in the football world, and they are billionaires of their own right. And I'm seeing it play out with some of these teams at the higher scale owned by these Americans and what's happening. And it's a lot of cliche because what we're really afraid of is what's going on in the background of things. I look at Man United with the Glazers, what they're doing. We saw the report today. The Saudi, because here's what eventually what us Milan fans we want. We want owners that care. When I mean owners that care, not for the financial aspect, but an owner that actually wants to win. Like we're putting money and we want to win at all costs. That's what coincides with the fan. Now, that might not always correlate with the business part of it, but you as a fan, me as a fan, when I'm looking at it, I can give two fucks about I just want to win. I want to banter on the other people, and that's the reality of it. But that might not go hand in hand. So even when you're saying he's playing a winning team and all that stuff, I'm looking at what they're done at Man United. These dudes, like the Glazers, they own Tampa Bay. Do they really even care about Man United? It's whole fucking shambles. And guess what? They can't. Nothing. It's they use all these metrics. I'm sure, like the Glazers. I'm pretty sure, like Cardinale consulted all these guys. Look at what Todd Boehly did. Right? He has all the money. It's just like they don't understand. Like the thing about football is just not on paper. They're looking at it too much from the paper perspective. Like, oh, I'm reading this, based on that. You have to be there. You have to understand. It's an emotional stuff moving a second. The moment a player has an ACL, that can switch your whole season around, even your fucking finances, because results can drop. That can be a star player or something can happen. So football is way too different from these other sports. And that's my problem with them because they're leaving the sports or different type of sports that are based on entertainment and they're moving to a sport that's actually really cultural. Football is really cultural. It's not like basketball, it's baseball. And that's a really dangerous game, being too caught up in the red and black or in the numbers, bro. Like football don't work like that. And they're going to learn the hard way. They're going to learn the hard way with this.
I totally get it. I think it's a little bit different from the Man United situation because here's the thing: the revenue that's generated in the EPL, just being in the EPL is a lot of money for these clubs, right? So the Glazers could have just sit back and still make their money regardless if the team is winning trophies or not. On the contrary, in Serie A, it's a little bit different. They don't get the kind of revenues that the EPL teams get. And also, we have to understand that they can't generate the revenues that they want for their shareholders without getting the success on the pitch. And this is why I believe that they're gonna do what it takes to make the
But I
team
don't
a
think.
winning team.
But here's the thing. I don't think. But here's me. And the last point you made, I completely agree. But I do not think that's what they're gonna look for. I think they're gonna look to maximize on the other side. I just saw news yesterday, right? That RedBird Capital teamed up with the NFL to sell NFL tickets, right, through bars in the United States. So they're more focused on the entertainment part. And that's what's scaring me now with all this Maldini stuff. I don't even think that, because if they really cared about the success on the pitch has to translate,
they would show it.
They would have been making the move now.
They would show it.
They're maximizing more on their brand. Because hear me out. Here's one thing, like I said, like they understand, like it's even said right now. If you read like the soccer books, and I read the last edition of Soccer Economics, right? And then one of the main things that really stood out to me is how like football is the only sport right now where cash, like, it's the only sport that has a sufficient amount of cash flow for investors. Jerry Cardinale comes from fucking Goldman Sachs. He was a Goldman Sachs partner. He's not in here. If he would have bought Milan saying that he likes the team because his dad was a supporter, I wouldn't even start thinking in that light. So it tells me he's not even, they have no interest whatsoever really glory on the pitch unless it really coincides with getting more money on their pocket from the entertainment side. And I feel like the branding and the entertainment, that's really at the forefront. What can really hurt us, which just the signs we're seeing right now, I'm not seeing good signs, and that's why I'm focusing more on that, and that's my main fear.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think it's a balancing act, right? Because I think one of the reasons why they're going after players like Kamada too is they want to get a foothold in the Asian market, and they know that's a big deal when it comes to revenue generating there. The thing is, the FGIC is holding the Italian Serie A back, right? They have too many red tapes and too many just bureaucracy that's holding these clubs back from really making the kind of money that they should be making on an international level. Now, with that said, I think what they're gonna have to do, Cardinale is gonna have to do. He understands that in Serie A, in order for them to make the revenue that they want, they have to be successful on the pitch, but they have to do it in a sustainable way so that the club is not falling back into debt. And I think that's what they're trying to achieve with what they're doing. With the rumors that I've been hearing, especially with them wanting to bring Ibrahimovic back in a managerial role, close to the squad, that tells me that they want that lion mentality. They still want that champion mentality, and they want to make sure that atmosphere doesn't change.
Yeah, but it's not going to really.
Guys, it's just politics. The Ibrahimovic rumors is just politics.
Well, it's possible because I think it would make sense for them to bring him back into the club, especially given the impact that he had on the Scudetto that we won.
Yeah, because
that would be a smart move in my opinion.
Right, even if he comes back, right, the biggest elephant in the room for us is like we need better ready players. Let's use our other counterparts, right? Like where Jenny Cardinale it has a commonality with Liverpool. Liverpool is us on a higher scale, meaning, they have higher revenues. And even look what Klopp says. They play the big boys, right? They use that whole same data, the same metrics, right? The data and analytical with Fenway and all these guys. And still, Klopp insists like, dude, we got to spend. They're nowhere near Man City. And they're struggling.
I think the problem with... Sorry, go ahead.
No, so what I'm trying to say is like, now look at us. Compare us. Our big fish will be us, Inter, Juve, and Napoli, right? Yes, we might be sustainable, and that's what the Freakins, I feel like they were doing. They're doing over there in Rome. Yeah, we might be sustainable, maybe catch up, but if Inter is broke and they're winning year after year, they can create a gap. Like even if they got to recover, if they get bought out afterwards, like you still might fall behind, and that's the fear fans might have. That's the biggest fear that fans have.
I'll say this on the Liverpool situation. I think the problem with Liverpool really is that Klopp just. I think Klopp reaches a point where he wasn't. I don't want to say he got found out, but he was just not adapting quickly enough, and because he has a good team, right? And the performance that I see in Liverpool, it should, with the team that he has, and they should be getting better results. Let me say that, right? So I think the problem with Liverpool is really not the data analytics or the players. It's just really the tactics.
No, but it's in terms of the players that we're getting. Klopp wasn't really getting investments before Nuno, before what's his name came, before what's that Uruguayan kid came in, Darwin Nunez came. They weren't really going out there buying players. They knew the midfield had to be replaced a long time ago. He wasn't, listen to me, like when you look at the Chelsea, when you look even at the Man United, investments was like it kept, and that's why the reason why they can't catch up to Man City. It's not because they don't play a good style. They're playing. It's just the players they have. They went out. They're aging out, and now this year? Is this this year that they were able to get now the last two windows? They're able to get some players in. But what I'm trying to say is the Americans were being really stingy. Where you see when you got Arabs in your league, they're gonna go all out.
Yeah,
You know?
I think the failure in Liverpool is really coaching, tactical issues. You know, because they really do have a good team. But to your point, with the American ownership, I don't think we're going to be in the same situation as Roma. I highly doubt that. And
West Ham has won it. West Ham has won it.
West Ham has won it.
Yeah, horrible defending.
Is it finished?
Yeah.
They scored in the 89th in the 90th minute.
Wow.
Okay, it's not finished. It's not finished yet.
The game is done. Fiorentina looked really tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this point, and I'm probably gonna go here in a few minutes. I think Inter is in a very precarious situation because if Inter doesn't win the Champions League, they're gonna have to sell some players. I mean, they're in a bad financial situation, and they have an aging squad, right? So they're not in a healthy situation. As a matter of fact, if Milan get the recruitment right this summer, with Spalletti leaving Napoli and Inter with an aging squad and in a bad financial situation and a whole mess with Juventus holding on to Allegri, I think Milan will have the opportunity to win the 20th Scudetti this season coming up but they have to get the recruitments right. They have to get the recruitments right.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you, right? But I think ultimately with us, because we from afar, us as fans, we're seeing it from afar. Because Americans don't really understand football. Like, you know, they go based off what they're told. And I hope we're not really linked to this Billy Jean motherfucker, because I'm gonna be really upset because if it's based on the fucking movie that you're getting inspired, like, bro, because the billionaires can be really dumb. You can look at Trump. Billionaires can be stupid sometimes, and
I tell you this.
let me say this. Right. Let me say this though. It's just the reason why is, you know, and what you're saying, you're completely right. We're in pole position to go forward. But if we do not bring even 2 or 3 more players and we go off with this same team, we're going to be dropping points against these smaller team again. That's all I can say.
I think with an iconic figure like Maldini leading the club, I think Cardinale knows that it's a PR situation to prove to the club that he made the right decision, to the fans, excuse me, that he made the right decision. I think he's going to come good. I really do. I think the folks that he has there, Fulani, Moncada, and Pioli, they're gonna huddle in a group and they're gonna get the recruitments right, because Milan is in a very opportunistic position right now where they can take back the title from Napoli next season.
Bro, wait.
I disagree.
Random question: why is Barak coming in now? He's like one of their best like this guy always plays well, man. Why are they subbing him in at the end of the game?
He hasn't been starting for Fiorentina a lot. I don't know why. Maybe
Italiano, I don't know, man. He's a good coach, but he's kind of weird sometimes. Like,
your dad doesn't like him.
I know he doesn't. I think he's all right. He's all right.
Yeah.
I just want to move from Clint. I can hear my voice.
Oh, sorry.
Let's move from this topic and let me go to Antonio.
Lad is depressed.
No, I'm not depressed. I have a problem here. My problem is that I don't think Moncada will get it right. All the players he will pick, he will get them right. I don't think so. And
well, if we had signed though one of Enzo Fernandez or Julian Alvarez or Kolo Muani, bro, that would be insane.
Sorry, Antonio. Sorry, 1 second, man. If Enzo Fernandez, I can understand. He went to Lisbon, to Benfica in Lisbon. So I understand that. But the Julian Alvarez, I don't understand why people are saying
I can explain it.
No. Let me finish. He was in a conversation.
Go ahead.
He was talking with Man City and Guardiola. So of course he will pick Guardiola then Pioli. Of course he will pick Man City then Milan. So there is no stop with this type of regret.
Okay,
yeah, but we had the chance to get Julian Alvarez and we passed up on it.
Wait, let me please respond. Let me put.
We
Please.
did.
Hold on. No, Liar. I just want to respond. That's actually not true. We were linked with Alvarez way before Man City was. We scouted him first.
But
he didn't. He had. It
Dude,
is
no,
true.
no, no, listen
He wasn't
to me.
as. He wasn't.
Dude,
He wasn't. Hold on. Let me finish.
Oh,
I let you
no.
finish. Please let me finish. He wasn't as proven as he was up until the end of his stint with River Plate, but we were linked with him heavily. We just didn't go and pursue him, and then eventually, he started to really. Then his goal numbers started going out of this world, and then Man City, as soon as they were linked with him, it was over.
That's true. That's true.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Can I say my opinion? Your truth is based on the links on the media, on Twitter, and what we see. Your truth is based on that.
What's your truth based on? The same media outlets, right?
Dude, liar. I'm sorry. I saw reliable journalists.
I'm not allowed to finish. I'm not allowed to finish.
Go ahead, man.
Can I finish? The reality is that Julian Alvarez as an agent or a bunch of agents, an agency that runs around Europe finding the best solution for him. That is the reality. So when the media is let me finish. When the media is telling you that we're linked to Alvarez, his agent is talking with Borussia Dortmund, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Man City, Man United.
They were not linked with him.
Dude, but how the fuck you know? It's
because unlike you, there are other people follow football outside of just Italy.
Wait, guys, guys, hold on. Liar.
You don't know that.
Hold on. Let's not, guys. Listen. I'm not in the mood to start yelling. Can we just have a civil conversation for a second? Hold on. Wait a second, please. Can I just hear? In response to that, I'm just saying. Like, we can use the thing where we don't know exactly what's happening for literally every single transfer. All I'm saying is, way before Man City ever was linked with him.
How do you know that?
Because
know that?
Let me just finish.
Know?
Hold on. Let me finish.
I
saw reliable journalists, including Shearer.
But
who's one of the.
Hold on. Journalists. No, I'm not holding on because the journalist is one thing. Scouting.
But you're not letting me finish, dude.
Dude, but what I'm gonna let you finish? The scout of Man City. Maybe it's been following the players in the last 2 years. How do you know that?
Well, listen, we don't know. Well, listen. This is the thing.
What the fuck,
of
man?
course, there's a lot of
scouts.
Weird
people.
My goodness, can I please finish? I let you talk. I'm saying we don't know which scouts around the world. I'm sure there were scouts in Galatasaray, scouts in Turkey, scouts in Japan. All these scouts, of course, people who are looking at Alvarez. My point is, though.
Let me talk.
My point is, we were linked a lot more, and I know it's just links, but for me, they were from reliable journalists. So I'm gonna choose to believe them. You can choose not to believe them. Whatever. You can argue with that. Last thing. Wait, one more thing. That this was before Man City, and for me, and to your point, if he had agents that were going around saying, "Oh, we're gonna find the best solution." Before Man City was heavily linked, that means Man City wasn't super interested in him yet. That's for me. That's true.
Oh my God.
AC Milan was on the path. Hold on. AC Milan. Wait, hold on. AC Milan was on the path to win the Scudetto at the time. We were already on the path up to a big club. We were very desirable. All right, man. If you're not even gonna let me talk, man, I'm not even. I don't even want to yell, man. There's no point.
Yell. You're saying stupid things. You're saying that Man City was not attractive at that time.
No. I never. Did I say that? I said Man City wasn't. I said Man City. Oh my God! I said Man City wasn't heavily in the race, and also West Ham just won. But Man City isn't heavily in the race at the time.
Dude,
So Milan could have gone with Milan was the biggest club in the race at the time. We could have gone and jumped
And we
on him,
missed
and
out
we
by
could have
just like
signed
we
him.
only missed out on a few million too at that.
So Laird, let me say this because I have to go. I agree with Antonio because at the time,
Larry, let him finish, Larry.
I'm not
Please.
gonna let him finish.
Well, Larry, then mute yourself and yell to yourself.
Guys, hey guys, Laird in bed. I'm not gonna let him finish.
Dude, I'm not gonna let him finish because sorry, 1 second. You guys, I get it. You agree with Antonio, but you cannot base your knowledge on what journalist says because you don't know the.
But you said the same thing about the 50 million budget last year. Oh, you just believe anything the journalists say.
Dude, I'm not talking.
You are wrong like 90% of the time.
Dude,
I just want you to know that.
Sorry, I'm not talking about budget. Okay, budget.
But where does that budget news come from? A news outlet, just like everything else comes from a news outlet.
No, but sorry, but let me finish the topic here.
No, we're done. You finished too many topics. We're not going to listen to you.
Dude,
Can
okay,
we speak, Larry? Larry, you spoke for 5 minutes. Let us speak, please.
Nathan, don't listen. Go and listen something else on YouTube.
No, Larry, you speak too much.
If you don't want to listen, go and listen something else on YouTube.
Larry, you've spoken for 5 minutes. We only got 30 seconds in.
Nathan, you gotta look stupid because I have the actual camera that is filming. There is a documentary about Man City, and there is a filming scene of the scouting and the sporting directors of Man City. You can go and find it on YouTube. That is having a conversation about Julian Alvarez, and he's saying that we have been following this player for the last 2 years. It's a documentary. You can go and check it.
Yes, following is not the same thing as actually going to purchase him.
Moncada was following him for longer, and it's proven. Moncada was there for longer, and it's proven.
Listen, but I'm not disagreeing on that. But if Man City is following you for 2 years, and you know that Man City is following you for 2 years, and Milan and Borussia Dortmund, you pick the best team, and you pick Man City. You don't pick Milan.
But
so
they were
with this new structure, right? Assuming we have this new structure, and I don't know if it's gonna be good or bad. I'm undecided yet. I'm still really depressed. But with this new structure, if Moncada sees a player who these are all names that he's really liked. So regardless of how much Man City was there or not, regardless of that, I have a good feeling that if we can, diversify, and of course not everyone's going to be a success, we can get players like Alvarez, and if we trust Moncada, because because we know no matter we can argue about Man City. For me, I still think we were there earlier. We can argue that, but and Nathan's probably Nathan can talk about that. But my point is that if we act on the players Moncada recommends, I think we're going to get a few gems. I
totally agree with that. I can keep in mind also that Man City only paid 17 million for Alvarez. I mean, that's peanuts for a striker of that quality, and they had already Haaland.
Zion, it just takes aggression. Zion, we could have got him for cheaper than that. That's the crazy thing. When we were looking at him, we were actually paying less than that, and we only missed out by 2 million or 3 million or some goofy number like that. So we could have got him for even cheaper.
And by the way, Alvarez is a great player, and I'm sure Man City's working out really well for him, obviously. But also at Man City, they already had Erling Haaland signed when they got him. So with us, he would have been the first choice striker.
But he chose to go to Man City, man. He can choose to go to
because we were too poor to get him.
Because we were out. We were out of the race, man. We didn't want to spend the money. Maldini didn't want to buy him when he was at 15 million. That's the truth. Right, we had to be. We missed out. We weren't aggressive. We're not aggressive on Moncada's names. That's the truth.
Anton, listen, man, you're right. Alvarez wanted to come at Milan. Maldini didn't spend 2 million. That's why we didn't get him.
I'm not saying Milan was the dream club, but he would have been willing to come to Milan.
Keep believing in this narrative. You guys, because you listen to the name of a player on the report, you think the scout, the best scout in the world don't know that player since the age of 14.
It's not about whether they know them or not. It's whether they act on
You
it.
guys think,
Liar,
you guys,
it's not even about
Yeah, that's what
Blair,
you
it's
said.
not about that.
Alvarez.
It's
That's what
whether
you
they
said.
act on it or not.
Yeah, because
That's what
I'm
you're
not.
saying.
Listen,
Man City-
Alvarez.
Man
I'm
City
not
was
saying
not
that
acting.
Milan was
You were
Alvarez's
saying that Man
dream
City was
club.
not acting.
But I'm
You were
not
saying
saying
that.
we're
Yeah,
not
that's
even
what you're
saying that.
saying.
Oh my God.
You
there's
say
gonna be
we were
Lahar,
linked
there's-
before, so we were acting before the Man City. That's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
but Lahar,
because we
there's
were
gonna
linked.
be
That's not true.
there's-
That's not true.
But Lahar, there's not gonna
You
be
like
a
look
player,
like an idiot when you say things like this.
But Lahar, there's not gonna be a player out there that only one scout knows about. There's multiple scouting networks out there.
But
that are
Gilles, but that's all
scouting
my
these
point,
players.
man. That's all my point that I'm saying right now. That everyone
But
knows the hot. No. Everyone knows the hottest prospect. And when you're competing with Man City, you have zero chance.
But Alvarez was not the hottest prospect when Moncada named him. That's the point.
What an
That's
idiot.
why.
Dude, Antonio,
That's
dude,
why.
Man, you are a
No,
joke, man.
no. That's why
Dude,
we
my
paid.
God.
That's why we trust
my God. That's
Moncada.
why Man City bought it, because it was not an odd prospect.
Better than most scouts.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
God.
gentlemen, I have to run. I just want to take a moment to thank you guys for having me on the channel here. It was really a pleasure. Be my first time, and I do enjoy the discussion that you guys have, man. You guys have been great, and hopefully I can join some other time again.
Zion, don't be a stranger, bro.
Wait, is this? By the way, is this Zion?
No, I'll try.
Is this Zion?
Yeah.
Train? Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise, Antonio. Yeah, I'll try my best not to, but
Are you in the States? Hey, Zion, are you in the States? No?
Yeah, well, I do live in Florida, but I work remote, so I just left Brazil, so now I'm in Mexico, actually.
Your passport, bro.
Hey, I'm going to Florida in 2 weeks.
I am, brother. I am.
I am going to Florida in 2 weeks, man.
I see you. That's good stuff, man. Thank you.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you so
come
much,
come back on, man. And don't believe these guys. They're gonna start. You're gonna be yelling soon. I'm telling you, you're gonna be yelling soon. So
no, it's all
that's
good,
what
man.
happens
It's
here.
all good.
Yeah.
Just keep the faith. I think our club is gonna come good too. So we just have to be calm and just see how things play out.
Well,
All right,
thank you for joining us, man. And see you next time.
You're welcome.
When are you gonna be? I mean, this week probably. Let's see. Hopefully.
This week, I'm gonna be in Mexico still this week. So after the Champions League, I'm gonna leave and go to Toronto, and then I go back to Brazil after that.
Jeez, man, I don't want to ask you what job you do.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it's I manage a lot of automation projects and software development projects. So I work with a lot of international banks like Banco Santander in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, and a couple other financial institutions. But we do a lot of automation projects for them. And
You Brazilian?
that's pretty cool.
You're Brazilian?
No, but I do speak a little
Portuguese?
intermediate level, yeah.
Okay. So you're not a fake Portuguese like Rock.
No, no, I do know the language, but I am studying though and that's one of the reasons why I have to go back, because I did the level 1 and level 2 course, so now I have to finish the level 3 course.
Okay. Fair enough.
Get a Brazilian wife, man. You don't need all those levels after that.
Man, it's hard to choose, man. They're all beautiful women there, so it's crazy. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, but it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Yeah.
See you, man.
All right, take care.
Okay, like go back to yelling.
Dude, I'm never
Antonio.
gonna accept this fact that people think that we had a chance to sign Julian Alvarez because he went to City. So clearly City was following him. And the moment teams like Milan and other teams made the move, City decided, okay, no, stop here, I'll take it. That's how it works. CDK, everyone was monitoring CDK. Man United, City, all the big clubs in Europe. No one made the move. And we made the move and we took it. If at that same time Real Madrid makes the move, we don't take CDK. Real Madrid takes CDK.
They would have. No, they would have
That's
accepted.
a bigger fish. It's not early.
No, you're wrong.
It's a player that accepts. What are you talking about? The Real Madrid will put the same amount of money. The player will go to Real Madrid. Or Real Madrid will
Milan
put
was there
more.
before Man City.
Oh,
The price was lower. The
Milan
asking
was
price
there.
was lower.
Milan was there first, Larry.
Dude, it's a simple concept. Milan, I'm gonna make it you so simple, Antonio. If you don't understand now, you are officially an idiot. I'm gonna make it really simple for you. So let's say Milan is first there. Milan is first. The moment Milan is first and makes an official offer,
we didn't.
Okay, dude, they didn't. Okay, I'm telling you how.
What I think. Byron, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question now? But under your assumption, you're
I
not.
need to
So,
finish.
but wait, no.
finish.
But this is just based on what you just said. I'm asking you a question about about what you're gonna say. Under this assumption that you're about to say, you're assuming that Moncada did not get there before the Man City scouts, correct?
No. I'm assuming that Moncada, like a lot of other scouts, got there at the same moment, more or less. So Moncada goes there.
That's where I disagree. But anyways, keep going. That's where I disagree.
Okay, Moncada goes there. Let's say Moncada goes first than anyone else, and the other scouts come after. Let's make you happy, Antonio. Moncada goes first, and the other scout come 2 months later. Now, everyone knows. You really think that Moncada is the only one in the planet of the scouts that knows Julian Alvarez at one point in the history of football? You really think that?
Can I answer that question?
We were the biggest team, though. There.
Wait, Nathan. Let's not like make him agitated. But can I answer that question?
Yeah.
The answer is no. However, at that point, wait. But at that point, though, the scouts, even though the Man City scouts could know his name, but they don't back him enough to go and buy him because he hasn't proven to be a super top player.
Can I explain?
Okay, keep going. Yeah, fine.
Can I explain you my point of view? So now you say that a lot of scouts know Julian Alvarez at the same moment that Moncada knows. So in my opinion, you guys think
I didn't say no, but Moncada. Okay. No, yeah, they read his name, but they don't trust him like Moncada. Moncada believes in him, and he thinks that he had an earlier stage.
You
1, 2,
I can
3,
read you a
4.
million names from League 2. Does that mean that we should buy all of them and that they're all going to be good? Can you guys hear me?
Man. Listen to me. Moncada knows about Julian Alvarez, and a lot of scout people knows about Julian Alvarez in Argentina, South America, and all Europe. Everyone knows. He has agents. He has an agency that spread his name everywhere. Inter knows everyone. Now, the moment some teams start to get interested seriously and starts to inquire and say, I want to get this player, how much River Plate wants, the moment that these teams like Milan, Borussia Dortmund, Benfica, they start to do an inquiry, the bigger teams that are following Alvarez as well will make a second move and see if they will pursue the Alvarez project or not. The moment Milan and other teams made that move, Man City, they made the decision and say, yes, I want it as well, and I'm going to get it. Let me finish. For the other guy, Enzo Fernandez, no big team like Man City, Real Madrid, they knew about Enzo Fernandez. They were ready to make a move. They didn't make a move. They didn't trust that the player was ready to make a move for 15 million. Benfica made a move. So I blame Maldini if he didn't get up because Benfica is our same level. So you need to make a move and get him. But if at the same time Real Madrid makes a move, Enzo Fernandez doesn't go to Benfica, goes to Real Madrid, even though Benfica has been following it early because the bigger fish comes and takes it.
I agree. Hey, like, I agree with you. I agree with you, but we can look at a reverse case. You look at Mbappe. Madrid went for him when he was young, but he decided to go to Monaco. So, and Moncada is the one, and that was his decision. Yeah.
It was his decision to stay. And by the way, that is a different situation because he's a teenager, he's extremely young. So the family take a decision to stay there. There is a lot of things.
The family.
That's the family that makes the decision. Now, another thing is I want to say, Moncada will go and get a lot of good players. And sometimes he will get those good players because the bigger team don't trust and they don't want to take the risk or because they're covered in that position. So he will achieve that. What I'm just saying here, don't take it like Milan lost the chance on Julian Alvarez because Man City made a move. If Man City doesn't make a move, we get the player. Or Inter gets the player because that's more Argentinians and convince Julian Alvarez to go to Inter and play with Lautaro instead of Milan with Pioli and Maldini. So that's the reality of things. There is connection, there is people that work as well. And you convince Argentinian will go to Inter, a Brazilian will go to Milan.
Yeah,
There is a lot of factors.
And it's a hit or miss. I mean, look at that other kid we're linked to, Kyle Georgie, right? Juve goes and they get him.
Yeah,
What
a bigger
happened to
fish
him?
than us makes a move and
Yeah.
they get it before us. And it goes wrong.
Yep, and it goes wrong. So it's hit or miss, man. It's hit or miss. I mean, look at Leao, for example, right? You know, it's hit or miss with that. I know we're only upset with Julian Alvarez because it panned out. Like he's actually like a top tier player, but I feel like we look at I look at Leao, what we did with Leao, like he went under a lot of people's radar, and that was a right move, and that's exponentially better than all these guys that I'm looking at. You know, how does Julian Alvarez perform if he's on the Milan? You know, that's the reality. I mean, we got CDK. CDK could have been a top, or he could have been a flop, and we got the latter. So we just never know with these things. That's why I don't be like speculating on that. It's just hit or miss.
Another thing, when we get Leao, I'm pretty sure every big club knows about Leao at that point when we get Leao. But other teams that didn't make the move because they didn't trust, they thought the player is not ready yet. I'm not going to spend 30 million.
We beat Inter today.
Yeah, exactly. We made a move, and other teams that were willing to make a move were at our same level, and we succeeded. But at the same time, we make a move to Leao, and Real Madrid makes a move. No chance. He goes to Real Madrid because it's a bigger club, and it's gonna offer more money. End of the story. That's how it works.
These narratives of blaming Maldini and holding this all of Maldini is fucking.
It's now.
Disgusting.
Everything is coming out now.
But it's disgusting. It is so disgusting. Like, trying to use this propaganda to increase this anti-Maldini sentiment just to justify this move is disgusting. The truth is, I don't know if you said it, every single DS in Europe fucked up with Julian Fernandez, not just Maldini. Every single DS in Europe fucked up with
no big club made a move on Enzo Fernandez, and Benfica took it because was competing with no one or teams at the level of Benfica, so they took it.
Yeah, and I'm sure there were many scouts around Europe saying, "Hey, you should get Enzo Fernandez," and the DS of whatever club said no, we'll go with someone else. But all of this is just being used as this anti-Maldini propaganda, and it's really disgusting to witness this moment.
Yeah, I agree. And listen, and Roy, listen, it's the same Moncada that said, "Oh, go and get Hauger." That's the same guy that said they've been looking at him in the lower leagues. They always wondering what happened. Yeah, I'm not. If it's because all this is like Maldini did this, no, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There's a lot of messed up also picks they had and they looked at that didn't pan out right. So it's not everything is not on Maldini. Dude, we need to stop that.
Yeah.
For sure.
I just hope that all these people are going to use the same energy next year with Moncada, but they're not. They're not going to do that. Because people are going to be. They're not. People don't retire. They're not going to do that. They're going to still blame Maldini for everything.
And there's also a difference. And let me add this one thing, like it's also as a Moncada never played professional. I've seen his CV. There's one thing watching, and there's people that Maldini they play 25 years. That's my problem with scouts sometimes too. There's people that they can see, and the way you move and your intelligence on the field, and that's what matters the most. So Maldini's not stupid. We can't blame him on him, but we're gonna see what Moncada really is. I mean, he has the floor, so we'll see.
What I wish is for people just to be fucking honest. Stop smearing Maldini. Let's just say Jerry Cardinale wants to do Moneyball. Maldini wants to do things the proper way. That's it. We don't need to smear Maldini. He got this wrong. He got that wrong. He's not good. Maldini is this. That's absolutely disgraceful, classless, and completely. I'm disgusted.
Roy, they want to do that because they need to justify themselves to follow Milan. I'm just saying you can still say Jerry Cardinale is a piece of shit. Maldini should not be treated in that way, and still follow Milan and watch and follow the team as a supporter. There is nothing wrong to that. You don't need a justification for you to follow Milan. You don't need to accept what the ownership does to follow a club. You can still disagree with the ownership and support the team and follow the team. But some people are doing that just to justify themselves. That it's a good thing to follow Jerry Cardinale in Milan. Man, you can still follow Milan and say that Jerry is a piece of shit.
If anyone had any integrity right now, actually, instead of cherry picking this signing and that signing, and something that you can do with every single DS right now, every single scout, and something that will be done with Moncada too. People should be thankful of the work Maldini has done, because people think now that Maldini is the witch, and the witch hunt is over. People think that everything that Maldini tore apart this club, Maldini made this club into shit. And no, Maldini is the reason why we won that Scudetto. Maldini is the reason why we have a group of players that are treating this club with the respect that this club deserves. And soon enough, they will find out that the human element is more important than making a few mistakes here and there. And yeah, we'll see. I just want people to stop this slandering of Maldini. No, you should be thankful that Maldini is the only person in the fucking world that will do himself good.
And this goes back to the whole, perspective. The Moncada people, those are geeks. To me, Moncada is a fucking geek, right? He needs to be in conjunction. To me, Moncada is a computer, and you need somebody to operate the computer. Because if you just let AI just spit you random shit, that's why ChatGPT doesn't really work, because it's like it's giving you a bunch of stuff on the internet. It's up to you to interpret that. And the interpretation factor, that's the human factor of things. That's the reason you need a coach on the pitch, or you'll have a robot telling you what the fuck to do. Stuff happens in time. So that's why people like that, when you put them at the helms, or you bring all these by the book people, they're out of touch with reality. Some of us that work in corporate America, that work in some of these institutions, we know how stuff works sometimes, right? When these bosses come and they take these resolutions, they don't understand what it is on the field, right? When I remember when I was a Marine and they started to let a bunch of civilians coming into the military and saying all these rules, I'm like, y'all don't know the reality of the military. Like, you're not that corporal, you're not that sergeant that goes out there in the field that has to fucking do the work that get dirty. We had to do that. You're looking at a bunch of fucking papers or guidelines this is what the guideline says, so you have to do it. That's not reality, right? Because if a jet goes down, it switches the whole itinerary. And let's translate that to football, right? A Leao gets injured, a Theo gets injured. Like, those things, it has to be in conjunction with something. And like I said, my fear is that these guys are coming and they're just focusing on that. I don't think they're using both, because if they were using both, Maldini would have still been here. The fact that they're promoting Moncada, that's the message they're sending, is that we're going to stick by what these softwares are giving us. And let's see.
Yeah.
And what these softwares are getting, and what these softwares are giving us, you're going to be a Salzburg, you're going to be an RB. Like, look at Leipzig. So if Leipzig, that's what they've been focusing on. And all you can get is the cup of fucking Germany. You can't win the league.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to win the league in Germany. And look at that.
Yeah, and I brought this up with the Zion earlier. Good luck, Moncada, competing against Marotta, competing against Juve, competing against Napoli, competing against Lazio.
Yeah, I mean, let's even focus.
These guys are way out of their head.
Exactly. And let's even look at, when you talk about Marotta, when you even talk about Patriarch, even the Galliani, it's that human personality. It's that they go out there and, that interaction, they're able to broker the deals in line, that appeal. Like, y'all want to be on this guy. He's going to give me the perfect contract. Let's even look at Raiola, as much as we hate him, right? But what he did for his players. Raiola wasn't over there just running numbers and, let's do some AI shit. It's that human factor made, and I think that's what the Americans are missing out of all of it. They're too caught up on what's black and white. And that's going to fuck us. That's going to fuck us up.
It's day to day. That day to day, just human feeling, human relationships.
Just look even, and it tells you that this car is wrong, because look at what all the players just put. At least 6 players from our team just put on their story. And it tells you, that's a sign for you already. Because usually when a director leaves, I follow the other players, people don't really care. Even when a coach gets fired, they might say thank you for the coach. But when a director like Maldini leaves, for all these players from Magna to Benacer to Adli to post him, to be like, this is the guy that brought me here, already shows you the disconnect. Is already setting the platform to what's going to ensure in the following weeks. Because the only bomb that's missing is for us to stop performing. Let us start losing 3, 4, 5 games in a row, and everything goes to shit.
Clint, you know what? My problem I have with people is that Moncada, they think Moncada is a genius. Moncada's job before was to present 100 names, 50 names, 30 names. It's easy to get good ones when you present 30, 40 names. The problem is that the person that is gonna choose between those 40 names, the good one, it was Maldini. Now Moncada will be the person that is going to choose one of those 40. And let's see if he's going to get right, because I'm pretty sure all the 40 names that Moncada is bringing, majority of them, they didn't make it. They didn't become the next best thing.
Exactly.
So that's the thing. For the old Mbappés, Moncada found out, 100 of others, they completely disappeared and never became football players.
And our frustration is this, though. We're not in the business of that. We're not in the business of, like, the model they're adapting. We're not in the business of that from a fan's perspective. That's not who we are. Because he inherited a team. And what I mean I'm talking about the ownership. Inherited a team that we have a long history through the years that most of the fans are not new plastic fans, right? It's just the majority. If you look at Milan core fans, even a span of generation, from my generation, maybe from Antonio's dad, all of us in our lifetime were able to see at least our team lift a trophy. So our way of even thinking is different the moment we start seeing signs that we can get back to those levels. So we're not in the business of going and doing these little recruitment of kids and all that stuff, because show me, like this, when I was asking Zion, I'm like, dude, I need to see what is the peak of that. What is the peak model of what we're doing? It's nowhere to be found, because the ones we can look at, they sell. They sell their players. That's the reality of it. They sell. They're not winning tournaments. Like they said, there's the margins between champions, and to be able to get these champions, those margins, you gotta go and get these guys, man. You have to.
This is a football team. It's a football team. It's a sport. It's a sport. It's more than just what happens in the office. So much more. And another thing, the analogy of the Moncada thing, right? Yeah, Moncada, there's these stories filtering out saying Moncada wanted this guy, wanted that guy. But I'm sure that Moncada also proposed a lot of other guys, like you said, Lair, that turned out to be flops. But of course, right now, in this moment of history, where the media is all anti-Maldini propaganda, they don't mention that. But let's remember this, for all of you guys that are supporting this move, sorry, 1 second, let me...
For me, and the same thing that will blame me.
Hold on, Zach. Let me finish that. Mm-hmm. I'm going to use this soccer analogy, this football analogy, right? The only penalty takers that miss penalties are the ones that go up and try to take them. Okay? So just remember what this means. And next year, I want to see the same energy that these guys are giving Maldini to the geniuses of football, Moncada, Fruliani, and Jerry Maradona Cardinale.
Here's what I'll say. My thing is this, the same. I was listening to that weekly pod yesterday, and one thing this one guy said stood out to me. He said that Maldini as a player followed the steps, right? He said Maldini as a player followed the steps to get to where he's at. He felt like for the director position, he didn't follow the step, meaning he didn't start at the lower level. So I'm like, okay, but how's the Moncada any different? The dude was a chief scout, yeah, the video, but how do you think? Because when you're a technical director, they're just not scouting. I think we're forgetting that. Right, you're gonna have to get some of these things over the line and all that stuff. So for me, it's like it's not even any better, and it's the Italian essence too that we're fearing. Us that support the team is you remove these two Italians out of that. Yeah, you still got Forlani, but what's the makeup? What type of players now they're gonna be bringing in? Are they going to be scouting Italian players, or he's gonna be bringing a lot of French players? What is it? We've never seen him in that role, and then y'all just putting him right away in the hands of Milan, where we're supposed to be the next step. That's really risky to me. It's really risky. If it's a beginning of a project, if it's the beginning of our project, they put Moncada, I'm like, okay, it's a new thing, kind of like Maldini. But we're really deep in, deep in the project, right? Because right now we're expecting to win at least either we got to win the Scudetto or we got to go deep in the Champions League. We're bringing these guys in now. They're giving 35 mil. I mean, like I said, there's that disconnect again from the guy. Like, I don't think that we can say, and we're not delusional, we're not emotional about this, right? I'm looking at it in a really objective way. And I'm like, dude, you're burning down the house because it's like you're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to compete because the more Arabs are bringing the money in, it's going to off balance everything. I mean, how are you putting Milan over the line with the oil money these guys are bringing?
Listen, I respect Zion Train. I respect Zion Train and also David here, who he is. Okay, first of all, I want to two things. First of all, Zion Train right now is super optimistic. I respect him. I like him a lot. I want him to come back more often. But he's gonna get a reality check when he realizes that we're sending little kitty cats in a lion's den, and he's gonna know what that means too. And as far as David goes, the only reason why you don't know, David, about all the scouting flops, because David, I assume you're young. The only reason why you don't know about the Moncada scouting flop because there hasn't been an anti-Moncada media propaganda machine against him. But soon there will be, and you will know about it. So.
And to go off of the points that Larrett was making before about other scouts knowing about the players, these Arab guys are gonna buy everyone. They all know the same players that we're doing this Moneyball nonsense with. So what's stopping them from getting those same players? It's not going to work.
And that's what's gonna happen because the whole Moneyball thing, like I said, the only Moneyball, it will only work if you're in an even playing field. We're nowhere near the even playing field nowadays.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah.
That's
By the
out
way,
the
I
door.
just wanna reply to David. Sorry, Clint, can you mute yourself?
So,
I just want to reply to David. Listen, Moncada will make his decision. He will get his player. And when they will perform the way Chao, Kalulu, Tomori, all these guys perform, I'll be saying, well done to Moncada. The moment they will not perform, I will say Moncada made a wrong decision. But I'm pretty sure you and other people that are on Moncada's side will say it's Pioli's fault that he's not playing their part. You guys will find excuses.
Right. The energy won't be the same as what it was
The
with
energy will
Maldini.
change. I know that. You guys will say,
So you're telling me, you
Yeah.
know what I'm going to say in the future? You're putting words into my mouth.
You have to go. Hold on. It's going
How
off
old
of
are you,
what you're
David?
doing
How
right
old are
now.
you, David?
No, David, not you specifically. Not you specifically. The old Moncada, the old Moncada is a great genius, and he will get it right.
No, because Larry, you have to go off of what you're saying right now. What you're saying right now is you're basically you're putting the blame on Maldini. Okay, that's fine. But you have to have the same energy if the same thing happens to Moncada. Don't blame anyone else but Moncada for the situation.
I said I would before. Yeah, so I'm going to be honest.
But I heard people blame Pioli for CDK. Even though CDK is costing the entire season.
Doesn't actually fit the system that Pioli would want.
No,
ideally,
CDK is cheating his pants. It's not about football with CDK. CDK is scared the shit out of.
Okay, that too. But
even let me give you an example. I add this. The problem with my whole Moncada, and they're using the Monaco example, right? As an economist, I'm looking at two levels. Right. Let me add this, right? I'm looking at it like from an economic perspective. I look at a poor country in, let's say, in Africa, and I look at Argentina that used to be a top tier country. Which one are the ones that you can think you can fix that can gradually go really quick, like that can exponentially have an economic growth? It's going to be that country in Africa, not the one that was, right? Because the one is going to be slowly, meaning you're going to have to be more hardcore in Argentina and fix a lot of stuff. And isn't that situation we are? That's when we compare us and Toulouse and all of that. I'm like, we're not on the same level because those are upgrowing teams. Like they're getting a taste even winning trophies, period. Milan used to be a giant, went down. I mean, the economy crashed, right? Overall, meaning, so a lot of things had to be fixed harder. It requires more money to bring it up because it's a big body compared to like these other places. So we can never use that as correlation about what they did there and here because there's a reputation on the line, right? There's a lot of elements that come in when you're looking at just Milan from afar, and it's really. And that's the problem. They're coming with damn near like small mentality and that intent, right? In terms of the glory, because we gotta always go back. What's the reference point here? The fans What do the fans want? The glory. And that's why we complain, because we're fans. If I was a shareholder, I'll have a different type of speech right now. I've been talking, no, I need money and all of that. But us, the fans, need glory on the pitch and compete with our enemies. And that's the reality of it, which doesn't go hand in hand. And then the whole strategy, we can see it from afar, bro. A lot of us been watching football for over 20 years at least. We've seen these models over and over. That's what happened at Arsenal. They sold all their players. Kroenke came in. They wanted to do that sustainable model. What happened to them? They got their stadium. They got all of that. What happened to Arsenal? They haven't won a championship since 2004. And that's the reality. We've seen all this. We've seen it. And we're on our eyes. You got these guys. I mean, like I said, dude, it's a bunch of interns that's sitting on RedBird Capital. Just looking at all these little books, freaking faces. I'm like, what they know about football? Right? If they have to make the decision about how they go. What is this?
Let's see, because I really believe with Moneyball you can finish top 4. We're not gonna
No, for sure. No, for sure. But like top 4 this year, you might tolerate top 4 this year, all right? Next year, maybe not so. The third year, are you gonna keep tolerating top 4?
No.
Because I'll give you another team that finished top 4.
Listen, my problem is that with top 4, that I justify top 4 because it brings money. So when you build money, you build revenues. You arrive on a size that you are the same size of Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Barcelona. So when you are at that size, I want you to invest like them. I want you to have the same objectives they have. But Jerry's not going to do that. Jerry was going to sell our most valuable player, because that's what Borussia Dortmund did. Borussia Dortmund made a revenue of 500, 600 million, but they didn't behave as a team of 500, 600 million revenue. But that's my problem with Jerry. Jerry will arrive at that level because, dude, mute yourself for a second. Because San Siro will bring him to that level. The 75,000 people, the city of Milan, the fact that Milan has a big story, the Champions League football, and the sponsorship will bring him to that level. His intention is going to be compete with Man City, Real Madrid, and Barcelona when those revenues will go. Because what I see right now, we have 400 million revenues at the level of Inter, Juventus, and other big teams in Europe, but we're not behaving like a big team in Europe. We are behaving a 35 million budget. So Jerry is a piece of shit at the moment, in my eyes. And that's how he's behaving.
No, and I agree with you 100%, because at the lower scale right now, even with the revenues we generated from winning the Scudetto, you're benefiting from that. Even the new partnership, more people want to come in. With that revenue, we can't even get above 50 million. Wait until we get somewhere else. Like, I'm just looking at this already doesn't even set the tone right. Because I remember when you buy a new restaurant, I think the first thing you want to do is invest as much as you can, and then your money's going to keep coming. Right. But if you're already being cheap on the utilities of what to bring in, or let's start off with this, let's start off with that. Okay, it tells you what type of you're going to be sustainability. Anybody could obtain that, but at what cost in the long run? That's the reality, and I think that's the real question we're asking ourselves. So this whole Moncada stuff and all that, I feel like that's small mentality thinking for like a club of our size. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's really good. You want that. I think a mix of it will be good for being humble, bro. Money needs to come in. And to me, you cannot justify to me we made it to we earned close to 100 mil, over 80 million this year in Champions League. Some of it should have been reallocated on the market, man.
Exactly.
Come on.
That's what I was saying. Elliot gave us 80 million last year, or close to 80 million, and we had no problems with balancing the books. Why is it a problem now when it was already shown to be sustainable with 80 million or close to 80 million?
Listen, guys. I think that if this 35 million budget thing is real, if it's true, that clearly means one thing for sure. No doubt about it. One of our big players is getting sold this summer. And there's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
That's how you're going to make the money for the money. And then, okay, maybe, they sell Maignan because he's the one that is right. I mean, Maignan, it has to be Maignan. Of course, it can only be either Theo Hernandez, Tomori, or Maignan. It has to be one of these three. One of these three is getting thrown because anybody else doesn't make said. Magnan is the one that they still haven't renewed, right? So probably he's the first one that they will consider. Fernandez, for me, Fernandez is 100% Milan because of Maldini and nothing else. And his contract will not be renewed because now Fernandez is going to be in a position where he can ask for a lot of money. He's the best in the world in his position. So all the best clubs will come for him. So Fernandez will be one they're going to look to sell. And that one is Tomori, who has market in England. And this is how they're going to fund the market.
Mike Magnan will get sold. I'm pretty sure about it.
Yeah. So you know, now how they reinvest that money, we will see. But this is the rude awakening that people are going to start to get with this club. If they did this to Maldini, they don't give a fuck about how you feel about our players. Right? They don't give a shit.
Yeah, and I want to add another thing. I'm pretty sure Moncada and is thinking, I can replace Mike Magnan with a good goalkeeper and use the other 80 million. Because in my opinion, they will sell Mike Magnan 70, 75 million euro. They will add the 35 million and it will be around 110 million. Now, of those 110 million, we're not going to invest everything because I think, as I always say, Jerry will use 20 million to pay the interest of the debt and everything else. So, and what we're going to do, we're going to have a 90 million, 20 million will go on a goalkeeper, a young, good Italian goalkeeper, which is going to be good and he's going to do the job. He's not going to have the leadership of Mike Magnan straight away. It's going to take time, whatever. And what he's going to do is going to get other players and build a good team, but he's going to build it with 90 million. And I don't think he's going to win. He's going to finish top 4, like Lazio, Atalanta, Roma, Napoli sometimes do. That's what's going to happen. That's fine. It's fine. Jerry wanted to buy Milan with that money, and we have to look at that now.
Yeah, he's gonna learn the hard way that Milan cannot operate like Toulouse or some small team or like an American team or sports team. Like he's gonna realize very quickly that it's not the same thing, and unfortunately, it might be too late for us to recover.
No, but the problem I have that he's gonna sell Mike Magnan and reinvest a good amount of that last 35 million. And if you get it wrong, you are square one again. And it's gonna take you. You are at that 5-0 against Atalanta. You're back there. Good luck with that, Jerry. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think. I wish I could like really speak to them so I can understand where their mind is really at, because none of this makes sense. Like if you want to make more money, your team needs to be like successful. Like in order to make money, you got to spend money. Like this whole thing is just crazy to me.
Yeah, but success means taking a risk, and they don't want to take a risk.
Yeah, and the fact and the fact there's no and the fact that there's no clarity from the ownership, the fact that there's no clarity at all, tells you already where we're going. Trust me, because if it was for the good, they would have came in, clarify their stance and how they're moving forward. So it tells you it's not good.
By the way, Jerry is paying all the newspapers in Italy to talk of the mistakes Maldini did. He's paying all of them. Because everyone now is talking how Maldini did wrong. All the newspapers in Italy, they were saying, the day before they were saying how good Maldini is working with low budget, what an incredible job. Maldini gets fired, and all these newspapers are telling me now how bad Maldini was. He is basically paying everyone in Italy to say that Forlani is a great guy, Moncada is talented, and Maldini was making this and this mistake. He didn't accept the position. He's even telling them, say that Ibrahimovic will take the position, just to keep everyone calm and wait what he's going to do. In 6 months, everyone will forget and we will move on. End of the story.
And it's crazy because I don't understand how they think people can buy that when we won the league last year with proper investments. Like if Maldini didn't win anything and we failed to get top 4 and things like that, then I can understand because we weren't completing any objectives. But the fact that we completed our objectives ahead of time tells you that Maldini was doing things correctly. So for them to slander his name is just insane.
And also the year before, Maldini won all the awards, right? Best director, best this, best that, best that. Like I told Giant Train earlier. I wish he was here. Like I had to leave earlier, so I know he was here. I know in Italy, Maldini. There's not many DSs that have won much in Italy. There's Marotta, who has dominated Italy for the past decade. Giuntoli won his first Scudetto right now. I don't know if he's won another one, but I think this is his first one. And then you have Galliani. That's it. The other guy is Maldini. Yeah. So after Marotta and Galliani, the next two DSs that have a Scudetto in their pocket is Maldini and Giuntoli. That's it. As far as I know, maybe I might be wrong, guys. More
no, and I wanna add something. The only one that did it with low budget is Maldini, because Giuntoli has always had a good budget and always run a healthy Napoli, which was going in Europe every year, and De Laurentiis was selling a big player and buying a lot of players, so he was managing Napoli pretty well in terms of resources to invest to be competitive. So Maldini is the only one that got a rotten team and won a league. The other ones always had finances that covered their ass. That's another thing to say.
No, yeah, you're right.
Anyway. I want Moncada to succeed and win another trophy. Honestly, well, everything I'm saying is just because I don't think it's unlikely to happen that Moncada will succeed the way people think. But everything I want is Moncada to succeed because I love Milan. End of the story.
Yeah, I just don't believe it. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I'm very realistic about this. I appreciate people that are optimistic, and I really appreciate that they come here and they talk about it. But I'm quite realistic about this. Football is not so simple. It's not so simple, and making it even simpler than these people want it to be by putting a AI algorithm in charge. It's gonna make everything even worse. I think that when the competition, I do think this though. I think the one thing that I think is going to keep this team going is the work of Maldini. The work of Maldini still has some shelf life, essentially, and these players will still be competitive. But in the space of 2 years, 3 years, we are back in the dark ages, man. Back in the dark ages. As soon as these players start to lose that Maldini effect, and then some of these players started getting sold, and then it becomes truly the Jerry Cardinale show. Then that's where we go back into the next match. And we'll have to wait a long time until we can dream again. We will see.
Yeah. Let's see, because the core team is built by Maldini and Massara. God knows if Massara goes in another team, you have to deal against him. So Massara knows a lot of Italian football. But let's see. Maybe it's wrong, man. Maybe the 35 million is bullshit. Maybe Jerry Cardinale set Maldini up, and now he's gonna invest a lot of money just to prove a point that he is a clever dude, that he did the right thing to get rid of Maldini. Maybe he's gonna do one of these moves, You never know. We will see. In 1 month, we will know what type of vibe is. In 1 month.
But you know, Zion Train, who believed Milan could win the Scudetto? The man that says that you must always believe, no matter what. Who is that man?
Maldini.
Yeah. So who is the person that gave that team that mentality? The you guys are just not considering the day-to-day work. You know, you're just looking at what happened in the office that day when the decisions were made. And it's fine. Yeah, we can agree. Maldini made mistakes.
No, I agree. And who tells Leao? Who comes and tells Leao that, hey, you got potential and you can get to the next level? Furlani or Mukada is not going to tell him that. And that's my problem. And to what
Yeah,
extent,
exactly.
even if they
Okay.
say, even if they say that, to what extent to what extent that even the players even listen to these guys? That's what you need to begin with. To what extent do they consider that?
And by the way, guys, next season or at the end of the next season, Pioli will get fired. Pioli will get fired, and he will get all the blames of the next season, even whatever blames he needs to get. So Pioli is the next one to go, because I know Jenica, because the way Pioli was talking to defend Maldini. What Maldini was saying in front of the press, Pioli was saying the same thing. Pioli was saying it's not about younger or old, it's about a good player. So fucking let us sign the players we want, not just the young one that you think Moneyball is bringing. That's what Pioli was saying in the press. And Pioli is going to be the next one to get fired. But because he has 2 years of contract and Jerry Cardinale, the cheap fuck, he wants to use him for another year to keep the player stable and because they trust the coach. If he fires the coach this summer, players are going to be like, fuck, what's going on here? What are you doing here? So he's taking one piece at a time. He didn't take Maldini the summer before because he knew he needed the renewal of Leao and Acer and other players. So that's why I kept Maldini for another season. Now that he took the Leao renewal and everything, he told Maldini, you can fuck off now. I don't need you.
Yeah, listen, I am not. I'm just. It's not about being optimistic or pessimistic. It's about being a realist. I think you brought up a good point. Maldini kind of gave us a glimpse of how he put, Leao under his wings. When he gave us a little glimpse of his tutelage. When he told him, hey, you're playing for Instagram, but you have to become this and you have to become that. So all those conversations that him, the Leao, the Hernandez, all the players they have, those conversations matter. They matter. Moncada, Furlani, they can't provide any of that. They cannot provide any of that. Forget about it. Sure, they'll bring a youngster. They'll bring a guy who will come to the San Siro that was doing great in mid-table Germany. Come to San Siro, shit his pants again, and we'll have to wait for him again, and then what? We're still going to probably blame Maldini.
No, they're gonna fire Pioli, man. They're gonna fire Pioli. It's gonna happen. But I'm fine. They will fire Pioli because Pioli is not their man. They want a guy. They want to pick their own coach, rightly so. I don't disagree with that idea.
I think the best alternative would have been, let's say, for instance, maybe put him in a chief role, but you had a broker deal. Because hear me out. What Maldini is to Milan, bro, clubs in Europe would die to have that. Meaning a player that won everything and that's in that level, dude, it doesn't come by. That's why we're so hurt. That's why we're so hurt. If it was like a Shevchenko or somebody, would have been like, okay, yeah, fine. But for Maldini, he's the embodiment. His presence alone brings that extra push. So imagine if we invested even more funds in the team, plus that influence on top of that, would have been on top of the world. Other teams can have that. Right? I mean, you have it with Inter a little bit with Zanetti, right? These guys around. You need these guys around. You need your legends around. And that wasn't just a legend as a figurehead, but he was involved. So players would listen because he won at all levels. You're not going to get that with these bureaucrats. You're just going to have a bunch of bureaucrats running around, not knowing what to do. And what they're going to do, they're going to shift blame. And I agree with y'all.
As much as I don't like Pioli, they're going to put a lot of blame on Pioli next year because they're going to put a lot of more pressure on him, and it's just going to be chaos. I know it is.
I bet Moncada is really upset because Adli never played any game. I'm pretty sure about that. Because Moncada suggested Adli. 100% sure about that.
And like I said, there's a difference. Moncada never played the game, bro. That's a big difference, man. He never coached. He's a video by trade. Moncada is a video analyst. That's what he is. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between that being a coach and somebody that plays. And I'm pretty sure their understanding is different as well. Because
Clint,
you know,
Clint, I'm pretty sure they will put an experienced guy close to Moncada. They will put a Tare or someone that knows the market, that knows Italy, Serie A, that has relationship with agents, with other sporting directors. They will put a guy, because Moncada, as Roy is saying, is a kid, for fuck's sake. He's going to go on negotiation. People are not going to listen to him. Agents are not going to listen to him. So they're going to put a guy that is experienced, that has been doing this for 20 years. I think Tare has been doing that at Lazio for 20 years. They're going to put a person like him to kind of babysit him.
Even though Tare won, a bunch of Mickey Mouse Cups, in 20 years of whatever Tare's been doing, he's never won a Scudetto.
Yeah,
Maldini did it in 3 years. In 3 years he did. And Zion is saying, it's because of Ibra. Again, this is just anti-Maldini sentiment, and it's fine. I respect everybody's opinion. It's fine.
And by the way, Maldini brought Ibra.
Maldini brought in Ibra, right? Maldini,
anyway, I'm happy for Maldini. I wouldn't be able to. The way he's Maldini, I know, because Maldini is a winner. The way he is, his personality, he cannot work for these people. Cannot work for these people because these people tell him what to do. Exactly. This guy is a winner, man. He was brought up dominating the game, and now people are telling him what to do.
But his father,
I'm happy on that side.
Not only is a win, but his father, Cesare Maldini. Maldini was the first Milan player to lift the Champions League trophy, in 1963, and he won a lot of trophies. But also as a coach, Cesare Maldini won 3 under-21s in a row. Like he comes from a family that is so important. Like who's the fuck is Jerry Captivero? It's a curse and a blessing to be.
You know what hurts me though? What hurts me the most is that he's my idol, bro. Like that's my favorite player of all time. Like people say this and that. He's my favorite. It's because of him I started watching football. Like he's my favorite player of all time. That's my idol. Maldini is my idol. It's because of him I started to support Milan. Because I used to watch Turi first, and just the way it gets minimized by bureaucrats, I just can't get my head around it. I just can't. It's hard, man. It's so hard.
And listen, I am proud that we are the only not us, not just us, but we are one of a very few English AC Milan channels that are fucking giving Maldini his credit. Because there's some other channels around the YouTube and other places, I won't mention names, that are fucking behaving like gems, right? Okay? So, if nobody's going to give fucking Maldini his due credit, we fucking will, and that's the truth.
Some people, I'm hearing things that I'm hearing things that people were not saying a week ago. The moment Maldini gets fired, people try to convince themselves that it's a good thing to get fired Maldini. I told everyone, one good thing is gonna come from this is the fact that Milan is not a family anymore, and so we can tell people to fuck off whenever we want, and we will sell players. Now, not being a family, players will not get attached in a way they used to get attached to the badge and to Milan. So it's gonna be a proper business. A corporate. It's going to be a ruthless club that will kick out legends or important players the moment they are not needed. and move on to the next one. So they will be ruthless, and players like Rebic, Castillejo, they stayed 5 years, they ran out of their contract because they were comfortable. It's not going to happen anymore. I know that. But you're going to lose a lot more on the other side. That's one thing. What is that? It's an AC Milan shirt, Buck. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, of course. Got to represent.
You got to represent.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm gonna die in this smog today. Ball is life.
Let's talk about transfer for a second. Or you want to add something about this Maldini?
I was just gonna make one more quick comment. I really pray that all of our negativity and pessimism doesn't come to fruition. I think all Milan fans want the team to succeed no matter who's in charge. At the same time, I do believe that it's a bit naive to think that just because Moncada can find talents around the world, that means that those talents are going to accept a transfer to our club who is going to be working under extremely strict budget constraints. The ambitions of the club are going to be taken into consideration. The fact that once you put forth an offer, every other top club around the world who are also scouting that player are going to see that you put in an offer. They're going to try to outbid you. They're going to try and offer a better project to that player. So it's not as easy as, oh, I discovered him when he was 17, so I'm going to get him. That's not how it works. There's 10 other clubs that want him at 17. They're just waiting to see who makes an offer and if it's worth it to beat that offer. So to be naive and just think that we're going to sign every up-and-coming talent, young talent in the world is not the case. And then also, sales. I think player sales are going to be a major part of our budget. And it's not that easy to sell players who, A, had an awful season, B, they don't seem really motivated, they're at their peak, maybe just beyond their peak. There's not a lot of clubs that are going to come in and give you maximum value for a player like Rebic or Origi, for that matter. So I just think it's a bit naive to think, oh, you know what? The analytics are going to show the XYZ players, and we're going to sign them because we're identifying them first before everyone else, and we're going to be able to sell all of our dead weight and all the players who aren't producing on the pitch. That is totally naive. If you think that it's as easy as that, then you have not been watching football long enough. You do not understand football.
Rock, even let's look, a prime example with people that even have money is Chelsea, right? What happens over there? Toy Bully comes in, all the people responsible for the winning culture all get fired. From Marina, the female, to Pet Sech and all that. Look what it is now. And they can't even find their feet. And that's the reality of things. That's what happens.
Yeah.
And I don't think people understand that.
Exactly. People don't understand that. They see how much did they spend and did it lead to results. And they just look at it black and white like that. And that's not how it works. You take out the pillars of that organization. You take out the people who have won before, who have the vision and who have the ambition to win more, to lift trophies. And it doesn't matter how much you spend. You could spend $1 billion. You're not going to win. So
yeah,
you have to look at both sides. People want to point to the example that fits their narrative, but then they don't want to talk about the full context of that example.
And look, and you can look at Chelsea. They're following the metrics. They're poaching all the youth. Don't get me wrong. They're getting all the good youth. They're doing the data analytics. But guess what? It's not translating on the pitch with their senior team with all that money they spent. Because guess what? They don't understand the fundamentals of the game. It's just not getting these guys. There's a lot of elements, which Maldini understood as a player.
Exactly.
Another thing, Clint, another thing, Chelsea is using the Premier League pool to convince these kids and this talent to go to Chelsea. What pool Milan is going to use to tell this talent that these players come to Serie A and play for Milan? That was
Paramount Plus.
That reason was Maldini.
Paramount Plus money.
That reason was Maldini. Maldini is calling me and he's giving me a chance to play at San Siro for Milan. He's my idol, my dad idol, my grandpa idol.
That's why I say it's totally naive, and I think people are suffering from a bit of recency bias, and they think that we're this like glorious club that all the top talents in the world want to go to because we won a Scudetto last season and because we got to Champions League semifinal. But when they see that our ownership only spends very little on the market, when they see that the ownership has very strict wage caps, and then they look at just what that means long term for the club. Clubs that spend win most of the time, right? Most of the time. Clubs that don't spend, they compete. Some of them that spend smartly and less, let's say, for example, they can compete. More often than not, those clubs don't lift trophies. And players want to lift trophies. And not only do players want to win trophies, but the world's greatest up-and-coming young talents, they want to win trophies. That's the kind of project that they want to sign on to long term.
Yeah. And another thing is, dude, it's such a wild world out there, man. It's going to be like the moment Moncada will approach a player, the 20 teams that are more attractive and they have a better project will make the same offer. And what Moncada is going to put in the table to convince and to beat the other 20 teams.
Yeah. And maybe 10 of those teams would have backed off because they respect Maldini if he was there making the same negotiation. But anyways, we can pivot the conversation. None of us can predict the future. We don't know what's going to happen. We all want so we need this to be the right decision no matter what. So it is what it is. We'll just have to wait and see. What do you want to talk about, Larry? Transfer targets? Movements on the transfer market?
What are the rumors? What are the rumors for Milan recently?
The rumors are Christian Pulisic, Captain America. That's the rumor.
Remember. Hold on. Let me get away from my desk. Hold on.
Can you hear me, Larry?
Yeah.
I said Christian Pulisic, Captain America. That's the most recent transfer rumor.
Remember when I mentioned this and we were laughing? It was kind of a joke. Remember when I said, like, hey guys, like the World Cup is coming to the United States. They're gonna want to do some PR stunt and get these guys.
Yeah.
Watch that happen, man. I'm telling you, watch that happen because listen, we're organizing the World Cup since 1994. He's gonna want to in on that market. They're gonna start thinking in that light from a marketing perspective. How do we bring an American in? I'm telling you,
get Balogun. Then get Balogun then.
But listen, he's gonna get that boy right there. That's the jersey. I mean, he has the most sold jersey in the United States. We can all agree with that. I'm seeing him doing something crazy like that. Watch them sell Leao or include it in the Maignan trade to get a discount, and we're gonna get the kid. And watch us even be more frustrated.
Are they going to convince Pulisic to come at Milan?
Oh yes, they will. Because here's what they're gonna do. They're
what if
going
Barcelona? What if Barcelona make an offer to Pulisic?
But listen, but you gotta understand. But here's what you gotta understand. You gotta understand. I think about Pulisic like that other kid, DeAndre Yedlin. You gotta understand American kids. The background where Pulisic is from, is Pulisic even really chasing glory at this point? Does he really care about his football? Like his football trophies and all that? I don't think so. I think he's looking for fame. I think a lot of these kids, they're more focused on fame than the game. He's training. I mean, he's a suburban kid at the end of the day.
How old is he?
He didn't come from.
How old is he?
I think he's 25 going on 26. He's a bit old now. So he's right in his prime. So he's not going to chase. Pulisic will come to the MLS if an MLS team would have came in. I would guarantee you that. That's how they wired because he's how he's going to think. He's going to think like a typical American kid. Oh, I want to go back home. Remember Andre Yedlin, Rob? That dude was at his peak. Left freaking Newcastle to go to Seattle. To go to the MLS and stay there when he was really young.
Yeah.
And then when you don't get called for, and I feel that he's going to make a move like that. I don't think he's going to go to Barcelona.
I'll play devil's advocate just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that, there's a few positives with Pulisic. Obviously, the marketing strategy, having an American national team captain in the squad, I think would be interesting. But I will say this. Can you guys hear me? I think my
Yes.
connection.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm
Oh,
listening.
okay. I do think that the United States men's national team puts almost all of the pressure on Pulisic's shoulders every single major tournament. Takes all the penalties, takes the free kicks. They give him the ball constantly. Everything goes through him. So, also, he did well at Borussia Dortmund. I know that was some years ago, and he's had some injuries since. And then also for Chelsea, I don't think he's not getting playing time because he's a bad player. I think he's not getting playing time because he's not in the future plans of the club long term. So I think he's a decent player. If he can stay
No.
fit and healthy,
As a
he's
player,
not bad.
yeah. As a player, he's not bad. But here's the thing you gotta understand, right? And that's the fear. He's not coming to us for the right reasons, right? Even what you just said right now, you say he's been putting pressure. What's the American mindset with sports in general? They look for a franchise guy. Why do owners want franchise players? To attract sponsorships, to attract marketing. That's all they care about. That's the essence. It's not about trophies. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't be promoting any play, any sport. That's the case. That's what they did with him. They did with him, put him as the face. We put him everywhere. We attract more money. That's all they care is money, money, money. He comes over.
Yeah, I will.
It's not for he's not coming in for a sporting reason, right? And
Clint,
I don't know.
I will say this about Christian though. His parents and particularly his father, from reports that I've read and articles I've read, is really strict. Like he wants his son to win and to be a winner, and he puts a lot of pressure on him to win always.
I mean, his dad is Croatian, so yeah.
I do think he has a really he has a winning mentality. I do think he has a winning mentality. Now, whether
No,
or
he's
not
good, right? I'm not mad,
his
right?
body can keep up with it, but
I'm not mad at him even coming, but it's just I hate Jetty now. So any move he's gonna make that's really American is gonna even piss me off more. So that's what the bottom line
say
is.
it just blatantly.
Yeah, so that's the bottom line of it. You know, if it was Maldini that was bringing him in, I'm like, okay, fine. But since now anything that's going to be related to America going with this, I'm always going to think in a negative way. That's just what it is starting now for it, because it's just what they did, bro. And I'm telling you what they did, and I agree with a lot of stuff Larry has said with the whole PR they're doing and he's buying. I really believe it because even like the messaging they're doing on the website, they're apologizing, they're feeling the heat. So you have to come out and express yourself. And you see they're putting two word sentence. There's not really explanations. Stuff is really cliche. So you know they did a lot of stuff wrong and they have no clue. And they want to do a lot of clear up. Even Forlani coming out and speaking, you know it's not him really speaking. It's the owner. But it shows you how the owner as a person won't take responsibility. I never liked decentralized leadership. I hate decentralized leadership because for me it shows you're not really accountable. You poke people at the face of your blame, right? So a lot of people are blaming right now. A lot of people are blaming, people putting their heat on Fulani, but he's putting Fulani as the poster for all of this, knowing that he's responsible for all this BS.
I love it. Yo, let me just tell you guys, I just pulled up to the pitch, okay? Bro, all the African guys in our soccer group, they all showed up. They don't give a fuck about the air quality.
They're old.
All the white boys that play with us, they all said, I'm not coming, I'm out, I can't. The air quality, the smog. Bruh, everyone here is African.
They're all bitch, man. They're all bitch.
David, we're about to have a good...
David,
I love playing with the African homies, bro. We're about to have a fun-ass game.
David, you know you're allowed to talk, right?
We got Haitian, we got French, we got Haitians, we got everybody. None of the white boys showed up.
We're all bitch, man. We're all bitch. Hey,
that was hilarious.
David, you know you're allowed to talk, right? You don't need to communicate in private chat.
I think he's a kid, man. I just think he's a kid, and it's all right. He's gonna. Well, we'll see. He might be proven right, but it does sound like he plays a lot of FIFA and thinks it's gonna be like FIFA. We're gonna identify and sign all the top up and coming talents, and then we're gonna be able to sell all the players that don't perform well, and we're gonna sell them. Dude, life is not like FIFA, my man. It's not FIFA. We'll see though. We'll see.
I mean, I feel like People don't understand.
What do you think about
what Moncada knows? Other 200 scouts knows in Europe. So the matter is not about knowing; it's about convincing those players to come and play for Milan.
Precisely.
And there is 200 or 300 talents out there. Are you sure you're gonna pick the right horse, the one that is gonna handle San Siro, handle Milan, handle Pioli, handle the group, handle the league, the referees, everything?
And as soon as you submit that bid, are you positive that another top scout representing a top club is not going to present a better project, a better offer? It's not as easy as you think. Even Benfica, like, if we did make that offer for Enzo, now people know Benfica and Milan have made an offer for Enzo. Now, does Benfica go and make a better offer, or does another top club get alerted and now they make an offer? It's not as easy as you think, man.
Right. Benfica sold, before buying Enzo Fernandez, Benfica sold the best striker for
70 million
plus 20.
Yeah, 80 million.
It was 80 million plus 20. So, you know, they have the cash to do it. And I'm assuming this is what Elliot RedBird.
Yeah. What do you think about
We're going to sell Leao in order to get
Larry?
Better than Rebic. Better than Rebic.
Yeah, not saying a lot, but
yeah, I mean, he's better than Rebic. He will have an impact. I don't know how healthy he will stay, but he will have an impact. But it still is a rumor. It's not a thing. It's not like we bought him. It's a rumor.
Exactly. And then Julian Alvarez, I know you guys already beat this dead horse already, but like, how do you know City didn't? First of all, how much is City paying him? Second of all, how do you know City didn't say, "Hey, stay in Argentina," or where he was at the time, stay another season. Next season, you're going to come to Manchester City and you're going to compete for a Champions League trophy, and we're going to offer you twice the contract as Milan. Like, you guys talk about stuff like it's FIFA. It's not FIFA.
Here's the thing, and you know Moncada does before I go back to your point, you know Moncada does. First of all, you need to understand City has a huge presence in South America. That's the scouting system. They're all over there.
By the way, they have a team in South America.
In South America.
They have a team, actually. Yeah, well done.
We don't have it since Moncada's been there. What Argentinian has he brought to Milan? And that's the reality of things. So I never believed that, pretty sure they knew about him a long time. They have more funds, they have more assets, and they're just there.
Yeah.
And that's the reality. So
yeah, Zion said what he had to say in a very eloquent way.
We got it. Oh, here we go. We got an Italian and an Armenian too.
There you go.
There you go.
What the guy is
one of the Italians.
Clint, don't put my. Okay, whatever.
Nope. All right, cool. All right. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I always take a shit before we play. It makes me play better. That's true. So that's the Armenian.
Yeah, we didn't see it, but fine.
That's our Milan channel. Milan. Shut the fuck up.
Inter's gonna be champion.
Shut the fuck up. Who's your team?
Forza City.
Wherever Mkhitaryan plays, that's who he supports.
Makes sense.
All right. But if Milan was in the final, he would support Milan.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. He says it's the same town. Oh, let me introduce you to the Italian real quick. This is just a Milan channel on YouTube.
Yo, what's up, Pazans, huh?
Come stiamo? Tutto bene?
Forza Milan.
Tutto bene?
I'm an Italy fan first, Tottenham fan second.
Italy fan first, Tottenham fan second. I got my headphones in so they can't hear you. What's up, Kamala? You scoring a bicycle kick today?
Forza Milan.
Bro,
this is the Ibrahimovic of our group. He's 7 feet tall and he scores bicycles.
Show us some moves. Show us some moves.
But like, hey, Larry,
He's
to
got
be
the
honest
best
with you,
skill
man.
moves, bro.
To be honest with you, man, it's like I'm not even motivated with the transfer market, bro. Like it's just I don't even really care at this point. Yeah, because the whole departure of Maldini was based on the transfer market. So what are we expecting? You know,
All
that's the
right,
reality
guys.
of
I'm
it.
gonna catch you later.
Later.
All right, later,
See
man.
you, Clint. Rock. Sorry.
Ciao.
So we
Ciao. Talk to
we
you later.
got two new people. Well, not two. We got a few new people here. We got David. We got Oman. Is that your name?
Yeah.
We got Oman.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I appreciate it.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Why don't you have a
Who's
debate?
here? Who's here?
Oman, have a debate with David. Let's get a debate going.
Cool. What we debating?
Go ahead, David. What do you want to do?
You see the link I sent in the chat?
And we got Omari too. What's up, Omari?
What's up, guys? What's up?
I can't operate these links, guys. I'm on my phone right now. So what's the link?
The link is basically the Toulouse striker highlights. I think even if you don't like, because I don't watch much of Toulouse or French soccer in general, but even if you don't like it, just watch it. Like he's like, it's insane the finishes he made. So I'm just wondering
Oh,
because
what's his name? What's his name?
signing,
Can
the signing that was
I
made.
put it on? Can I share it or
Yeah. I put it in the chat.
is it Roy?
Basically,
no, I want to share with everyone. Is I am Scout? Do you think it's gonna be fine?
What's his name?
it's like Rice Healy.
Okay. I mean, see if Brazil Scout has it.
Can I share it? You think? Or it's better not to? We're gonna lose the live.
Oh, if Brazil Scout has him.
He's I am Scout. I don't know if there is another one.
Man, David, how much does Jerry pay you?
Seriously?
Yeah. I'm genuinely curious.
Okay. I sent the name, so maybe you could just search up the name.
Hey David,
Hey
David, where do you live, man? I don't think we met. Where do you live?
East Coast.
Huh?
East Coast.
You're on the East Coast, where? Philly?
No, New York.
You're in New York? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's worse here.
No, I go to NY most of the time. My mom lives in the Bronx. I'm from DC
Oh, really?
myself, so yeah. I was in New York like last month. I'm gonna go again in the summer, but yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, it's clearing up here actually. It's looking better.
I'm in the South, so I haven't experienced that at all. That whole wildfire stuff.
That's
yeah.
good. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
hope not.
like in the morning it was horrible. Like you would like even when I was inside, I could feel like
Shit,
smoke
I would have
coming
been
through,
I would have been happy. You would have given me an excuse not to go to work.
Oh, like why did you have? Yeah. So basically, the reason why is because when it comes to the Toulouse thing, it seems like this was like a project or experiment that RedBird used. And to be honest, I can't really comment on it. I think most of us assume that because it's like Toulouse, it's like a bad club or whatever. And there's obviously merit to that. But at the same time, it was bought in like I think July of 2021,
Oh, I know.
2021 season. Yeah.
But I'm going to
so-
elevate it. Keep talking.
Right, and so I looked through the transfer market, and this is one of the players that they signed, and like he's been performing. And again, this is just the reason why I actually shared the videos, not only because that this is like an indication of the type of players he was signed for 500K from MK Dons, and he's a striker. He scored like 20 something goals. Again, that's not the main reason why I shared it. It's because if you watch the video, he just has some crazy finishes. Like that's something that I would not expect someone, even if you don't think it's sustainable, even that's just not something I would expect from
No, but
like,
hear me out.
500,000
Right.
player.
And what you're saying, we're saying, we're not refuting, but the main problem is this: the X factor you're putting aside is playing for Toulouse comes out with no pressure, so you'll be able to exponentially grow quicker. Them coming to Milan, you might have those skill sets, And that pressure is not forcibly coming from the management or Jerry per se, right? They might tell you might have all the time, but directly it's going to translate on the pitch and with those fans. And that's what matters a lot in the life of a footballer, for him to translate. And I think that's what they're really missing. You know, like Toulouse, I follow, bro. I'm a French speaker. I follow Ligue 1. Like this whole model, I'm really in tune with what goes on in the French world. You know, I haven't really watched Ligue 1 the past while, but my ears is on the street. I know what's going on. And for Toulouse, it was less pressure because that same player you're saying, if Jerry would have went and bought, let's say, Marseille, he knew why he went and he bought Toulouse. He know he couldn't go buy Marseille or PSG, probably even to those Arabs coming, because those fans are really demanding. And they were probably getting the fuck out of there because they're used to at least perform in Europe. So he knew why he went to Toulouse. With Milan, he's going to learn the hard way. I'm being serious, man. That X factor is just the fans. And that X factor, it just can't be quantified. You know, the fans' feelings and the demands cannot be quantified, which translate into pressures on players. Look at CDK, man. And I'm telling you, and you scale all that up, it's going to be a problem. I'm being serious.
I feel like
definitely a factor.
Have you seen the interview? Have you seen the interview where he's like, "Oh, I want to buy a mid-table team, 6th to 12th team," and he goes and buys Milan? That to me don't make sense. Personally, it don't make sense.
Yeah, I've seen that interview. I think he bought Milan, as I say. So
hold on, who made an interview like that? Cardinale.
Yeah, I've not seen the interview. He did it a couple months ago in Italy.
Oh my God!
Football conference. I'll link it. I'll find the link for you. But no, it's not good.
He did that interview months before buying Milan.
And that shows, and so we have all reasons to be the way we feel. We have all the reasons to be the way we feel. Because even if he didn't know, even if now he knows, like that he knows we're not a mid-table team, his approach hasn't changed. Meaning the approach he had an approach of getting a mid-table team. So everything he's implementing, the whole data and analytical, he's still putting it in that mode, win that framework. Because he had a plan prior to even investing. So that even shows again why we're fucked. I'm being serious, bro. Like, it's not going to change.
No, you're right. I agree. He even said there's an interview. He did a conference not too long ago. This is separate from the other interview. He did a conference in Italy, I'm pretty sure. And they asked him, they said, "Oh, how do you know this is gonna work?" And he basically his reasoning was, "Oh, it worked in was it Toulouse? Toulouse. It works in Toulouse." That was his only reasoning, really. It works in Toulouse and it works in America.
Well, here's the thing. Moneyball in general is the concept is found in all sports, but when it comes to like football or soccer, like this wasn't really. It's still a new thing relatively, and I think that the Toulouse thing is like, okay, it's not the best evidence, but there's still something there in the fact that they were in League Two, and within like 2 seasons, they not only won the French Cup, but they got mid-table, and a lot of their signings are sort of like cutthroat prices, like at least I think they spent like 10 million or something maximum, like on the first season that they entered. Now, again, I'm not saying that our goal should be mid-table, but the fact of the matter is that they've made significant improvements, very similar to what we've been doing. And I think that because the budget is a little bit more restrictive due to like the financial constraints of the loan and everything, that means that we have to adapt essentially. And again, we've said this before about the vision part. There's like a clash there, and I don't think I actually don't think we're going to be trying to be mid-table. I actually think that it's the only thing that changes is that the scouting is going to be more more cost efficient. That's all I see it is, because think about it like this: if we have 35 million, again, that's assuming that's right. We also have deadwood to sell. Let's say 50 million, 15 million for at least like 6-7 players. I think is a reasonable estimate, maybe more. 50 million, it can get you a lot if you scout properly, because you only need 1 or 2 players out of like the 4 positions, like the DM, striker, cam, right winger, to get in, because our team, even though it has holes, we still do pretty well. So even if one of those, especially the striker, if that was addressed, then we could actually challenge for the Scudetto, I think. And I think that, again, another thing that's being missed is that Milan inherently is a different club compared to others. We still have players, we still have coaches, we still have management, and also like the history around it that have like an ambitious drive to it. So even if you take Maldini out, even if you take Zlatan out, there's something inherently different about Milan that doesn't make it a mid-table team. During the banter era, for example, we had terrible players, but that doesn't mean we didn't strive to do better.
Vamos! Evan Indica.
Is that Roma, yeah?
No, Milan. Di Marzio just. You guys not talk about it. Di Marzio tweeted that Milan is trying to hijack Indica.
Tell me that's not good. Come on. Tell me that's not good.
No.
It's still
I
good.
saw-
I'm still mad. I don't give a fuck, bro.
Wait, hold on. One second. I'm not saying that it's gonna happen, but he just reported that today Milan has tried to get Indica because
Well, that's
Roma's
better than
very
nothing.
far in advance. Not saying it's gonna happen, but he's saying that at least we attempted to get him today. We'll see.
But Roma right now, their priority right now is to get a fucking striker. It's to get a striker because what's his name is out until December. Tammy Abraham. So I don't even think like they should be focusing on trying to get an Indica right now.
If we offer
Anyway.
Indica a good contract, I think he's gonna choose us any day. I mean, we're playing Champions League.
Champions League football.
That's all it is.
And there's a French community also that really matters.
Wait, why would it be too
Matters
late?
big time.
And listen, if Indica,
Does anyone know his current
if
salary?
Indica comes to Milan,
Go ahead, Roy.
Hashtag Jerry in.
No,
If
fuck
Indica-
no.
Indica comes to Milan, if
Yeah.
it comes to Milan, are we going to give the credit to Jerry and Moncada, or are we going to give the
We have
credit
to.
to Maldini? But it's him and Koeman?
Well,
No,
obviously,
we can't give the credit to
well, hold
Maldini.
on.
Last
This
summer,
means that
who made the video call to Indica and telling him, look, we're interested in you, we like you. You know, when your
But that was last summer.
contract expires.
It doesn't at the end
yeah,
of the
but wait,
day.
but
yeah.
Roy, hold on though. If Maldini wanted Indica, then we would have had links about it like a few weeks ago, bro. Like,
That or
this means
not,
that
that or
Maldini
that.
was-
Listen, that or not. Even if Maldini
Are
not
you becoming
involved,
are you
Maldini,
becoming a
listen
Jerry
to me.
fan now?
Listen.
No, but I mean, this is
Antonio,
obviously a Jerry
say this.
player or a
Let me
Moncada
say this. Jerry or not Jerry, Maldini set up this platform. At the end of the day, it's because of Maldini. It's always going to go back to him for me. I don't give a fuck. Whoever player decides to come, this whole core is Maldini created all of this. Without that, there's none of it.
Well,
You're
look,
right.
I'm
You're right.
gonna disagree. No, the core is Maldini. I just want to disagree on the sense that if Maldini wanted Indica, then he would have been linked with him a few weeks ago. What is going on? What is this
No,
sound?
guys,
Sorry.
what is this noise?
Someone in the jungle.
The fuck? Oh no! Oh no!
What's a flat tire?
Guido.
Oh goodness!
Giulio for friends.
Oh, I'm available because outside the air is crazy, man. It smells burn.
Bro, we have like a huge cloud of smoke and rock. Like it's like dangerous and rock.
We got 2 fires in Jersey and 1 in Canada.
Guido, we don't care, man. Milan is on fire here.
Milan is gonna win everything. The algorithm.
Jerry bribed us. Jerry bribed us.
Hey, what about the new sport director is gonna call is gonna have the name of Tom, so Tom and Jerry.
Oh, Guido. So Indica is not happening, I heard. It's too late for us.
Are you guys talking about
Yeah,
Indica?
You just made that up.
It probably won't happen, but they're saying we're still. He hasn't decided yet, but
I don't think it's too late, but the person that said it just made that up.
Hopefully
it's
Yeah,
Di
hopefully.
Marzio, bro. He didn't make it up.
No, I'm not saying you made it up. I'm saying there was someone in the chat. Someone in the chat said it's too late, and he just made that up. But like, that's not the actual information that we got.
Okay, I didn't make it
It's
up.
another
I didn't
left
make it
foot.
up, but it could be.
I'm tired this left foot, man.
Bro, he's in left center back.
We're all left.
Yeah, but we need it. We don't need to say. We need freaky people that score goals. That's what we need.
Sono tutti comunisti i nostri giocatori, Guido, sono tutti comunisti.
Yeah, right. You're right. I can't believe, man. I hate that.
Guido, but we need a player. We need a player that can cover Theo Hernandez on emergencies. I think Indica can cover.
Hernandez, that guy's a center D.
No, he can play as on the left.
No, we got Balotelli. I don't care.
Okay. You can take Balotelli home, man, if you want.
Listen, we should sell all the players that worth money and get all the players at zero. That's what he's gonna do. Jerry Cardinale.
Hey guys, by the way, Leao is the most valuable Portuguese player right now. He's 100.
Yeah, I saw
his
that.
value
What
is
did
now
they value?
over 100 million.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, but what it means the algorithm? They're gonna get all the play with the good stat by zero because the Cutler, I think he had a good stat last year, but it didn't work.
The Cutler had 14 goals, 9 assists, won the league, had great performances in Europe.
Yeah, but Roy wasn't there wasn't in the world because they call it Jupiter. That means they were in the universe somewhere else, in some other planet, maybe, you know.
Right, the Jupiter League.
Jupiter, it's a planet, isn't a planet?
That's right, that's right.
The algorithm got mixed up last year.
That's the only logical explanation of what we just saw this year. I mean.
But listen, we gotta be positive, man. Give it one chance. Give them one chance. See what happens.
I'm loving the comments of the Roma fans, man, on the Di news. Oh man, I don't think it's gonna happen.
The video?
I don't think it's happening. Di says that they are basically doing.
I wasn't alive.
They're basically doing
Share
the
the video, Larry.
Bro, where is Roma pulling out the money? Like, I mean, they're in the contract.
They don't have
Which video you want me to share, man?
The
one that I sent in the chat. I mean, you don't have to share it, but just if you look at it, you see what I mean. Like the fact that they were able to sign such a highly technical player on 500K, I think it's a good indication of what they want.
Yeah, but he scored those goals and he played in that way in League 2.
No. But I'm not saying against the opponent. I'm saying the finishes that if you look at the actual types of finishes he made, not the opponent. They're very technical headers, very technical shots. It's actually crazy
but what I'm
that
saying that it's not you can do something like that. You can sign a guy for $1 million to play Serie B and score a lot of goals. You can convince.
What's about the technicality? You know.
Yeah,
because one of our issues.
It's
hard to replicate that with Milan. That's what I'm saying.
David, if you put
it might be hard. Yeah.
David, if you put Giroud in Serie B, he's going to score 40 goals.
No. This was the highlights I sent were from League 1, not from League 2. Although he did play in League 2. The point that I'm trying to make is that it's if you're very technical and if you have certain characteristics, sometimes when you have that, certain players have that no matter who they play against, they can excel. And I'm saying that if we can scout those types of players, I know it's hard. I know this is a new approach, but just the fact that Toulouse were able to, because again, even though Toulouse aren't good, they were really bad a season ago, 2 seasons ago. So the fact that they got this far, it says something. And the reason why I sent that video is because it indicates that if we can get something of a similar caliber, one of our main issues with Giroud is that he doesn't really run around with the box too much. In order to get across to him, it has to be exactly at him. And this player, for example, is extremely well adept at moving around in the box. So I'm just saying this is.
But David, here's the problem though. See, if it's a beginning of a project, I understand. This is not a beginning of the project no more. This is a new ownership. At least with the players we have, we cannot say this is a beginning project. And the problem why I say that is now we play Champions League. Now we're competing at our fronts. Benter era, you start this project.
Well, Clint, listen.
Let me finish this. You wait this, fine. Yes, you can go. Maybe you can do 1 or 2 picks using that method. That's completely fine. But at the stage where we at now, with players like Leao, the explanation, you need somebody that falls in right away, and you just can't gamble with those type of metrics, or you're gonna be left out. Because now we're competing at the higher level. That's the reality now. We're not doing.
At a certain point, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but at a certain point, money talks. Money talks at a certain point. This works into a certain point, and then you have to start investing. Look at the biggest clubs in the world. Which club is on what are we on? 35 mil reportedly. I don't know if that's true or not. 35 mil. Who can you get for 35 mil? Liverpool spent that on McAllister, just one signing. we can't compete on 35 mil, and that's just the truth.
Well, here's one thing: the Premier League prices are overpriced. That's one thing. And again, I'm not saying you're wrong that like spending is better, but we are on a budget. Like we kind of just have to adapt to that. Like we can't really do anything else. You know what I mean? And I think that basically
I mean,
my point
okay,
is simply this.
now let's look at Germany then, right? Even you look at Salzburg and you look at Salzburg and Leipzig, even the transactions they do. We won't be able to do these transactions. And mind you, yes, they got Champions League money, but it shows you they even have to invest within their own system. They're not getting these deals on peanuts either. That's the reality of it.
It's 50 million is very restrictive. Even 50 million, I know it's very restrictive. Here's my point though. The point is this, that our core is already very good. Like our core is extremely good. Most of them have already signed renewals. And what that indicates is that I actually like, I think your point about the fact that we like have this core, it actually goes in my favor, because if we have this core, we only need a few pieces to work well. Remember, I said this stat before. Milan has the most big chances missed in Serie A, and most of the time we drop points against lower table teams where we already have midfield dominance. So our issue really is an attack and finishing chances. So even if we get one of the striker, cam, right wing, right, again, and this is a 50 million budget, and like we signed several players, even if one of them hits, then that's good enough to take us a little bit, like that, give us that extra edge that we really need. And again, this season, honestly, we weren't that bad. It's just that we had certain spells that were catastrophic. So again, basically what I'm trying to say is this: yes, it would be ideal to have a lot of money, but I don't think we should scoff at the Moneyball approach just because it hasn't worked in practice yet. Nor do I think we should scoff at it, because there are examples of, like, you can find several examples: Napoli, Brighton, like the Ndika player I mentioned. I'm not good with stuff off the top of my head, but you get the idea of what I'm trying to say. But that's really all.
The Moneyball, again, the Moneyball can work in Italy because Italy is a league that is completely broken. Apart from Juventus, I guess everyone kind of operates on low budget or regular budget. My problem is that the moment we have a good team to actually go and do the next step, Jerry Cardinali will sell and start again with the Moneyball approach. We'll reset. We'll sell the Leao, we'll sell the Theo Hernandez. I'm not saying all of them together, but every time we'll sell one and start again. And the number says that if you do that, one season you're going to get it wrong. And Liverpool challenged Man City 6 years, 7 years. They won the Champions League and the Premier League. But still, they crumbled at the end. The Moneyball system didn't work. A lot of players didn't perform. They bought from Germany and.
Well, here, I agree with you mostly, but there's one thing that's like false about that, because with Klopp, it was kind of mainly the coach's fault. They had all the players, like a lot of their core, not even just their core, their entire bench was stacked. The issue, I think, has to do with management, but separate from that, the other issue is that when it comes to selling. So what you said, that like we might like become like a feeder club, essentially just sell off our assets. Here's why I don't think that's going to happen. The reason why is because we both agree that Jerry wants to maximize profits. So it's in his interest to maximize profits. So what is the best route to do that? Is it to sell your biggest players and then not replace them, and then next season you don't meet the goals that you need to? You have to understand.
No.
Right,
David, we don't agree. Sorry, we don't agree on that.
Remember, wait. One thing.
Sorry, we don't agree on that. I'm stopping you because we don't agree on that. Jerry has to pay 600 million to Elliott to complete the transaction of Milan. That 600.
Yeah, but he's doing it at a good pace.
No, but listen to me. That 600 million, I think half of it is 15% interest rate. So that means that on 300 million, 15%, we're talking about almost 40 million a year interest. So we're talking about 3 million a month interest to pay on that debt, plus the fee of the debt. So I would say 60 million a year to pay. Now, how you pay that 60 million a year debt? You pay it going to Champions League, getting some of that money and not reinvesting it, but paying the debt, selling one of the most valuable assets. Half of the money you pay the debt, the other half you reinvest it in the market. So he will do that until that 600 million or 400 million will be paid. That's what the owner of Inter is doing. He's selling Lukaku, Hakimi, reinvesting 20% of it and paying his debt so he can get out of Inter. So
I understand what you're saying, but
in the next 6 years, that's what Jerry will do. It's a thin.
But the example of
line.
Inter,
Thin
the
ice
example of
we're
Inter
walking.
works in our favor because even though they have to sell, they have a very good core, and they're also adding onto it. So they don't even I don't think they necessarily use the Moneyball approach, but they do make smart signings. So my point is, even if that's true, even if like
Oh, but
again, actually,
sorry, but
no,
I'm sorry that
wait,
your
let me.
point. I'm repeating with you. You're right, but that is the point that will stop us every time on winning trophies. Because at the
I
end
don't
of
think
the
that's true because look
instead
how
of
much debt Inter's in. Inter's in way much more debt than we are, but they're still adding to their team and they're still making sure they invest in the next season upcoming rather than sell. Of course, they sell maybe one, two players, but their core team it stays solid. Like they're not gonna this summer Mercato. I
no,
don't
it's
think they're gonna
not
send more than
solid.
two or
It's
three
not
players
solid. It's not a solid. It's a team that lost
because
13 games.
yeah, but their core of players. Don't worry about the results. Their players that they have are top quality. Like their midfield, their attack. They have Dzeko, Lukaku,
Well,
and also
but sorry,
Lautaro and
those
Correa.
players were not. Sorry, those players were not bought with this system. They were bought before with the spending money system.
Okay, but
Those
that
players
might that
are
works.
paying, are covering no, dude. But you're wrong. But sorry, 1 second. All the core team was built when Inter was spending money. That core team is covering mistakes that Inter is making now. That is using the clever approach. Now Maldini built this core. Jerry Cardinale will use that core to pay the 600 million and buy Milan. So Jerry Cardinale is using all the hard work of Massara and Maldini to actually pay that 600 million debt. That's what he's gonna do.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. There's one
And
thing.
what we're saying,
Let me,
David. Sorry, before. Okay, go ahead. Speak.
no,
Sorry, I know you want to
so
get your
just
word out
last thing, I want to make this point very quickly because I think there's two ways that Jerry can actually address the debt issue without doing what you're saying, which is one, if his motivation is to flip the club after like creating the stadium, then he could continue doing this but make a huge profit if the evaluation of the club goes up, so he can still pay off that loan in the very end. So he can just like work on lessening it while also creating a big evaluation when he leaves. That's one way. Another way is simply by looking at okay, if they continue, like for example, what Inter did, I think your example of Inter actually works in my favor because even though their debts are larger than us, for example, we had 200 million debt right after COVID, and it went down the next season to around I think less than 100 million, and now we turned a profit this year. So again, and our success in the last two seasons were a little bit of an anomaly. That's true, but at the same time, what that indicates is that you can make a lot of money if you invest in the team. So if Jerry Cardinale, he's working with Moncada, he's working with Pioli, Forlani, if those three, and he's like consulting with them, if he knows, if they tell him that like the sporting success is going to go down dramatically, I don't think it's in his best interest financially to sell one of his big assets because it's a trade-off. So either way, either he sells the club and makes a huge profit at that way more than what the loan he has to repay, or he just continues sustainably and he ends up like
which
But
that's
you're
what they're
wrong.
doing.
Sorry, with the
Let me.
Inter example, you're wrong. You go, Clint. But I'm gonna explain you why
Yeah,
you're wrong
like
with the Inter example.
yeah, I'm gonna add these 2 points. Wait, bitch. Wait, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm driving. So, hear me out. The number one thing is I'm gonna give you a good analogy. Think about you're a restaurant owner and you own a restaurant in a lower scale neighborhood. Now you decide to take your restaurant now to the bigger scale neighborhood, right? And then you still want to use the same approach when you're probably cheap and you're investing cheaply when you're in that lower scale neighborhood because you didn't really have the funds. Now your business was a bit prosperous there, and you want to carry the same traits. Yes, you can carry the same traits, but you understand you gotta invest aggressively on your asset, which is your restaurant. That's gonna take you to the next level. I.e., in our case, in the players, you cannot use your slower scale because the customers are not gonna go in there if there's no quality. Because guess what? And the restaurants you decide, the neighborhood you decide to go put your restaurant in, right? There's other big restaurants that are competing with you, and that's what Jetty has to face. You're in the bigger market now. We're not playing the cup with Toulouse. We're not even gonna really play Toulouse unless we get relegated to Europa League. That's one really big reality of that he needs to face. And they are in there for the profit. I think they want to flip the club and sell it because he didn't buy it based on passion. I like owners that buy it because they care about football and they want to see you win. These guys didn't come here for that. They came here. Look, the moment I saw his CV and he comes from Goldman Sachs, I don't have say less. Say fucking less from him.
Let's stay on the facts because David is saying he worked out with Inter. David, it didn't work out with Inter because the other scenario is an ownership that bought Lukaku, has Lautaro Martinez, has a strong team, keeps Hakimi, keeps Lukaku and adds Dybala, Dzeko, and adds Dumfries, and keeps winning league titles, and wins the second one, wins the third one, wins the fourth one, and he goes in Champions League, semi-final, final, semi-final, final. That is a success if you stay and keep investing. So the Inter story is not a success. The Inter story is a story of an owner that spent a lot of money and now is leaving, paying that debt, selling their player. Skriniar could have stayed, and he could have had another defender on Skriniar and become even stronger. Onana probably going to sell it. Now they cannot keep him. So it's not an example that works. Milan is going to be a team that will sell Mike Maignan, put a 20 million goalkeeper there, and reinvest another piece for another player. They will get Ndika free and sell Tomori in Premier League on 50 million. A good team should keep Ndika and Tomori, not sell Tomori, put Ndika on a free. That's how you progress and you become a. Jerry is looking for the cash flow. So gets one on free, sells one, gets the cash, pays the debt. That's the same.
Okay, so I do agree. I do agree that Inter
that
have
works
made
for
more
Jerry. That doesn't work for us. That does not work for the history of me.
Okay, but here's the thing. Even though Inter have been investing a lot more, I don't think they've been going all out like big spenders. And the other thing is, remember what I said before, that, and again, I think Clint made this point better when he said that through his background that he has an interest in flipping it to Goldman Sachs or whatever. What that indicates is that even if, for example, he doesn't lower down the debt completely through the club's revenues or club's profits, he will be able to flip it in the end simply by investing into the team and the stadium, so that has a high evaluation. If that is his interest, which seems the most likely to me, I don't think he's in it for the long game. He doesn't even seem interested. I think the only thing he cares about is the stadium and then flip. Then what that means is that you don't necessarily have to sell these players, because you're going in the end, when you build up the valuation, the difference between what you started to when you bought the club and then when you sold it for, the profit will be much more than just paying off the loan. You'll get much more profit than that.
But sorry, David.
No, but listen. One more thing.
I need to stop you there. No, before you go with that one more thing, he needs to sell players, because the player Hernandez is on a 5 million. He needs to go on a 7. And
why does he need to?
Cap. What do you mean that is his life, man?
Because if okay, let's say it's 20. Let's say he does this model for 4 years, right? He keeps what he's doing with this season and last season. He keeps this model of 4 years without selling any big players. The evaluation, if he does it properly with the right scouting and everything, and with the right management, will eventually go up to a degree that's much higher than the 1.2 billion evaluation that we had originally when we were looking to sell, or a season ago. So that evaluation is going to be much more than the loan he has to repay, which means that he's going to get a big profit anyway.
No,
he
you
doesn't
didn't
have to
answer
worry
my
about
question.
selling.
You didn't answer. No, you didn't answer my concern.
I just did.
No, you didn't, because I told you he has a salary cap, and at one point next season, Hernandez needs a renewal. If he does not give a renewal, he needs to sell Hernandez. That is next season.
Yeah.
Next season, he needs to sit on the table with Hernandez and decide, I'm gonna sell this guy or I'm gonna give him 6 million.
But and the fear here is,
but that's the reality,
David, the problem here, David, though, you know what fears us? It's they don't have experience in this. And when
they do. They don't have it. They don't have a proven track record.
Right at this level, and that's what scares us. Because if they would have done it with another,
I agree, it's scary,
right?
But...
Yeah, no, but it has to be, because at the end of the day, that's what I said initially. What's being met here, us as fans, like they said, fans want the glory. The business owner want the money, and it depends on you as the individual. What do you prioritize? Plus, I prioritize the glory. I want to win trophies. I grew up seeing Milan win trophies. Sustainability, yeah, you can have it, but in my lifetime, I want to see us win more 5-6 Champions League. Now when I'm dead and we're sustainable,
Clint, the moment Hernandez needs a renewal, he needs to make a decision. I'm selling Hernandez, or I'll give him the money that he wants, and he will take the decision to sell, because he needs the cash to pay the debt, and he cannot raise the salary.
Well, I just told you he doesn't necessarily need the cash to pay the debt right now, because if he's building up the valuation and flipping it,
he's a short-term debt. He's a short-term debt, creates interest. Do you know the inflation?
But that's not a problem, because.
But
that's not a problem, because wait, let me finish. Let me finish. Wait. The reason it's not a problem is because as long as Milan continues with their success on the field, remember how we were at 200 million in debt a few years ago, from the past owners, and then we were able to get it down after the COVID season to just under 100 million, and now this season we're making a profit. So what that indicates is that we're getting enough money to like basically push that down from Jerry's perspective, while also not necessarily having to sell one of these big players. If you continue that model, and I know it's a risk, but if you continue that model, you don't necessarily need to sell your big players, and because the evaluation.
But you're admitting what you're forgetting about that
valuation.
valuation. That was Elliott. Now Jerry took money from people. Now that was prior
He needs to pay.
Well, that's
debt,
what the
man.
Asians did. Like now
Well,
we
and
talk
by the
about
way,
Jerry's money. You know, that's
dude,
different.
You're confusing some stuff here. The evaluation that you're saying, why the evaluation will raise if you don't have a stadium, and the team anyway is.
I'm assuming that he can. No, I'm assuming he does those things because that's what he said.
No, sorry. Our revenue are based on sporting results, are not based on sponsorship and deals. Our sponsors are shit.
No, it's based on both for sure. Because if you have a stadium, you get much more revenue.
Dude, no, but we need to reallocate those sponsors and sign again those deals in 2 years.
I think the stadium gives us the most revenue.
No, the stadium gives us 80 million revenues.
If we get our own stadium, yeah, that makes a big difference.
Talking about it, dude, but you cannot talk about if with me. I'm talking about the reality right now. The reality right now is.
Well, I'm saying from Jerry's perspective.
Yeah, I'm telling you from Jerry's perspective what he sees right now. He's seeing a team. He's seeing a team that the key players wants to be renewed or sell, and he will sell them because on the Jerry's perspective he has a debt to pay, and the way he's gonna pay that debt is selling players and buying the new one that costs less and has a lower contract. He's gonna do it every fucking year. He will sell one player.
Okay.
You will see it.
I'll say one last thing and then I'll go because I just want to make this clear. I do understand that there's a risk involved, but there's just one last thing. I don't think the characterization of Cardinale as the sole actor is accurate because the reports are saying that he's going to work with Forlani, Billy Bean, Pioli, and Moncada. So, and the other thing is that I don't think the restaurant analogy is actually effective because restaurants have fixed costs. The cost of food generally doesn't increase or decrease that much, and also the cost of supplies. Whereas in the transfer market, players, their prices can easily rise. It's a heavily volatile market, and I think that in that volatility, there's a chance to get low and then get high essentially if you're able to time that properly and if you have the right data. And I trust Moncada. That's my main point. I trust Moncada. I think that we should give him a chance. I don't think it's the doom and gloom. I think we will challenge for Scudetto next season at the very least. And I think we have a good core. So that's all I have to say. Thank you again for letting me on.
How can you say we're on a downwards? If anything, we're on a downwards trajectory. We won since January. I think we won 9 games since January. 9 games. Think about that. That's not a good start. 9 games we've won since January in all competitions. That's concerning. Is that not concerning?
Let me tell you something. Anywhere where they put anybody that lives in the States, ask what happened to Target right now. Their Target is down $9 billion because they decided to put pride stuff in their stores, right? Maybe somebody sat there and said like, yo, if we put that in there, based on whatever numbers we have, we're gonna get this revenue, but they never accounted to be 9 billion down or use, for your value to go down. I'm saying all this is because the X factor, which is the human, the data analytics is not counting for the fact that like if we don't get players or you sell a Manya and you sell a Theo, those data analytics are not counting for the fans not being in the stadium. There's not data out there. Like for the past 4 years, I've been studying data. Like I have a master's in applied economics. That's all I've been looking at. I did behavioral economics. I took it for a whole semester. That was one of my favorite courses. And one thing they don't account for, they're now creating data, and that's a really new field. There's not a lot of data out there to account. And that plays a lot in this sport of football. That's how crazy it is compared to the other ones. Like I said, the other American sports and all that stuff is more of an entertainment perspective. So that you can really kind of monitor humans' behavior based on the nightlife in a particular city and estimate how many people might be at that arena or go there because it's downtown, let's say LA or downtown New York, because it goes in conjunction in that lifestyle. But when it comes down from football, it's cultural. You cannot put a value on tradition. You can't put value on stuff that's been across. And I think that's the mistake they're making. And they're going to learn the hard way. Like, it might work at a lower scale, but in the long run, it's kind of like sitting there for the World Cup and you're trying to really do data analytics with a World Cup, like, oh, who might win and all that. Dude, it don't always work out. Because 2-3 players go injured in the beginning of the opening game, then what? You don't account for injuries. So I don't
Hey
know.
guys,
And
listen,
every-
before we move on, there's other people that just joined. Maybe they want to say something. We got Gio, Majideen, and also another thing, Antonio. Is it confirmed? What's the Indica story? Do you have anything about it?
We try to hijack the deal,
Yeah.
Roy, but we ain't got no pull, bro. That's
The
what
news,
it is. Jelani,
Dimarzio
and you know
says
the only problem I have, the only thing I could give credit to Roma is they are willing to go a higher salary than Milan.
Hey, Dimarzio just said basically that today Roma they have an agreement in place that Indica is good with, but he still hasn't fully accepted. Milan today tried to get in on the thing with Indica, but so most likely he's still going to go to Roma, but he hasn't finalized it yet. So we have to see how this plays out. We have to see what we're offering him. I feel like if we offer the same, he's going to choose us, though. So we'll see what happens.
Gio, you're saying something? Go ahead.
No, I mean Roma. That's the only thing. That's why they got the ballot, because they were the only one willing to meet. I mean that evaluation. Everybody was saying like, "Oh, Maldini takes CDK over Dybala," but we're willing to pay 6 net, like the Thuram thing. Yeah. So we're willing to go to war with PSG to pay 9 million net. Or am I tripping? Because these guys think free transfer. Somebody got to tell Jerry, "Hey, Jerry. Free transfers cost a lot of money, buddy, because you got to pay a commission or you have to overpay because you're not paying a transfer fee." And that's what I think they're not doing. They're not realizing it. How are we going in for Thuram if his net salary already is 4.5 million net? So, like, what, he's going to take 4.5 just because we're Milan? I don't know. But you know what? This Moneyball, this Billy Bean and all this, I mean, Billy Bean is a loser to me. And I think
that Billy
that's why
Bean.
everybody's
Out of
pissed
all
off.
this news, is the fucking Billy Bean, bro. That's the thing that just irks my soul, dude. And the reasons why we're getting based on a fucking movie, bro. I want to lose my shit because I'm thinking Brad Pitt. Might as well fucking bring Brad Pitt. What the fuck is this? Might as well bring Brad Pitt to be the guy. And we're talking about the Oakland A's. Like, are we serious, bro? Are we
That's
serious?
why
Yeah,
the A's are now moving. Now they're moving to Vegas because they suck. That's what it is.
Sorry ass
they
franchise.
leaving Oakland. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Yeah, it worked. See, any new experiment will work. But in the long term, at the bigger scale, is it going to take off? It's easy to start stuff in smaller neighborhoods, or you start your little pilot stuff in a small joint. We're talking about Milan. Milan is like this close to make the next step. And that's what we're really hurt. If this was Benta era, none of us would have been complaining. Even if Maldini was there, Benta era, and we're doing this renovation, we'd all probably be on board and be like, you know what?
Clint,
let's start something new.
I know I said this already, but I'm allowed to swear on it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this fucking bum in his interview a couple of months before he bought the club, he said, "I don't want to buy a big club. I would never buy a big club like Tottenham or Chelsea." He said, "I want to buy a 6th to 12th place club, and that's where I'm gonna do my little business." And then he went and bought Milan, one of the most decorated clubs in football. He went and bought Milan. It don't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. It's like he didn't
Which part of
research
London
it.
are you, man?
Huh?
Are you from England?
Yeah, I'm from London.
Yeah.
Another England merchant.
Yo, he sounds just like a younger version of Paul, dude.
Paul,
the young brother of Paul, man.
Definitely not from East London, though.
No, I'm not from London. I'm like outside of London, outskirts.
That's good, man. That's good.
But hey, guys,
Billy Bean, guys.
Yeah, but no,
from Berlusconi to Billy Bean.
But dude, and that's
Bean,
the
what is his name?
But that's the thing,
Billy
right?
Jean.
And you know what irks me? I mean, maybe Gio can relate to this. If think about Americans, right? And Jerry's acting so American because they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, he's good at this." Then they're so out of touch sometimes with things, and this is a prime example of it. And what they're out of touch with is that they're all sitting in New York, and they're really out of touch with really Italian culture, to be honest. Even Furlani, they say Furlani went to school here. So God knows if his values didn't get compromised after a while, you know, going to Harvard and being around America that long. Yeah, he grew up in Milano. Yeah, fine. But he's going to care about his pockets and that other clown, or what's his name, Scaroni. Oh, bro, I cannot stand this fool, boy. I can't stand them. Because there's nothing good about these guys. Like, they're right. They care about the money. Like, they speak. They only got one language. It's the dollar bills. So whatever they're gonna come and say all of this, he knows. Furlani knows exactly why he came and said, "Oh, the fans need to make sure they,
Clint,
they're with
Clint,
us."
can I give you a suggestion, Clint?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not good for your health. Just accept Moneyball and put your faith in Jerry at this point. Like, it's just not good for your health. I'm sorry.
Nah, bro, I'm Antonio. Like I told him, I'm hurt because Maldini is my idol, bro. And then the way he was treated, like Maldini is not like he's my idol. Like for me, it's like I'm hurt, bro. You don't understand.
Let's make sure everyone talks. I want to say my last thing about this. I just want to clarify one thing. Moneyball will work for Jerry, not for Milan. That's what I'm saying. That for Jerry, he will make money. He will create a team that is exciting but not good enough to win. And he will make money out of that team. Selling players, making revenues, paying his debt. And the moment he will pay his debt, he will sell. And hopefully an owner that has a bit of interest in football, that cares about the image of the club, that cares about winning, will bring us trophies again. So I hope Jerry keeps the book clean and keeps us top four for as long as possible. Because if you stay top four for long, by accident, you can even win sometimes. You can even win sometimes. No, I'm not saying that. But you could have done that with Maldini. And in a different way as well. But anyway. Majidin, go for it, man. And I think Omari as well wants to talk.
Okay, I just want to talk about the Moncada role and the data analysis and what it really means, because I do see a lot of people talk about it and they really don't understand the job. What is it? What's the role? And how is this even data analysis work? First of all, I used to be an information management officer for an organization that spends 200 million a year, that we go through data of more than 150 person a year. So first of all, what the misconception here is that every single club uses data analysis, guys, not just us, every single club. Yeah. The only difference is that we do not have the budget to go and scout every single player out there. Like, we can see prime example of younger players.
I actually watched a video about this, by the way.
Yeah.
I was I don't hear you finish. I'll speak after you though.
Okay. So the only difference between us and maybe some other clubs that other clubs that they use the data analysis is that we don't have people go scouting using their vision. They're just looking at the players and then they bring the names, and then this is what the typical clubs use. So they have scouts, they go look at the players, and then they bring the names, and then they will ask for this data from companies. They bring them the data, they analyze it, and they see if this player is really true. What the scouts saw is true. So what they do is they will analyze this data, they will look at it, confirms their decision, basically. What we are doing is opposite. What we're doing is we're using data to bring us players, discover them, and then we go and we see them. So we are using the same concept, but just the roles are reversed, which is a better thing to do, by the way, not a bad thing. But the problem is with this issue that we have here is that, and by the way, somebody else before me said it, which is something very stupid. I've never heard of this in my entire life, is that we have psychology data for the players. That's not true. You cannot quantify psychology. That's just bullshit. That's just pure weird, man. Come on. And we're talking about
it's not supposed to be. No, I'm gonna add this though. I'm gonna add this. Okay. The only thing you can do in terms of like the metric is you can put it on a scale in terms of like satisfaction level. We call you the utility level and economics. That's the only thing that you can quantify. That's it.
Wrong, man. You cannot.
Don't get me started.
No. I said no. I said no. The reason no. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I said that's the only way. Listen, I said that's the only way. As an econ guy, in Bureau of Economics, that's the only way, because they do it for fans to see satisfaction levels. They put on the coefficient level. That's the only way, but that's not always accurate, So I agree for fans.
But this is wrong. If I have a data that says that, I will delete that data. I wouldn't even look at it. The reason why
studies, bro. I'm speaking as economics, bro. I went to grad school.
It's not
one. Listen, on the coefficient level, they do it though. They do it though. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, there's nobody doing it on the higher level. I guarantee you that. Okay, the reason why is because a data has to be something that is measurable. This is based on opinion of people seeing a player and saying, "Oh, his work ethic is good, or his personality is good, whatever." That doesn't work. It's based on your opinion, on others' opinion. This is not something that you can measure with numbers, with clear indication.
No, so
That,
they'll do it
for
based on
instance,
surveys. They'll do it based on surveys. Let me put it like that for you. Not entirely, but
who's
on surveys.
okay?
Listen, like
Who's
on
gonna
surveys.
do that surveys?
Yeah, I know. On surveys, if you
Fans?
have a chance, it's still at the academia level. I don't know at the corporate America, but at the academia level, you can even go. University of Sussex in London. They do a lot of studies on coefficient level for fans
I
in
studied
terms
in
of
London, man.
relation.
I studied
Listen,
in London.
but bro, listen, I'm speaking from academia. I'm not making this up. Like, trust me, I did applied economics for a living. They're doing that.
I
I'm not
think what
saying it's
you're saying,
accurate, but
listen to me,
it's
okay? What you're saying is you're saying they're doing surveys, and based on their surveys, they're using this data. I'm telling you that's not possible with the behavior of a player, because at the end of the day, whose people they're
no
gonna
for the
use
players
for the
for the
survey.
players. No,
Those
for the
players,
players.
just listen to
For the
me.
players,
Just let
I
me finish
agree.
this.
No, I agree
Just
with you.
let
For
me
the
finish
players,
this.
I'm speaking for the fans. That's it. I don't want you
Okay.
to misquote me. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
talking about the
I'm
players.
telling you that
So
yeah,
yeah.
there is way of using surveys to quantify data, but it's not possible to use it with players, personalities, and things of that nature, because at the end of the day, you cannot bring a group of people that will have this that input for you without having that bias. It's just simple as that. If you bring in fans, they will have bias towards that players. If you bring in outsiders who they are supporting, this is so many elements that can control the output of this data. So it's not possible to quantify that. Anyway, going back to my point is that we are doing the same thing. It's just we're doing it better. Yes, we are doing it better because that's what we're supposed to do. But the problem with that is, again, you cannot identify a player and say this player have a winning mentality. This player has the personality to play for Milan. That's the problem. This is the difference between Milan and Toulouse. This is the only problem between playing for Toulouse and playing for Milan. It's this personality, winning mentality. We saw so many players that they didn't have skills, but they still made it to the top. Because of why? Because of their personality, because of their winning mentality. It's something that exists in football. It exists in every single sport, by the way, not just football. But the problem here is that now what we have is somebody, Moncada, that has very good skills, but again, we cannot use that skills without having somebody there to guide those skills, to use them in the right direction. We had somebody like that, which was Maldini, but Maldini is not there anymore. Now we have to find somebody else to just basically, or we have to rely basically on his judgment, Moncada, which we don't know if he's had that judgment or not. Anyway, that whole thing of using the data, it just simply doesn't always work. And a prime example of that is CDK. CDK was scouted by Moncada. There's no way Maldini knew about CDK. He doesn't know who CDK is. Moncada literally came and said, this is the guy. And another thing as well is the role of Moncada before when Maldini was the sporting director, is that, which is, I worked in that, so I knew what that means, is that you collect the data. We have some people to collect the data for you. You analyze that data, and you just send those reports. You don't send, literally, he sends just lists based on positions. And what Moncada has data from the team, so purely team, while they're playing, he has data from there. He analyzes that data, sends it to the management, looks at the data, says, okay, we are lacking strengths in the midfield. We're lacking physicality in the midfield. We need somebody with that skill sets. Somebody needs to be physical. You send it to Moncada. Moncada, give me a list of people that has that certain skills or this certain characteristics. Moncada will do that, will send a list. I would never send a list and say, hey, I want that guy. I think what's going on right now, which was Enzo Fernandez with this guy, Moncada sends a list of 100 people. He's going to get one of them right. That's just a fact. But that doesn't mean this is the only guy he wanted and this is the only guy he said send them to them. Yeah. And with the same thing with CDK, a lot of people coming here and saying, oh, CDK is not a cam. CDK, if he's not a cam, why did we sign him? Just look at everything we have seen from the club. Maldini, Bioli, everybody's saying he's a cam. They don't want to play him anywhere else. They see him as a cam. And this is what also Moncada said to them. This is a skill he can play as a cam. Simple as that. Although I don't see it. Trust me, I don't see him as a cam at all. But this is what they're seeing. They're seeing the player every day. They have access to that data. If I have access to that data, I could tell you what I'm seeing. But they have access to that data.
Majidin, now Moncada is the man that will receive those 20 names and has to pick one.
Yes, exactly.
And if you pick the wrong one, him, Billy, and Furlani, if they pick the wrong one, the Curva Sud would not wait because they waited for Maldini. They accepted the mistakes Maldini made. The Curva Sud would not wait for these motherfuckers. They're gonna hang them.
The Curva Sud won't do it.
I think they're gonna do. I think they're gonna be. Listen, I think this is what's gonna happen. He's gonna make mistakes. Okay, maybe not this season, maybe next season, or this season one, and the next season is gonna be even worse. What's gonna happen is they're gonna sacrifice Pioli, then he's gonna sacrifice Moncada, then he's gonna sacrifice Fulani. It's a simple man. He doesn't care about the result.
Majidin.
Yeah.
If the Moneyball does not work for Milan, I honestly want every fucking American in this planet to shut the fuck up about that.
It's not. It's not gonna work. Look, let it.
Because
you
if
have
they
to
don't shut
understand
the fuck
it.
up, I'm gonna go in the United States and explain how to fucking play basketball and what they should do on the NBA. That's what I'm gonna
You
do.
have to understand.
Hey, lad,
Listen,
lad, are you gonna
listen,
sing?
you have to
Are you gonna
just
sing
one
to
second,
get that
please.
visa? Like that video we sent out, like to the chat. I'll see that video. Are you gonna sing? You're gonna have to sing. If you wanna come over, you're gonna have
You're
to
gonna
sing.
send
Lad.
Floki asking for a visa.
Dude, I don't get Clint. I'm gonna sing and I'm gonna go there based on how Man City is run. The fucking Lakers should be run like this. That's what I'm gonna go and tell them. Based on how Toulouse is run, you should run the fucking Knicks.
But my Jadine, just I want to add something. I just want to clarify something real quick with you. It's just for in terms of like what I said when I said for the fan, like I'm the one that mentioned like it's an X factor. So I'm not against. I wasn't supporting the fact that you can really quantify that. I said that's actually the biggest X factor with player pressure. All I was trying to add to this is there is studies, on fans when they do with coefficients, but that's just based on surveys that they use and they quantify that like psychology. They'll ask somebody, okay, after the survey, so you create a cohort to just try to like predict behavior patterns. That's all. It's not like you can really, it's never going to be.
I got you, man. I got you.
That's it.
I just look at it, to be honest, I just look at it very simply that when I'm looking at data, I want people who are professional, who are able to actually collect that data. One of the biggest things, like for example, for me, when I worked, like we had to introduce this strategy to this organization, and it was done by the American, by the way, by the American government, not just the American government requested that, and they gave us the fund for it. So I understood what the task is, but the problem is that when you don't have accurate data, which is the biggest problem, is to have accurate data. This is why today, if you look at, there's so many websites or so many companies today, they collect players' data and they sell it for a lot of money. It's because it's something desirable. And by the way, one of the biggest reasons as well that we don't have many South Americans is because there's not many companies that actually collect data there, because of the technology that they have there is really low. So it's harder for them to collect that data.
Oh, thank you. How are you gonna get those data in South America, in Africa, in Asia?
You have limited
data on those talents in Brazil.
Yeah, you have limited data.
You have to decide.
Yeah,
that's why fucking Moncada goes in France, because maybe they have a data system that is already developed, so it's easy to actually see what you can get and what you get. In Italy, there is not that data system as well. You go on the academies in Italy, you don't understand Baldanzi, how good is data talking about. I'm talking about data. A lot of players.
Probably they have it. It's just that it's not really about the infrastructure of the league. It's the infrastructure of the companies that are established.
We don't find videos of Camarda. We don't find videos of Camarda.
Yeah.
Right, and my thing is this: the reason why for Maldini hurts me is you also need a street aspect. Because you can look at the data, but let's look at Carlos and Maldini 3-4 years ago. But next time, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the only on the list. There had to be a list of names. Let's say that all came around. And in that case, would a Moncada pick the Theo Hernandez knowing they're like, yo, I know this guy's going to be a good left, right? Or should we go for this guy? Or does he know like, oh, let's go and get Theo? Or should we get, this guy? Does Moncada has, because at some time being, you're going to need somebody that's really savvy enough that played the game, bro. Like, you just can't go based off your little metric. And that's what I fear. That's what the fuck I fear the most. Or are they going to consolidate? I don't fucking know what his role is in the club. And that's what my fear
I
is.
think what I'm getting, Clint, is that Moncada literally what he's doing right now and what is being directed by Cardinali is to look for any player that is under $10 million, because most of the talents that we are hearing from Moncada is under $10 million. So I don't think we are even looking at this pool of talents that are above 10 million. Moncada is not even looking at them because he's not even interested in those kind of things. You know what I mean? I think he's only looking at them when we are literally looking for a specific position and we are having certain skills or something like that. Then this is when he has to look for it. This is when he has to provide list, because Maldini as a director saying, give me a list of players in this position. I want it even up to 35 million, for example. So this is what or 30 million, you know what I mean? Because if we look at most of the players we hear is like under 10 million. And this is what really bothers me, is because every other club, they have access to players, talents, even up to 60, 50 million. They don't mind being that. We're hearing now Real Madrid and Barcelona being for this Brazilian kid, this being for this. What the hell is going on? Even kids, we are not going to be able to fucking go and bring them to Milan, because they got to start going for this much money now. So we can hope for miracles here and there, but that's all about it. You know what I mean? We're not going to be able to have access to all of the players. Like literally, just the other guy as well was saying, oh, we're not going to look for young players. We're going to look for players that can bring us to the next level. In order to have that, why teams will go and do analysis on those players that are playing, for example, like what's his name, Haaland, when he was playing in Dortmund, they did their analysis. They saw the guy, but it was 60 million. They were willing to pay that money. We are not. We don't have that money, so we don't have access to that talent. You know what I mean? It's like
there is data in Georgia for Gvicha to say that Gvicha is a good signing.
Yeah, probably, yeah, because he was playing in Russia, yeah. Because it's not about the league. It's not about the league, Larry. It's about the companies. So if the company has the funds to collect this data, what it means is they have people who are professional, who are trained, who have degrees in sport and whatnot, that they go and they can collect this data in a more efficient way. It's not about, because the companies, their reputations relies on that, collecting this information and this data being efficient, because when you analyze it, you want to be able to see it. You don't want to have data of 6 months, for example. You want to have data of 6 years. You know what I mean? And that is very difficult. For example, in Brazil,
relied on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this company relies on the database of sometimes this company fell out.
Majority,
some people
majority
probably
of
didn't mind.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Glenn.
I just want to say something. The majority of Europe countries or Eastern Europe countries, but most of the talent comes, they don't have that amount of data that Jerry Cardinali and Billy Bean wants to use. So let's see what they're gonna do. I'm actually curious now to see. You don't have that data in Turkey.
I think there is. I think in Europe there is. I've seen. Well, I mean, I've seen. For example, I've seen like data for. Wasn't last year? Was the year before, when the year before we won the Scudetto? I had a friend of mine that actually went and bought some data for some of Milan players, which was Benasser and Kessie, and I saw the data.
Well, but that's Serie A, Italy, of course, Serie A is the league, but the Croatian league does not have those data that Cardinali wants to use.
You have to understand that. What happened here is this: it's not about the infrastructure of the country; it's about the infrastructure of the companies inside the country.
Dude, but I'm not talking about the infrastructure of the company. There is no company that collect those data, because at the end you need a guy.
I'm not sure if Croatia have a good company there that can collect that data.
I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure that in Croatia, Serbia, when Vlahovic comes from, all these countries, they don't have those data that you find in the United States to actually buy a baseball player.
Yeah, I
I
agree. I agree with
yeah,
Lai.
I'm 100%
I agree
sure.
with Lai
So they are
100% because it
running
stays.
to be
Say,
honest,
listen,
system
because
does
it
not
still
have
it
the
to be
still
data.
honest,
listen.
and to be honest, go ahead, go ahead.
The data analytical field.
Oh shit, we
Yeah,
lost Clint.
yeah, we lost him. Anyway, so I
Even
was
look
saying
at
to you,
certain
Larry,
things
is
from
that
the economy.
your voice is cutting, Clint. You might need to check your connection, man. Larry,
You
the thing
expect
is
to have
that
a lot of data.
yeah, we keep losing, mate. Losing, mate. Anyway, the thing is that Larry, is that they want to be able to have access even to data from when they were really young,
That way.
because this is where
Yeah,
they be able to
they
see
will
their
not get that.
improvement.
You're not really going to get, yeah.
Yeah, this is a very important, because this is when they're gonna be able to see the trend of the player. How is it going? Is he always improving? What in what areas is he improving with age? You know what I mean? And what kind of this sort of outcome is very, very important, because this is when you can understand if the player's growth is stopped here or is gonna keep going. That's also something that it's
But I know
essential, basically.
one of the studies they've done, and it's in the book,
Mhm.
Soccer Economics, the latest edition. They've done one thing I know they said for sure is that with the analytics, they tend to really focus more on players that with the ones that usually work out the most, as players usually at 22, 23 are the good buys. That's they emphasize on that. So here, I have a point to make here. But on those players, because the players be more younger than that, you can't really tell. They use the example of like the U20, U17 World Cup. It doesn't really determine in the long run if they're even going to be successful.
Yeah.
From Bali in the past, usually there's only 2 or 3 players that are usually good from that generation. 22, 23, that's where like you can start seeing like, okay, he's going to be the next level. Guess what? Right? If they're using data analysis, guess what? You can't even get these players no more. Because that's what they say. That's what they did with Bellingham. That's what they're doing with the Vinny and all these guys. That's what the big teams are buying. And that's where like, I frustrated, because you're going to go and buy these guys doesn't guarantee nothing. When you see like a Bellingham at 120, if we want to go all the way lower, it's a big risk. And to the next level we want to get at, it's a problem.
And by the way, the data system works on American sport, which is heavily data dependent. The baseball as a sport is so heavily data dependent on the amount of time, home runs, hitting the ball, getting whatever. The
No,
pace
listen,
of the players is so
I could,
connected. Football is not connected to so much to data. There is a lot of creativity, peripheral vision. There is a lot of things, quick thinking, how quick a player thinks on tight spaces. How can you analyze that on data? How can
listen,
you analyze how good the guy is on tight spaces?
Data
Or his
analysis
passing ability.
data analysis in every sector of any aspect of life could work, but still needs there's a human aspect that is missing, that you have to be able to make judgment. Listen, if we're going to look at AI and everything like that right now, those things only needs one thing, which is human aspect that is missing. So this is a skill that is going to be very valuable in the future.
Yeah, it is. And the thing is, I'm gonna tell you my background, right? I'm an econ guy, econometrics. I'm econometrics heavy, and we deal on sample sizes, right? And how to remove bias, omitted bias variables. So I look at all this stuff in that aspect, and I tied it out. My thesis. I did my thesis on fucking like home ownership in the United States, like how loan is rendered. But even that, you really got to look, the outside factors really matter the most, right? The thing about data analysis, it can standardize something for you, right? It'll give you a standard of something. But if you're putting it into something that's not going to be auto-generated, which football is not, it's not robots that are walking around for you to be able to be accurately predict. Like we were saying at the beginning, it really matters. Like, go ahead.
How can you predict the personality of Brahim Diaz will work with the personality of Junior Messias? How can you data encapsulate that and understand that they will understand each other in the pitch and find a synergy and work together and get along together? How can you? He's basically. We are trying to. It's such a.
And listen,
we
you
will
played
see
sport,
that. We
right?
will see that. We will see
Let
that.
it,
We will see
let it. You played sport, right? And most of us here played
Yeah.
sport. And come on,
Yeah.
people who play sport, they have so much ego, especially that the one who are good.
Yes, the ego.
So
How
you-
you evaluate the ego of the players?
how you gonna make them, get along with each other? That's another story as well. But this is
How they
this is
accept the
something. This
decision
is
of the
something.
coach?
This is something what I actually that hurts me the most about losing Maldini is that a lot of like I've never heard this, but this is what the one of the things that today is really bugging me is that we lost a leader. We saw what Maldini did when he was a player. He was a leader, and this is what he brought as well to that team. He was leading them. That's something that is very valuable. We saw how he managed to manage Gattuso, manage the sort of characters, and why he had issue with the Curva Suits because he was always with the players. He knew how to lead them, and he knew how to lead these players as well.
I wonder what you see. The Barcelona of Guardiola was not built on data analytics. It was built on how players with specific characteristics work with each other. It was built on behind of an idea of football. I have this idea of football, so I'm gonna add this type of players. Data analytics doesn't get it so far. Again, data analytics. You can follow data and finish top 4 20 years in a row. I agree with that. But data analytics will not allow you to win the Champions League. I'm sorry. There is so much between a team that finishes every year top 4 and a team that wins it, that wins the Champions League or wins Serie A. There is a massive difference. And that difference is personality. There is a lot of things that the data cannot evaluate. That's my opinion.
And the mental part is the most important because even athletes, right? Even own athletes, people like the LeBron James and all that, they pay people to do all those stats on them. And they look at it, they're like, okay, I need to work on this, this, and that. But that mental aspect is the biggest X factor. And I'm yet to see a sport with this materialized where it's like, okay, this is the standard, right? Because like I said, like I know you went on earlier, Majideen. Like I said, show me the perfection of a team that use data analytics. And I named a couple of those teams. And I guess what these teams they do? They sell their fucking players, right? Because I look at the RB Leipzig, they're really heavy on that. They're successful in it. I look at Dortmund. I look at Brighton. Look what it does to them. I'm yet to see you. It has to be a mixture. That's the bottom line. I don't even think Milan's not coming in to revolutionize the game. It's going to be really hard for us if that's all we're going to rely on.
I don't have a problem that there's no example for us to follow. It's okay that we can be the example, but the problem is this: data analysis is used to help managers make decisions. It's not help managers into war. You know what I mean? You can use this. There's so many tools today for visualizing this data once it's analyzed. The reason being because it can help the guy who's making that decision. So you don't have to make a decision and then brings data to support it.
I mean,
you can just make decision based on the data.
I mean, look at speaking of Americans, look at American companies, not even from the retail portion. They're going so much into shambles, right? Because they focus heavily on data. Now, oh, we need to do this to increase sales. They have all these calculations and metrics, which they're really out of touch with the everyday American or how he feels about, oh, am I going to buy this? Am I going to go in here and such? And they're learning the hard way. They're learning the hard way. They're not even putting into account that laws that might come in and fuck your numbers up, right? In California now, for shoplifting, you can't get arrested. Guess what's happening? They're looting all their stores. But I'm pretty sure somebody that sat there 3 years ago that ran the data be like, okay, these are our projections for next year. We're good. But you didn't put that factor that you're going to get fucking looted every fucking day. And that's how football needs to be. So when Jed is coming in, they're solely relying on that. When you get people like Furlani, right? The less football people I see around Milan ownership up top, it scares me. It scares me so much, man. It scares me a lot.
And at the end of the day, what does Cardinale care about? He cares about literally he bought 6 million and he has 5 million to pay. Milan will pay that money. If he even sells the club for the same value that he actually bought it for, he made money at the end of the day.
But I believe the fans can make him sell. If people don't like what they see and there's no results next year, I'm telling you, he's going to learn the hard way. He's going to have to get rid of the club.
I disagree,
He's going to have to
man.
do something.
Unfortunately, I disagree. I don't think fans will stop supporting. I mean, listen to most of the people in YouTube or even the influencers or whatever the fuck you want to call them, and people on comments. They think it's between Milan and Maldini. It's not between Milan and Maldini. Like, they're making that separation, they're making that distinction just because they want us to choose a side. No, we don't have to choose a side. Maldini is one of us. He's a Milan fan. Like, they make it like that, and they will keep doing this sort of things. I mean, right now, I own a company in America. I run a company, okay, and I see it every single day. It's the same thing that they do here, they do there. Is that right now, all the reports that are coming out right now, it's so fucking obvious that they're making journalists write these reports saying, oh, Fulani wanted Dybala, oh, Maldini wanted CDK, oh, Maldini, Masara wanted this. Come on, that's so obvious. They're playing you guys. Wake up, come on. You don't have to.
Bravo,
Yeah,
Majidin. Bravo, Majidin, guys.
No, bro. Exactly.
They
That's
didn't play
exactly
me,
what Roy was
Majidin. They
saying.
didn't play me.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
No,
And
we know.
it's so obvious, and it's so fucking
obvious, and it's so crazy because and then the reason why Fulani even has to come and put out a statement yesterday tells you how guilty they feel and damage control. Like, we're not stupid, bro. We know what the fuck's going on. Why would these reports weren't leaked, last year, 3 days ago, when all this turmoil was even happening in January? Why does it happen now, like the past few days? And we're supposed to be so gullible and believe that, especially people that really care about the club. We've been paying so close attention. Like I said, Maldini did more good than bad to the club to even be put in that bracket to begin with. So for me, it's just like everything is in their hands, and they know they're going to have to perform because I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's what Curva also said. I don't know, dog.
Dude,
like
Curva, I think. Listen, Curva said the right thing.
No, they did.
Listen to me. This is the difference between us. This is the difference between Milan, Inter, Juventus, and Roma, Lazio, Napoli, and all these teams. Our supporters, they are cool-headed. They wait. They don't react like idiots straight away to the news. They get upset, like we're getting upset, but they wait. They say, you know what? He's the owner. It would be stupid just to do a revolution and bullshit like that. I'm gonna wait. The moment he fails, he's gonna pay the bill. I'm gonna expose him in front of all the media that he doesn't know what to do after. So they're gonna wait because, as David was saying, we should give a chance to everyone. So we're gonna give a chance to Jerry, to Moncada, to the Moneyball system, and to these things here, and we will see what they're gonna achieve. Maybe we are the crazy ones, and we are completely wrong.
They're gonna get the chance regardless. They're gonna get the chance. They own the club, so we don't have a choice here.
The moment they fail, you will see the mess that's gonna happen at San Siro. You will see the empty seats. You will see the money that you will lose. You will see that. The players,
what hurts me the most? What hurts me the most is if Maldini just got fired, I probably got over it. It's that link to where I see Billy Bean. And the reason why they're giving us why we're linked to him. Dude, I just can't get over that, bro. Like, what? It's like, I feel like Jerry just went, is like, they saw Moneyball. Oh, yeah, this guy's good. Call him. I just feel this how just go in the ghetto and you'll bring him over to one of the fucking biggest clubs in football history. And here we are. And why you got hired? Oh, like the owner saw a movie about me I was in. So they got me over here. That's the reason why you're gonna fucking go and explain. Like, come on, bro. Come on. What's the depth even of football? Do you even understand culture? Do you understand what, like, okay, when you bring a player from such and such nation, do you understand the other parameters that can't be quantified? And that's my fear when these guys come in and they're just reading from black and white, not understanding what goes on. Football is it's a people, it's a person sport, bro. Like, you have to be really vested. But it tells me where the direction the club is going, right? One of the best players leave, like Ibrahimovic, you're not even there. You understand me? You're not even there. And it's just, I mean, like I said, look how we listed in the fucking website. We listed as a fucking asset. That's what we are. I mean, it is what it is, man. I'm mad, bro. Let's speak about Messi going to fucking coming to the United States, bro. Oh my
Now, what's
god.
going on with all of these guys, man? They're like Benzema and whatnot. What the fuck is
No,
going on?
that I watched a video yesterday from a deep investigative journalist in France. You know, one of our guys here, Anwar, actually sent me the link, and he's a really reliable source, and it makes sense. And one of the main things they're doing what Qatar is doing. So, because I'm a little bit in the oil field industry. So one thing that's happening is laws are coming in place where like EVs, right? They're really pushing the whole EV thing, and it's taking big away from customers. And the West is catching on to that whole mentality, you know, for protection of nature. I mean, you still need oil and gas regardless, but the thing is, they don't want to be like the Saudi Arabia and Qatar don't want to end up like kind of like Kuwait, right? Kuwait is hugely dependent. They want to diversify their funds by attracting investors. If you remember, if you saw the World Cup, you saw they were showing Microsoft University, Qatar, and all that stuff. That's what they're more focused on.
I'm aware that Saudi they have like a big project where they want
It's
to.
a big project, so they put 20.
Yeah.
They've put 20 billion aside for football mainly. I think all the way to 2030, because they do also want to organize the World Cup of 2036. 2030 and 2036, they're bidding for both of them. 2034, sorry. I'm fucking up the years. They want to put a bid the same way Qatar did. They want to put that bid in. So the project for that started now. Pretty much what the Qatari did in 2009 when they bought Man City first. No, not the Qatari. When they bought PSG in 2011 and they worked their way up, that's what now Saudi Arabia is doing. They started off by buying Newcastle first, and they're working their way up. It's to bring those investors in, so they rely not only on investors, people coming in, and all of that. But football is one thing that's big in Europe. They can attract people on the other side. The only hard sell is a really conservative country. So how do you sell your lifestyle? And that's the reason why Messi and them, they couldn't convince him to go there. Yeah, the money was big, but people start thinking, is that where I want to be? Because the lifestyle is really hard to sell to an extent for people. Maybe they're not Muslim, right? Don't forget Benzema. When you look at Conte, you know, they're Muslim. You know, they might be able to mold in. Maybe Cristiano, not so much, but that's something you need to take into an account. So that's what they're doing, to be brief. That's what's going on with Saudi Arabia.
And there is another thing. Messi can be a guy that says, I can make a lot of money with sponsorship.
That's what's happening. I don't know if you saw his deal. You saw his deal? Yeah. Bro, he has a deal now with the MLS and also Adidas, bro. The deal is fucking something crazy. I didn't read the whole
thing. He will make a lot of money in different ways.
Yeah, he's making.
And they have a better life there as well, man.
Yeah, and he will have like a more European life.
And he's not
they can move around easily.
And the problem is Miami. And the problem is Miami is less than 6 hours away from Argentina, where Miami is located at. So he would do it back and forth. So not only he's by the beach, you're in the U.S., you're not far away from home. So because that's where all like the South American Colombians and all that, like, you know, they're located on that shore, and it's really not far out. So taking the plane in 4 hours, you're back in your hometown. You go back and forth. Because Barcelona, even if it would have won at Barcelona, it would have probably just been for a year because financially they're so fucked. They're so fucking fucked. They won't be able to sustain Messi even for 2 years because you got to pay him. He's not gonna unless he wants to pay for free. So the operation was difficult to begin with. I knew it was gimmicky. Right?
I saw even Kessie was trying to force a staying in Barcelona as well. There was a report that he doesn't want to leave unless
he doesn't want to leave because it's not good for him out there in terms of what team he can go back to a good team, but it's also the lifestyle, right? And they betrayed a lot of players. I feel like players should learn not to go and sign there right now in their current situation because you're not really having a guarantee. And that says a lot. Yeah. Look at Aubameyang. Aubameyang went there on the free. They got rid of him on the first opportunity. That's probably not what was said when he was signing, right? Kessie, the same thing. Oh, we want you here. Oh, but now we can't really cover your salary. We want to clear space. Like I said, they made players retire in the middle of the season. Piquet should have been retiring like now, after the end of the season. He had to retire at the beginning to create cap space. And they're doing stuff is like they're not thinking straight. So it's a bit, they want everybody. They can't have everybody, but they still want everybody. And that's what Barcelona is doing.
Well, they're using them. It's a good one them anyway. The player fall for it. So
and they're still linked to some players that they say they might purchase. Even when you start hearing the rumors, when they're saying Kunde said no, he's happy here that I'm not going to be sold, I'm not guaranteed, it means somewhere down the road it was rumored, and this probably might have happened, because I don't think rumors just get leaked just for content. For some ones, especially, they're not far-fetched. When you hear Frankie de Jong is getting pushed out, it means they really wanted to sell him. That's the reality of it. It means Kunde also really wanted to get sold. And that's what they're doing. They need to offload a lot of players, man. Serginho Dest is going back. They don't even know what the fuck to do with him. He's going back over there. They don't know what to do with Dest.
Send him to Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, indeed.
Send him to Saudi. Fucking you shit. No, every time he came on, it was a long day for me.
Saudi Arabia
I just wonder who wanted Dest, man, at AC Milan. He's American, by the way. Go.
Actually, you know what? Why the fuck did Maldini sign Dest? I'm pro Maldini, but why the fuck did he sign Dest?
Maybe it's
Moncada. He's American, man. Come on, it's obvious who signed him. Who wanted him.
Data analysis brought Dest to Milan.
By Cardinale.
That's the reality. Because it's like, dude, go to Saudi Arabia and just throwing money like that at a strip club. Oh, my fucking God. Conte is getting signed for $100 million a year. Fuck me, bro. It's crazy.
Go on them, man. Let them go make the money, innit?
No, I know. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right?
I mean,
Ronaldo's going to sit here and tell us, bro, you're getting paid $500 million. You're going to come and tell us how, the league is like, we can compete. Yeah, if I have money like that, I'll say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Man, if I was supporting Real Madrid and Benzema had that offer, 200 million, I cannot be mad at the guy, man, for going there. That's his life-changing
you can't
money.
Be mad at none of them.
Money for generation.
I'm not even mad at Ronaldo either. I'm not mad at none of that, because you prove yourself in football. A football career in your life is not long. If you fuck around and you not save money, you don't earn a lot, meaning, or you didn't go to school, or that's all you relied on, bro, you're fucked. There's no more paycheck. There's only usually a 15-year, on average, a 12 to 15-year span. That's where you got to make all your money. And if you didn't have no credentials outside of that, then you're probably going to want to stick around, that's why the guys, they take all these, they staffing, they become like staff for these coaches and all that. It's not, some of them need a guarantee of ongoing check. Not everybody's business savvy or go do something. That's the reality.
And there's so many examples of all the players that they literally are in a very fucked up situation right now.
I'll give you an example. Eboué. So I'm from the Ivory Coast. Eboué that used to play at Arsenal, that Ivorian player that went to Galatasaray.
Yep.
Guess how this dude end up? You talking about somebody that played in the Champions League final. Dude was sleeping in a fucking laundromat in Belgium because his wife took all his money. He was broke. You never believe it. You look at him and you're like, bro, he remarried. He looked like a fucking local African player. You never think like he went through all these clubs. And there's a player that fucked around with their money. Big time. And that's the reality of it. And they tell you, like, you got to be wise. When I look at people like the Drogba and all that, they weren't fucking around. Some people go and they party, they fuck the money up. And you don't understand that, like, dude, this is temporary. You might not have no life insurance, no nothing. Man United or Milan, I don't know if that happens, but I don't know. Do they give you like a life insurance plan for the rest of your life? They pay you for the rest of your life? I don't think so.
No,
you're out. You got to figure shit out. So when I'm seeing they're getting these big bags, like Benzema actually is smart on his part, because Madrid is just giving you 1 year extension. Benzema knew like last year probably would have been his last year in Madrid, like next year, sorry. So
yo, guys, let's make it simple here. How many goals Messi will score in MLS? Is he gonna make the league look like a kids league?
Nah,
like
I think
No, he's smart.
No. I think
he's not gonna put 100%.
Like, I'll tell you just like Messi, unless Inter Miami brings good players, his team's probably is barely even gonna make the playoffs. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's not gonna work. The one team player does not work in the MLS. All the big players that came in on those one teams, they never went far, because it's think about a big team going to the Europa League and it doesn't work out. That's what's gonna happen. Like I don't think he's gonna struggle actually. I don't think, I'm not saying because it's hard, but I don't think he's gonna care enough to try to put in the work. He's just gonna be there for the check, and his team's not really gonna get results. I'm being serious. Because he's not going to one of the good teams in MLS. That's one thing. right? If he was going to Atalanta United, if he was going to LFC where Chiellini went, that's actually was a good team prior to these guys coming over. That's why when a Gareth Bale goes there, they're able to win the MLS Cup. Not because those guys being there, because they put minimal effort, right? They just star players and it's good. But Messi went to Inter Miami. Now, if he can attract other guys with him, then good. Because I look at when Kaká went to Orlando, right? Then Nani was there. No, they didn't really do much. Yeah, they were good. You might make playoffs, but still. Drogba going to Montreal with Nesta and all them over there. They barely even made the playoffs. So, and it's not because they're excellent players. I don't think nobody's in the level in the league, but it's how much effort do you put in, right? Not in Europe.
Yeah,
so.
I know what you mean. He's 36 and he's not going to dribble all of them.
Yeah.
He has to pass the ball to someone.
He doesn't want to get injured anyway, so he's just going to take it easy.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he wants to play for Argentina still. He wants to stay in the Argentina.
Because I feel like if he won a competition, and he moved to the Americas, if they could have money, either he would have been in South America or he would have been in Mexico, the Mexican League. But not the MLS. The MLS is here for sure.
Is him going back to Barca completely done? I heard something about a loan, maybe going on loan for a year to Barca. Is that done? Is that not happening now?
Who?
No. It's a
no, I
deal.
think, and he might do. Listen, he might do some fuck shit like that, right? Kind of what Thierry Henry did, right? Because MLS has a big break. When it's done, they don't start until March. So for Mercato, he might be like, okay, I'm gonna go to Barcelona on a free, maybe still get paid, be their player. It might be included in the contract, which they do sometimes. I think Wayne Rooney did something similar like that. He went back to Derby County, I think, while he was here. And they'll do that back and forth. But I think Messi did good.
Gonna play half season?
Huh?
Are you saying he's gonna play half a season with Barca?
With Barca, because like Thierry Henry did that, he was a Red Bull, and then because here it's like there's a big gap when it ends. Like when MLS ends, usually before it starts, it doesn't start until March. So you have like over 4 or 5 months. That's the reason why Beckham had to go to AC Milan. If y'all remember correctly, the reason he had to go to Milan is because they told them, like, bro, you're not playing as much. And there was like a really big gap. When he was at LA Galaxy, there was a really big gap. So it's like, dude, he has to go to Milan to keep the playing time. Because, you know, American football, I mean, soccer here in Europe is different. That's why they stay competitive. You got to keep playing. You can't have these, like, big gaps. Because here we do sports, you know, on a seasonal basis, which is not always good. So, yeah. I don't know, man. But I think Messi did good because I think if we would have went to Saudi Arabia, it would have brought a lot of views there. But I feel like either him or Cristiano, somebody would have been overshadowed, right? So him coming to the United States, he just get the attention by himself. And I think at that point, maybe that's how he thought about, because they're saying that the deal he saw from Saudi Arabia, he didn't really like the back deal, but dude, they were giving him a lot of money. I feel like they're probably giving him more
I swear
money.
that shit was like 1 billion. That shit was 1 billion for 2 seasons. 500 million seasons is crazy.
His dad is going stupid. That's why his dad is agent. That's what you know they don't. They make sure the money stays in the family, man. That's Mbappe is next. Watch Mbappe leave PSG.
I heard Mahrez as well. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, it'll make sense. Mahrez leaving. I won't be surprised. Maybe that's what Gundogan also is thinking about, going over there.
He needs to come to Milan though. What's he playing at?
Nah, bro, he ain't gonna come. Hey, how y'all feel about PSG firing Gautier, man?
We knew that. I like
now it's
Gautier
official.
a lot. I like
that club is shamble, man.
And now they're trying to. So Nagelsmann is trying to reach out to Henry to become his how you call that
system.
His assistant coach. But Henry is getting paid good. He's being paid good money with CBS, and I don't think he wants to leave that punditry role at CBS. So that's the debate he's having, because it's getting a lot of views here in the state. Meaning his next contract with CBS is going to be so fucking lucrative. It's going to be so fucking lucrative because they got all the eyeballs even across the world. So I think he's going to be really reluctant. And then with PSG, bro, there's no stability. So I don't, you know. I mean, how many coaches now, bro? To me, it's just crazy.
It's funny when you look at like Newcastle, what they did and how their project is going. Like, what the fuck was this club
Newcastle
doing?
Newcastle copied what Man City did.
Man City started the right way. They waited for the coach they wanted. They didn't go and get. They started with Mark Hughes, right? Mark Hughes was really good with them. Bring them a little bit to the next level. You bring in Mancini. After Mancini, you get Pellegrini. And then you wait, and then you get your actual target, man. They didn't really
they
jump
did
the
really
hoops.
well, man.
You know, if you look how Man City was purchasing their players, from getting Elano, they started with what? The Elano, Rubinho, Adebayor. You know, you got your first wave. Your second wave, you bring out your Toure, and then your Aguero. Those are the ones that bring you now to the next level. Balotelli on these guys, Zirko. And then from there, you know, you move up, you're cemented and all that. So I think they're really careful because anybody can spend money. And you might not have the structure in place, you know. Chelsea did the same thing. When Ibrahimovic came, he wasn't buying all the fucking crazy superstar players. He wanted to bring them there, but there was no appeal. So you have to go get Crespo, you have to go get Veron, all these guys, Adrian Mutu, all these guys little by little. And then you work your way up. And you got to wait. And I think that's what Newcastle is doing, right? But PSG, I don't know, bro. They, man, I don't know what to tell you about them. I think the best way, Henry said it best, the best way for them to succeed is to keep the young Parisians around because Paris has a lot of talent. So keep the young Parisians as the Magnan. So you don't sell a Magnan no more. You keep him there. You don't sell a Kolomwani. You keep him there at the formation. You don't sell a Coman. They stay there. You don't sell a Nkunku. He stays there. Because all these they're all Paris boys.
But don't you think it's a bit too late for that right now? Because
no, it's late.
Everybody's expecting them waiting for them to win Champions League, man.
No, but it's not going to happen no more. Messi leaving.
Yeah, we know that.
No, hear me out. Messi leaving and all these stuff. Neymar is supposed to be on the move. If Mbappe leaves, they won't be able to attract a top, like a top tier star player over there. I think once Mbappe leaves, it's going to be really hard. So how do you have something organic? Organic to you is to rely now on your talent, and you might go and get second tier, talent guys and all that stuff. Like it's going to be really hard because the guys that they're able to create that pool, I want to play with Neymar, I want to play with Mbappe. If they're not there, nobody's really going. But somebody that's from Paris, right? A Macastron wouldn't want to go. Is like, I'm from Paris. I'm from the French world. Listen, Paris goes hand in hand with the music scene, with the cultural scene in Paris. So you want to be in those lights of like on Parc des Princes, and you're going like your lifestyle. So you can market that lifestyle of Paris with the young Parisians. But for a foreigner to attract the Holland, let's say he goes, it's really hard if there's not really organization, right? So
yeah,
it's really hard.
I'm with you. You can attract a French guy, someone that is part of that, but not like.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because but at the end of the day, I think they'll figure that out. I think the Qataris probably don't care because the whole purpose of purchasing PSG was because of the fucking World Cup, bro. The World Cup is over. Bring the investors in, push that up. That's what the whole mindset of it. Yes, they gained clout. They did it at the right city, but it's why they gave Mbappe all this money? It's because of that. They knew because once Mbappe leaves, you can't really attract all these other guys in. We'll see. But Newcastle is not in the mix, man. I mean, it's the richest club. Now they're going into Champions League, and God knows. I wonder what they're going to do the next 2 years. I wonder what they're going to do.
I think this transfer window will be interesting for them. Because I haven't really heard any stories either. Like, no rumors or nothing.
I think they're moving really carefully. They're not going crazy because they also look at what Chelsea did, right? They don't want to be that. Because what Chelsea did is a good example for teams that go and spend and don't think, right? Yeah, and they're looking at that. But man, like I said, Newcastle came with a strategy. They were really smart on keeping Eddie Howe, and they damn near qualified to the Champions League. I won't say more in an organic way, but not breaking the bank big time. And that's smart. That's really smart. Because I think if next year they qualify for the Champions League, they bring 2 or 3 players. Now you got another powerhouse, and they're probably going to overtake Tottenham's spot. I reckon that, I think Tottenham won't be able to. They're going to be kicked out of that big, big 6 or whatever the fuck it is nowadays. Big 4, big 6, big 7. They're going to get kicked out of it because financially they won't even be able to compete with these guys with what they bring in terms of sponsor. because Newcastle has a crazy fan base, bro. It's fucking ridiculous. It's that's one thing, but we'll see. Hopefully, they don't come and get Leao.
What? Tottenham.
Yeah, we never know.
No,
Man.
Newcastle.
Oh, Newcastle.
Imagine if,
Yeah.
Newcastle's
can
waiting
you
for
imagine if
Moncada to move, man.
Moncada? Imagine the Moncada move is to sign Mbappe next season for free.
Do we forgive Jerry then if Mbappe comes?
Dream, man.
Of course, I will forgive Jerry.
I don't know. I'm on the fence. Mbappe's gonna come with
Fuck
demands,
that.
man.
No, we're not apologizing. We're not forgiving him. We're not forgiving him. He could win the league next
What
year,
I
and I
don't
won't forgive him.
understand is that how did we go from Elliot that literally what was the last budget from Elliot? Was it 70 million, right?
No,
Yeah, 70, 80 million, something like that.
Yeah. So we went from we were increasing, the budget was increasing with Elliot every year, and this guy comes and the budget started decreasing. What the hell is that, man? And we won a league, and we went to semi-final of Champions League.
The problem
he
was
using
this,
the same strategy? Why is he doing that?
But same strategy or not, Elliot has more money than RedBird Capital. RedBird Capital is damn near new. And he's the partner of Jerry Cardenas is a partner of this because it's damn near like they're new in a lot of these industries, bro. Like they're new. Like Elliot's been around, they'll fucking vulture from for real. That was their own money. They was doing a lot of stuff within regulation. It's not because they were restricted, they didn't have money. They were doing a lot of stuff within regulation. Elliot wasn't going and borrowing money with people. They give money out. So that's the big difference. Jerry has to go and get money. With RedBird Capital now, they have to go and ask for money to come and buy Milan. Elliot comes in with their own money and they try to clean the books so they can sell Milan, which is a difference. And that's what we're seeing that difference now. They just don't have the money. You see them, they're struggling. I won't say struggle, but they have to. The moment your club has to be bought with a loan, to me, is already alarming. It already tells you what you're already looking at.
Is that allowed? Surely that goes against some kind of rule. Buying a club, but like some kind of loan, like that's a big loan. It's a big chunk of money. Did they only pay half of it? I'm pretty sure, no?
It's a big loan, and for Italy, and based where we at, and the reason why we're so scared is we create this team organically, and we suffer to get these guys, to get Leao to the level, right? I mean, us fans had to watch games where it's in and out of games, and we're like, oh, there's potential there. Or we got to watch games where Theo was like, oh my God, his defensive is so trash or such. I'm not saying they're perfect now, but we suffered looking them prop up and seeing them go like that, bro. It's gonna hurt, son. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna fucking hurt.
Man, can you imagine if we went and we actually start building the stadium? So we have to pay for the stadium as well. The budget is gonna be zero at that point.
Even if you pay for the stadium, I said before you came in, I'll give you two teams that they use the same metric. Arsenal did that in the mid-2000s. That they had to do the Fly Emirates. They end up having nothing. They couldn't invest in the market. They couldn't go and get the big player after the stadium. Same as Tottenham. Tottenham has the most,
Glenn, this is example of Arsenal. Also that like a lot of people saying, oh, Maldini let Donnarumma go for free and Casey. This is exactly the same strategy they used when Gazidis was there. It's exactly the same thing. So you're telling me that are we seeing two examples of the same guy that was there that lost players for free, and now we're gonna put up the blame on Maldini?
Yeah, you're right. And one thing, I'm talking more for the stadium thing because I see the stadium comes in, and I know we want a stadium, but if stadium is the main focus, I'm also giving the downside of okay, your stadium is done. Tottenham finished their stadium now. Tottenham can't even buy people in the market for real. If
it took them 7 years just to get out of it. That literally is gonna be worse for us because Cardinali also have a loan to pay. So we're gonna have to pay for the loan and we're gonna have to pay for the stadium. So that's 10 years of basically peanuts every single summer.
And the
but the moment Cardinali gets a stadium, he sells. He doesn't pay the debt. He sells with the debt.
He still has to pay the loan though.
Nah, because the person that will buy a team with a stadium, so the value will double up. He will sell double.
But
what he's gonna do? He will sell double, pay the 600 million, and get a 500 million.
Sir, you cannot tell me that the value will be doubled and he didn't pay for the stadium as of yet. That value of the stadium is not going to be included there. You just have to pay for the
It's gonna
stadium.
be
You have a
included.
stadium.
Listen to me, because you own the asset. You own
Yeah.
it. So anyway, Milan will double as a value. As a team.
Here's the thing.
moment you have
Cardinal
a
is
stadium.
looking at
Even
it.
if you haven't paid for the stadium, you double the value.
As an investor from Goldman Sachs, he's getting other people to pay for it. They're valuing at a certain way, like they're gonna double. He's gonna walk. Cardinal is not gonna live 100 years old, right? He's gonna try to like enjoy this money in his fucking lifetime. So that's when you know it's not gonna be a fucking crazy long-term project. It's not gonna be no Berlusconi. Being Cardinal has been a top man for 3 years because he never came in here, and all his speech was never. I never heard like, "Oh, I came here to win trophies in the Champions League," which you hear from fucking presidents. Like, I want to take Milan to the next level. All I hear from the beginning was, it's a project. Is now they want to implement their stuff, what they always thought about in real life. Their little drafts they did in their offices in Manhattan. Or let's go see that in Europe. Let's see this now in real life. And it's like a fucking video game to them. So
he had an exit plan already. When he bought Milan, he had an exit plan. That's his why. It's never gonna work.
And that's the reason. And why do you think Elliott decides to sell it to him and not Investcorp? It's not because Investcorp can bring the money. It's the same bullshit the Glazers are doing at Man United. The dude put a 5th bid down, like the Saudi, whoever he is, the Qatari dude. They're not even selling. They're not even entertaining him because they still want to sell it to Sir Radcliffe, right? Because it's like, what do I get in return? They want guarantees among themselves. Because sometimes you give it to the Middle East, they're gonna operate in their own realm without getting involved with Americans or Europeans. Not so much, unless you're part of the football club, of course. But other deals, they'll broker against the 2 different worlds, And that's the same thing. There's familiarity with RedBird. Yeah, you're American. He can help me out. They speak. It's a small circle, man. I'm gonna tell you that. Jerry knows all these guys. He knows Todd Boyle and all these guys. They know each other. They own these MLB teams, these franchises here. They know each other. And I won't be surprised if all the Americans got together and purposely the freaking group and all these guys decided to go to Europe. And we won't be surprised in 30 years. They're like, oh, here's a plan. We're going to have an MLS plan in Europe. We're going to merge all the fucking leagues.
Listen.
The
problem I have that the only Americans that are succeeding in Europe are the ones in Premier League because they are covered by the Super League called Premier League. Because the guy that gets Parma fails. Comiso with Fiorentina fails. The guys that gets Roma fails. Elliott
even
Venezia.
Americans got Venezia.
Exactly. Americans got Venezia. They fail.
Spezia too. Yeah.
So guys, the guys that are succeeding is because they have an advantage against all Europe, which is the Premier League, not because they are clever. Because every fucking idiot is succeeding in the Premier League.
Yeah.
So
even Kroenke, you look at the Kroenke.
Yeah, exactly. The Kroenke's been doing it wrong for 5 years in a row. They got it right because you get it right after trying 5-6 years in a row. And because the money of the Premier League, you're going and buying all the
Kroenke has too many teams, bro. He needs to put his focus on one thing.
I see a pattern here. I see a pattern. The way the Americans see football is wrong. They're not accepting that. They won't accept it. And Jerry Cardinal would not be different from the other Americans.
Exactly. And that's why I said that they're looking for my entertainment. Like, I look at it here in the state, the way we look at when we go to games, to sport games, no matter if it's NFL, even the MLS, even basketball, we're thinking, oh, I'm going to go drink beer, alcohol, get some food, chill with my people, talk and laugh. We're not even fucking focused on the game. And that's American culture. As much, even you might like the team, and you might be a supporter of the team, but it's the entertainment factor overrides like the passion of the sport. Even when the team loses, we're like, oh, let's go and get a beer. It's not really traditional thing. Like, it's not really. It's just, entertainment is going to be at the forefront of America, period. We think everything is a fucking movie and film. And the prime example, we get a fucking Billy Bean based on a fucking movie. That gets to prove you how we see life.
I knew that was coming.
It pissed me off, man. Fuck's sake, man. How you get somebody off a move? Oh,
what's that show called? What's the show called? I ain't seen it. It's the football one. American coach comes to the UK.
Ted Lasso, bro.
Ted Lasso.
Fucking Lasso. Oh my God. That's exactly what it is. That's a fucking meme. I mean, look at it. Even look at Ryan Reynolds going and buying Wrexham, right? Even the way it's put here in this, it's on some entertainment shit, on some movie. Like, oh man, they're going to can they make it to the Premier League with Wrexham? That's what Americans like. It's not the essence of it or think about anything. It's just the fame aspect. And that doesn't always translate to glory on the pitch, but we want Champions League, man. We want Ballon d'Or.
I know one thing for sure, man, that all the Americans that are buying clubs outside the Premier League are failing year after year. Parma is not managing to win the Serie B. Dude, it's a reality. They cannot win.
But look at Monza. Man. Look at Monza, man.
Monza come Berlusconi half dead, and Galliani, which is a 90 years old man,
within years,
and he's fucking succeeding. He's beating the shit out of everyone.
Yeah,
because
they don't use fucking Moneyball. They don't use Moneyball.
Yeah, they care.
Use common sense.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they care because at the end of the day, it's who gets the deal brokered, right? Who gets the deal done? Think about when you hear sometimes business like they fell early, right? You might have all your paperwork or follow books and God. Your life is not about books, bro. Like, life is not about God. One thing I understood is that man-to-man human relationship is probably one of the biggest factors, which they don't have. Cardinale don't even speak Italian. Who you coming with over there? Who you coming to Milan encountering these players? The way he even takes his pictures are cringe. Doesn't look, there's nothing, bro. I'm being serious, bro. There's nothing natural, bro. This dude looks like an AI dude. He looks like his fucking data shit.
Listen, Clint, do you know the story of Amazon when they went and bought the company in China? Have you heard of it?
No.
Okay, they went and bought literally the website that is running, they're doing e-commerce in China, which is similar to Amazon, and and that website was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was have like 27% of the share of the market in China, and was number one, so had the most shares in the market. Amazon went and bought that company. Within, I think, 5 to 10 years, they now have 7% only. Wow. And the reason for that, I was reading an article about it, and somebody that like did he was somebody in the business industry and did an article about it, and he was saying that if you look at the number one website today, has nothing to do with Amazon. It's literally Chinese people. They like these graphics and clutters in the web websites and stuff like that, and they didn't like that model. They went for the American model, similar to the Amazon, failed miserably. And I'm like, this is exactly what's going on with us. They fail to understand it's not everything that works in America is going to work everywhere else. You have to understand the culture. You have to understand get the knowledge of what you gain yourself into, and they just don't want to.
And that's the same. And that's the same thing. I mean, Americans, he complaining, and the thing I knew the dude was a joke, bro. If you can't even buy a team here in the MLS, it's then you got no business being in fucking Europe.
True.
You got no business being in Europe, bro. Like if you can buy a team, you know.
Yeah, before they bought Toulouse, they should have fucking bought a club in MLS and made a big club, and then come and fucking talk about.
Then I see, I'm like, okay,
you cannot get in.
You know, but you can't. You go. Oh, you should have just focused on Toulouse. Like you just don't make that leap right away. And I think the fear for us is we just want people that care. Because even if you're going to somebody like Comiso, he watches football. As much as we can say Comiso buying Milan, right? I feel like Comiso will care because now he's Italian, but he's tied to Serie A somehow. Jerry has there's nothing written. Even Singer from Elliot used to be at the games. What the fuck going on?
Dude, Singer he grew up in London. He likes football. He follows football. He's an Arsenal fan. He's actually connected with football.
Cardinale speaks.
Cardinale doesn't even know we have 7 Champions Leagues, man.
Cardinale speaks.
No.
Oh man.
When he saw the Champions League trophy, he thought that was a fucking cup, man.
I mean, look at him congratulating Ethan.
Listen. He doesn't understand that us Milan fans, we don't even care about the fucking like the Mickey Mouse Cup. We call it Mickey Mouse Cup because we don't care about that cup. Like we care about the biggest picture, man. We're looking at the Scudetto and the Champions League, and this guy thinks that we are just desperate for some shit like that.
One of my favorite owners, right? And he can be toxic. One of my favorite owners of all time is fucking Ibrahimovic. Because, boy, you fuck around, bro. You getting fired. Dude just wanted to fucking win. Bring somebody who's going to give me trophies. That's all he cared about. And I just fuck with his mentality somehow. He's always at the games. I remember when he came to the Ivory Coast with Drogba and Mourinho to go see Drogba play. I remember then Ivory Coast, and I'm like, damn, this dude cares. Young dude.
Abramovich was serious, man. Abramovich was serious, and Abramovich was ready to win.
All that shit that's happening at Chelsea, like with Porter would have been fired.
Now they understand what does it mean, the honor. What does it mean, someone that knows football and someone that doesn't know football.
That doesn't know. And look at it.
Yeah, the American one is buying everything, and he doesn't know what he's buying. Abramovich was fucking bossing half of Europe and was winning trophies.
Trophies because he got the right. He got the right
even any person with some logic that wants to make assessment on Gary, just understand that person didn't know what AC Milan is. That's enough for you. There should be enough for you to know that this guy doesn't know what he's doing.
But you get to even look, like I said, you look at his members. I go and I read the biography of every of his guys that sit on RedBird Capital, and what the universities these guys attend. None of them come from Europe. None of them. So I cannot, me being in corporate America, I can already profile them perfectly, what type of background these kids have and what they're doing. They're just there to do a job. So if that's the board he needs to go and sit with and consult with to be able to make decisions, you know, based on shareholders and their findings, because he's going to go back and talk to them. Fulani's he's going to go back to what do we do? Sit with these execs. When you look at them in their face, you know they don't watch the game. You know they understand. They just saw it as a venture. Let's go and do it. And that's playing with a lot of people's emotion. They don't understand even how many fans Milan has. And I think he's realizing that now.
Even the environment at work between when you work for a European company and an American company is so different.
Different.
It's a huge difference. Like I've witnessed it. I've seen it, and it's just so weird. Like the way that the American, act, the way they like, for example, like I've worked with American companies, and I own an American company. And the way I see that stuff, like my employees, sometimes they get scared that I'm going to fire them, man, just because they made a mistake or something like that. I swear, I'm not even joking. I'm like, it's okay. You can make a mistake. Just don't make it again. And I'm willing to give you a chance because I know the person that I'm going to bring is going to make a mistake as well. Like, this is obvious. You know what I mean?
The thing here is what? Everything is just by the book. They're so caught up in that. And then it takes out the emotion element. Even when you come here, like the way we work, like the way we do things in America, nobody has time. The emotion is removed from a lot of stuff, which sometimes it hurts. So when you're going into games like football, you want that attachment. You see how De Laurentiis is attached to, a Napoli, even vested emotionally, pushes you to make decisions where you want to win. You're not too much caught up in the book, same as an Ibrahimovic we just mentioned. But then you go and you look at the Glazers, they're like, yo, they can give two fucks. They're fucking Tampa, bro. Whatever the fuck they're on their resort, they don't go there. When's the last time you saw anybody from the Kroenke family come put their face up for Arsenal? They don't give a fuck. They're here at football games. That's a problem with America. We're so detached sometimes from these things. And in Europe, the transition, the core is still there. And people are really emotional when it comes down to some of this stuff and what they do. Even the acting. That's why Europe, when you take all them London people, they're the better actors. Emotion is put in. We go in there, we thinking about the fucking check. You can't give me a recent American star. We got to use British guys to come and take American roles. It translates into behavior, a way of seeing things. It works in some spaces, but I feel like
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. The UK people are nothing compared to the other European when it comes to emotions. Italians, Spanish, French,
for sure.
They have so much emotions. They literally live by everything by their emotions.
Look at Liar coming. He yells at us on the live here all the time, right? So
that's
an example. No, man, I can't let you finish. I can't let you finish, man. No. Because you already said.
Dude, I'm not gonna let people finish because they say things that are wrong. Straight away, they start with the wrong statement.
Oh, lying, bro.
I'm not gonna let them finish.
Oh, fuck me, bro. I can't let you finish, no, because I can't let you. No. And you tell you, like, bro, you're not letting you put your statement out. I don't want to hear that BS.
Dude,
and that is what I said. That is what I said the other day. I said that we are supporting AC Milan because emotionally we are attached to AC Milan. It's not the same as the American sport. Like, you just born in the city, you support the city.
Listen,
Like some of us is really like there's a lot of emotions involved. You know what I mean? And they don't understand that.
I went and I got, man. I remember when I was in Hawaii, I was getting my AC Milan tattoo, and they're like, "Yo, what the fuck is this?" You know, the guy's asking me. I'm like, "Bro," so I make it look it up. Say, I never heard of this. It's like, "Yo, why are you getting?" I'm like, "Dude, I can't be able to sit here and explain it to you. Just give me my tattoo so I can fucking leave, bro. Because it's like you don't understand my attachment to it. I told my girlfriend if I die, bro, y'all bury me in the Milan flag, bro. It's serious, and I don't say that to exaggerate or sensationalize, bro. It's just it's different. And a lot of people, what makes Milan weird, right? You meet a lot of people across the world that never been to Italy, like myself, never been to Milano, might not even have connection to Milano in terms of like from a family perspective. But it's just the attachment is different. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know if it's the name. I don't fucking know. I blame Maldini, bro. It's different. Like you feel connected to it, and all the fans, even us being like gathered here, it's like it's the same feeling. We feel the same way about me. It's not like, oh yeah, I just support them like on some casual bullshit. Not even. That's the reality of it.
Man, I remember I
saw the
went
video of
to Italy when I
Rafael
was really
Leao in
kid.
London.
What?
You guys saw the video of Rafael Leao in London?
Which
one? On his
The
page.
latest one when he goes in London. Yeah,
Yeah,
his
I
page
saw
on his
a little bit. I
YouTube
saw
account.
snippets of it where he's with
You
the
know
rappers.
the restaurant we went. Dude, I was working the restaurant nearby. Basically, I've been in that
Okay.
restaurant. It's a Brazilian restaurant, Frigideira. Food is amazing. It's really cheap, and they have all pictures of Brazilian football players like Ronaldo, Ronaldinho.
That's
So
probably why
pretty
he
cool.
went
And
there as a Portuguese guy.
yeah, he went
At
there.
least
I
he's
was
not
surprised
fake.
that actually he went there.
Yeah, he's
I
not
was
fake
surprised
Portuguese
because
like
it's not.
fucking Rock
I
fake
think Brazilian
Portuguese.
restaurants are good, man.
Yeah, Rock is sleeping and driving, man. What the fuck is doing?
Bro, how you sleeping and driving, bro? Is the thing getting you high?
I did play outside in unhealthy air quality today. They said don't go outside.
Yeah. Really? What is the deal with this unhealthy air quality?
It's like a
wildfire
orangey,
happened in Canada.
yellow fog.
So a big wildfire happened in Canada. So them being on the East Coast, since they're borderline of Canada, like it took that whole air from New York. I mean, New York outside looks crazy. And I think Rock is in Philly, which is only 3 hours away from New York.
Yeah.
So that whole area is like foggy all the way up. I saw the videos. I was like, damn.
Everything's
fog or is
orange
it like
and it
something else?
smells like smoke. Smells like smoke.
I can imagine Detroit. Probably Detroit is fucked up too. Depending where the wildfire actually started. Of what part of Canada actually. But fucking wildfires, bro. You can't the best place to live right now in the world is Africa, bro. Far away from all this crap.
Mama Africa, bro. Come on.
I mean, that's where my people are from, man. West Africa, I've been the Ivory Coast. I'm far away from blizzards, snow, wildfire, you know. Yeah.
I'm from Africa as well.
What part?
I'm from Libya.
You from Libya? Okay.
Yeah.
I see you, man.
Yeah, but I don't live
see
here. I don't live there anymore. But I do go. Yeah, I do go over there every year.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But no,
Are you originally from? I mean, do you grow up in England or you went straight away to the United States?
No, I grew up in Libya. I moved to London when I was when I moved to London when I was 17. I lived there for 8 years, and then then I moved. And then I had a job, so I basically was moving around in Africa and Asia. And then I moved to Turkey. I've never lived in America, but my family lived there. So my mom, my dad, my sisters. So this is how I.
Good you don't live here, man. You'll have no fucking soul.
No, to be honest, I just got married like 3 years ago, and I saw the shit going on there. I was like, nah, I'm not going there. I'm not gonna have family there.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you definitely don't, bro.
With all the shit that's going on there, man, it's too much for me.
Yeah, but no, it's so that's the thing, man. That's my fear, and it's Italy, but the thing also is like a lot of people, the old guard of football across Europe sold out. They sold out to the Arabs. They're selling out to the Americans, and it's not as organic as we thought it was. No matter if it's in Italy and England, these guys are selling out. Like the money comes in, they just go fucking quiet. They're like, oh yeah, we'd rather be here bring the money in, bring the sponsors in. I mean, the whole FIFA thing. I mean, you're from Africa. You saw the whole thing with the African Super League was going on with all that mess. The African Super League they want to create. And, you know, some people are for it, some people are not. Infantino's at the forefront. His puppets are going through. It's a whole fucked up situation, man. It's like money just fucked up everything. People are not even, they don't think about the players. It's who pockets can we fill? And that's what's getting scary.
To be fair, Clint, it's not just football, it's life in general.
No, I know,
Like,
I know.
a
But
lot of
since we're
things
speaking on the
became
topic
about
of
money,
football,
and that's just a reflection of this of the society we live
the
in today.
society, I know. Just for football, it's just like it's
Too
just that's the thing that's just crazy because football's a big the moment right now football becoming business model, but I don't feel like that business model has reached final form. Because I feel like once it reaches final form in terms of business model, meaning there's not going to be no more relegation, you got sustainable revenue coming in, those are going to become franchise fucking bullshit that you're going to have to go spend extra money in. And that's what it's going to become to. Because that's the model they're going to look at.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be like a subscription model, some shit like that. Yeah, or like if you are a fan, you have to pay every month or shit, some shit
No,
like
they're
that.
doing that. What is it? There's some. What was I watching? And there's something they want to start doing some subscription base, and it's not no stream. And I'm like, dude, why the fuck? Who want to volunteer for this? I'm gonna have to go think about it. I'll come back. It was something I saw. It was really appalling. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Everything has to be subscription based, and everything's fucked, bro. Everything's fucked. Like, it's. I guess we're too attached.
Clint, you're getting old. You're getting old, man.
I know, and that's exactly what that's exactly what I was about to say. Like, I'm like, I guess since I'm too attached to old tradition, here I am fucking complaining about the new shit. Like how our old heads used to complain about you kids of today. Because when I'm in these TikTok kids, I'm like, dude, come on, bro. You're gonna watch highlights off TikTok and come tell me how good this player is? Come on, be realistic, bro. Stop with this shit.
Do you see how ridiculous you sound when you were young?
Yeah, I know. I'm seeing it now.
Yeah, that's that.
Because I used to
realization, man,
argue. I used to argue with my uncle. I used to argue with my dad when he used to talk to me about some Beckenbauer, and I'm like, yo, fuck off. Nobody cares about y'all old players from the 70s. You can barely see like the screen, and they're like, you don't know what you're talking about. And here I am having discussions with Antonio about who's the GOAT or his players that he think they're good, right? That's just.
I was good. I was actually good. But because I was lucky, I supported the Milan that had a lot of money at that time. When I was saying Figo was a bowler, I was right, but it was easy. Or things like that. I never gave credit of random players, But to be fair, now we are exposed to a lot of random players.
To a lot of random, yeah. And
when I was a teenager, just the top tier players were exposed.
And it's also what you watch. Right? Because back then, there wasn't, at least me growing up, like, yeah, internet was around, but internet wasn't you weren't too as connected to be, I know what's going on in what league. You only watched the league if you were interested in or what was showing or if you had cable, right?
Yeah.
We were lucky. Me growing up, I grew up here in the Ivory Coast, but mainly before I developed that passion being in the Ivory Coast, one of the main things was that in the Ivory Coast was one of the main things was that you got to see like the French players. That's who you'll follow. It's a French speaking country, and a lot of French players at my time used to play in Italy. So you're lucky enough to watch Milan. So when Zidane is there at Juve, you're still watching it. When Thuram is still at Parma, you're still watching these champions of 1998 that they go crazy over. So you're able to still catch those games on the French channel and the French league, of course. So you're sticking between Prem, not so much, because how many foreigners were really even going to the Prem like that? Not until like the mid 2000s that it got big, and Drogba went there. I started big. I mean, I was when Henry was there, I was watching it still, but it was mainly that for me at least.
In Libya, we only watched the Italian league. To be fair, it's something that there's some history behind it. So
yeah, because I think Italy invaded Libya.
Yeah. So
for a small amount of time because Italy
not a small amount of time. We kicked you out though.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Italy lost.
Yeah,
it was not
a
long period.
Yeah, to be fair, like we have some lot of similar culture between us. So something that
Italy
you
stayed
know.
in Libya. We're talking about 2-3 years, or was longer,
No,
10 years?
no, it was
I
longer.
don't know.
It was longer. Yeah.
Was longer, yeah. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought
At
I
some,
just
at some,
remember that Italy completely failed in Libya. They didn't manage
no,
to.
at some point, if you don't know, at some point, there's a Libyan guy that was, it was the in charge of the Roman Empire as well. So it's a long history, to say the least.
Yeah, that's why Mussolini wanted to go back in Libya, because there was a connection
Yeah.
between Italy
Yeah.
and Libya
Yeah.
culturally. He was
Yeah.
Mussolini was fixated with rebuilding the Roman Empire,
Yeah.
and it ended up really bad. That's fine. But anyway, yeah, and Clint, the
Yeah.
world is changing, man.
Yeah.
It's
Let me
changing.
ask
You
you,
need,
how
yeah.
is the youth sector in Italy? Because I like I've lived in London, and I had a friend of mine. His younger brother was playing as well football, and he was trying to be a professional footballer. And man, I've seen the amount of struggle that he had to go through. It's so difficult today in England to become a professional footballer. He was talented, but man, he was really struggling. I'm not
There's a
sure
lot
how.
of There's a lot of talent in Europe, guys. A guy that is extremely talented in Europe doesn't mean he can make it and become a professional football player. One thing, though, is that compared to my previous generation, this is said by experts in Italy, so guys that manage the youth system. The kids don't play anymore in the street, so there is no street talent anymore. So they come to the academies without having that basic technique, the dribbling, the skills, the flair. So the academy need to teach that and build the players from scratch. Something that 20 years ago, when Del Piero was going to an academy, was already super skillful. When Totti was going to an academy, because I played football every fucking day in the street with his mates. Now, because kids play video games, they stay at home, and parents are scared to let their kids out in the street. Before, when I was a kid, I was going in the park by myself. There was not a culture of fear. Now there is the culture of fear, so kids cannot go out by themselves and things like that. So they play less football. So now the academy is built differently. Now they are trying to build the street skills and technique in the academy, and doing less tactics and less, macro work, more micro. So that's the problem, and they're changing now. Slowly, it's changing. But the best ones, they started earlier than everyone else, were the Dutch and the small countries like Belgium, because they realized that the kids were going less out because the weather was shit and things like that. So they had to develop those technical skills in the academies. London and Paris, these big cities, they still have the immigrant kids that play football outside, and so they develop those skills. So they have an advantage compared to countries like Italy. They are losing that advantage. That's why the most skillful players, they come from France, Belgium, Eastern Europe, or England as well. There's a lot of skillful, and Spain always had that culture of the technique, the possession. So there is a revolution in Europe now with the academy. There is a big revolution. I think the Camarda generation and the generation after that, they will be amazing. That will be a great generation of football in Italy. That's my opinion. But there was this gap.
Yeah. I mean, my friend's brother had even like a personal trainer that used to train him just by himself, and he used to pay him just to train him. It was like really difficult. He went to Barca camps and Real camps and stuff like that, but it was always like difficult in England to get anything. He managed to get something in with Barca, but he didn't stick to it. So I don't know what happens with him now.
England's hard. England's hard to make it, and also when they kick you out, because I've been to some trials for some not big clubs like Derby counties and still decent clubs. I've been to some trials, and when there's no like support after, like you get like a trial run, couple of months, and if you either accept it or you're not. If you're not, then that's it. No help, no support, nothing. It's kind of leave to your own devices. Unless you get an agent, but then you need money for that. And let's be honest, most people don't have that kind of money, me included. Like, it's quite hard to make it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's difficult. Agents sometimes in Italy, getting an agent, yeah, it's more than money. In Italy, you have to be extremely good, and if you're not extremely good, yeah, you need to pay the agent. You need to start paying the agent so he can open some doors for you. And most of the kids don't have that, but
yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. It's the problem is the pyramid is massive, so you start from the bottom, and if you're not talented enough, you need a lot of other things to work for you, luck and everything like that. But there is a lot of competition, man. Everyone plays football in Europe, so you're competing with everyone.
There's a lot of competition, but the level is down, though.
No, it's different. It's just, I don't think it's down. It's just different. As I said, they don't play in the street anymore. Most of the kids in Europe, they don't play in the street. And by the way, statistics are saying that in Europe there is less kids. It's an old population anyway. So, and kids play less football. They play more video games. There's more other things going on right now. The social media, YouTube. So less people play
A lot of
football as well.
distractions as well, yeah.
So it is what it is. At the end, football is a massive industry, and everyone wants to watch it. But as you see it, less people are playing it. That's why I'm impressed that the fact that China wants their goal is 50 million kids. They want to make sure that 50 million kids play football in the next 10 years, and that is massive. If they manage to do that, they will get some insane talent.
Yeah.
Because at the end, it's about numbers.
I still think, though, like playing in the street and this sort of things is just brings something different in the players, skills and whatnot. Like there's something about it. It's just that you cannot learn in the academies. Like I see it. I live in Turkey and I see it in the street. They still play in the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see it. Like I remember when I was a kid, like we would play like we had a neighborhood team and we would play against each other and whatnot. Like I broke my legs so many times and shit. It's just you learn a lot of things there. You cannot even personality as well. You grow a lot using this sort of.
Oh yeah, you don't. If you play in the street, you don't grow up soft. It's impossible.
Yeah.
You don't. It's not you struggle with the pressure because you are handling it since you are 5 or 6 years old. You don't. But the problem is, playing in the street, you need 10 kids. You cannot have just one playing by itself.
No. The thing also, depending on how us growing up in the Ivory Coast, of course, right? We play in dirt. We play barefoot. It's just the obstacles, the tribulation by even going through that, right? Not only is going to develop your team, not playing on big posts. You develop. It's good. It has its goods and downfalls. I'll tell you that much.
Clip,
I give you an example. The main thing is one thing I feel like I think you appreciate more that area because you don't have cleats. I mean, cleats where I'm from, you don't get to buy cleats just for the sake of walking to a store to get cleats. It's really hard. And some people, when they get like one pair of cleats, bro, they keep that shit even until they go pro because nobody's gonna have money to come here and buy you a second, third pair. So even that little details, even having cleats to go play on the big grass, it's even harder. And you look at where these dudes come from, like all the background is usually like the same. They play on the smaller size things, they develop technique, and then they go to academy afterwards, right? When you're 12, 13, you're just like that in Ivory Coast. They go into the academies. Now they learn the proper way of playing, not the fun way where you actually develop the personality, which some players don't have. And I think that's what brings you to the level because when I think about Leao, when I see him smiling their personality, I feel like Leao probably discovered all of that in his little neighborhood where he was in Portugal prior to going to Lisbon, to sport things like, academy, or he developed that more on the outside playing with his boys and giving you that edge. That's what allows him of the game playing without fear. Because one thing too, I feel like if you're too much of an academy fucking product, I feel that this limits your game big time. I don't feel like that brings you to the next level because then you're Moneyball kid. That's how I'll call them. You're fucking Moneyball kid. And
No, you're right. You lose love for the game a little bit.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
more like a job for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like fuck your Moneyball. You're the metrics guy. Like fucking, oh, I didn't get 3 shots. It's like, bro, you're not natural. And even coaches will say that. Ancelotti will say, right? Even Pep understood that this year. You can't always be tactical. You gotta let people play and enjoy the game for what it is. Sometimes with today's game, we're too caught up in the numbers and the money. It restricts everything. It removes what the essence of football used to be prior to that. The suspense element, because everybody they want to standardize football.
The creativity,
they want to
basically, the
standardize.
creativity within the player.
Yeah, and it's boring. It gets boring. It's like, what the fuck am I watching? What am I watching? That's why I like what they do in Germany. I was listening to this. I listened to a lot of seminars from coaches at the lower league. And one of these guys said the best in Germany, one of the main thing is to allow the kids to play. That's what they don't focus on tactics when they're young. Like at a certain age, they don't focus on that. They want them to just play.
Yeah, because they miss that street part.
Yep.
And they need to get it in the academy. 20 years ago, kids were playing every fucking second in the street.
Yep.
So when you go to the academy, you need to mold that talent, to explain him tactics and how to use that skill. Now they don't have that skill, so you need to actually unlock it and teach them.
France,
So it's a long process.
Right. Clairefontaine understood that in France in the end of the 1980s. After Platini's generation, France was becoming really bad, and they understood that. And what they did like what they said, terrain sur bitume, meaning like, field on concrete. So they create little concrete spot on all the banlieue, all the little neighborhoods where immigrants usually are at in France. They create that pipeline. Like the French Federation took upon themselves to make sure they do that so people can play football. That's how they revolutionized. So one of the first successful generations of Clairefontaine is your Thierry Henry and all these guys. And fast forward, you got the Mbappe. That's why France since 1998, right? They played 2 World Cup finals. They won 2 World Cups. They went to 2 European finals. They won 1 because there was that intention, putting those things in those little neighborhoods, deprivation. They took it upon themselves. It created that pipeline where the players during the week, during the week, they are at Clairefontaine, and during the weekend, they'll go back to their parent club and go back to their neighborhood. But they went to school and they play football there. Not all of them panned out because Ben Afai was part of it. He didn't work out too much. But you take a bunch, you're going to get 2 or 3 out of it, right? Mbappe comes out of that school. The Griezmann, they all come out. So you're able to get 2 or 3, and that's what matters because everybody can't be the generational guy. And that's what makes you successful. So they understood that. And I'm saying that because we're talking about playing on the street. And that's what they do. That's why people like Pogba can come and do all the little fucking tricks and all that because they play on the street a lot, right? That factor element gives you that edge, that personality, that superstardom. I think it's the streets. I don't think academy can give you that. I don't think academy, because it's kind of like an individual that's going to school to work in a corporate job. What makes you as an influential guy? Is it going to these institutions or your personality, your culture that you acquire from home, your friends and all that? And that's how that's the main thing of the whole street, stuff, going out there and playing without fear. I don't think the academy can't teach you that. A product that comes, CDK is to me, looks like a kid that's a fucking Moneyball kid.
Yeah,
exactly.
I see it as well. I feel like he's definitely like a made footballer. It's not like a natural footballer.
Yeah,
but it's still not a bad
no
thing.
personality.
You know what I mean? But it is what it is.
Yeah, look at him and look at Salamakers. They both come from the same country, and Salamakers has personality. You see that on the kid.
No, Salamakers looks like a 5'5" man. He doesn't even look like a professional footballer, to me at least. Looks like he's more about the tricks and all that stuff. We had friends like that, man.
You saw his video when he was a kid, like dribbling all these fucking guys. Salamakers. No. Yeah, he has a video of him when he was really.
There's a lot of examples. I mean, you can see there is a lot of other players you can see. That they are like a academy product more than actually natural developed and because the way I see it, you should go to the academy to learn how to play in a team. But
Yeah.
how to actually treat the ball, cross, shoot, and things like that, you will master that, of course. But you should already be in that academy knowing those things. You should be good enough to stop the ball, turn, dribble, juggle with the ball, cross, and you will perfect that. Master that. But you need to be ready when you go back. And most of the kids, they're not ready yet. They just learn it in the academy. But yeah,
I think academy should be just about literally discipline, diet, physical training and things like that. It shouldn't be really about skills. Those skills should come natural to you, and then slowly you should learn the tactics. Like I had so many friends that are professional athletes right now, like basketball, and I saw what happens to how they progress, and one of the things that they learn from these academies is like those sort of diets and what dedication it takes to be actually professional, more than just the skills.
I mean,
Yeah,
even
no, I agree,
look
but
at a
you can
prime
learn a
example.
lot in the academy.
Yeah, a prime example of players that don't really play in the streets other than the immigrants. Look at England, for example, right? All these little, white British kids, if they're not Nigerian or whatever, like you can just see they're just pure, academy product. Like everything is all academy related. I look at somebody like a Foden, I look at somebody like a Saka. I can tell these guys were out there with the crazy talent. They were out there playing on the streets, like street ballers. And you can tell the ones that are not, like, I think you can make an exception, right?
I don't think so.
When I look at a Harry Kane, right? I think you can be an exception where you can just be like so fucking, crazy, but like where you can perfection being that academy guy. But I feel like a lot of England players, like at least the ones that I look at them, a lot of them for me, they just look like straight up fucking academy to me, bro. Or they play
did you play in England? Did you play football there?
Oh, what's the sorry?
Me?
No, yeah, Larry.
I didn't play. No, I didn't play in England. I played really like Sunday league because I came in England at the age of 27, 28.
Even with your English friends, I'm sorry, but they play exactly like the Premier League. It's not about tricks. It's not about that. It's just about their power and physicality.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
I realized that they have even the tactical knowledge is different. It's more like give everything, run a lot, up and down to the wing.
Yeah.
Do a
and that's
foul,
why, but that's
shoulder
why,
to shoulder. Completely different
but that's
from
why,
Italy. Yeah.
That's why as a whole, you see England as a whole in teams, right? Because in tournaments they struggle because in a final, right? Especially in the international tournaments, you're gonna need that street ball is gonna come into question because you need somebody with that personality to go crazy. Even look at Argentina. You have the people like like a Di Maria on that team. Like this is a guy. Those are street ballers. There's the guys that are gonna make you that difference to bring you over the edge. And that's why I think that matters. Overall, you can be uniform, you can be tactically disciplined, it's fine. But going down that stretch where it's tied, right, where you need somebody to go past 3 players, where you got that Neymar in the final, that go past 3-4 players, opens up space, scores. Yeah, and I think that's where the margin, you get to see the margin. I think overall you might not, right? It might not be the most adequate place to go, but I feel like if you go down the stretch, I think it matters the most. That's why now South Americans are struggling now because tactically they're not sound because Europe caught on to it, right? Teams like France and all these guys, they knew how to balance both. I got the tactical and I got a little bit of the street. So now I can have people like Mbappe that can go past you and score. Right? On top of like me being in a disciplined, manner. And South America, and especially Brazil is they're struggling because tactically it's just not there. Like you just can't have a bunch of street guys also. You're gonna learn the hard way. And that's the balance they need to figure out there.
What is the problem in England that I think is a big problem? The 5-a-side football does not have the ball doesn't go out.
Yeah,
So
and the ball is small, it's big as well. I hated that.
No.
Did you play like that?
That is an issue.
In Libya, we played like really small one.
In Italy, the ball is smaller, but forget about the ball. In
Not
Italy,
the ball.
there
I
is
mean
the ball goes
not the ball. What do you call
ball,
it?
the pitch,
No.
the goal,
The net. Yeah, the goal.
pitch. Ah, the
No, the
goal. The
net.
goal is high. So in Italy, in England, they have the small
Low
goals,
and wide.
small nets.
Yeah, low and wide, isn't it?
Yeah, low and wide, which is
Yeah.
so weird to me. In Italy,
Yeah,
it's
as
more
well.
a square on the five-a-side. You need a
Yeah,
proper
exactly.
goalkeeper to cover it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there is the guy that is the kid that is the worst one stays in the goal, and he becomes most of the time a great goalkeeper.
Yeah.
That's how it happened. And in Brazil, it's the same. The kid that doesn't know how to play football, they send him into the goal, and that's
That's
it.
true. That's true.
In England, you can
Yeah,
play without a
listen, I was
goalie
a
because
goalkeeper,
they
man.
are
Stop
half
disrespecting us.
short and wide. But the ball doesn't go out. That is something that annoys me
Weird,
because
yeah.
that does not allow any tactical options. Because the ball will never go out. You will never interrupt any attack. You will never do, stop. You cannot defend because they can do any. They can kick the ball to the wall,
To the wall.
pass it, and
Yeah.
the wall will pass it to them. So it's such a weird. It's a different sport to me. You don't have that option in Italy, so you need to find your man and find a solution to pass the ball.
And one
that
thing
is
also,
so wrong in my opinion. But
and one thing also, I'm wondering. I know I didn't grow up in England, but I'm also thinking that like who the English media puts at the forefront and who to emulate. Because as a kid, you have a dream. I want to be this guy. I want to be that guy, right? You end up imitating his traits, or that player ends up having a big influence, on the entire, football culture from a playing perspective on the league. I give you an example. For us that grew up, below the equator, right, in these third world countries, like we're more. We were more close touch with the Brazil type of playing style. So you want to emulate Ronaldo, you want to emulate Ronaldinho on the field. Sometimes Zidane. If somebody in England really focus on the Brazilian, or they're like, yo, you know what? I want to be like Alan Shearer, or I want to be like this guy.
no,
So that also
No.
I think a lot.
There's none of
I
that.
think a lot of kids in London wants to be like Saka, for example.
Yeah,
or
okay,
like,
but nowadays, but I'm talking about back then. I'm trying to explain for like when we talk about the street ballers, like your plays looking fancy and all that stuff. Because as a kid, when you're playing, you're looking at somebody who you
De
want to emulate and
Bruyne.
who you support.
I think back in the day,
Bruyne
they
is
would just.
another one.
It depends on what team they support. Like if
It's
they
like
support
a Thierry
Arsenal,
Henry's. I think
yeah,
a lot of
Thierry Henry.
people like, especially like
Yeah.
colored people, like I'm not sure, but well, I can't speak for white other people in bad areas, but in like my area, like a lot of the old heads, they all like looked up Thierry Henry. A lot of the colored players, Arsenal, like that kind of in London anyway.
Yeah.
A lot of the colored people, the immigrants,
Because
they all
I'll give
looked
you an
up.
example. Me growing up in Ivory Coast, right? Even Africa, period. That spot of West Africa, especially like Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast are ballers. When it comes down to the feet, you're gonna have a lot of Ivorian players that love dribbling, and they're looking at players that dribble, right? We're looking at people like JJ Okocha, for example, from Nigeria. We look at people that got like the crazy feet. Ronaldo, Ronaldinho. Those are the guys that and we have a superstar, even like Drogba, that comes on the team. Nobody really wants to be him. Like, I'm being serious. Nobody, you go over there, you ask the kids who you want to be like. Ivorian kids like more Yaya Toure. Drogba was famous, charisma and all that. But in terms of playing style, they already want to be a Yaya Toure or Gervinho than actually, like the way Drogba want to be thinking strong, because it's also the way we play in that country. Like, we had a player called Kadek Keita. He used to play on Lyon, and then he went to Lille, and he was at Galatasaray. He's probably one of our craziest dribblers. That's who the kids they look up to. So the reason I was asking is just when you grow up in certain countries, it's just like the same guys you want to emulate because you like the playing style without getting into the depths of, tactical analysis, or look how he moves on the ball, look at this. And then you got the Barcelona influence, right? Like if you have your star player going to these teams that are dominating at the time, usually kids tend to be like, I want to be this guy. So us going through Yaya Toure, our start being in that Barcelona from 2009, I mean, it fucked up a lot of kids. A lot of kids wanted to do, I want to play like this guy, I want to play like that guy. And I give you examples nowadays. You look at a Sangare from PSV, guess how he plays. Even the young, and we got a lot of young kids on the come up. You look at Amad Diallo and all these guys.
even the Manu Kone kid, right? Mind you, he was born in France, but all these guys, they are foreign by trade, and they plays a big influence. So that's what
even
I'm asking for England, like who they look up, like who's the model to emulate. Everybody wanted to be Beckham in the
Yo,
early,
but do you want
2000s.
the answer or
also to
not?
do with
Do you want the
culture as
answer
well.
or not?
It's let me just say something to Clint. It's also about culture. You know what I mean? Like where I'm from as well. Like we don't care about physicality in football. We care about who can dribble, and this is why today we don't have a good team. Is because a lot of our players are really good dribblers, but physically they should not be professional footballers. They're fucking weak as fuck. So that's also like they imitated players that have those sort of characters, you know what I mean? Like speed, I don't know, dribbling. They didn't really care about like, physicality and those sort of things, you know what I mean? And that's also that had to do with culture as well, or what they see as football is.
Yeah.
I
want to hear from. I want to hear from Iman. What do you think?
Yeah.
What is the London vibe? I'm a football player.
London right now, to be honest, I can't speak for the older heads, but for a lot of young people now, they're still looking up to Messi and Ronaldo. Honestly, there's no like homegrown heroes anymore. Saka, you get like odd people. Oh, I look up to Saka. I look up to whoever, but it's more international now. I feel like England itself don't really have a set like Harry Kane or an English star that people look up to. It's more like a international. It's more international now, especially in the UK. There hasn't been any big English stars in a while. Let's be honest. Like maybe a Rooney, you could say, but who wants to look up to Rooney when there's like international talents out there? There's your Messi's, your Ronaldo's, your David Villa's. There was Iniesta's, Xavi's. No one pays attention to the English players anymore. Myself included. Like being a Milan fan, of course. When I was younger, I used to look up like Maldini highlights before games and stuff. I wasn't looking up like Sol Campbell or anything. Yeah, it's a different time now. I feel it's a different time in terms of like looking up to players.
Yeah,
makes sense.
How come you became a Milan fan, man? Someone from England.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's my uncle mainly. He's married to an Italian, and he's always supported Milan. Well, not always, but since he got married, and he raised me in most of my childhood. So, just kind of like born into it, I guess.
I just want let me just say a story about funny story of how one of my cousins became a Milan fan. So funny. So I became a Milan fan because of my uncle and my brother, my older brother supported AC Milan. So I grew up watching AC Milan. Now I had a younger cousin who didn't want to support AC Milan, wanted to support Juventus. So my uncle hated that.
Ooh.
Guess what he did? So he took all the young kids, took them to the shop, he bought them AC Milan jerseys and ice creams, and brought them back. And he got an extra jersey and ice cream. And he got home, he sold them, and he was so pissed. He said to him, "I will give you the ice cream and the jersey, but I have to take a picture of you wearing that jersey." And he agreed. He's like 8 years old. He agreed, and he had this picture. Until today, he's supporting AC Milan.
Sometimes I think it's
He
fake
wanted
because
to support Juventus.
Just
the
because he
Ronaldo effect, probably.
No. He just did it. He just did it out of spite because everybody supported AC Milan as the young kids. You know what I mean? Because my uncle made sure everybody did.
I think with time. I mean, for me, it was Paulo. I started watching Azzurri. I used to love the Italian national team, and Maldini for me. I don't know if it's because this dude's eyes and no homo stuff, but it just I'm like the play's so elegant. I'm like, dude, the fuck, and it's like I just as a number 3, and that's even in football. That's one of my favorite positions. Playing on that side because I didn't really get to watch Maldini really central. No, I did. I take it back. I did, but just not for mainly is when I mainly saw him when he was actually center back. Some games he was like actually left back, but they just that number 3. I know a 3 is supposed to be on that side, and I end up liking him. But I never really the rivalry. I started understanding a little bit in my teenage years, right? And not mainly because of TV, but also with the banters I used to have. Maybe not to an extent like in Italy,
But why I used to have with my friends, because now egos get involved. Like, older, start learning a little bit of them. There's egos. People want to talk shit. And, I'm not, and I remember that the whole Adriano era, I just, people was like, oh, Inter, this and all that. And there's some Argentinian players I used to like on Inter, of course. But I think it's because of the banter. Sometimes you just, after a while, you're like, no, fuck your team, actually, bro. Because you want to win, because you want to fucking prove a point. And you want the other guys to lose. And I think that's how my bitter and rivalryness grew up, right? I didn't grow up with Italian Inter fans around me. But I think for me, it was just mainly that because, you grew up in parts of Africa. Is that banter, Madrid, Barcelona. They had the whole Chelsea, Barca. That was a big rivalry in sub-Saharan Africa. Because as they throw against Drogba, you got to pick a side so you can talk shit. So it's, you end up hating. But yeah, man. But that's it's good to know in London, man. That's it's good stuff, man. Are you an Arsenal fan?
Ima, you are a defender, yeah? Are you a
Huh?
defender?
Yeah, I played left back for most of my time when I was playing football. Obviously, Maldini inspired, of course. Maldini inspired. I was left back I had a few trials, nothing crazy. I never got accepted. It was mainly when I was younger as well. So like 15, 16. Stopped after that.
Are you an Arsenal fan in England?
Makes sense.
No. I've only ever been a Milan fan. My dad is an Arsenal fan, though, but he's just
Can
not
you
around.
stand Arsenal fans? I hear they're really obnoxious to deal with.
So they're the worst.
No.
They're the worst. I was so happy this year when they
Worse
fumbled the
than
league.
us.
Huh?
Worse than Milan fan. We are bad as well, guys. Come on.
No, we're not. Like,
we deserve it, though. We deserve it. We've had a lot. Listen, last time we won the league before last year, I was like 11 years old. I might have even been younger. I was like 10. We deserve it. It's been a good long 9 years.
that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
That's
true.
That's crazy. But all right, guys, man. Let's go talking, bro. I gotta go to the gym. We'll see what happens. Like, we ain't gonna do another live.
I don't know, man. Roy stars them and I close them. So.
All right, guys. You guys have a good night, and it's nice meeting you guys, man. Nice talking to you. Next, hopefully, there's some more news we can speak about next time it comes around.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Rock is saying Billy Boner. Billy Boner. I can't believe, man, it's happening. That's great. Champions League. Strict wages cap and 35 million transfer. But if this happen, man, I honestly think these are magicians. Because I honestly think they're never gonna make it. One thing I know for sure, all the Americans are failing.
Listen, Larry, even if they made it, it's nothing, man. It's like we cannot sustain this. That's the issue. It's not about 1 year. It's about the project as a whole.
Yeah, long term. Long term, it won't survive long term. 35 mil, not increasing the wage as well. Players are gonna want more. Mike's on 2 million. He's on 2.5. Of course, he's gonna want.
Yeah,
he's one of the best. In my opinion, he's the best keeper in the world. He deserves way more than that.
And you know what? Why they have this 35 million budget that came out now? It's because of our revenue. We are 35 in the positive right now, correct? This is why they came up with this number right now, because they don't want to pay any money out of their bucket. Whatever we made, this is what they're gonna spend. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's crazy.
It's a shame.
I can't believe they're doing this.
I didn't understand. Any of the people that came on earlier were defending, saying that because I know somebody came on earlier and was pro-RedBird, and I just don't understand the points. The points made no sense to me. Yeah, it still doesn't make any sense to me. How you can sustain a Champions League contending team on 35 mil a transfer window? That doesn't make sense to me.
No, and the funny part is this: they think is that because Cardinali invested this money, that means he wants to succeed. They don't understand that winning league is not going to make them the money. Selling Liao is going to make them 113 million now. So getting the league is just 10 million extra. That's nothing for them.
Exactly. Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, it's not like they're gonna make any difference to them to win the league. It's just 10 million. Selling a player is just way more profit for them.
What
Yeah.
annoyed me is he has no ambition. Jerry has no ambition. That interview, I keep talking about the interview, but it just sticks with me. It's in my head constantly. It pisses me off. That interview just pisses me off where he's talking about how he wants it to be a competitive league. He doesn't want people to. What owner says they don't want to win every year? He said in this.
Did
He
you
said,
watch the
"Oh,
interview now?
huh?
Did you watch it now, or before when Cardinale came to the to own AC Milan?
This interview was.
When did you watch it?
There was two interviews I'm on about. The first one was a couple months before he bought it, and this one was a couple months ago. So it was this year, I'm pretty sure.
So I mean, when did you watch it? Because I
yeah.
just watched him. I just watched him after the Maldini sacking, and I was so pissed that I didn't know about him before.
Yeah, I didn't know about it either. It was some hidden interview, only like 2K views on RedBird's YouTube channel. I literally after the sacking, somebody linked it in a group chat, so I went to watch it, and I was
so pissed
how
off.
that didn't get out, how no one reported on it, that he's just yeah.
This is how do you know they are really good at this stuff. This is why I'm saying that these reports are coming out right now. It's from them because they know what they're doing. They know how to play with the media, man. This is
all
Americans'
fake.
best
Yeah,
friend.
all fake.
Yeah.
It's all fake, guys. They're just putting the blame on Maldini. Maldini wanted to sack Pioli. This is such a bullshit. Maldini wanted to sack Pioli. I really don't believe these things, man.
I feel like he was set up from the start, to be honest. They didn't realistically. He doesn't
Yeah.
even want. He doesn't. I don't think they want us to even succeed to that level. They don't want us to win the Champions League. They don't want us to win the league even. They're happy with top four. If we win the league, it just like it puts more pressure to spend more money and invest in more better players and increase wages. They don't really want. They want a bang average team. That's what he said in his interview before he bought the club. Oh, I want an average team. I want a 6 to 12 team. I want to keep them out of relegation and push for like Champions League spot. He's looking for he should have bought Atlanta. He bought Milan. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. I should have brought Atalanta, and that's it. Oh man, I feel sorry for you guys. You could have picked Chelsea, Arsenal, Man City.
What do you mean? What are you supporting?
You could have
you're
been.
the same
You
boat,
could
man.
have a great life, man.
Listen,
But my life was in
Larry.
Italy, so it makes sense to support Milan when you are in Italy.
No, listen to this. I lived
I'm a
8 years
glory
in
hole,
London.
man. I'm
I've
a
never
glory
watched the
hole.
Premier
You
League.
guys actually follow the tough path. No, I like
I
Premier
lived,
League. I watch a lot of Premier League.
I lived 8 years. I've never watched Premier League. I never watched fully. Like I watch game here and there, but I would never like sit down and watch each game. That would never happen. And I support AC
No,
Milan. I watch AC Milan lifting trophies in my life. I'm not that young, but it's just sad that I have a kid. I want my kid to see that shit, man. I don't want them to see fucking Cardinale, man.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I feel like, man, I need to become a billionaire and buy Milan, man, to solve this situation. But it's gonna be hard.
No, you're right. You're right about your kids,
Hasn't
because I grew up during the banter era, and trust me, when I'm going to school, we're talking about football, like me and my friends, or just people at school talking about football. And I mentioned Milan during the banter era. It was not a good look at all. Everyone's talking about Champions Leagues. Everyone's talking about Champions Leagues and contending for leagues, and I'm talking about Europa League. It's not looking, yeah.
It's tough. It's a tough life, guys.
I just hope and pray that we don't go back to it. We don't go back. I hope and pray we've clawed our way out of banter era. I pray we don't go back.
True, man. Can you imagine, man? Can you imagine like some of the people that just watch Milan lift a trophy in their lifetime? They're probably not gonna see it after 10 years from now. That's crazy, man. Like that's stressful, man. I wouldn't watch the shit, man. I would just fucking do something else live.
True.
I still believe, though. I'll be honest with you. I still believe we can win again in Italy.
Yeah,
because the Moneyball approach in such a poor league, really broke league like Milan, it can bring
work,
something.
yeah.
But it will
But
be
you have
like
to look,
that one
yeah,
lucky season. It will be like that one lucky season when
yeah,
everyone overperforms, the coach overperforms, everyone.
yeah,
Well,
The luck is on your side.
yeah.
yeah.
But I
Like
mean,
But this
look,
is not
everyone else in
Milan,
the
though.
league is
like
everyone
This
else
is
in the
not the
league is
Milan we
having issues
know.
as well, though, right? So Juve's having their points, their court cases. Inter's having financial issues. Napoli's getting, it's like flipping Tesco. People are coming for shopping. I'm guessing Osimhen's will go soon. They've asked for 120, I'm pretty sure. On Osimhen's. Kim is going. Like these teams they're not in like a stable place either, to be fair. Maybe not as bad as us, but they're not set. If you
not
know what I mean.
But
unbeatable.
you
Yeah,
never
they're
know
not.
what
You
happens,
can
though.
compete against them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if
So
if Inter
it will
was
happen that
if Inter
one
if
day.
Investcorp, listen, if was like Investcorp, whatever the fuck their name is, the Bahrainis, if they bought Inter, then Juve the Juve gonna step up. They're gonna start spending as well. That's just when it's gonna be very difficult.
Mm.
That's
we
why
have we,
Jerry will not be allowed to come to Italy because he will get kicked in his ass. If Jerry comes to Italy, man.
Shit, man.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
There's gonna be
Anyway.
some more years coming up. All right, guys. Nice talking to you. Enjoy your life.
Thank you very much.
Inter Milan.
See you.
All right, see you guys. Have a good one.
See you. Bye.
See you guys. See you. Have a good night and Forza Milan.
Good night.
See you next time.
Yeah.
Ciao. I think Roy is working, so I'm just gonna close it. Thanks for joining. We're doing long streams recently because me and Roy were doing half and half. I'm done then. I'm not gonna talk anymore about Maldini and Jerry Cardinale and how he sacked Maldini and things like that. Hopefully we can talk about some transfer window, some cool players. Hopefully Moncada will do a great job. Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. Forza Milan. And close it.